In June in Jiangnan, the weather changes at a moment's notice, which is more unpredictable than the face-changing in Sichuan opera. Crack! Dazzling lightning pierced through the layers of dark clouds, and rumbling thunder accompanied by soybean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, sweeping away the sweltering heat of the past few days. In a dilapidated building, an unshaven young man woke up from a hangover. His dry throat made him feel like he wanted to vomit, but couldn't. After struggling to open his eyes, Li was a little confused looking at the scene in front of him. What comes into view is no longer his luxurious mansion with a river view of 1,000 square meters, but a dilapidated and dim small house. The person lying on it is not an imported mahogany bed, but a simple wooden bed. There are no more latex mattresses from Thailand, no cool silk quilts, only thick and heavy yet familiar mattress quilts. Where is this? Could it be the home of the poverty alleviation target? No, although I run into uninhabited ravines all year round, I usually don't spend the night at a fellow villager's house. Shaking his dizzy head, Li struggled to get up from the messy bed and came to the window where cold rain was pouring in. The cold wind blew on his face, which made Li wake up a little. Seeing the hurried pedestrians on the street through the rain curtain, Li was stunned again. The scene in front of me is strange yet familiar. Isn't this the dormitory building of the meat factory where I lived 30 years ago? The 5-story building opposite with the red flag is the office building of the meat factory, and the blue steel structure building not far away is the slaughtering workshop where I work. There is also the row of small houses at the gate, which are both the guard's lounge and the small shop. It is the busiest place in the entire factory every night. But wasn't the meat factory demolished 20 years ago? How could I be here? Suddenly, Li seemed to realize something. He turned around and looked to the left side of the entrance door of the house. There was a stack of half-torn monthly cards hanging on it. June 3rd, the time is right. But the year made Li couldn't help but tremble. 1991. Snapped. Li gave himself a big mouthful, and only half of his face seemed to be swollen. Pain. This is real? Did he really go back to 30 years ago? Could it be that the gods and Buddhas in the sky heard my prayers? Or that my decades of good deeds and virtues moved a passing deity and allowed me to go back to before the tragedy happened, giving me a chance to make up for my mistakes? Although Li before his rebirth was already a super rich man with assets exceeding tens of billions, and a charity expert praised by everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, he did not feel it was a pity at all. Compared with what he had lost, money, status, and honor were so insignificant. Li's background is not bad. His father is the owner of the slaughtering workshop of the Jiangnan Provincial Meat Factory, and his mother is the accountant of the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Although he is not rich, he is still better than the above. In addition, Li is the only son in the family, so Li has been treated as a beloved child since he was a child. It is precisely because of this kind of unmeasured doting that Li eventually grew up to be a street kid who is lazy and unwilling to make progress. After graduating from junior high school, Li was unwilling to continue studying. In desperation, his father Li Fengyan had to use connections to get him to work in a meat factory and became a worker. When he was 20 years old, he married a beautiful girl, daughter-in-law. However, even after getting married, Li still did not study well. He was lazy in life, spent 3 days fishing and 2 days working online, and even got involved in gambling. The salary he earned was either squandered on food, drink, or gambling. He even took away half of his wife Su Qingnan's salary. The family lived a tight life, and once he got angry outside, he would return home. He lost his temper at home and even beat his wife. But even so, his wife Su Qingnan never gave up on him until that happened. Thinking of the tragedy that was unforgettable to him, Li was suddenly shocked and turned to look at the calendar on the wall again. June 3rd, 1991, the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, Monday. That's right, today is the day. In his previous life, he was fired from a fight with the factory director's son a few days ago. He was depressed and drank to drown his sorrows. He missed picking up his daughter from school, and as a result, her daughter was abducted by traffickers. Despite all the connections their family has made, there is still no clue. For this reason, his wife, Su Qingnan, divorced her out of anger, quit her job, and embarked on a journey to find her daughter alone. 3 years later, she jumped from a building in despair and settled her life at the age of 26. And his parents severed ties with him in anger, and they never forgave him until their death. After experiencing a series of blows such as his daughter being abducted, divorce, and his wife jumping off a building, Li Yi finally woke up. Later, he started working as a street vendor, learning while doing business, and finally made his first small goal in life at the age of 40. Later, his company began to get involved in real estate, finance, automobiles, electronics, cultural tourism, and other industries. In just 10 years, it completed the groupization process and was finally listed on Hong Kong Island. And with his huge wealth of tens of billions, he himself climbed onto the Dragon Country Rich list and became an important elite figure in the business world. But even if he is successful and famous, even if he has assets worth hundreds of millions, Li Yi is still unhappy. After he became successful in business, he only did 2 things. The first thing was to find his daughter, and the second thing was to do charity. He spent 20 years personally traveling to most of the remote mountainous areas of the motherland, building roads and schools for the people there, and finding ways to help them get rid of poverty and become rich. Everyone who is familiar with him knows that Li Yi does charity sincerely, and he never puts on a show. For this reason, he has been recognized by senior management and praised by ordinary people. He himself has become an industry model. But no one knows that all Li Yi did was to atone for his sins and to do good deeds for his daughter, who did not know whether to live or die. Finally, his hard work paid off, and his daughter was found when he was 53 years old. Although his daughter was already 32 years old at this time, married and had children, and he missed her best time to grow up, he had found her after all. However, after letting go of the big stone in his heart, he often thought of the woman who married him at the age of 18 and followed him for 5 years diligently and without complaint. He begged to God more than once. If he could exchange his life's wealth and ease for an opportunity, he would definitely not let tragedy happen again. And he would definitely be a good man and make that silly woman the happiest woman in the world. Now God has opened his eyes and given him this opportunity. Although he has been deprived of all his wealth, Li Yi is still full of gratitude. Looking at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall, it was almost 5 o'clock, and the kindergarten was about to end. Thinking of this, Li Yi immediately grabbed his umbrella and walked out the door. Red Star Kindergarten. There are many names with historical flavor, but this kindergarten has become Li Yi's lifelong nightmare. The kindergarten is just outside the meat factory, with a straight-line distance of only 200 meters. Under normal circumstances, it only takes 5 minutes to get to the kindergarten from Li Yi's home. But in the previous life, because Li Yi drank too much and Su Qing had to work the night shift, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Li Yi woke up. When he arrived at the kindergarten, there was no one there, but the man in the kindergarten reception room said that his daughter Wei Wei had been picked up by her uncle. Li Yi was confused at that time. Although Su Qingnan was not an only child, she had no younger brother, only a younger sister who had just entered high school. Moreover, my sister-in-law Su Qingyao lives on campus all year round, and today is Monday. How could she come all the way from the urban area to this kindergarten in the urban-rural fringe to pick up her daughter from school? Realizing that something was wrong, Li Yi immediately called the police and then desperately launched a relationship to find his daughter. But this search took a full 28 years. Standing again in front of the kindergarten that had made him miserable all his life, Li Yi felt really mixed emotions and extremely complicated. What he wanted to do most at this time was to rush directly to the kindergarten, take his daughter out, and talk about how much his father missed and felt guilty about him. But the moment he stepped out, Li Yi forcibly held back. He couldn't go there, not only now, but also when the kindergarten was over. He has to wait for that hateful human trafficker to show up. Li Yi's biggest regret in his previous life, apart from the tragedy of his wife and daughter, was that he failed to see the human traffickers receive the punishment they deserved. Although the father and daughter reunited 28 years after their daughter was abducted, because it was so long ago and the daughter was less than 5 years old when she was abducted, they could not remember what the trafficker looked like, so they knew he was a trafficker wearing a man in hat. The farmer who bought his daughter was someone they met half a year after his daughter was abducted. During that time, he didn't know how many hands he passed, and he didn't know who the person was who abducted his daughter. Therefore, even after Li Yi became rich, he spent a lot of money to track down the traffickers who abducted his daughter, but he still did not catch him. And this has become Li Yi's biggest regret in his life. Now that God has given him a chance to be reborn, he will not only make up for his guilt towards his wife and daughter, but he will also not let go of the human trafficker who destroyed his entire family. Therefore, Li decided to wait and see. He must catch that hateful human trafficker. There was still nearly half an hour before his daughter got out of school, and it was raining quite hard at this time. Li decided to go to the small shop opposite the kindergarten to take shelter from the rain and buy a pack of cigarettes. However, as soon as he arrived at the store and was about to speak, Li touched his pocket and suddenly felt embarrassed. It's true that my pocket is cleaner than my face. Not to mention the unity, I don't even have a 50-cent coin. Thinking of his excessive gambling character before the accident, Li knew that he must have lost this month's salary again. Annoyed, Li was about to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. "Isn't this Brother E, here to pick up Wei Wei from school?" When I heard the sound, I went up and found a young man with a bare head and tattoos on his arms. In an instant, Wei Sanpao's name appeared in Li Yi's mind. This Wei Sanpao is also a celebrity in the meat joint factory, and he is the kind of person who is more famous than himself. Wei Sanpao's original name was Wei Jinghua. His father was the deputy director of the meat factory. He held a lot of real power and was a well-known official in the entire meat factory. Moreover, Deputy Factory Director Wei only had one child in his family, Wei Jinghua, so he naturally doted on him. Therefore, Wei Sanpao is the same as Li Yi. He didn't learn well at a young age and was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. The reason why Wei Sanpao became famous was not because of this, but because a few years later he seriously injured someone in a fight with a crowd and was severely beaten. In the end, he was directly suppressed by state agencies. However, Li knew that Wei Sanpao was not bad in nature and was very loyal. Brother Chu was the perfect candidate. In addition, Li was the king of children in the yard before and was 2 years older than Wei Sanpao. So Li helped him a lot when he was in school, so the relationship between the two has always been good. After Wei Sanpao's accident happened, he himself followed him around a lot, but it was a pity that the policy at that time was such that he could not save his life in the end. Unexpectedly, the first acquaintance he saw after being reborn was not his wife, nor his daughter Wei Wei, but this boy. Thinking of what he was about to do, it seemed a bit dangerous without anyone to help him. Li smiled and said, "You don't know how to hold an umbrella on a rainy day, so aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Wei Sanpao smiled and said, "I am as strong as a cow, and I am still afraid of a small cold." Li looked at the red marks on Wei Sanpao's arm, understood immediately, and said with a smile, "You are such a tough-talking kid. I think you were probably kicked out by your father again." Wei Sanpao said a little awkwardly, "What? Stop talking about this and that. Tell me what's the reason this time?" Wei Sanpao hesitated for a moment, but still said, "It's nothing. It's not because of the resignation." "Resign?" "Yes, Brother Li, you also know the situation of our meat joint factory. In the past few years, we had policy support from the above, and it was prosperous for a few years. But now there are reforms everywhere. Without the policy support, our meat joint factory would have long been it won't work. Haven't you noticed that we haven't been paid for more than half a year?" "But what does this have to do with resigning?" "I think it's meaningless to work in the meat processing factory. A salary of several dozen yuan a month is not enough to feed myself, but I'd better quit and go to the south to try my luck. Maybe I could become a millionaire. There are indeed many opportunities in the south, so it's not impossible to try my luck." Before Li Yi finished speaking, Wei Sanpao interrupted him and continued, "Brother Li, you agree that I should quit, right? But my old man disagrees. He said that I have no education, no skills, and I'm not reliable. He refused to quit. I argued with him for this and was kicked out of the house with a feather duster." Looking at Wei Sanpao, who looked indignant, Li Yi sighed in his heart. Although Deputy Director Wei had no achievements in educating his son, He had a good eye for people. Wei Sanpao was indeed not very reliable. With his current conditions and personality, he would definitely cause trouble outside. Instead of that, it's better to stay under his father's nose. At least there won't be any trouble. Third brother, we are brothers. If you believe me, I will show you a way to make a lot of money. Brother Lee still trusts me. What way? You tell me. We will talk about the details later. Today, you could do me a favor. If this is successful, I will give you 100 yuan. 100 yuan is equivalent to your monthly salary. Brother Lee, don't do anything illegal, right? It's not illegal. Not only is it not illegal, but it's also a good deed of bravery. Okay, Brother Lee, tell me what's going on. Sanner, the brothers you usually lead are all there. How long will it take to gather them together? Brother Lee is talking about Weizi, Dachu, Xiaowu, and others. When I just came out, I saw them playing cards at the gate of our factory. They can be called over in a few minutes. Okay, call them all over now. Brother will wait for you here. Okay. After saying that, Wei Sanpao hurriedly ran towards the gate of the meat processing factory not far away. Looking at Wei Sanpao's back, Li Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. This brother will not let you call him in vain. Your life will be saved by brother. After a while, Wei Sanpao came back with 7 or 8 young people. Most of these young people are 17 or 18 years old. Although Li can't call them by name, he is familiar with them and knows that they are all children of the meat factory. Seeing that the time for school was coming soon, Li said immediately, "Brothers, I asked you to come here mainly because I want you to do me a favor. If this happens, not only will you be praised by the factory, but I will reward everyone with 100 yuan. Brother E is open and bright. If you have anything to do, just tell me. Brothers will listen to you." Wei Sanpao said loudly. Well, it's like this. Wei went back and told me in the past 2 days that someone is always following her. And it's not just a day or two. I suspect that it is a personal trafficker who is obsessed with Wei. So I decided today, fish out the stupid ones. Then Li Yi continued, but fighting against human traffickers is impossible without a helper. So I thought of you. Let me know if you can help me. Damn it, if you dare to have evil intentions towards your niece, I'll kill him alive. Wei Sanpao said angrily. Don't be impulsive. Let's take a long-term approach to catch big fish this time, and we may get a bigger harvest. Li said in a deep voice. Brother, tell me, what do you want to do about this? Li Yi immediately said, that's what I thought. It's a rainy day today, so I deliberately hid outside the kindergarten and didn't go in to pick up people. If that guy is really a human trafficker, he will definitely take this opportunity to do something. As long as the dog thing after tricking Wei out, we will stop him and take him to the slaughterhouse number 3 in our factory for questioning. I think it's okay. Workshop number 3 has not been in operation for more than half a year. Normally, you can't even see anyone. It's the perfect time to interrogate the traffickers. Well, you all follow my arrangements. There are 8 of us in total divided into 2 groups. One group is commanded by Sanner and leads 3 brothers to block the road to the east of the kindergarten. The rest are commanded by me to block the road to the west of the kindergarten. As long as the dog dares to attack, we will make it impossible for him to escape. Okay, let's do it. Just as he was talking, Lee suddenly saw a guy wearing an old-fashioned straw hat appearing on the sidewalk outside the kindergarten. Although he couldn't see the guy's face clearly, Lee suddenly felt excited by the way the other person peeked into the kindergarten while walking. Vigilance. At that moment, Li Yi whispered to Wei, Sanpao, and others. Did you see the guy wearing the hat? It seems to be the stalker Wei mentioned. Everyone remembered that guy's appearance. Everyone looked along Li Yi's line of sight and saw a man wearing a hat. They nodded immediately to express that they remembered. At this time, the kindergarten has ended. The children walked out of the campus happily one by one, and then left under the protection of their parents. There are fewer and fewer people, and soon there are not many people left in the entire kindergarten. The rain gradually decreased, and through the rain curtain, Li saw only a small figure left in the kindergarten concierge, his daughter Li Yue. Seeing the anxious look on the little girl's face, Li Yi was heartbroken. What a bastard he was in his previous life, that he would forget to pick up the baby at such a moment. How anxious was she standing there alone in the heavy rain staring at him? And what kind of fear will she feel when she falls into the hands of human traffickers? Thinking of his wife's disappointed eyes after his daughter was abducted, his parents' scoldings, and the disintegrated family, Li Yi's eyes couldn't help but get wet. He really wanted to rush across the street right now, put his daughter into his arms, and then comfort her for a few words before saying how sorry he was. But he knew that he couldn't do this. Otherwise, he would alert the snake, and the trafficker would not be caught. But that guy is like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, ready to launch a fatal blow to his already shaky family at any time. If he is not arrested for a day, Li will have trouble sleeping and eating. Therefore, even if he couldn't bear it at this moment, and no matter how reluctant he was to let go, he could only endure it. Another 10 minutes passed, and just as the kindergarten door was about to close, the person Li Yi was waiting for finally appeared. I saw the man in the straw hat who just passed by the kindergarten reappeared. He strode towards the kindergarten. He didn't look strange, but he kept observing the situation around him as he walked. After finding no abnormalities, the guy went directly to the kindergarten. In less than 2 minutes, Li saw the guy taking his daughter out of the kindergarten and walking towards the remote trail to the east. Seeing that the trafficker did not come towards him, Li immediately signaled to Wei Sanpao and told him to act immediately. After receiving the instructions, Wei Sanpao did not dare to neglect and immediately led the people towards the traffickers. The trafficker saw several young men of 17 or 18 years old coming towards him and didn't pay attention. However, the moment the two groups of people passed by, Wei Sanpao took action. I saw him and another young man named Sun Wei, one on the left and the other on the right, directly putting the trafficker on the ground. Among them, Wei Sanpao suppressed the traffickers, while Sun Wei immediately snatched Wei Wei to prevent him from taking Wei Wei as a hostage. The trafficker was horrified and struggled while shouting, "Who are you, and why are you beating people?" Wei Sanpao was tall and powerful, with a height of 1.9 meters and a weight of nearly 200 kilograms. He looked like a humanoid tank wherever he placed it. How could a trafficker who was less than 1.6 meters tall be able to break free? Instantly, this guy was completely subdued. At this time, Li Yi and others also rushed up. He first held his daughter, who was already stunned, in his arms, comforting her and kissing her little face. Although Li Yuwei was startled by the sudden change, she quickly recovered after seeing her familiar father. She hugged Li Yi's neck while talking about what happened in the kindergarten today and seemed to be unaffected. Li Yi carefully dealt with his daughter and said to Wei Sanpao, "It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Shut up the dog's mouth and go to the number 3 slaughterhouse." Yes. Wei Sanpao worked in the security department of the meat processing plant, so he was naturally familiar with kidnapping. He directly untied the trafficker's belt, tied the trafficker's hands behind his back, and untied his shoelaces to tie his pants. In this way, the trafficker's shoelaces were gone, and the belt was not very tight, so he couldn't escape at all. Afterwards, they found some rags to stuff the guy's mouth, and then the group took him to the meat processing factory. In the number 3 slaughterhouse, on the pig slaughtering platform, a skinny middle-aged man with his limbs spread out and tied to 4 corners, forming a striking big character. Around the platform, there were 7 or 8 young people in uniform work clothes. Smelling the strong fishy smell in the slaughterhouse, Li couldn't help but feel a little nauseous, but he was very excited. This unique fishy smell of the slaughterhouse is definitely not smelled in ordinary places. This smell carries his childhood and runs through the most unruly 10 years of his life. How many times in the middle of the night he wanted to smell this smell again, but even in the same slaughterhouse, under the mechanized production line, this smell has changed. Returning his sight to the trafficker, Li looked at his precious daughter in his arms, and then said to Wei Sanpao beside him, "Find someone to take Wei Wei to Lao Liang to buy some popsicles, and put it on my account." "Okay." Wei Sanpao pointed to the young man on the side and said, "Xiao Wu, you go, no need to put it on the account." As he said that, Wei Sanpao took out a big unity from his pocket and handed it over. Wu Zi did not refuse, took the money immediately, and left with Wei Wei. After his daughter left, Li Yi's momentum changed instantly. He found an iron rod from a corner of the workshop and found a few thick rags, and then strode towards the trafficker. When the trafficker saw Li Yi approaching, he suddenly showed fear on his face and immediately said, "What are you going to do? It's illegal to hit people." Li showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and still walked towards the trafficker slowly. "Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll call for help." The fear made the human trafficker shout loudly, and Wei Sanpao and others beside him couldn't help but cover their ears. It was too harsh. Li did not stop the human trafficker shouting. He knew the situation here very well. Jiangnan Province Meat Processing Plant is the largest meat processing plant in the province. It not only has to bear the problem of meat for 5 million people in Jiangxing, the provincial capital, but also is responsible for the production of various pickled meats, bacon, pork, and beef cans, some of which are even supplied to the troops. So at its peak, the meat processing plant slaughtered more than 8,000 pigs and more than 500 cows every day. Every day, there was an endless stream of cars transporting pigs from all over the province to the meat processing plant. There was even a special direct train from other provinces to the meat processing plant, which was also specially used to transport pigs for the factory. At the busiest time, the 3 slaughterhouses of the meat processing plant were working 24 hours a day. Basically, people could rest, but the factory buildings and equipment were running at full capacity. But the busy scene before has gone forever with the advent of the market economy. At this time, only the #1 workshop of the 3 slaughterhouses in the meat processing plant is still in operation, but the production capacity is also seriously insufficient. No more than 300 pigs are slaughtered every day, and no more than 1 cow is slaughtered in half a month. As time goes by, the #2 and #3 slaughterhouses have been idle, and few people come here at ordinary times. Scream, scream loudly. This may be the last time you speak in your life. Just treat it as your last words. When these words came out, not only the human traffickers were frightened, but also Wei Sanpao and others beside them were stunned. "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong?" As Li Yi spoke, he spread the rag layer by layer on the chest to the human trafficker. "I shouldn't have come to the factory to hang around. I shouldn't have." Li knew that this guy would not be so honest. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the iron rod in his hand suddenly raised high, and then smashed it down on the chest of the human trafficker. Bang! The iron rod hit the chest of the trafficker hard, making a dull sound. Ah! Puff! The former was the scream of the trafficker, and the latter was the sound of the guy vomiting blood. The sudden change shocked everyone present. No one thought that Li Yi would suddenly attack, and he would be so cruel. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Li said to the trafficker lightly, "See these rags on you? This thing can make the iron rod fall on you without any trace. Even if you are beaten to death, as long as you find a ditch and throw it down, the police can only say that you fell off the cliff and died. Do you understand?" When the trafficker heard this, he was scared to pee. This is not an adjective, but real pee. Looking at the pale yellow liquid with a strong smell of urine flowing out from the crotch of the trafficker, Wei Sanpao and others couldn't help but shudder. However, Li Yi remained unmoved. Not only was there no trace of pity on his face, but there was even more murderous intent. No one knew how much pain and hatred Li Yi felt at this moment. In his previous life, it was this bastard in front of him who abducted his precious daughter. His wife divorced him because of this and eventually jumped off the building in depression. His parents also broke off relations with him because of this. It can be said that this unscrupulous bastard in front of him destroyed the happiness of his family and made him live in guilt and regret for the rest of his life. If killing is not illegal, Li Yi really wants to cut this bastard into pieces, chop it into pieces, and throw it out to feed the dogs. "Tell me, where is your hideout, and how many people are there in the gang?" Looking at the evasive eyes of the traffickers, Li Yi raised the iron rod in his hand, and then said, "If you tell a lie, the next time you hit it will be your left leg, then your right leg, and your third leg." I say. You don't have to tell me. I like hard bones the most. Well, I also like to hear the sound of balls breaking. Bang! It sounds good. The trafficker looked at Li Yi with more horror. The third leg, the sound of balls breaking, this crazy guy in front of him couldn't be a demon released from hell. It was too scary. Brother, I'll tell you everything. Our destination is Lijiazwang in Xiaoxi. There are 4 of us in total. In addition to me, there are 2 men and 1 woman. The men are named Lu Wu and Huang San, and the woman is Lin Yin, who is Lu Wu's mistress. How do you usually act? How many kidnapped children do you have now? We usually act with 2 people. One is responsible for keeping watch, and the other is kidnapping. There are still 6 children who haven't been released yet. Li suddenly realized something, and then shouted in a deep voice. That means there were your accomplices nearby when we caught you just now. Yes, yes. Lu Wu was ready to meet you not far away, but that bastard may have seen that you were outnumbered, so didn't show up. Li Yi's face changed drastically, and he immediately said to Wei Sanpao, Old Third, the situation is not good. If this bastard is not lying, the escaped human trafficker may have gone back to report the news. What should we do? We can't let those bastards run away. Compared to the human traffickers running away, I am more worried about the safety of the 6 kidnapped children. After those human traffickers learned that this bastard was caught, they would definitely flee in a hurry. Those children are too big to be taken away. I am worried that the bastard will be cruel to those children. Hearing Li Yi's words, the faces of Wei Sanpao and others also changed. This involves the safety of the lives of 6 children, and no one dares to be careless. Brother Yi, you tell me what to do. We brothers will listen to you, Li said immediately. Now we will split into 3 groups. You find a brother to report to the police station immediately. Then let the 5 brothers send Wei Wei to my dad. The rest of us will take this bastard to rescue people. In addition, we must control the traffickers before they escape back to the den. It will definitely be too late to walk. Third brother, go and steal the key of the 212 in the factory. I remember it should be in the drawer of the factory director's office. Now only you can enter it. Okay, in order to save people, I will risk it. After that, Wei Sanpao and others acted according to Li Yi's arrangement. A few minutes later, Wei Sanpao ran over with a car, key covered with patina. As soon as he entered the door, he said breathlessly, Brother E, the key brother stole it. But who can drive it? Li Yi immediately said, I can. Ah, Brother E, this is a car. Can you really drive it? Li Yi smiled and said nothing, and walked out with the car key. Read, in this era, cars are still a rare thing. In contrast, there are few people who can drive, which is far from the later generations where almost every family has a car and everyone has a driver's license. As an important state-owned enterprise unit for people's livelihood supply, the level of the factory director of the meat processing plant is the level of a full-time department head, and he has the right to allocate a car. It's just that this car is a bit bad. It is the most common small Jeep in the 1980s and 1990s, referred to as 212. I came to the parking lot behind the factory, opened the doors, started the ignition, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator, all in one go. A few minutes later, the car drove to the door of the number 3 slaughterhouse. Hearing the sound of the engine and the car horn, Wei Sanpao immediately led people to carry the weak-legged human trafficker into the car, and then headed straight to Lijiazwang in the west of the bridge. Because the time interval was a bit far, Li was not very clear about the roads in Jiangcheng, so he relied on Wei Sanpao to show the way all the way. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road, and there was no traffic jam. It took less than 20 minutes to reach Lijiazwang. Lijiazwang is a famous urban-rural junction in Jiangcheng. There are small second-floor buildings everywhere. Not only is the terrain complex, but the people are also mixed. It is the most chaotic area in Jiangcheng. When the car arrived near Lijiazwang, Li stopped the car, and then turned to the frightened trafficker and said, Listen carefully, kid. If you take us brothers to rescue those kidnapped children today, we will say that you took the initiative to confess the den of the traffickers and the situation of the kidnapped children when we go back to the police station. In this way, the police will also determine that you have taken the initiative to confess the facts of the crime. In a case like yours, you will be sentenced to 2 or 3 years at most. Otherwise, based on your crimes, you will be sentenced to at least 10 years. You can weigh it yourself. Brother, I cooperate. The trafficker did not dare to refuse Li Yi's request at all. He saw that the big fool brought the big iron rod into the car when he came out. If he dared not to cooperate, this devil would definitely hit him with a stick. He didn't want to be a eunuch. Very good. Tell me, how do we go next? Go straight and turn right at the second intersection. With the cooperation of the traffickers, Li Yi and others soon arrived at a relatively remote alley. Brother, the third yard inside is where we will stay, but Lu has a knife in his hand, so you should be careful later. Li Yi turned his head and looked at this guy, and then said, "You kid still has a conscience," knowing to remind us that as long as that bastard doesn't have a gun in his hand, a knife can't do anything to me. After that, Li Yi turned to Wei Sanpao and said, "Old third, leave a brother to watch this kid, and the rest of you will go in with me to save people." "Okay, old third, stay, and the rest of you will follow Brother E." Then he immediately opened the car door with Wei Sanpao and others and rushed into the alley. At this time, 2 men and 1 woman were arguing in the den of human traffickers. "Boss, even if we want to escape, we should take 1 or 2 kids with us. Otherwise, it will be a big loss. Yeah, Luwu, we spent so much effort on these kids, it would be a pity to lose them. Besides, the fair-skinned girl has been reserved by Boss Li from Haicheng, and she is worth 800 yuan. Money, money, money. You only know money, you always think about money. I told you that Lei Zi has been arrested. If you don't want to go to jail, run away immediately." "Boss, even if Lei Zi is arrested, the police can't ask anything for a while. And the kid also knows the principle of confessing and serving a life sentence. Maybe he will come out if he resists. The police should not be able to find this place for the time being. Humph, it's better to be safe than sorry. You have to think clearly with our crimes. Once we are caught, it will be at least 10 years, and we may even have to eat peanuts." Now, the remaining men and women also showed expressions of fear. You have to know that the crackdown has just ended. There are many gangsters who have been suppressed by the government in recent years. If they are really caught, it is not impossible to be sentenced to death. Huang Sainer, listen to your brother-in-law. There are children all over the street. We don't need to put ourselves in trouble for these few. It's not worth it. Well, what should we do with those children? Let them go, or... At this point, Huang Sainer made a gesture of wiping his neck. Luwu thought for a while and said, "Murder and child trafficking are different in nature, and the intensity of the police's investigation is also different. There is no need to care about the children. Just lock them up here and let them fend for themselves. Okay, let's go quickly." However, just when these traffickers packed their luggage and prepared to flee, the closed courtyard door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and then 5 or 6 young men rushed in. Lu Wu saw the iron tower like Wei Sanpao in the lead and recognized that these people were the ones who took Lei Zi away. He immediately said inwardly that it was not good. This guy was also very cunning. He did not alert Huang Sainer and his mistress Lin Yan, who were standing beside him. Instead, he turned around and ran and climbed up to the roof in just a few steps using the ladder in the corner. Finally, this guy also pulled away the ladder, not only cutting off the escape route of the other 2 human traffickers, but also cutting off the hope of Li Yi and others to pursue him. After seeing this guy throw the ladder onto the roof, he disappeared from everyone's sight after a few ups and downs. Li didn't expect that this bastard could still escape under such circumstances, and he almost exploded immediately, but he also knew that these human traffickers were cunning and hungry wolves, and it was reasonable for him to prepare an extra way out. He was not a professional policeman, so it was reasonable for the other party to escape. Besides, this time they came to catch people, but the most important thing was to save people. Seeing that Wei Sanpao and others were about to go out to chase the guy who escaped after subduing the remaining 2 criminals, Li immediately said, "No need to chase. Saving people is important." After tying up the 2 human traffickers, several people immediately rushed to several houses. However, what they didn't expect was that they searched the entire yard and didn't find the kidnapped children. Li Yi immediately thought of some bad results. With red eyes, he came to the male trafficker with a face full of flesh, grabbed his collar, and shouted, "Where are the children? Where did you hide them?" Although Huang Sainer was scared to death, he knew that as long as the children were found, their crimes would be confirmed, and then they would really have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. He immediately said with courage, "I don't know what you were talking about. Let us go quickly." However, he was answered by a heavy iron fist, which hit Huang Sainer's nose, causing blood to spurt out, his nose to be crooked, and several back teeth to fall out. "Tell me, where are the children hidden?" Li asked again. "I don't know." Pa! Another heavy punch, which made Huang Sainer deaf, tinnitus, and confused. Seeing Li Yi's fist raised again, Huang Sainer immediately became timid and said in fear, "Don't fight in the cellar." Bang! Before Huang Sainer finished speaking, Li Yi's fist fell again, hitting the guy's eye sockets and eyebrows directly. Just one punch made the guy's eye sockets crack, and his black eyes burst out, as if a colorful silk shop was opened, with red, black, and purple all blooming. "Brother, I've said it all. This punch is just because I don't like you. If you don't accept it, I'll give you 2 more punches. I accept it. I dare not disobey." Afterwards, under the guidance of the traffickers, Li Yi and others finally found the entrance to the cellar under the water tank, and then jumped into the cellar. The cellar was cold and dark, with a musty and rotten smell. With the help of the light coming in from the narrow entrance of the cellar, Li Yi could see the scene in the cellar clearly. The cellar was not big, only about 5 or 6 square meters in total. There was a half sack of potatoes with sprouts next to the entrance of the cellar, and a large straw mat was laid deep inside. On the straw mat, several small figures were curled up, and they were the kidnapped children. The clothes these children were wearing were very shabby and looked very thin. They must have been very cold in this cold cellar. The children were covered in dust and had a lot of dirt marks on their bodies. Looking at their skinny appearance, they were obviously a little malnourished. Seeing that all the children were lying motionless on the broken straw mat, and even their shouts just now did not respond, Li Yi's heart was immediately tightened. Could it be that these villains had already killed the children? At that moment, Li could not care so much and rushed up directly, reaching out to feel the breath of several children. Fortunately, they are breathing. Presumably, the traffickers were afraid that the children would cry, so they gave them sleeping pills or something like that. Looking at the poor children in front of him, Li couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and he couldn't help but think of his own daughter. In his previous life, his daughter was also abducted by these traffickers and must have been thrown into this dark cellar, hungry, cold, surrounded by fear and cold. Fortunately, the tragedy of the previous life has changed because of his rebirth, but the heart-wrenching memory of the previous life still hurts his heart. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but want to hold all these poor children in his arms, even if he could only give them a little spiritual comfort. "Old third, hurry up and hold all these children up. Be careful. Don't hurt them." Hearing Li Yi's words, Wei Sanpao responded immediately. Then he glanced back at Huang Sainer, whose eyes were rolling around, and Wei Sanpao was immediately furious. Before everyone could react, he grabbed a brick from the ground and smashed it hard on the guy's head. Suddenly, after a scream, Huang Sainer's head was directly split open, and blood flowed out. If it weren't for the few people on the side holding him, Huang Sainer's fate might be even worse. Huang Sainer originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but after being hit by Wei Sanpao, he immediately gave up this idea. They're all ruthless people. If they really see that I have the idea of escaping, they will break my dog legs. Besides, kidnapping a child is not a big deal. Even if you are caught, you will be sentenced to 3 to 5 years, and you can come out. There is no need to give these guys an excuse to beat people. Although Li Yi was in the cellar, he also knew what happened upstairs, but he did not stop it. In his opinion, these dogs were beaten too lightly. Look at what they did. It can be said that they have no humanity at all. He picked up a child and came to the handover port, ready to hand the person up. With the light coming in from the cellar, Li saw that the little girl in his arms was pretty. This must be the child that the traffickers had discussed before and wanted to sell to that Haiching boss Li. Looking at the little girl, she really looked like his own daughter, and Li Yi's heart couldn't help but tremble again. Several people worked together to take the 6 children out of the cellar one by one, and then settled them in the main house. Then Li walked towards the 2 traffickers squatting in the corner, with a sharp light in his eyes. is the one who ran away called Lu Wu? Lin Yan looked indignant and said, "You're not a cop. Why do you care so much?" Li didn't say anything, smiled and nodded, then shook his hand and slapped Lin Yan in the face. Lin Yan screamed and fell backwards. When she raised her head again, there was an obvious slap mark on her face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The woman trafficker was obviously stunned by Li Yi's slap, and his eyes were full of fear. "Tell me, is the guy who ran away called Lu Wu?" Li Yi asked coldly. Yes. Where is he from?" "He said he was from Shansheng, but we rarely heard him talk about his family situation, and we don't know whether it is true or not. Do you have any other place to stay in the city?" "No, really no." Just when Li Yi was about to continue asking, the sound of sirens suddenly sounded outside the small courtyard. It was obvious that the police were coming. After hearing the sound of the police car, the two human traffickers looked ashen, and they knew that they were going to jail. "Old Third, go open the door and take the police comrade in." "Yes." After that, Wei Sanpao quickly came to the gate of the yard and opened the gate. Then he saw two side-fighting tricycles, each with two policemen sitting on it, and behind the tricycle was an old 212. The brother who went to call the police was sitting on a blue and white three-wheeled motorcycle with a righteous look on his face, and he seemed to enjoy this feeling. It's not that I haven't ridden this three-wheeled motorcycle before, but in the past, I was called into the police station for a talk when I rode a motorcycle. It's different now, brothers. We are doing this for justice. Of course, Li Yi also saw these olive-green policemen, and he immediately felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Compared to the navy blue police uniforms of 30 years later, this olive green is really nostalgic. At this time, a middle-aged policeman wearing a police hat looked at Wei Sanpao, standing at the door with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "Did you ask someone to call the police? Where is the child? And where is the suspect?" It was the first time that Wei Sanpao faced the police with the image of being brave and righteous. But Li Yi stepped forward to break the situation for Wei Sanpao. "Hello, comrade. My name is Li Yi, a worker in the meat processing plant. The children are in the room. It is estimated that the traffickers gave them sleeping pills, but they are all fine. There are 4 traffickers in total. One of them was locked in the car by me, 2 were controlled in the yard, and 1 ran away. We didn't chase him." The policeman looked Li Yi up and down, obviously not expecting that these little gangsters would have the ideological awareness of being brave and righteous. "You did a great job. Please come back and record your statement with us." "Thank you." After saying this, the police turned to his colleagues behind him and said, "Take the suspects and the children away. Reorganize." Afterwards, Li Yi and others watched the 3 traffickers being put on silver bracelets, and the children were taken away by the 120 ambulance that arrived later. Only then did they feel relieved. Municipal Public Security Bureau, Criminal Police Brigade. After more than an hour of struggling, Li Yi and others finally finished recording their statements. Because they were brave and saved 6 young children and helped the police solve a lot of problems, the police in the police station were very polite to them, knowing that they not only stole the car in the factory to save people, but also had not eaten until now. Li Wenshan, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, not only had someone serve them hot noodles, but also had someone issue a statement of the situation, saying that someone would have someone stamp the statement and send it to the meat processing factory tomorrow. After the matter was explained clearly and they had enough food and drink, Li Yi and others were allowed to leave. Li was about to leave when he saw Captain Li coming over in a hurry and said to them, "Wait a minute, comrade, is there anything else? I have good news for you. It has just been confirmed that one of the traffickers you brought here today is a Class A wanted criminal, and his identity has been confirmed. Class A wanted criminal. Well, that guy is suspected of robbery and murder. You have done a great job. In addition, according to the regulations, you are directly arresting criminal suspects and will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan. And you rescued 6 kidnapped children this time. Your strength also determines that you will be rewarded at your discretion. I will apply for the bonus for you as soon as possible and send it to you. Captain Li, I want to ask what to do with the guy who escaped." Compared to the bonus, Li cares more about the whereabouts of the escaped trafficker. "Don't worry about that. That guy is also a Class A wanted criminal. We have dispatched a large number of police officers to conduct a citywide search. We are also squatting on railways, highways, and other traffic points. We will never let that bastard escape. If you have any news, I hope you can notify us. Okay. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the meat processing plant, and the street lights in the factory area were already on. At this time, Wei Sampao and others were still in a daze. What happened today was too exciting for them, even a little magical. Before this, they were still a group of street urchins that everyone kept a distance from, but in a blink of an eye, they became heroes who acted bravely for justice. The speed of their identity change was astonishing. Secondly, there was the bonus of 1,000 yuan. That was 1,000 yuan, which was equivalent to their salary for most of half a year. Even if it was divided equally among people, it would be more than 100 yuan, which was equivalent to a little more than their monthly salary. What shocked them even more was Li Yi's ability to strategize in this matter. From designing to arrest people to interrogating the traffickers and finally stealing a car to save people, as well as his clear and orderly statement of the incident at the police station, which completely overturned their image of being lazy and unmotivated. Especially when interrogating the trafficker in the slaughterhouse. Li Yi's coldness from the inside out really scared these young people. When they were about to reach the factory, Wei Sampao suddenly asked, "Brother E, is there really a reward of 1,000 yuan? They are not deceiving us, brothers." Li Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry. The rewards for wanted criminals like this are all paid by the state, and they will not lie once they are announced. That's 1,000 yuan. We're rich." Li Yi slapped Wei Sampao on the back of his head and said unhappily, 1,000 yuan makes you so excited. Can't you be a little more promising? Brother E, you know that our factory we haven't received salary for 3 months, and we are poorer than our faces. Yeah, that's true. Follow me, and I will make a lot of money. Then Li Yi said again, today's work is thanks to you guys. Otherwise, I might not be able to deal with these traffickers alone. So you can share the bonus when it comes. I don't want it. How can that be? We did it together. What's the matter if we take the bonus alone? How can we continue to work in this meat processing factory after it gets out? Wei Sampao objected immediately. The objection is invalid. Wei Wei was not abducted by human traffickers today. I am very satisfied, really. As for money, I don't care. That won't work either. Okay, Lao Sam, let's not talk about it. I have to go back first. Your sister-in-law must be worried. Brother E. As he was talking, the car had arrived at the door of the duty room in the factory area. As soon as it stopped, Li saw Xiaowu wandering at the door of the duty room. At this time, Xiaowu looked worried, but Wei Wei was nowhere to be seen by his side. Li Yi's heart suddenly sank. Could something have happened to his daughter again? Thinking of this, Li Yi immediately stepped on the brake of 212. Wei Sampao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had not reacted yet and crashed into the front window. Brother E, slow down. Li Yi had already come to Xiaowu at this time and asked in a low voice, Xiaowu, where is Wei Wei? Xiaowu saw Li Yi's face and knew that he had misunderstood and immediately explained. Brother E, don't worry, it was my sister-in-law who took Wei Wei away. Li Yi was relieved when he heard this. It was good that his daughter was fine. If something happened again, he would really collapse. But then, Xiaowu spoke again. Brother E, I think my sister-in-law's face is a little bit wrong. You should go back and take a look. Li Yi's face changed again when he heard this. His wife Su Qingnan didn't know that her daughter was targeted by human traffickers. She must have thought that he went out to drink and gamble again. In addition, his family was worried about his affairs. This misunderstanding was a big one. Thinking of this, Li hurriedly got in the car, drove the car to the designated location, threw the car keys to Wei Sampao, and then ran home. Wei Sampao saw Li Yi's hurried back and shouted loudly, Brother E, after all, we have been heroes who are brave and righteous. Why don't we stay and celebrate? Li Yi can't wait to see his wife, Su Qingnan now. His past and present lives spanned decades of time and 2 different time and space. Li would wake up in the middle of the night countless nights, Thinking of the previous things, he was full of guilt. How could he have the mood to drink? No, you celebrate. Remember to share the 1,000 yuan bonus with the brothers later. I don't want it. As he spoke, Li Yi's figure quickly disappeared at the corner of the street. Wei Sanpao and others looked at the direction where Li Yi left, and they felt touched. That was 1,000 yuan. And he just said no? What a righteous man. It wasn't long before Li Yi returned to his home. Li Yi quietly opened the door and heard a faint sound of crying. After listening carefully, he found that it came from the bedroom. Li Yi sighed and immediately understood what was going on. He guessed correctly. Su Qingnan must have misunderstood him. However, Li Yi did not open the bedroom door and walked in. Instead, he sat on a small wooden bench, looking at the furnishings in the living room. He couldn't help but sigh a little more. For a moment, Li Yi really thought he was dreaming. Glancing at the half-pack of unsmoked cigarettes on the small square table, Li Yi took out one and held it in his mouth, but did not light it. Just holding the cigarette in his mouth, his thoughts flew away. Li Yi guessed correctly. Su Qingnan did misunderstand him. On the way home from get-off work, Su Qingnan happened to pass by the small shop in the duty room of the factory area. When she passed by there, she saw her daughter. Logically speaking, my daughter should have gone home by now. Why did she appear in the store? And next to my daughter, there was a guy who looked like a gangster. They were all from the same factory area, so Su Qingnan had naturally seen Xiaowu, but he didn't know his name. However, the people around Li Yi were either street urchins or gangsters, and there were no good people around him. So Su Qingnan immediately stepped forward, pulled his daughter to his side, and then asked Xiaowu where Li Yi had gone. Xiaowu obviously didn't expect that Li Yi's wife Su Qingnan would appear here. Originally, he wanted to make up an excuse, saying that Li Yi went to drink or something like that, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided to tell the truth. So Xiaowu told how Li Yi met Li Yue, and found that a human trafficker had targeted Li Yue, took people to take down the human trafficker, and then followed the clues to find the human trafficker's base camp. However, what he didn't know was that if he said that Li Yi went to drink and gamble, Su Qingnan would believe it more or less. As for catching human traffickers to save people, Su Qingnan would never believe it. No one knows better than Su Qingnan what kind of character her husband is. Her parents-in-law have only one son. They are afraid that he will melt if they hold him in their mouths, and they are afraid that he will fall if they hold him in their hands. Therefore, he has developed a selfish and self-centered character. If he is said to be stealing and fighting, he should be able to escape, but if he is said to be brave and righteous, forget it. So after listening to Xiaowu's explanation, Su Qingnan's first reaction was that Li Yi must have gone somewhere to drink and gamble again. Then he thought his daughter was in the way, so he handed her over to this little gangster. Based on her understanding of Li Yi, this kind of thing is really normal. It has happened several times before, and she has said it several times, but it doesn't work. But what really makes Su Qingnan angry is not this matter. Li Yi and she can be regarded as growing up together. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. Although she does not support Li Yi's drinking and gambling, she is not unacceptable. The only thing that Su Qingnan couldn't accept was that even if you were going out to play, you couldn't take your child lightly. There are so many kidnappers these days. What if your daughter was kidnapped? In addition, you should go out to play just to play. Don't team up with others to deceive yourself. Su Qingnan knew that there was no need to get too entangled with a gangster, so she took her daughter home in anger. After returning home, thinking about the years since she married Li Yi, she watched him degenerate step by step, and the whole family was ruined by him. The family had no food to eat, and even the daughter's tuition had to be in arrears with the school, and she hadn't bought a new piece of clothing for several years. More importantly, because of the matter with Lu Degu, Li Yi is still under punishment, and the factory is going to expel him. Once he is expelled, how can this family live? Thinking of this, Su Qingnan felt more and more wronged. After coaxing her daughter to sleep, she couldn't help sobbing secretly. Sitting in the living room, holding a cigarette, Li stood up after hearing the crying in the bedroom slowly subside. Putting the cigarette back into the cigarette box, he came to the door of the bedroom. Pushing the door of the bedroom gently, Li Yi saw his wife, who was about to leave the bedroom. Seeing this pretty face with red eyes and tears on her cheeks, Li Yi was filled with mixed feelings. 30 years later, he had become a famous entrepreneur in Longhua. He had prayed to God devoutly so many times that he could see his wife again. For this, Li Yi worked hard to make money, do charity, and accumulate virtue, thinking in his heart, even if he couldn't see his wife alive again, it would be worth seeing her on the road to the underworld. But when his dream came true, he didn't know how to face this woman who made him feel guilty for 2 lifetimes. At this time, Su Qingnan didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. Seeing his dirty appearance, he couldn't help but get angry. As the mainstay of the family, it's okay that she doesn't work seriously. She spends all day drinking and gambling, and now she's as decadent as a homeless person on the street. This makes her angry and furious. Sister, don't call me sister. Look at how you look now. Aren't you ashamed? At this time, Su Qingnan's anger and grievances that had accumulated for several years completely broke out. He stared at Li Yi's face and vented his dissatisfaction loudly. Li Yi, my parents and I don't expect you to be very successful. We don't want to be rich. We just hope that you can be a down-to-earth person. But your performance is really disappointing. We start work at 8 o'clock in the factory, but you don't arrive until 10 o'clock. We get off work at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but you disappear at 2 or 3 o'clock. You can't even finish 4 days of work in a week. It's okay to be unmotivated at work, but you are getting worse and worse in life. Wei Wei is 4 years old this year. How many days have you taken care of her? You only know how to drink and gamble every day. How many times have you taken your salary home? Is this home mine alone? As he spoke, Su Qingnan's tears flowed from his eyes again, dripping drop by drop on the cold floor tiles. There were several times before when Li Yi lost all his money and even took the money that Su Qingnan used to subsidize the family expenses and continued to gamble. Su Qingnan had no other choice but to borrow money from Li Yi's parents, and only then did he get through the most difficult days. Li Yi pursed his lips tightly, looked at his wife with a sad face, and finally couldn't help it, stretched out his hand, and hugged his wife tightly in his arms. Su Qingnan obviously didn't expect that Li Yi would suddenly make such a move, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and the sound of venting suddenly stopped. Before Su Qingnan could react, Li Yi had already let go of his hand, and then turned around and left the bedroom silently. Looking at Li Yi's back as he left, Su Qingnan felt that Li Yi in front of him seemed a little different from before. It's quiet at night, in the Tongzi Tower. After confirming that both Su Qingnan and his daughter were asleep, Li Yi got up quietly, and then came to the dining table with paper and pen in his hand. Of course, the paper and pen were left by Li Yi's mother. As an accountant of the Supply and Marketing Society, these are necessary. Spreading the paper on the table, Li Yi's eyes slowly became firm. The daughter's matter has come to an end, but this is just the beginning. Since God has given me such a good opportunity, I must cherish it. After thinking for a while with a pen in his hand, Li Yi began to write furiously on this piece of paper. 10 minutes later, looking at the small list in front of him, Li Yi closed the pen cap and picked up the paper. This list will be Li Yi's plan for this period of time. The list above is very simple. Article 1. Become a good husband and father from today on, and win your wife's forgiveness. Article 2. Seek justice for yourself, vent your anger, and severely punish Lu Tongfu and his son. Article 3. Keep exercising and urge your father to quit smoking. Article 4. You must earn a sum of money within a month to improve your family life. Article 5. Within 3 years, achieve financial freedom and let people around you live a better life. Article 6. Help sister-in-law Su Qingyao get admitted to a key university. Slowly putting down the paper in his hand, Li looked out the window at the extremely silent night and took a deep breath of fresh air. In the hot weather of June, there is a sweltering heat in the air, and even the chirping of cicadas makes people a little irritated. However, he lowered his head and looked at the white, starched waistcoat on his body and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although the days were difficult at the moment, his inner world was happy. The glory and wealth in his previous life were fleeting, And in retrospect, except for the time when he went deep into the mountains to do charity, which gave his empty soul some solace, most of the time he just wanted to keep himself closed. Every time I think about it, it seems that the only truly happy days in my previous life were those years when I worked in a meat factory, if not for anything else, just because Su Qingnan has been by his side these past few years. Fortunately, he is back now, and it's not too late. Everything can be undone. Thinking of everything he had with his wife, Li Yi vowed to be a good husband, father and son from now on, and to become their pride. However, before changing his image, there is still a more important matter that needs to be dealt with, which is to punish the factory director Lu Tongfu and his playboy son Lu Daong. Unless this pair of jackals and his son are eliminated, Li Yi will have to keep his eyes open even if he sleeps at night, and it will be difficult to sleep and eat well. It can be said that the Lu family and his son caused Li Yi misery in his previous life. All the tragedies in his previous life began with the conflict with Lu Daong. As a key state-owned enterprise in the province, the meat factory is also full of factions, and the phenomenon of bullying is very common. Among all the factions, factory director Lu Tongfu is undoubtedly the most powerful. This Lu Tongfu is also a capable man. He used to be the director of a provincial fertilizer factory and finally abolished the largest fertilizer factory in that province. However, nothing happened to this guy. Instead of being held accountable, he was directly punished. I was transferred to the meat processing factory as the director, and my rank was raised one level. Do you think it's irritating or not? Lu Tongfu has a son named Lu Daong, who was also recruited into the factory after Lu Tongfu was transferred to the director of the meat factory. He currently holds the position of deputy chief of the finance department. Although he is a deputy section chief, Lu Daong has no cadre consciousness at all. This guy relies on the fact that his father is the director of the factory, and he is also the deputy section chief. He is known as an arrogant and domineering person in the factory, and he also does some bullying of men and women. If the previous Li Yi was a bastard, then this Lu Daong is simply a devil and the kind who should go to hell. Almost everyone in the meat factory kept a respectful distance from him for fear of getting angry. But not everyone is afraid of him, and Li Yi is one of them. Li Yi's character is the kind of bully who is not afraid of anything. Not to mention that Lu Daong's father is just a factory director. Even he is not afraid of the mayor. As long as the bully dares to bully him, he will fight back directly. Besides, Li Yi's father Li Fengyan was one of the first employees of the meat factory. Although he is only a workshop director now, he has high prestige in the factory. Even Lu Tongfu has to be polite to him. Therefore, although the two of them dislike each other, they have always been in harmony with each other and have been in peace. But just a few days ago, a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides, which directly broke this calm. At that time, Li went to gamble and drink as usual, but on the way back, he saw Lu Daong teasing his wife. That bitch ignored Su Qingnan's rejection and scolding and kept touching her. Li felt like his blood pressure soared every time he thought about that scene. How can you bear it when this happens? Just do it. Li Yi, who was a bloody man, naturally would not be a coward and rushed out to stop him. As a result, he clashed with Lu Daong and his henchmen, and the two sides fought together. Although Li Yi is tall and powerful and has enough fighting experience, he is ultimately weak, and the evil tiger cannot hold back a pack of wolves. After a scuffle, Li Yi was seriously injured by Lu Daong and his thugs. Of course, Lu Daong and others didn't end up well either. One had his arm broken, and the other's eyes were almost poked out. As for the dandy boy in the factory director's house, Li almost made him the last eunuch of Longhua. However, fighting was fun for a while, but what happened next was beyond Li Yi's expectations. This incident directly led to a great impact on the meat processing plant, and the Public Security Bureau sent people to investigate. After Lu Tongfu knew that it was his son who started it, although he suppressed the matter on the surface, he soon prepared to fire Li Yi on the grounds that Li Yi had repeatedly mined and participated in fights. Being fired from the factory because of fighting was like a bolt from the blue for the Li family. Although the meat processing plant is not as efficient as before, and it has not even paid wages for several months, it is still a state-owned unit after all, which is still an iron rice bowl in the eyes of many people. Besides, in this era, there are layoffs and unemployment everywhere. If you are really fired, where can you find a job with this punishment? There was no other way. Li Fengyan, the father who had been upright all his life, had to bend down and beg the factory director Lu Tongfu to let his son go. Although Lu Tongfu felt sorry for his son who was almost beaten into a disabled person, he wanted to put Li Yi to death. But thinking that Li Fengyan was at least the workshop director of the factory, he had a high prestige in the factory area, and he had the support of the deputy factory director Wei Qinggan behind him. It would not be good if he really offended him to death. After thinking it over and over again, he finally offered the conditions for reconciliation, but his conditions were too harsh. Not only did he want Li Yi to take the initiative to apologize to Lu Daong, but he also had to pay 500 yuan for medical expenses. But Li Yi was a scoundrel who didn't care about being at a disadvantage. He thought he was right in this matter. How could he apologize to the gangster when his wife was bullied? Therefore, he was unwilling to apologize. Moreover, the compensation of 500 yuan was indeed beyond the Li family's ability to bear. Now the 4 members of the Li family only earn less than 400 yuan a month. The family needs to save for more than a month without eating or drinking to save 500 yuan. In addition, the family has been almost penniless due to his corruption in the past few years, and the factory has not paid wages for several consecutive months. Where can they find the 500 yuan? In his previous life, Li Yi was eventually fired by the factory, and his wife Su Qingnan was also implicated. She was forced to be laid off in the restructuring of the meat processing factory soon after. This incident even became the fuse for a series of tragedies, such as the disappearance of his daughter, Su Qingnan's suicide, and his parents breaking off relations with him. At present, Lu Tongfu and his son are staring at him like jackals. If he wants to reform himself and start over, he must first get rid of this pair of jackals. Not only do he need to seek justice for himself and his wife, but he also needs to completely eliminate external threats. But Li Yi was at a loss as to how to solve this problem. Standing at the window, the cigarette but in his hand flickered, and Li Yi's face was also wrinkled. Reading in his mind, Li Yi quickly calculated all the favorable and unfavorable conditions, trying to find the best way to solve this matter. There are 2 ways to solve the current dilemma. The first way is relatively simple. That is, to agree to Lu Tongfu's conditions, apologize to Lu Daong, and take out 500 yuan in compensation. To put it bluntly, just admit your weakness. Besides, Li Yi also understood that Lu Tongfu really didn't care about the 500 yuan compensation. He just wanted an attitude. Of course, what people want is not Li Yi's attitude, but his father Li Fengyan's attitude. Although Lu Tongfu has been the head of the meat processing plant for several years, he has been threatened by Wei Sanpeio's father, Deputy Director Wei, and his father Li Fengyan has a good relationship with Deputy Director Wei, and often helps Deputy Director Wei to oppose Lu Tongfu at the factory meeting. So, Lu Tongfu is openly venting his anger for his son this time, but everyone knows that he is hitting Li Fengyan. As long as his father admitted his mistake, the matter would be lightly exposed. But this method only appeared in Li Yi's mind for a moment, and he gave up directly. First of all, Li Yi would never admit his mistakes to such a scumbag. Otherwise, how would the people around him look at him? How would his wife and daughter look at him? As a husband, seeing his wife being bullied, he rushed up to fight, and in turn had to admit his mistakes to others? Li Yi couldn't do this kind of thing. Secondly, the family really couldn't take out 500 yuan. Then the only thing left was the second method. Since the problem itself can't be solved, then solve the person who raised the problem. This is the same as a certain car brand. After the accident, regardless of the problem of the product itself, the person who raised the problem will be solved first. At present, as long as Lu Tongfu and his son are solved, he can get rid of the current predicament. And in Li Yi's view, solving Lu Tongfu and his son is easier. As a reborn person, Li Yi's greatest asset is foresight. He knew that Lu Tongfu's fate in his previous life was not very good, and even very miserable. In the previous life, 5 years after he was fired, Lu Tongfu, who had retired to the second line at that time, was arrested for corruption/bribery and embezzlement of state property. The director of the meat processing plant was actually not a big official, but the amount of corruption by Lu Tongfu reached nearly 8 million. Although it is the 13th year of reform and opening up, there are not many people who can take out 10,000 yuan in cash at home. 10,000 yuan is already considered a 10,000 yuan household, which is considered a real rich person. In this era, when a 10,000 yuan household can cause a sensation, what is the concept of 8 million? Let's convert it and take the most people's clothing, food, housing, and behavior as an example. In terms of food, taking the most common pork as an example, in 1991, the retail price of pork per caddy was about 1.50 yuan, and now the national average is about 15 yuan, which has increased 10 times. In this way, 10,000 yuan is roughly equivalent to 100,000 yuan in 30 years. Let's take rice as an example. The current rice price in the market is about 50 cents per pound. Any kind of rice in the supermarket now costs more than 3 yuan per pound, not to mention the coarse grain products whose prices have been rising. In general, in terms of food, the current 10,000 yuan has the purchasing power equivalent to 100,000 yuan in the future. With this calculation, the 8 million yuan Lu Tongfu embezzled is equivalent to 80 million yuan in 30 years, which is enough to shoot Lu Tongfu 80 times. As far as Li knows, after investigation by relevant departments, Lu Tongfu sold many state-owned properties to individuals at low prices during his 5 or 6 years as the director of the meat processing plant, causing hundreds of millions of yuan in losses to the country. Of course, justice may be late, but it will not be absent after all. There will not be too few people involved in such things. As long as one person gets into trouble, the matter will be exposed. It's just that there is another hidden reason why Lu Tongfu, the corrupt official, was arrested, and Li happened to know some inside information about this matter. Since his father Li Fengyan was the workshop director of the meat processing plant, after Lu Tongfu was arrested, the relevant department specifically asked these old employees to assist in the investigation of Lu Tongfu's actions in the meat processing plant. For this reason, Li Fengyan was summoned many times and even appeared in court to testify. Because of this, Li also knew how Lu Tongfu was arrested. Coincidentally, the reason why Lu Tongfu's corruption was exposed was because of a thief. This thief was originally a habitual criminal in the city, and he caught a big fish during a theft. Originally, this guy just planned to find an uninhabited house to get some small items to pay back the money, but he didn't expect that when he pried open the door, he was stunned. In the meantime, the room was full of neatly stacked money, all in 100 yuan bills. Seeing so much money, the thief was stunned at the time, with surprise, but more of fear. People with such a fortune are simply existences that he can't afford to offend. But in the end, the thief couldn't help his greed and took away hundreds of thousands of yuan, and also took away an account book. This account book was left by Lu Tongfu. It was full of evidence of corruption and bribery. He planned to use this account book to save his life if anyone came to trouble him. What the thief didn't expect was that nothing happened after he was so frightened for several days. After he was relieved, this guy spent the hundreds of thousands of dollars he stole and started a life of luxury. But the good times didn't last long. This guy was arrested for a previous case, and he was arrested before he spent much of the hundreds of thousands of dollars. After being arrested, in order to mitigate his crime, the thief directly reported the matter to the relevant departments as a clue of meritorious service. Because there were hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, the Public Security Department naturally did not dare to neglect it and immediately sent people to investigate the matter. So, Lu Tongfu, the big rat, was caught. The ending was naturally very satisfying. Lu Tongfu became a typical example of small officials with big corruption in Jiangnan province because of the various crimes he committed. He was severely cracked down and was eventually sentenced to death. And Lu Daong was also taken to the execution ground because of his many evil deeds, and the father and son went to the underworld together. Although the incident happened a few years later, Lu Tongfu had been the director of the meat processing plant for several years, and Li was also clear about the situation in the factory over the years. If Lu Tongfu didn't reach out to the factory, Li would not believe anything he said. The most urgent task now is to find the house where Lu Tongfu hid the stolen money. Li knew the name of the community where Lu Tongfu hid the money, but he didn't know the specific building and the unit and floor. This needed to be investigated. As long as there was solid evidence, Lu Tongfu would be doomed. As for Lu Daong, once he lost Lu Tongfu's protection, he would be nothing. With what he had done over the years, if Lu Tongfu hadn't been there to clean up his mess, he would have been shot 10 times. It just so happened that his work was also suspended these few days, which gave him enough time to investigate this matter. So Li decided to squat in the community where Lu Tongfu hid the money from tomorrow, guarding the wooden stakes without worrying about no stupid rabbits coming to the door. Early the next morning, in the conference hall of the office building of Jiangnan Provincial Meat Factory, Factory Director Lu Tongfu looked at all the subordinates present with a very embarrassed look on his face. His small eyes were shining with a penetrating light like a poisonous snake, as if he wanted to choose people to devour. However, the staff and cadres in the conference room have long been accustomed to the factory director's stinky face. Every time there is a meeting, Factory Director Lu will put on this bad face to show his authority as the factory director. What's more, the tone of today's meeting has been set. When receiving the notice, everyone knew that today was going to be a criticism meeting. Although no one knew exactly what happened to make Factory Director Lu so angry, it did not prevent everyone from knowing the fact that someone was going to be unlucky today. In fact, what everyone doesn't know is that the real reason why Lu Tongfu was so angry was that his authority was challenged. He drank too much yesterday afternoon, so he didn't go home to rest. He spent the whole night in the lounge in the office. But when I woke up this morning, I was told that someone drove the 211 out of the factory yesterday. After learning about this, Lu Tongfu suddenly became furious. Who doesn't know that the 212 in the factory is Lu Tongfu's exclusive car? He is usually reluctant to drive it, but that bastard dares to drive it out privately. What's more important is that that thing really consumes fuel. It can't go down without 20 or 30 fuel per 100 kilometers. That's all money. Out of anger, Lu Tongfu immediately ordered someone to investigate the matter. He wouldn't know if he didn't check, and once he checked, he almost exploded on the spot. It turned out that the person who stole his 212 was the son of Deputy Factory Director Wei, and the guy secretly stole the key and drove away. This made Lu Tongfu break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, that little brat didn't cause any trouble. If he had hit someone or hit another car, the factory would be the one to bear the responsibility in the end. But then Lu Tongfu laughed. Although this incident made him angry, it also gave him a handle against Deputy Director Wei, and he could use this incident to give Wei Kong'an a beating. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and the meat factory is no exception. Although the meat factory is just an enterprise, the power struggle inside is no less than that in the officialdom. Basically, the factory is divided into two factions. One is headed by Factory Director Lu Tongfu, and the other is headed by Deputy Director Wei Kong'an. The two sides have been in constant conflict and are on the same page. Now that Lu Tongfu has seized such an opportunity, he must take advantage of it. Therefore, Lu Tongfu immediately asked people to notify the heads of all departments and workshops to hold a meeting. He wanted to deal with this matter seriously. Soon, all the department heads arrived. After everyone was seated, Lu Tongfu said in a low voice, "Comrades, I am very sad. Something very bad happened in our meat factory yesterday. I didn't expect that there would be such a person among our employees. The existence of such people is simply smearing the style of our factory. I have decided that this matter must be dealt with seriously." Lu Tongfu came up and said this, and everyone looked confused. "Laoli, what happened? Why is the factory director angry?" "I don't know, but it sounds serious. I heard that the Public Security Bureau arrested several wanted criminals yesterday. Could it be related to the factory? Old Zhang? Do you know what's going on?" "I don't know either." For a while, everyone was whispering among themselves and talking about various speculations. The entire conference room was like a vegetable market with constant noise. Wei Kong'an, who was sitting in the front row, felt something was wrong. When Lu Tongfu said those words just now, he was clearly looking at himself. In other words, the criticism conference held by Lu Tongfu is probably related to himself. But I haven't done anything during this period of time, so I have no reason to be caught by the other party. At this time, Lu Tongfu coughed lightly, and the conference room suddenly became quiet. Lu Tongfu felt that the time was almost up and immediately said, "Last night, someone drove away the factory's distribution car without my permission. This problem is very serious. It is not only a matter of personal style, but also a matter of personal style. Serious violation of discipline. You have to know that not just anyone can drive a car. Let's not talk about the issue of whether it consumes gas or not. If that thing hits someone or a car on the road, who is responsible?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the factory director's car had been stolen away. No wonder Director Lu was so angry. It was his darling. At the same time, everyone is murmuring in their hearts. Who in this meat factory doesn't know that the 212 is Director Lu's favorite? Who is so bold as to dare to steal that car? At this time, Lu Tongfu's henchman Zhou Yunshan immediately said, "Director, this must be severely punished. Whoever is so bold is simply lawless." Lu Tongfu said with a smile, It's none other than Wei Jinghua, the son of our deputy factory director Wei." Buzz! There was a buzz in the conference room, and everyone suddenly realized that today's matter was not simple. Director Lu actually challenged Deputy Director Wei in public. This was a fight between gods. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, someone from Lu Tongfu's department shouted loudly, "I want to ask Deputy Director Wei, do you have anything to say about your son's behaviors?" Wei Kong'an's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this time. Although he expected that something was wrong today, he didn't expect it to be related to his son, and he didn't expect that the idiot could actually make such a big mess for him. The most important thing is that he didn't know about this matter at all. If he knew, he could make some arrangements and would never be as passive as he is now. Now there is no preparation, and it was directly exposed, which is too passive. "Director Lu, may I ask if this matter has been investigated clearly? Are you sure that my son stole the car?" Wei Kong'an asked immediately. "Of course it has been investigated clearly. Chiefly, tell Deputy Director Wei about what you saw yesterday," Lu Tongfu said lightly. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting below Lu Tongfu stood up and said, "Deputy Director Wei, at about 10 o'clock last night, I was patrolling with the comrades of the security department. Suddenly, I saw the director's car coming back from outside. I thought it was the director who came back, but I found that several young people got out of the car, and the leader was your son, Comrade Wei Jinghua. Are you sure it's my son?" "Yes, Comrade Wei Jinghua is still the deputy section chief of our security department. If I can't even recognize my deputy, then I might as well quit as section chief." Then Section Chief Li, "Didn't you ask them why they drove out, and whether they asked the leader in advance?" Wei Kong'an asked in a deep voice. "That's not the case, but I confirmed with Director Lu and several other directors today that Comrade Wei Jinghua didn't ask anyone for permission. He sneaked into the director's office and stole the car keys." Buzz! As soon as this was said, the whole conference room was in an uproar. Once the word steal came out, the nature of the matter changed completely. Once confirmed, the consequences would be very serious. Snapped! When Wei Kong'an heard Lu Tongfu's scoundrel talking about his son like this, he immediately became unhappy and stood up as soon as he slapped the table. "I, Wei Kong'an's son, am not such a person. I didn't investigate everything clearly, and you just went to the line. Why? Do you think I, Wei Kong'an, am easy to bully?" Hearing Wei Kong'an's words, Lu Tongfu's face revealed a somewhat mocking smile. "Deputy Director Wei, what? Are you trying to protect your son?" Then Lu Tongfu stared at Wei Kong'an and said coldly, "Everyone here knows very well what Wei Sanpao is. Do I need to say more? If this kind of behavior is not curbed, it may cause a bigger problem one day. Don't say anything. I must deal with this kind of employee seriously." And Lu Tongfu's lackeys immediately spoke out to help. "Director Lu is right. This matter must be severely punished. You steal needles when you are young, and you steal gold when you are old. If you don't punish him, you will be harming him. Yes, if he doesn't learn well at a young age, he must be expelled. People from Wei Kangan's group strongly refuted. This matter must be investigated thoroughly before making a decision. Is it appropriate to determine a young man's future based on the words of some people? That's right, this was put on the line right from the start, without even the person involved seeing it. It's simply ridiculous. We have watched Wei Jingwa grow up. How can we use the word steal? The two sides were quarreling with each other, and for a while, the conference room was comparable to a vegetable market. Everyone be quiet. After everyone calmed down, Lu Tongfu said in a deep voice, "The nature of this matter is extremely bad. We are now going to vote at the party committee. If you agree to expel Wei Jingwa, please raise your hands." Snapped. Wei Kangan slammed the table again and said angrily, "Lu Tongfu, don't bully others too much. You said my son stole a car when you said he stole it, and you fired him when you said you wanted to expel him. Do you know that my son can't drive at all? How could he drive that big guy out? I think this is retaliation and an abuse of power. Also, don't talk about what my son is like. Let's take a look at your son first. He bullies men and women, gets into fights, and why don't we get rid of him?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Tongfu suddenly trembled with anger. The evidence for this matter is conclusive and you can't deny it. I left my words here today. Wei Sampao must be fired. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't be able to discuss it. Wei Kangan was equally angry and furious. Although he didn't know why his son stole the 212, one thing he knew was that his son couldn't drive at all. Besides, even if the car is actually driven out of the factory, it won't be a big deal. After all, it has not caused any damage to the factory. A few words of verbal education or a written inspection will be enough. From the first moment, he was labeled as stealing and the person was fired. This was obviously Lu Tongfu, a piece of shit, retaliating against himself. In this way, the nature of the matter changes. If he endures it, not only will his son not be able to hold his head high and be a good man in the future, but he will also be able to hang out in the factory in the future. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "I think this matter is related to a young man's future. We must be cautious. It is better to let Wei Jingwa himself speak. In case there is something hidden here, we can't unjustly accuse a good person." Everyone looked up and saw that the person speaking was Li Fengyan, the owner of the second workshop, and they suddenly showed a look of understanding. Li Fengyan and Wei Kangan joined the factory in the same year and have worked together for 20 years. The two have a good relationship and can be regarded as Wei Kangan's diehard supporters. So, it's not surprising at all that he said this. When Lu Tongfu heard Li Fengyan's words, he immediately became furious. His son Lu Daong is still recovering from his injuries at home. This little bastard Li Yi is really too shady. When I saw Li Fengyan standing up to speak for Wei Kangan, I immediately became furious. Li Fengyan, your son and Wei Jingwa are really the same thing. How did you think about the conditions I asked you to consider? Are you going to compensate for my son's medical expenses? Or what? Why don't I just fire Li Yi and Wei Sampao together? When Li Fengyan and Wei Kangan heard this, they immediately felt upset in their chests. This Lu Tongfu was simply a mad dog, biting anyone he saw. If Li Yi and my son are to be expelled, your son Lu Daong will also be expelled. How can you be so shameless if you follow others in teasing women? Wei Kangan immediately said harshly. However, just when the atmosphere in the conference room was tense, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Tongfu frowned, being interrupted during the meeting, which made him very unhappy. However, Lu Tongfu still motioned to the loser next to him and asked him to open the door. The loser nodded, then quickly walked to the two-way door of the conference room and opened it. What came into view were several police officers wearing olive-green police uniforms, which made everyone stunned. Lu Tongfu and others were even more shocked. The 40-year-old policeman in the lead was Captain Yin of the Municipal Criminal Police Brigade. This man was a celebrity throughout Jiangnan province. How could he appear in the meat factory? Could something have happened? Thinking of this, Everyone, including Lu Tongfu's heart, skipped a beat, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Stepping into the room, the leading Captain Yin saluted first, and then said, "Hello, we are from the criminal police team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I am Captain Yin Qing." Lu Tongfu immediately stood up, greeted with a smile, and said, "Isn't this Captain Yin Qing? What brings you here?" Yin Qing looked at the smiling middle-aged man in front of him, frowned, and had no impression for a while. At this time, a policeman next to Yin Qing leaned over and whispered, "Captain, this person is the director of the meat processing plant, named Lu Tongfu." Yin Qing suddenly realized that it was because he had met too many people, and he really had no impression of the person in front of him. "Hello, Director Lu. We are here to find a few people this time," Captain Yin said straight to the point. "Whoever you are looking for, we will fully cooperate." Lu Tongfu immediately stated, "I wonder if Li Yi, Wei Sanpao, and others from your factory are here?" Li Yi, Wei Sanpao? Everyone, including Lu Tongfu, had an idea in their mind. That is, Li Yi and Wei Sanpao must have caused something again. Lu Tongfu's heart instantly rose with a bit of gloating. Unexpectedly, this time even God stood by him. Lu Tongfu. God knows what kind of trouble Li Yi and Wei Sanpao have caused again. And even Captain Yin of the Municipal Bureau has come. For Lu Tongfu, this is a great thing. It's just right to take advantage of this opportunity to severely suppress Wei Kangan, and maybe even kick Wei Kangan out of the position of deputy factory director. When he thought of this, Lu Tongfu was very excited. On the other hand, the faces of Wei Kangan, Li Fengyan, and others were getting worse and worse. Did his son really make a big mess? Otherwise, why did the people from the Municipal Bureau come here? "Hey, Captain Yin, have our two employees done anything wrong? Just tell me directly. I will definitely deal with it seriously when I find a chance." When Yin Qing heard this, his face suddenly became a little strange. He hadn't even said what the matter was, but the factory director started to guess. Also, from what he said, he was expecting these two people to make some mistakes. It seems that there is some grudge between them. However, these things are not something he can handle. Yin Qing turned around and took out a banner, and slowly unfolded it in the corridor. Suddenly, the four characters' heroic action appeared on it. "Pennant? Act bravely? What's going on? What are you doing?" At this time, Captain Yin said again, "Don't get me wrong. We are here to see Comrade Wei Jingua and Li Yi, and we only commend them for their heroic deeds yesterday." When Wei Kangan and Li Fengyan heard this, they were immediately confused. What's happening here? Act bravely? It would be nice if his son didn't stab Lu Zi. So how could he still have the consciousness to act bravely when he sees justice? But it seems that he did not cause any trouble. I have to find a chance to ask him what exactly he did. After all, Wei Kangan was an old man in the world. He was stunned for a moment before he recovered and immediately asked, "Hello, Captain Yin. I am Wei Kangan, the deputy director of the factory, and I am also the father of Wei Jingua. Could you please tell me what my son and Li Yi did? Could you please come in person?" Hearing this, Yin Qing immediately handed the banner to Wei Kangan and said with a smile, "Director Wei, right? You have given birth to a good son who is responsible and has a bright future." Then Yin Qing continued, "Yesterday, they not only stopped the traffickers from abducting children, but also followed the clues, found their lair, and killed all the traffickers. In addition, they rescued 6 abducted children. What a great achievement." When Wei Kangan heard the police's explanation, he realized that he and his son had gone to arrest human traffickers yesterday. But do those little bastards have such ability? You have to ask him carefully when you go back. Yin Qing continued, "In addition, one of the traffickers Li Yi and Wei Jingwa captured is a national A-level wanted criminal. The Ministry of Public Security has offered a reward of 1,000 yuan for his arrest. Since his identity has been confirmed, he has also applied for the reward. Come down! Hiss!" After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Red, not for the $1,000 bounty, but for that class A wanted criminal. In the eyes of most people, wanted criminals are heinous gangsters. Those young men not only came to the door themselves, but also caught them. Their courage was really boundless. None of them were injured, right? Compared with making meritorious service, Li Fengyan was more concerned about whether his son was injured, but he knew that his son's old injuries had not healed yet. That's not true, but because this matter has a great impact and involves a special person, some people want to meet these young people. Special person? Is he also the leader of the Public Security Bureau? But these are not important anymore. What is important is that Wei Jingwa not only did not cause trouble, but also did good things. This is enough. I'm really sorry to trouble you, comrade police. I'll have those bastards called over right now. Well, in addition, due to the emergency situation, in order to compete with the traffickers for time, they had no choice but to steal your factory's car when they rescued people yesterday. This is the situation statement issued by our criminal police team. I hope your factory will not pursue this matter. With that said, Yanqing handed a document stamped with a red seal to Wei Kong'an. When Wei Qinggan took the document, his hands were shaking. We have been arguing about this matter all morning. My son almost lost his job because of this matter. It turned out that those children were not stealing cars in the factory to show off, but were going to save people. Lu Tongfu, don't think about making fun of him anymore. At this time, Captain Yan's expression changed, and he said to Lu Tongfu, whose expression was already stiff, Director Lu, according to our understanding, the traffickers appeared near the Red Star Kindergarten, and their target was in the Red Star Kindergarten. Children. This kindergarten is also the employee kindergarten of your factory, and it falls within the safety jurisdiction of your factory. I don't know how you do security work. Human traffickers are just under your noses, and you don't even notice it. If it weren't for Li Yi, Wei Sanpao, and other comrades this time, I'm afraid you would be in big trouble. Listening to Yanqing's words, Lu Tongfu felt very aggrieved. However, he did not dare to refute, so he could only keep smiling and nodding in agreement. There is no way this Red Star Kindergarten is a kindergarten directly under the government, and it is within the jurisdiction of the meat factory. Because the meat factory is still owned by the state, the Red Star Kindergarten was naturally funded by the government. If there is a safety problem in the kindergarten, it is natural to go to their meat factory. The city also takes this matter very seriously. So, we ask you to strengthen the vigilance around the kindergarten. If you find someone with evil intentions, contact us immediately. Wei Qinggan and Li Fengyan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. This sentence is so right. Li Fengyan instantly thought of his granddaughter Li Yue. Fortunately, nothing happened to Wei Wei this time. Otherwise, how could he have the face to see Su Qingnan again? Originally, his son was so useless. If he lost his granddaughter again, it is unimaginable how hard Su Qingnan would be hit. What Li Fengyan didn't know was that the former Li Yi could indeed do such a thing. But Li Yi is very different now than before. Yanqing, seeing Lu Tongfu nodding his head repeatedly, couldn't he see that this factory director didn't even listen to what he said? Originally, his words were not meant for Lu Tongfu, but for other people in the factory. After all, the kindergarten was full of their children, and they must be given a warning. After saying these words, Yanqing was about to leave, but as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned to Lu Tongfu and said, The city greatly appreciates the actions of Li Yi, Wei Sanpao, and others, so I ask you to plan and publicize these brave employees in the factory. This matter must be implemented as soon as possible. That's all. You guys should plan carefully. I still have a case to go. After hearing these words, Lu Tongfu's face looked as ugly as if he had stepped on dog poop when he went out. Promote the heroic deeds of Wei Sanpao and Li Yi. This is simply asking Lu Tongfu to slap him in the face. Just because Wei Sanpao stole his car, he just wanted to hold a criticism meeting, but Li Yi injured his son again. These two matters were not resolved. So what kind of commendation did these two little bastards receive? Where can I go to explain this? Of course, Lu Tongfu didn't want to receive any commendation, but Yanqing's intention before leaving was very clear. This was the city's decision. Even if the other party is just pulling the flag, I don't dare to refuse. Even though I, the factory director, am one level higher than Yanqing, he is the captain of the powerful team, and I can't compare with others. At this time, Wei Qinggan's voice rang. Director Lu, Why are you looking so worried? There are heroes who act bravely in the factory. This is a good thing. This commendation should be held at the workers' meeting. The workers' meeting happens to be held once a month in the afternoon. How about that? Wei Kangan's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But to Lu Tongfu's ears, Wei Kangan was mocking himself. Lu Tongfu now understood what happened. The reason why Wei Sanpao stole his car was to catch those traffickers, and he returned the car intact, leaving Lu Tongfu with no way to find trouble. Moreover, the criminal police team also issued a statement on this matter. There is a reason for the incident. If I hold on to it, people will definitely say that I am petty. Therefore, although Lu Tongfu felt unhappy, he could only hold his nose and admit it. However, when he saw Li Fengyan behind Wei Kangan, an inexplicable sneer suddenly appeared on Lu Tongfu's lips. Lu Tongfu was secretly angry when he saw Li Fengyan and Wei Kangan working together to mock him like brothers wearing a pair of pants. Red? At the same time, he also mentally scolded the few scoundrels under him. What kind of thing was his mother doing? She didn't even investigate clearly before, just messing around with him. Now it's okay, you've been slapped in the face. But he won't let this matter go. Although he can't do anything about Wei Sanpao, he can't let Li Yi be so easy. Li Yi beat his son into the shape of a bear and almost made him the last eunuch of the Dragon Kingdom. He has not apologized yet. The evidence is conclusive, and he cannot deny this. Thinking of this, Lu Tongfu stared at Wei Kangan and said in a deep voice, Wei Kangan, let's forget about your son and let this matter end. But at the workers' meeting, I don't want to hear Li Yi's name. Why? Li Fengyan said angrily. Why do you ask me? Li Yi still owes my son an apology and medical expenses. We can't just forget about it. Hearing Lu Tongfu's shameless words, Wei Kangan immediately became angry. He has a very good relationship with Li Fengyan, so naturally he doesn't want the Li family to suffer in this regard. That's your son's fault. If your wife is teased, no one will tease her even with her stable tonnage. But as a man, he will never compromise when encountering such a thing. I support the little one on this point. Hearing Wei Kangan talk about his wife, Lu Tongfu felt a sting in his heart. His wife is indeed a bit helpless. She is 1.5 meters tall and weighs 180. She stands like a cube. I think back then I was a well-known handsome young man, and there were many people pursuing me. However, my mother-in-law had a good father who was the head of the government, so my good cabbage was eventually lost to that pig. Although 30 years have passed, Lu Tongfu feels panicked every time he thinks of this matter. What am I? Others are afraid of you, Lu Tongfu, but I, Wei Kangan, am not afraid of you. Look at what harm you have done to our factory in the past few years. If you weren't protected by someone above you, I would have pulled you down long ago. Well, Wei Kangan, you sincerely want to go against me, right? Let's have a good discussion today. A theory is a theory. Who is afraid of whom? Wei Kangan rolled up his sleeves and assumed a posture of never giving up, completely determined to fight Lu Tongfu to death. The conflict between the two has been going on for a long time, and now it seems that it has completely erupted. But everyone present did not dare to express their anger. When gods fight, it is better for mortals not to interfere casually, otherwise they will be killed or injured if they bump into each other. However, at this moment, Li Fengyan suddenly grabbed Wei Kangan and said, Old Wei, forget it. If you don't mention it, don't mention it. Don't get angry. When Wei Kangan heard Li Fengyan's words, he couldn't help but frown and said, Old Li, your character really should change. You are too cowardly. Lu Tongfu sneered and said, If you don't give up, go ahead. I'm really bad-tempered today. Before Wei Kangan could finish speaking, Li Fengyan pulled him away. Compared to Wei Kangan, Li Fengyan knew his family's situation better, and this was something that no one else could help with. Even if Wei Kangan's help allowed his son to keep his job this time, if that bastard didn't seek to improve himself, he would be fired in less than 2 days. After all, no matter where you work, those who fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days will not last long. The two of them walked out of the conference room and arrived at Wei Kangan's office within a few steps. As soon as he entered the door, Wei Kongin said angrily. I'm telling you, Lao Li, you are afraid of a bird. There is no good thing between Lu Tongfu and Lu Tongfu, and they have been ridiculed by others. Are you going to retreat? Li Funyin said with a grimace. You still need to be tough to make iron. Xiao Yi has such a careless character. If you can help him a few times, maybe he will be able to remember the loss. Thinking of Li Yi's style and reputation, Wei Kongin also frowned. Lao Li, I'm not talking about you. For a child as good as Xiao Yi to become like this, both of you are responsible. Then Wei Kinggan continued. There is also Xiaonan. Her responsibility is not small. It's none of Xiaonan's business. Before Li Funyin finished speaking, Wei Kinggan interrupted him. Why is it none of her business? She is Xiaoyi's daughter-in-law. You will take care of her before we get married. After we get married, she will naturally be the one to take charge. Take care of your daughter-in-law. Look at Xiaoyi. She is just doing nothing all day long and does not do her job properly. How can she, a wife, not take care of her? I know she is sincerely grateful to your old Li family for raising her and Yao Yao over the years, so she gives way to Xiaoyi and everything. But after getting married, it's not like before, where she had to force him to make progress. As for Xiaoyi now in this state, how can we support a family in the future? Li Fengyin sighed and said, I used to think that I would just have a son like this, and I would spoil him a little bit, but I didn't expect that this bastard is becoming more and more outrageous. Hey. Wei Kongin knew that the old brother was feeling uncomfortable, so he immediately said, let the past things go by the way. This time these gangsters did something personal. There will be a staff meeting in the afternoon. I will go home and tell you to cheer up. Country. Okay, go ahead and get busy. I have to go to the workshop. Speaking of Wei Kinggan, he hurried back home and pulled Wei Sampao up from the bed as soon as he entered the house. Wei Sampao was also confused by his father's anxious action. What was he going to do? Thinking that he drank until late at night yesterday and was absent from work today, he knew that he was doomed. Originally, he thought about whether he should repeat the trick and act crazy and stupid and leave the house immediately, but he never thought that he would be discovered by his father before he started the performance. What happened yesterday? How did you meet human traffickers? Don't think of any crooked thoughts. If you don't explain the matter clearly today, you will never leave the house in the future. Hearing this, Wei Sampao knew that he could not hide it, so he immediately told everything that happened yesterday. After listening to his son's story, Wei Kanghan was shocked. He didn't expect that the Red Star Kindergarten in the factory area was really targeted by human traffickers, and he didn't expect that the brat from the Li family was so alert. In addition, they arrested the traffickers, interrogated them temporarily, and rescued them in time. Each link had a detailed plan. Although one of the traffickers escaped in the end, the whole process was clear and decisive. As the planner and commander of the whole incident, the Li family's brat showed extraordinary ability and wisdom. Thinking of the staff meeting in the afternoon, Wei Kinggan thought for a while and said, just now, the people from the Municipal Bureau came to the factory and sent you a banner and bonus. The factory will hold a commendation meeting for you in the afternoon. Banner, bonus, commendation meeting, is this true? Wei Sampao asked excitedly. It's true, but that old guy Lu Tongfu doesn't allow me to mention Li Yi. Why? Brother Yi contributed the most to this matter. Why can't he mention it? Is it because Brother Yi beat up his bastard son? I'm going to argue with him. Just be quiet. I'll teach you a way that will definitely make Lu Tongfu lose both his wife and his army. Then Wei Kinggan gave his son some instructions. After making sure that Wei Sampao remembered everything, he said again, whether Xiaoyi can be exempted from punishment this time depends on your performance this afternoon. Do you understand? Dad, just watch it. Meat Processing Factory. Workers' Auditorium. This is where the meat processing factory holds large-scale events. It holds regular employee meetings, distributes welfare gifts, and holds art performances during festivals. Although the employee meeting did not start until 2 o'clock, Wei Sampao arrived just after 1 o'clock. As soon as he arrived at the door of the employee auditorium, Wei Sampao saw that all his brothers were there. Taking everyone to a secluded place, Wei Sampao immediately said, does everyone know about the matter? Yes, we knew it this morning. I didn't expect the Municipal Bureau to really send us a banner and bonus. It seems that there are important people who want to see us. Do you think it will be a big leader in the city? Brother E is awesome. He calculated this yesterday. It's amazing. Wei Sanpao motioned everyone to be quiet first, and then said, I tell you, the city did send us a banner, and the 1,000 yuan bonus was also applied for. The factory also held a commendation meeting for us to publicize our deeds. This is a great thing for us. But what you don't know is that Lu Tongfu, the old guy, hates Brother E for beating his son. So he not only doesn't let Brother E attend the commendation meeting, but also doesn't let us mention Brother E at the meeting. As soon as the voice fell, several little brothers immediately quit. Damn it, is Lu Tongfu still a human being? Doesn't he know why his son was beaten? Lu Daong, that bastard, bullies men and women, and he deserves to be beaten. Brother E is right in this matter. Why should we listen to him? Wei Sanpao nodded and said, I feel relieved that the brothers can think this way. After the commendation meeting starts, we will definitely be asked to go on stage to tell the story. We will not hide anything and will tell the whole story clearly. Remember to say more good things about Brother E when you speak, and let's annoy that old man Lu Tongfu. Okay, brothers, listen to the third brother. Wei Zi, you are the most educated among us, and you are very good at talking. You will be the main speaker later, and others can supplement at any time. Don't worry, third brother. Leave it to me. Well, the staff meeting will start in more than 10 minutes. Let's go into the auditorium. As he said, Wei Sanpao led a few brothers to the staff auditorium. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the staff auditorium was already full of people. The meat processing plant is a key livelihood enterprise in Jiangnan province. It not only shoulders the heavy responsibility of supplying meat to millions of people in Jiangsheng, but also shoulders the task of producing canned meat, so the number of employees is far more than that of ordinary factories. At its peak, the meat processing plant had 13 workshops and departments of various kinds, and the number of employees was as high as more than 3,000. However, due to the impact of the market economy in recent years, the production capacity is seriously insufficient. Less than 1/3 of the workshops can be opened, and the efficiency of the factory has declined to 1/5 of the peak period. Under the circumstances of necessity, some employees had to find their own way out, and now there are less than 500 people left. But even so, the scene of 500 people gathering together is still spectacular. After the employees filed in, Wei Sanpao and others, the protagonists, walked in and then walked straight to the front row of the auditorium. Some employees who did not know the truth were stunned. They all knew what kind of people Wei Sanpao and others were. Although Wei Sanpao's father is the deputy director of the factory, the father is the father and the son is the son. It cannot be said that because the father is the deputy director, the son can sit wherever he wants. You should know that the front row is usually reserved for the heads of various departments and workshops and technical backbones. How can those young people sit there? But everyone saw that the security chief who managed the order and the several factory leaders who came in later did not speak, so everyone just pretended not to see it. Soon, all the participants arrived, including Lu Tongfu and others. After the personnel arrived, the factory director, Lu Tongfu, immediately coughed lightly. Hearing this cough, the employees below instantly quieted down. Everyone knew that the big director was going to speak. Seeing that the discussion of the employees slowly subsided, Lu Tongfu nodded with satisfaction, as if he felt that his authority was recognized by everyone. After adjusting the height of the microphone, Lu Tongfu said loudly, "Everyone, before the start of this staff meeting, I have something exciting to announce to everyone." Hearing Lu Fudong's words, the employees below were immediately interested. Is it finally time to get paid? Or is it a subsidy? Don't dream. It's too early. I guess it's probably some new policy. Not necessarily. I saw the police in the corridor yesterday. Maybe something happened in the factory. Listening to the discussion below, Lu Tongfu tapped the microphone gently and waited until the sound subsided again before continuing. Quiet down, everyone. Don't guess randomly. You can't guess this. Then Lu Tongfu continued. The thing is, today several employees of our meat processing plant were praised by the police comrades of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. In the morning, Comrade Yin Qing, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Municipal Bureau, personally delivered the banner and thank you letter to our factory, and said that the leaders of the Municipal Bureau praised our factory. When the news was heard, the whole venue exploded. Who is this? He actually got praise from the city. I don't know, but from the looks of it, he must have accomplished a big thing for the police. I guess so. I heard that the Public Security Bureau arrested a group of human traffickers. Could this be the case? Among the crowd in the right corner of the auditorium, Su Qingnan was muttering in his heart as he listened to Lu Tongfu's words. Su Qingnan also works in the meat processing factory. He is mainly responsible for counting the goods entering and leaving the warehouse. It can be regarded as a busy position in the meat processing factory. After she had a big fight with Li Yi yesterday, her anger was gone when she woke up the next day. She had long been used to this kind of life. As early as the morning, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. News that police were coming in and out of the factory building, and that they had sent banners and bonuses spread like wildfire, and soon spread to the warehouse area. When Su Qingnan heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She remembered what the gangster who brought her daughter said last night. At that time, I asked him what Li Yi was doing, and the other party replied that Li Yi went to arrest human traffickers. At that time, Su Qingnan only felt that it was incredible. She knew very well what kind of virtue Li Yi was, so she directly regarded this sentence as an excuse. It was clear that Li Yi was gambling again and didn't want to take care of his daughter, so he came up with such a lame and unreasonable excuse. But what happened today made her have to wonder whether Li Yi really went to arrest the traffickers yesterday. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? But if all this is true, then why didn't he say anything after he got home? Just as Su Qingnan was deep in thought, Lu Tongfu's voice rang on the rostrum again. On the podium, Lu Tongfu looked at the crowd whispering below the venue and felt quite uncomfortable. Such a highlight moment had nothing to do with him as the factory director. Read, but thinking of Captain Yan's instructions, he could only hold his nose and continue the commendation meeting. Knocking on the table hard, Lu Tongfu said again, "Everyone be quiet. What happened is this." Lu Tongfu told Wei Sanpao and others a complete battle of wits and courage with the human traffickers, successfully captured 3 human traffickers and handed them over to the police, and also successfully rescued several children. The employees below the rostrum listened to Lu Tongfu's story with great interest, and from time to time looked at Wei Sanpao and others. No one thought that Wei Sanpao and others, who usually seemed carefree, would have such courage in a crucial fight. I just said that Wei Jinghua, this young man, will definitely be promising in the future. Don't even look at whose family the child is. That's the son of Deputy Factory Director Wei. That's right, Deputy Factory Director Wei is such a good person. How can the son he brought out be any worse? The people of this era are simple, and their worship of heroes comes from the bottom of their hearts. Even though Wei Jinghua and others were not very motivated before, they are still admirable for being able to save people at critical moments. For a moment, the expressions everyone looked at them changed. However, Wei Sanpao and others below the rostrum had gloomy faces. When Lu Tongfu just told what happened, he deliberately gave the whole thing an artistic treatment, which not only increased the daily education of the factory party committee in him, the factory director, to Wei Sanpao, Yu and others, but also forcibly took part of the credit on himself. What is most unacceptable to Wei Jinghua and others is that when this guy told what happened, he never mentioned Li Yi's name from beginning to end. This shameless guy abruptly eliminated Li Yi's role in this matter. But Wei Jinghua and others knew that without Li Yi, how would they have known that there were traffickers near Red Star Kindergarten? If Li Yi hadn't recognized the trafficker and formulated an arrest plan, the trafficker would have run away long ago. And what would have happened to them? Now that the human traffickers have been caught and the children have been rescued, this matter has also been recognized by the leaders of the City Bureau. At the time when they have achieved success and fame, the idiot has taken out the biggest hero. Is this ridiculous? What's more, they all know that Lu Tongfu did this to deliberately put small shoes on Li Yi. Such despicable and shameless behavior is really outrageous. At this time, Lu Tongfu's voice rang out in the auditorium again. The Municipal Public Security Bureau highly affirmed and appreciated the brave actions of Wei Sanpao and others, and asked our meat factory to follow their example and pay tribute to them. They learn. Next, let's invite a few heroes who have acted bravely to share their opinions or feelings on this matter. Everyone welcomes it with applause. When Wei Sanpao and others heard this, they exchanged glances with each other, then stood up from their seats and walked to the high platform in front. Suddenly, there was thunderous applause in the venue. Hello everyone, my name is Wei Sanpao. They are Sun Chu, Zhou Tong, Ho Wei, Zhong Yuelong, and Lu Qinghua. They are all children of our factory employees and are also parties to this rescue incident. Then, Wei Sanpao cleared his throat and continued. Everyone knows the virtues of us ordinary people. To be honest, we are indeed a little unmotivated. But when we see kidnappers abducting children in our factory, can we ignore it? That's for sure. No. So the brothers took action. However, what Director Liu just said about what happened is still a bit unclear. The real process is far more thrilling than what Director Liu said. Let Ho Wei explain the details to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another burst of warm applause in the auditorium. Ho Wei didn't show any pretense. He immediately came to the stage, coughed slightly, and started speaking loudly. Dear leaders, comrades, and elders, all the amazing acts of righteousness and courage by our brothers all stem from one person, and he is Li Yi from the canning workshop of our factory. After these words, everyone was in an uproar. Why is Li Yi involved in this matter? The factory director never mentioned him before. What's going on? In the crowd, Su Qingnan was shocked when he heard Li Yi's name. If she was just a little doubtful just now, then after Ho Wei said this, she could basically conclude that the young man did not lie to her yesterday, and Li Yi had indeed gone to arrest the trafficker. Thinking that she had lost her temper with Li Yi yesterday, without understanding clearly, Su Qingnan felt a little guilty. You don't know, but it was actually Li Yi who was the first to discover the human traffickers yesterday, not our brothers. When he was picking up his daughter from school, he found a sneaky guy wandering outside our factory's kindergarten. He realized if something goes wrong, call some of our brothers, just in case. Then Ho Wei continued. At first, a few of us didn't believe it, but Brother E insisted that the guy was not a good person, so we decided to monitor the guy closely to see what he was doing. Brother E guessed it's true. That guy is really a personal trafficker. He took advantage of the rain, under the ups and downs. Ho Wei explained in detail yesterday's arrest of human traffickers and rescue of abducted children. Like Lu Tongfu, Ho Wei also made artistic processing in the process of narrating. But compared with Lu Tongfu's behavior of eliminating Li Yi's contribution, Ho Wei positioned Li Yi as the commander-in-chief of the incident and the absolute core figure in the process of narrating the matter. After the story was finished, Ho Wei summarized again. If it weren't for Brother E, we would not only fail to catch those bastards, but also fail to achieve this great achievement. The most important thing is that I don't know if there will be children of employees in our factory area who will be abducted by kidnappers. Therefore, the one who should be commended the most today is not us brothers, but Li Yi. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. At this time, Su Qingnan in the audience was already stunned. When she learned that Li Yi not only really participated in the operation of arresting human traffickers, but also played a decisive role, Su Qingnan knew that she really blamed Li Yi wrongly. She looked at Wei Jinghua and others on the stage with mixed feelings, but what she was thinking about was Li Yi's reaction after returning yesterday. Facing his venting roar, he not only did not defend himself, but also did not use force on himself. He just hugged himself and went back to the bedroom to rest. Such a reaction was totally beyond her expectation. Why didn't he tell the truth directly when she was scolding him? But at the same time, she thought that she was angry yesterday, and even if Xiaoyi explained to her, she might not believe it. This might be the reason why Xiaoyi was unwilling to tell her the truth. Thinking of Li Yi calling her sister last night and the grievance he looked at her with, Su Qingnan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of guilt. Today's meat processing plant is full of good dramas. From the criticism in the morning to the commendation in the afternoon, it can be said to be full of twists and turns, ups and downs. However, Li Yi, the initiator of this matter, had no idea at all. At this time, he was strolling outside a high-end community, reading Urban Area, Tuanjie Community. Although the name of this community is a bit rustic, it is one of the earliest rich areas in the entire Jiangnan province. Those who live here are all well-known people in Jiangnan province, and Lu Tongfu built a house here to store his stolen money. At this time, Jiangnan is in the hottest season of the year. Li Yi simply wore a Dacron shirt, a pair of trousers on the lower body, and a pair of polished leather shoes on his feet. If you don't look at his pockets that are more busy than his face, people who don't know him would think he is a rich boy from somewhere, sitting at the gate of the community. But Li Yi's eyes are fixed on everyone entering and leaving the community. He has been squatting in this community for most of the day, but he has gained nothing. There is no other way. Although the community is not big, there are more than a dozen buildings after all. It is really difficult to find the house where Lu Tongfu hid the money among so many households. Gradually, the sun slowly set from the west, and the lights were turned on in every household in the community. Li Yi sighed. It seems that there is no hope today. Thinking that his wife was like an angry lioness last night, Li Yi decided to go back early today to prevent her from worrying. But when his eyes were fixed on the windows with lights on, he suddenly had an idea. The geographical location of Tuanjie Community is good. Although it is not in the city center, it is not bad. The surrounding schools, shopping malls, hospitals, and other supporting facilities are all available, so the occupancy rate here is very high. Lu Tongfu's house here is mainly used to hide the stolen money. Obviously, he will not come here often. It is a bit stupid to wait for him, and I don't know when I can meet that guy. In this case, why not find another way? As long as we ask someone to find out which building has empty houses or is not often occupied, and then eliminate them one by one, we can determine Lu Tongfu's secret hideout. And since Lu Tongfu used this place to hide money, he would naturally not let people know this location casually. Li Yi even guessed that even Lu Tongfu's wife and son didn't know about this. So this range will not be very large, and there should be no problem if we eliminate them one by one at that time. Li Yi is a person with strong execution ability, and he does it when he thinks of it. With the afterglow of the setting sun at dusk, he slowly walked towards the Tuanjie community. Li Yi's behavior is good, and he doesn't look like a gangster at all, so the gatekeeper at the gate of the community didn't stop him, and he just walked in swaggeringly. Not long after entering the community, Li saw some people sitting in the pavilion to cool off. In this era, it is absolutely rare for a family to be equipped with air conditioning, and it is uncomfortable to stay at home on such a hot day. So after dinner, everyone is happy to go to the pavilion to cool off and chat. Li decided to use the people in the pavilion as a breakthrough point, and then he strode over. As soon as he arrived near the pavilion, he heard a loud shout, the first cannon. When he got closer, he saw that it turned out that two old men were playing chess. Slowly approaching the two men, Li put his hands behind his back and looked at the chess game quietly. As the saying goes, a true gentleman watches chess without speaking. This is the first impression Li Yi wants to leave on these two old men. The two old men obviously noticed that there was suddenly a young man around them. At first, they looked at him twice, and one of them seemed to be worried that he would talk too much. But soon they found that the young man in front of them just looked at the chess game quietly from beginning to end, without saying a word. This couldn't help but make the two old men feel a little bit of goodwill, which young people nowadays are not whining scumbags. How many can calm down and watch the old man play chess? In terms of temperament, the young man in front of him surpasses most young people. The two old men were also a good match for each other. The game lasted for more than half an hour. During this period, Li Yi stood there and watched quietly, only showing a thoughtful expression from time to time. Finally, the game was over. The old man who won wiped his reading glasses and asked, "Young man, do you also know chess?" Hearing that the old man finally spoke, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then a smile appeared on his face. "I know a little bit, just a little bit." "Then what do you think of my play just now?" "Your chess skills are really good, especially the move of retreating to advance, which really opened the eyes of the younger generation." "Ah, you're a good young man, you actually saw it." the old man said happily. Another old man on the side also took off his glasses and carefully looked at Li Yi standing on the side. The core tactics of the old man, Lao Zhou, were very hidden. He only understood it when he was about to lose. He didn't expect that this young man could see it. This young man is extraordinary. So the old man wanted to start a conversation and immediately said with a smile, "Young man, your eyes are really sharp. Are you also a resident of our community?" Li Yi smiled faintly. He had been waiting for you to ask this question for most of the day. "Uncle, I'm the newly transferred district police officer here. I came here today mainly to conduct community visits. I have just arrived at Tuanjie community, and I'm also a little tired. I happened to see your two elders playing chess here, so I couldn't help it. Watched here for a while. Sorry for bothering you. Please bear with me. Are you a policeman? Then why don't you wear a police uniform? This is a task stipulation. Wearing a police uniform and entering the community can easily be seen by interested people. Then they will alert the snake." Li replied. The expressions of the two old men suddenly changed, and they asked hurriedly, "You mean there are bad people in our community?" "That's not true." Then Li continued, "This is not a case of child abduction and trafficking that our city bureau just solved last night, but one of the suspects escaped while arresting the suspect. The city bureau issued a notice asking us, the district police, to immediately conduct secret visits to all communities under our jurisdiction. Look at each community to see if there are any unusual situations in the past few days. After all, the traffickers have no way to escape now and can only hide." When the two old men saw that Li Yi spoke so formally and seriously, they immediately lost all doubts about his identity, and then said, "Comrade, have you discovered anything? Tuanjie community is the third community I visited today. I spent most of the afternoon staring outside and found nothing unusual, so I thought I would find someone to inquire about it tonight." "Then you have found the right person. We are all old residents of the community. There is nothing in the community that we don't know. If you have anything, just ask us directly. If you are so kind, will it disturb the two of you playing chess?" Li Yi said, pretending to be reserved. No, we two stinky chess players are just playing around, and we can't be bothered. Uncle, what we are investigating now are mainly houses that have not been inhabited for a long time. Such houses can easily become hiding places for fugitives. The police comrades are very thoughtful. Houses like that are indeed easy to be targeted by criminals, but most of the houses in our community are occupied by people, and there are almost no empty houses," said the uncle surnamed Zhou with a frown. "It doesn't have to be an empty house. Pay special attention to houses where the owners are often away from home. There really are houses like this. For example, there is a house like this above ours. No one can see it at ordinary times, but the lights are only on during holidays." Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked immediately, "Are there many houses like this in the communities?" "Not many, just 2 or 3 households." "Do you know which unit and household in that building?" "No." "Then can you tell me?" "Okay, the west door on the 5th floor of Unit 2 in Building 3. The east door on the 1st floor of Unit 4 in Building 4. The east door on the 6th floor of Unit 1 in Building 9, and the east door on the 2nd floor of Unit 3 in Building 13. After checking all the addresses mentioned by the old man, Li Yi felt confident. As long as you check these houses one by one, or try them one by one after getting the keys, you should be able to find Lu Tongfu's hideout. After quickly formulating a detailed action plan in his mind, Li left the community with the reluctant eyes of the two old people. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when I returned to the meat processing plant. Calculating the time, Su Qingnian should have taken his daughter home by now. Thinking of his wife's pretty face and his daughter's cute cheeks, Li took a deep breath slowly. The goals on the list are not very simple, but there is one thing that he can do at least now. That is, to be a good husband and a good father. When passing by the small shop at the door of the duty room, Li suddenly thought of something, turned and went in, and bought 2 popsicles on credit with Old Man Li, ready to take them back for Su Qingnian and Wei Wei to eat. When he was about to go out, Li suddenly saw a pink hairpin on the shelf, and then asked, "Uncle Li, how much is this hairpin?" 80 cents. "Okay, I want it, put it in the account, and pay it back together when I get my salary." Counting this 80 cents, your account should be more than 50 yuan. Remember to pay it back early. I know, it's not much less than your money. With that, Li took the hairpin and left the small shop. As for the matter of buying on credit, it has been almost more than 10 years. Li has been buying on credit from Uncle Li since he was a teenager. Anyway, Li's father is the workshop director of the factory, and Uncle Li is not afraid that he will owe money. If he really can't do it, he could just ask Li Fengyan for it. Fortunately, although Li has been buying on credit all these years, as long as he gets paid or wins money, he will come to settle the old debts as soon as possible. So Uncle Li is relieved. On the way home, Li couldn't help feeling a little guilty with the hairpin in his hand. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he prepared a gift for Su Qingnan. Recalling his attitude towards Su Qingnan before, Li wanted to slap himself twice. Whether it was scolding or making trouble, Su Qingnan wanted to pull him onto the right path, but he was stubborn. When he finally realized that he was wrong, it was too late. When Li returned home, he found that his wife and daughter had not returned yet. He was not in a hurry, and he estimated that the mother and daughter should have gone to their parents' house, which was in the next building. Putting the popsicles and hairpins on the table, Li turned and went to the kitchen. When he came to the kitchen, he found that it was very clean, and it was difficult to see even the slightest oil stain, which was enough to show how much care Su Qingnan had for this family. In his previous life, he didn't notice these things at all. After Li scolded himself as a bastard again, he rolled up his sleeves and started to work. He wanted to give his wife a surprise. There was not much rice in the rice jar, but there was still half a bag of white flour in the flour bag. After making 2 bowls, Li planned to make oil splash noodles. He knew that his wife's hometown was in the north, and she liked this the most. Just as Li was kneading the dough, there was a sound of a key being inserted into the lock outside. At the same time, there was also the sound of Wei Wei chattering. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the corner of Li's mouth. Before Rebirth, Li had dreamed of this scene countless times. He was busy at home. His wife came home with her daughter, and then the family gathered together, laughing and talking. Then he cooked a table of delicious dishes. Su Qingnan and Li Yue sat at the dining table and talked about what happened in the kindergarten. What a warm picture. Unfortunately, every time he woke up from his dream, his wife and daughter were phantoms. There was only a luxuriously decorated but lifeless room. Loneliness came again. Squeak! The door was opened, and then he heard his daughter's surprised voice. "Hey, Mom, it's popsicles and beautiful hairpins. Did Dad buy them?" Without waiting for Su Qingnan to answer, little Wei Wei heard a sound in the kitchen and ran in immediately. Then he heard Wei Wei say loudly, "Mom, Dad is cooking for us." Su Qingnan was also startled and walked in immediately. Sure enough, he saw Li kneading dough. Li also raised his head at this time and saw his wife at the door of the kitchen. Resisting the urge to cry, Li smiled and said, "Wei Wei, this is Dad's first time cooking. Don't blame Dad if it's not delicious." Having said that, Li is still very confident in his cooking skills. In his previous life, he lived alone. In his spare time, he would read books and practice cooking. After decades, his cooking skills were no worse than any international chef. Moreover, Li had almost dabbled in all kinds of cuisines and even classic dishes from various countries. People who knew him said that Li Yi's life was really colorful, but only Li Yi's parents and his sister-in-law, Su Qingnan's sister Su Qingyao, knew why Li Yi did this. Because Li Yi was diverting his attention and trying not to think about Su Qingnan. People always have to find a way to cover up their sadness. But Li Yi is now extremely fortunate that he chose to learn to cook and practice cooking skills. It turns out that it feels so good to be able to cook a meal for his wife and daughter by himself. Su Qingnan looked at Li Yi with tears in her eyes. She had never seen Li Yi like this before. He really changed. Li Yi was rarely at home at night before. He either drank outside or played with money. He often played for a whole night, not to mention cooking for himself and Wei Wei. Even the face was rarely seen, especially in the past 1 or 2 years. Whenever I go home, there are 2 things I do: quarrel with myself and ask for money. Even because of money, he hit me. Although it was just a slap, it still made Su Qingnan sad for a long time. She also hoped that her husband would be a responsible and motivated person, and she also hoped that when she returned home after a tiring day, she could see hot meals. However, all this was just a thought, so the current situation is basically like a dream. Half an hour later, 3 bowls of fragrant noodles, 2 adults and 1 child, were placed in front of Su Qingnan and Li Yue. Eat it while it's hot. Be careful of the heat. Looking at Li Yi with sweat on his forehead, and then looking at the bowl of oil-splashed noodles in front of him, Su Qingnan finally couldn't help it, and drops of crystal tears fell on the table. And in the bowl. Mom, why are you crying? Is the noodles too hot? Su Qingnan covered her mouth with her hand, shook her head slowly, and then said with a smile, Wei Wei, eat quickly, my eyes are a little uncomfortable. Li was also feeling mixed emotions at this time. He knew that his wife was not crying because of anger, but because of excitement or emotion. In her heart, she didn't need to have much money or ability. As long as she was an upright man, that was enough. It was just that she didn't even do this in her previous life, and she ended up regretting it. Li secretly swore in his heart that he had made her lose in his previous life. And in this life, he must take her to see the prosperity of the world and become the happiest woman in the world. After the family of 3 finished eating noodles, Li Yi took the 3 empty bowls back to the kitchen. Then, the sound of washing dishes was heard in the kitchen. Su Qingnan had stopped crying at this time, but her eyes were still red, and it was obvious that she had not recovered yet. In the next 2 hours, Li Yue sat in Li Yi's arms and began to tell her father about various things that happened in the kindergarten. And Li Yi kept smiling at his daughter from beginning to end, as if he couldn't see enough. Only when you lose it, you will know how to cherish it. At this time, Li Yi wished that he would follow his daughter when she went to kindergarten. Su Qingnan looked at this scene and felt a little strange at first, until later, he was slowly immersed in this scene. Such a Li Yi really only appeared in Su Qingnan's dream. And when Li Yi inadvertently looked at Su Qingnan, his eyes were full of deep affection that was difficult to conceal. Su Qingnan's heart suddenly arose a feeling that had not appeared for a long time. Looking at his daughter who was already sleeping in Li Yi's arms, Su Qingnan's mouth revealed a smile from the heart. Seeing such a scene, Su Qingnan felt that all the suffering he had suffered before was worth it. Li looked at his daughter who was already asleep in his arms, gently stood up from the sofa, and came to the bedroom. He put his daughter down gently, then turned around, closed the bedroom door, and returned to the living room. Looking at Su Qingnan who was sitting on the sofa, looking straight at him, Li Yi pursed his lips. Then, under Su Qingnan's shocked eyes, a slap hit his face. In an instant, a red slap mark appeared on Li Yi's face. Li Yi, what are you doing? Su Qingnan immediately stood up from the sofa, and at this moment, Li Yi slapped him in the face again. At this time, Su Qingnan finally rushed to Li Yi and grabbed his hand tightly. Li Yi looked at this pretty face, so close at hand, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sister, I'm sorry. I was such a jerk before. At this moment, Su Qingnan finally believed that Li Yi had really changed. He was completely different from before. In those days, amidst the ridicule and abuse, the Li Yi who stood firmly in front of her and her sister, and even fought with them, finally came back. You can't hit yourself. Look at you. You beat yourself red. Li Yi slowly stretched out his hands, hugged Su Qingnan tightly, and said in a nearly whispering voice, Sister, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Looking at Li Yi crying like a child, Su Qingnan's eyes flashed with tenderness, which reminded her of her childhood. Her parents and Li Yi's father were comrades in arms who had a life-and-death friendship. Later, they both lost their lives due to a serious accident. On their deathbed, they entrusted the 15-year-old her and her 7-year-old sister, Su Qinyao, to their good brother, Li Fengyan, for care. Li Fengyan did not shirk his responsibility and resolutely took on the responsibility of taking care of the sisters and brought them from the distant northern frontier to live in Jiangnan province. When she came to Li's house, Su Qingnan learned that Uncle Li had a younger brother named Li Yi who was 2 years younger than her. This younger brother was not very happy about the arrival of her and her sister at first, but he still stood up when she and her sister were bullied, giving them a great sense of security in this strange city. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The little girl has grown into a graceful lady with countless suitors, including rich sons and second-generation officials. On the contrary, the stinky brother Li became more and more rebellious, and Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang sighed countless times every day. Later, she accidentally heard Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang discussing that they would find a marriage for the stinky brother Li so that he could settle down. At that time, she didn't know what she was thinking, so she volunteered to marry him. At first, Uncle Li was not happy. He didn't dislike me, but he knew what kind of character Li had. In addition, I was weak in character, so I was worried that I would not be able to suppress him after marriage and would be wronged. But I insisted on marrying him, and Uncle Li finally agreed to their marriage. Unexpectedly, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and I also changed from a stubborn little girl to a mother of a 4-year-old child. However, this nasty brother did not become restrained because of marriage, but became more and more aggravated. But hearing Li Yi's cry full of longing, the grievances suffered in the 5 years of marriage seemed to be unimportant. This sister was enough to offset all the previous misdeeds, even including domestic violence. Don't cry. I'm here for you. Don't be afraid. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm a bastard. I'm sorry for you. Sorry for Wei Wei. Sorry for Yao Yao. Su Qingnan patted Li Yi on the back and whispered to comfort him. It's great to know your mistakes and improve them. We won't blame you. Li knew that Su Qingnan didn't know what happened later. She still treated him as the young and ignorant little brother as she had done in the past 10 years. Even if she was wronged, even if she was abused by her own family, she was unwilling to show it. She often said, I'm your sister, your wife. I have to tolerate you. But in the previous life, I still lost her in the end. When her cold body was lying in the funeral home, her white pajamas were stained with blood. Li Yi, who had been in a daze for many years, completely collapsed and completely sobered up. At that moment, he finally realized that the woman who loved him most in the world besides his parents was gone. She didn't want him anymore, nor did she want this world. Since then, Li Yi has completely awakened. He wants to save and make up for it. However, no matter how successful he is in business and how much money he makes, he is still unhappy because there is no longer a woman in his world who is willing to let him call her sister. Even because of this, his parents broke off relations with him and never forgave him until they died. Fortunately, God has eyes and gave him the opportunity to make up for his regrets, save himself, and change the fate of his wife and children. In this life, he will never let his family experience so much pain, nor let her experience so many hardships and tribulations. After a long time, Li Yi finally calmed down his excitement and pulled Su Qingnan to the small dining table. Taking out the small hairpin he got on credit, Li Yi put it on his wife's head, looked left and right, and said with satisfaction, Sister, you are so beautiful. Su Qingnan's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said shyly, Just talking nonsense. How embarrassing it would be for people to hear it. Haha, I said my wife is beautiful. Who dares to refute? Su Qingnan smiled and said nothing. This is the kind of person she is. She will tolerate Li Yi when he makes mistakes. She will support what Li Yi insists on and rarely refute. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely make you the happiest woman in the world in the future. Su Qingnan smiled and said, I don't have any extravagant hopes for this. I just hope that you can be gentler when you hit me in the future, and don't let Wei Wei see it. That's not good. Li Yi was stunned for a moment, then put his chopsticks on the table and said seriously, Sister, listen carefully. I, Li Yi, swear that if I use violence against you again in the future, I will be struck by 5 thunderbolts from the sky for the rest of my life. All accepted. Before Li Yi could finish speaking, Su Qingnan came over and covered his mouth and said, There is a god 3 feet above your head. Don't make random O's. Sister, I understand what you mean, but don't talk nonsense about anything else. Sister, you are so kind. With that said, Li Yi directly hugged Su Qingnan into his arms, buried his face deeply in his lover's long hair, and greedily breathed in the scent of Su Qingnan. Su Qingnan originally wanted to push Li Yi away, but after thinking about it, he let it go. It was obvious that he had indeed realized his mistake. Secondly, she herself also liked the way Li Yi clung to her. Suddenly, Su Qingnan suddenly thought of what happened during the day, and then he straightened Li Yi's body hanging on his body. Xiao Yi, did you really lead Wei Sanpao and others to arrest human traffickers yesterday? How did you meet the traffickers? After hearing this, Li loosened his hands, took out the cigarette, and was about to light it, but then he saw Su Qingnan still standing in front of him and finally put it down. Yesterday, I went to pick up Wei Wei, and suddenly I saw a man in strange clothes wandering outside the kindergarten. After briefly recounting what happened yesterday, Li said apologetically, "Due to time constraints and fear of those traffickers harming the abducted children, I handed Wei Wei over to Xiaowu to take care of, and I left the third child alone. They went to save people, sorry." Su Qingnan said immediately, "You are right. It is me who should apologize. I denied you before I investigated the truth and lost my temper with you. It is my fault. It's okay. I was such a jerk before, but I won't be any more." "Well, I believe you. By the way, why do you suddenly believe what I say?" Li asked. "You still don't know, but today the Municipal Bureau came to the factory. Not only did they report the incident, but they also asked the factory to set an example. The factory director took advantage of the workers' meeting and asked Wei Sanpao and others to come on stage to report on their deeds. Is there still this matter? Well, there's nothing more exciting than this. What's going on? I just went to my dad's place. He told me that Lu Tongfu was very angry this morning when he found out that you stole his 212 yesterday. He immediately convened a party committee to hold you accountable and even fired Wei San. Boom! Captain Yin Qing from the Municipal Public Security Bureau came at the critical moment. Dad said that Lu Tongfu's face turned green when he found out the truth. He deserves it for shooting himself in the foot. Who says it's not? Besides, Dad also said that Lu Tongfu also ordered Wei Sanpao and others not to mention your name at the commendation meeting. But guess what? The third child and the others will definitely not listen to that old boy. Well, when Wei Sanpao and others came on stage, instead of listening to him, they praised you so much that Lu Tongfu got angry and walked away on the spot. What a relief! In terms of loyalty, Lao San is always very good at it. Suddenly, I remembered that you were a little worried and asked, "By the way, I heard that someone ran away yesterday." It seems that he was still with the main culprit. Well, one of them ran away. I didn't notice at the time that the dog actually hit a ladder in the yard and jumped over the wall and ran away. Then will he take revenge on you? It's unlikely. That guy is a wanted criminal. Now he's wanted by the entire city. He's like a lost dog. How dare he take revenge on us? Then Li Yi continued, "Besides, it's not like you don't know my level. Even 3 or 5 people can't get a favor from me. If that kid dares to come, just catch him and collect the reward. No, we don't care about that money. If you have a problem, how can we live together?" Okay, sister, if you say you don't want to go, we won't go. By the way, this is what Wei Sanpao asked me to give you when I got off work just now. As he spoke, Su Qingnan took out a small cloth bag from his trouser pocket and tied it tightly with thread. What's that? I don't know. It looks like paper when pinched. Is it a letter he wrote to you? Letter? Li Yi took the small cloth bag and said, "What can't he say to a grown man? Why should he write to me? Who knows?" As soon as the small cloth bag came into his hands, Li knew what was inside and immediately said with a smile, "That's a letter, and it should be money inside." Money? Sure enough, when Li Yi untied the thread and opened the small cloth bag, there was a roll of coins lying inside. All unity, a thick stack. Although the 4th set of RMB has been issued, the 3rd set of RMB has not yet been abolished. The most common one on the market is the 10 yuan version of the Great Unity. Li Yi counted and found that there were 20 cards, which were worth 200 yuan. So much money. Well, it should be the bonus given by the police station. There is a national A-level wanted criminal there, and the bonus is 1,000 yuan. I originally planned to give all the 1,000 yuan to Lao San and the others, but apparently they also left a share for me. and it was the biggest share. Su Qingnan looked at the big unity in Li Yi's hand, and then said, "The bonus of 1,000 yuan. Wei Sanpao and the others are 8 people in total. Each of them will get 100 yuan, but there will only be 200 left." Li Yi nodded, handed the money to Su Qingnan, and then said, "Sister, take the money. What am I holding it for? I know the situation at home. I have lost all the money, and the factory has not provided funding for several months. You should use this little money for emergency purposes first." Suddenly, Su Qingnan said, "Xiaoyi, how about we give these 200 yuan to Dad, and then borrow some from others to make up 500 yuan? Li knew what Su Qingnan was going to do, and immediately said, "No, I will handle the matter of the Li family and his son. I will never bow to them in this matter." "Xiaoyi, sister, I can listen to you on other matters, but this is definitely not an option." "Why?" "Because this is related to a man's dignity. You are my Li Yi's woman. You are my wife who is being married and brought into the house in 8 sedans. You cannot be bullied by anyone. Who is Lu to go? How can any woman bully me? Why do you want me to apologize and pay for it? If I really do this, how can I still hang out in the factory? Will I be able to hold my head high and be a good person in the future?" "Sister, doing things is temporary, but being a human being takes a lifetime. I don't want to be unable to hold my head high for the rest of my life." Su Qingnan thought about it and felt that what Li Yi said made sense, and then sighed and said, "Well, since you insist so much, then I will listen to you. At worst, I will support you from now on." "Sister, don't think too much. I will take care of this family from now on." Li said it categorically. With his precise control of the context of the times, making money is almost the most beautiful and difficult thing. But before making money, he decided to deal with the Lu family and his son first. No one talked all night, and Li got up early the next morning. "Read. Today's task is very heavy. He has to find a way to get Lu Tongfu's key." Seeing that the deadline given by Lu Tongfu to him is getting closer and closer, Li Yi also began to worry secretly. No matter what, Lu Tongfu's matter can't be delayed any longer. Last night, he thought carefully for a long time and felt that Lu Tongfu's nest of hiding money should be the houses provided to him by Zhou Lao and others. But as for which one it is, he has to verify it by himself. Instead of checking one by one, it is better to get the key directly, and you will know which one it is after a try. But how to get the key made Li Yi feel troubled. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Li Yi saw the plasticine that his daughter Li Yuwei had played with, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. "That's right, this is it. Just use plasticine. As long as you get the key, you don't even need to take the key away. Just put the key in the plasticine to press out a template, and you can make an identical key yourself. At that time, you could do whatever you want to Lu Tongfu. Wei Wei, get up quickly. Dad will take you to kindergarten after breakfast." "Okay, Dad." The daughter is very well behaved and did not lose her temper because of getting up early. "Soon, I will clean up my daughter as you want." The father and daughter each ate a bowl of batter and steamed buns, and then went out. "Remember to listen to the teacher." "Got it, Mom?" Hearing Su Qingnan's voice, Li Yi smiled. Soon, the father and daughter arrived at the door of the kindergarten. Watching Li Yuwei walk into the classroom, Li Yi slowly put away the smile on his face. Tenderness is for his wife and daughter. Next, it's time for the cold and domineering president to go online. "Lu Tongfu, Lu Daong, are you ready?" Coming to a stationery store, Li bought a piece of plasticine and put it in the iron box that had been prepared long ago, and then turned to the vicinity of the meat processing factory. Li Yi's matter has not yet passed, and the factory's final punishment decision on him has not been announced. So although he can enter the factory now, he cannot get close to the office building. Moreover, Li Yi also knew that Lu Tongfu and Lu Daiyong's lackeys were holding back, and once they were discovered, there would be some trouble. So he decided not to go through the main gate, quietly enter the city, get things done, and leave. Coming to a damaged fence in the meat processing plant, Li Yi easily climbed over the fence. After tidying up his messy clothes, Li Yi slowly walked towards the factory. As for the security guards in the factory, there is no need to worry at all, because they are all Wei Sanpao's people. Just as he walked to the vicinity of a workshop, Li met Wei Sanpao, who was leading a patrol. Li's dress was very strange. A meat processing plant wore clothes, but wearing a hat. Wearing a hat on such a hot day was obviously problematic and immediately aroused Wei Sanpao's suspicion. Oh, he doesn't look like a good guy in this outfit. Brothers, let's get down to business. Brother San, I think it's probably a thief. These bastards are getting more and more rampant. If it's really a thief, it's great. Let's do another merit. While speaking, Wei Sanpao rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Li fiercely. Li was very helpless at this time. He had already experienced Wei Sanpao's character, and with his current physical fitness, he really couldn't outrun this guy, so he could only take off his hat. Sanpao, you want to teach me a lesson? I never thought you could do that. When Wei Sanpao saw Li Yi's face, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Hey, it's Brother Yi. What are you going to do dressed like this?" Li waved Wei Sanpao to stop talking, and then said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I came to the factory to do something, but I was afraid that Lu Dego, Lu Deong, and his lackeys would cause trouble for me, so I didn't dare to go through the main gate." When Wei Sanpao heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Brother Yi, don't be afraid. If that bastard gives you trouble, we brothers will beat him up again until he's convinced. I can handle this, so don't get involved. Just pretend you didn't see me today." Wei Sanpao immediately turned around and said to his men, "No one saw Brother Yi coming to the factory today. Do you understand?" Most of the security guards were Wei Sanpao's subordinates, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey him, and they all agreed. Li breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Wei Sanpao, "Old Third, let me ask you something. Brother Yi, you say that brothers know everything and will tell you everything. Where does that old dog Lu Tongfu usually go when he is in the factories?" When Wei Sanpao heard this, he frowned and thought for a while, and then said, "I really don't know this question, but I know that Lu Fudong usually takes a lunch break in the office, every day at noon, and sometimes he asks employees to send lunch to his office." Suddenly, Wei Sanpao looked at Li Yi with a strange look in his eyes, and then asked carefully, "Brother Yi, you are not asking this to knock this old guy out, right?" Li Yi smiled and said, "If I really do this, will you stop me?" "No, I will follow you to beat that old bastard. To be honest, I have wanted to do this for a long time." Li Yi patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Good brother, just say this, but we don't have to hit that old dog with a club. We have to use legal means to solve our demands. What legal or illegal, as long as we can beat that old dog. I will be happy even if I have to stay in jail for a few days." "Okay, there is nothing for you to do. Go and do your things. Brother Yi, I really don't need your help. Don't be polite. What's the point of being polite? I'll find you when I need you." "Okay, Brother Yi, I'll go on patrol first, and I'll find you to drink in the evening. Let's talk about it later. Your sister-in-law has been very strict these days." "Brother Yi, when have you ever been afraid of your sister-in-law?" "Ha, that's not called fear. It's respect. You're a young boy who doesn't know anything. Go." "Okay, I'll go first." Watching Wei Sanpao lead the team away, Li Yi smiled and shook his head with a smile on his lips. After hearing what Wei Sanpao said, Li Yi had a clear mind. It seems that Lu Tongfu will stay in his office at noon. This is really a case of finding something without any effort. As long as he acts according to the plan, it should not be a problem to get the key. Then, Li looked around and walked towards the office building not far away. Li slowly came to the office building of the meat processing plant and took advantage of the fact that no one was there and slipped into the building. The factory director's office was on the 5th floor. Except for a large conference room, the rest of the 5th floor was all Lu Tongfu's territory. Even the deputy factory director Wei Kangan's office was arranged on the 4th floor. This shows how powerful Lu Tongfu was in the meat processing plant and how domineering his style of doing things was. After entering the office building, Li did not dare to go directly to the 5th floor. After all, today was a working day, and there were many people coming and going. Once seen, it would be difficult to talk. He first turned right and came to the bathroom on the right side of the corridor on the first floor, and then found a squat toilet by the window and walked in and locked the door of the small compartment to prevent others from coming in. Lee knew that what he had to do now was to wait. As long as he waited until noon after get off work, the office building would be locked, and it would not be opened again until 2:30 in the afternoon. During this period of time, except for a few people, the other rooms in the entire office building were empty. At that time, he could act openly. After all, whether there are surveillance cameras in this era or not, he can do whatever he wants. From 8:30 in the morning until 12 o'clock noon, Lee stayed in the toilet. During this period, several people came to the toilet, and some people pulled the door of Lee's small cubicle, but Lee did not open the door. It was not until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Lee heard the sound of iron chains jingling outside, and he was relieved. He knew this sound. It was the iron chain used by the gatekeeper to lock the door. After locking the door, the gatekeeper usually went to the small bed in the duty room for a nap. It was time for him to act. Sure enough, Lee saw the gatekeeper smoking a dry pipe in one hand and holding a bunch of keys in the other hand and returning to the duty room. After watching the gatekeeper enter and close the door in a series of actions, Lee then left the toilet and went straight to the factory director's office on the 5th floor. When he arrived on the 5th floor, Lee found that Lu Tongfu's office was locked and there was no movement inside. Although he was not sure whether the old man was inside, Lee still decided to sneak into his office to have a look. This was not just a matter of luck. Lee had analyzed before that the key to a secret place like the place where the money was hidden was related to Lu Tongfu's personal honor and life. It was impossible for him to carry it with him. After all, once that thing was lost, the consequences would be disastrous. It was highly likely that he would hide the key in a place where he could get it at any time, and it was very private. And this place must be his office. After all, there was no place other than the office that could meet this condition, not even his home. You must know that Lu Tongfu's fat wife was not a woman who was easy to get along with. If she had a few keys that did not belong to the house at home, it would inevitably be associated with some bad things, such as keeping a mistress or raising a concubine. Therefore, Lu Tongfu could not have left the key at home. The door of the office was locked at the moment, and I had to find a way to get in. Fortunately, it is the hottest season in Jiangnan province now. Whether at home or in the office, everyone likes to open the windows, and Lu Tongfu is no exception. More importantly, Lu Tongfu's office is next to the small conference room of the meat processing plant, and the small conference room is usually not locked. I can go to the small conference room first and take a look. Maybe there will be unexpected discoveries. When I came to the small conference room, I turned the door handle lightly, and the door of the conference room opened directly. Quickly coming to the window, Lee saw that the window of Lu Tongfu's office next to him was open. What made Lee even happier was that Lu Tongfu actually asked someone to renovate the windows of his office, not only turning the ordinary windows into brighter floor-to-ceiling windows, but also expanding a large balcony. But because the area was not large enough, a part of the area was borrowed from the small conference room. Good guy. I only need to climb out of the window of the small conference room to directly enter the balcony of Lu Tongfu's office. Although it is still a bit dangerous to climb through the window on the 5th floor, Lee still decided to take a risk. Lee first stuck his head out and observed carefully, and found that there was no one outside the office building. After all, no one wanted to hang around outside in such a hot day, and they might get heat stroke if they were not careful. Then, Lee listened carefully and found that the office next door was quiet, and there was obviously no one. Lee knew that Lu Tongfu slept, and his snoring was deafening. After all, Lu Laogo slept and snored at the staff meeting more than once or twice. After observing the external environment, Lee gritted his teeth and climbed out of the window of the small conference room, and then grabbed the outer edge of the window of the small conference room with one hand, and then stretched one foot to the small balcony next to it. The feeling of having both feet in the air was really a bit scary, which made Lee feel the breath of death again. But he knew that he had no way out. If he did not bring Lu Tongfu and his son to justice, he and his family would not be able to live a good life. Dong! It felt good to step on the entity. Resisting the fear in his heart, Lee carefully stepped on the outer wall of the small balcony in Lu Tongfu's office, and then jumped into the small balcony. Although the whole process sounds simple, it is actually very thrilling to do it. You have to know that this is a full 5-story building, and Li Yi's position is more than 10 meters above the ground. If he is not careful, he will fall into the rhythm of a meat pie. Fortunately, he won the bet. Through the glass doors and windows outside the small balcony, Li Yi saw that Lu Tongfu's office was empty. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and directly climbed through the window to enter the office. Entering the office, Li Yi was amazed by the furnishings inside. The entire office was a full 150 to 160 square meters and was divided into inner and outer rooms. The inside was a lounge, and the outside was an office area. Li first entered the office area and saw that the entire space was more than 100 square meters. A large desk of 2.5 meters was placed conspicuously opposite the door, and then opposite the desk was a set of leather sofas. In addition, the entire 2 walls were made into bookshelves, which were filled with various books. However, judging from the newness of these books, it is obvious that the owner of this place does not often read them. Seeking fame and reputation and being pretentious. This is Li Yi's comment to Lu Tongfu, and it is also a true portrayal of him. Time is limited. Li no longer wastes time. After taking a look at the layout of the office, he began to look inside. First, he opened the drawer on the desk and found that there were some ordinary items inside, and no keys or the like were found. But when Li Yi opened the drawer below, he found something. There were 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills inside. The brand new, for great men, still exuded the fragrance of ink. Without counting, with Li Yi's sharp eyes, he could tell at a glance that there were 200 bills, a total of 20,000 yuan. In this era, when 10,000 yuan households are rare animals, the visual impact of 20,000 yuan is extraordinary. However, Li did not take a second look. It was just 20,000 yuan. In his previous life, he had donated more than 2 billion yuan. How could he look down on this mere 20,000 yuan? Although he was short of money now, he did not pay attention to the 20,000 yuan. First, he did not want to alert the enemy, and second, he did not want to leave a stain on his life. However, the subsequent search was not smooth. Li searched every corner of Lu Tongfu's office inside and outside, but did not find what he was looking for. As a last resort, Li could only shift his sights to the lounge inside. Coming to Lu Tongfu's lounge, the decoration inside was equally luxurious and exquisite. However, Li Yi's mind was not on these exquisite decorations at all. He was thinking about where to find the keys at this time. However, when he turned the entire lounge over, he still couldn't find any trace of the keys, which put Li Yi in a dilemma. But just as Li Yi was thinking, there was a tapping sound of footsteps outside. Li Yi was startled. Such heavy and solid footsteps were heard at once. It was known that it was made by Lu Tongfu, a fat man weighing 200 kilograms. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the sound of the key opening the door was heard from outside. Li looked around and found that it was too late to escape. He gently restored the bed to its original state, then lifted the bed skirt hanging by the bed and crawled directly under the bed. As soon as he got under the bed, Li Yi heard Lu Tongfu humming a little song and walked into the office, but he did not return to the lounge immediately. He first came to the huge desk, sat down on the comfortable office chair, and then hummed a song while smoking a cigarette, looking very uncomfortable. After a while, the sound of Lu Tongfu pulling the drawer came from outside. Li Yi quietly turned his body, lifted the bed skirt, and quietly observed Lu Tongfu's every move. Lu Tongfu opened the drawer where the money was hidden, and then took out 2 bundles of 100 yuan bills, and then picked up a bundle and gently put it on his nose, closing his eyes and smelling the ink on it, with a look of enjoyment. Looking at Lu Tongfu's inexperienced look, Li Yi couldn't help but despise him. It's just a few dollars, and he, the big factory director, has been made like this. Isn't it embarrassing? You know, this provincial meat processing plant is a bureau-level unit, and the factory director is a bureau official. Although the meat processing plant has not been very profitable in the past 2 years, not only a large number of employees have been laid off, but even those who have not been laid off often cannot be paid for several months. But whether the employees are paid or not, Lu Tongfu, the big factory director, must have a similar salary, but he still puts on this mercenary miser look, which is really embarrassing. After enjoying for a while, Lu Tongfu took out the money and some bills and other things, and then walked towards the lounge. After entering the lounge, Lu Tongfu first closed the door of the lounge, and then pulled the curtains outside. Then, in Li Yi's stunned eyes, this guy actually pushed open a wardrobe on the north wall of the lounge, and there was a secret compartment behind it. Li Yi was completely stunned. What a big slot. There was a different world behind this wardrobe. No wonder I didn't find anything after searching for a long time. After Lu Tongfu put the money and bills into the secret compartment, he pushed the wardrobe back to its original position, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he was tired from pushing those things, or maybe he was sleepy, so Lu Tongfu then lay directly on the bed, and snoring sounded in the room soon. Lu Tongfu slept comfortably, but Li Yi suffered greatly. Lying under the bed, enduring Lu Tongfu's thunderous snoring, Li Yi almost collapsed. Lu Tongfu slept so soundly that he didn't wake up until after 4 o'clock. It was because the phone outside rang that Lu Tongfu got up to answer the phone. Otherwise, Li Yi didn't know how long he would have to endure it. After answering the phone, Lu Tongfu washed his face and then left the office. Before leaving, he deliberately locked the office, which made Li Yi couldn't help but say MMP. The dog locked the office, and when he went out, he had to risk going through the window. It was really a dog. However, it can be seen from this incident that Lu Tongfu, this old dog, is meticulous and should not be underestimated. After lying under the bed for more than 10 minutes, Li crawled out from under the bed after making sure that Lu Tongfu would not come back. But Li Yi did not check the secret compartment behind the wardrobe immediately. Instead, he came to the window first, carefully opened the window, and looked downstairs. He found that the 212 in the parking lot opposite the office building was gone. Obviously, Lu Laogo had left the factory. Li Yi was relieved, and then he went to the north wall and pushed open the wardrobe that was hiding people's eyes. After pushing open the wardrobe, what came into view was a 1-foot square secret compartment. The secret compartment was very deep, and it was estimated to be no less than 50 centimeters. Li Yi knew that there was a bathroom behind the north wall. Obviously, this secret compartment borrowed part of the space of the bathroom to form a concave shape. The secret compartment had a small door, but it was not locked. When the door was opened, there was a lot of cash stored inside, all of which were 100 yuan bills. In addition, Li Yi also saw some jewelry and jade, but the most eye-catching thing was the iron box at the innermost. He reached out to take out the box and opened it gently. Sure enough, he found several keys inside. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Yi's mouth, and then he took out his iron box filled with plasticine, copied the shapes and patterns of the keys on it, and put the keys back. The reason why he didn't take the keys away directly was mainly because he was worried that Lu Tongfu would find something unusual after finding that the keys were lost, and then move the stolen goods. After doing all this, Li Yi closed the door of the secret compartment again and pushed the wardrobe back to its original position. But just when Li Yi was about to leave, he found a problem. It was almost 5 o'clock, which was the peak time for the meat processing factory to get off work. If he climbed out the window again at this time, he would definitely be discovered. After thinking it over again and again, Li decided to endure it and wait until dark before leaving. Taking advantage of this gap, Li took out Angry's bills and secret documents again. He wanted to see what would make Lu Tongfu put them together with the cash. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. These are some false reimbursement vouchers. Although the amount is not large, it is enough for Lu Tongfu's annual salary. There is also a contract in it, which is actually a purchase contract for new equipment. According to the content of the contract, the meat processing plant wants to order a ham sausage production line from a large factory in the southwest. Li also knows about this. Some time ago, this matter was discussed in the factory for a while. It is said that if this production line can be built, it can at least solve the employment problem of 500 people, but the order amount on the contract is not right. At a staff meeting some time ago, Lu Tongfu told the employees that the amount of a production line was 5.8 million, but now the contract clearly states 2.28 million. Needless to say, this bastard is obviously doing an yin-yang contract. When he signed the contract with the other party, he filled in 2.28 million, but when he filed it with the factory, he used a fake contract, which was the one with a contract amount of 5.8 million. The factory also had to pay 5.8 million, and the extra 3.52 million went into Lu Tongfu's pocket. No wonder this bastard can get so much money without anyone knowing. It turns out that he is making money in a proper way. After looking at Lu Tongfu's treasures one by one, Li couldn't help but want to say to this guy, "You are a genius." When it comes to the matter of embezzling state property, Lu Tongfu is simply an expert. Even if he eats a meal, this guy can come up with some tricks. Even Li, who has been reborn, can't help but admire this guy a little. However, this guy only has this little bit of cleverness. If he could use these smarts and talents to manage and operate the meat processing plant, this state-owned large factory would not have fallen into such a state. It is really sad, lamentable, and infuriating. When Li came out of Lu Tongfu's office, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After quietly leaving the meat processing plant, Li did not go home, but went straight to the intersection of urban and rural areas, where he had to go to get the key made. After all, Lu Tongfu could not drag things on indefinitely, and he did not have much time. When Li rushed to the intersection, the old man who made the key was packing up and seemed to be ready to close the stall. Li went over immediately and explained his purpose. The old man was straightforward and immediately put the food back and started to work. After a while, all 3 keys that Li had copied were made. After confirming again and again that the keys made in this way could open the door, Li paid the money with satisfaction and then went straight to the Tuanjia community. It was already 9:30 in the evening when he arrived at the Tuanjia community. This time, Li did not try one by one, but went directly to the east unit on the 6th floor of the first unit of Building 9, because Lu Tongfu, the old dog, was also worried that he would mix up the keys, so he put the room number on the key. Coincidentally, this room number was exactly the same as the room number of a house provided to him by Zhou Lao and others. So Li immediately concluded that this was the house he was looking for. Standing at the door of the room, Li was a little uneasy. After all, this was related to the fate of Lu Tongfu and his son, and whether he could live in peace in the future. Even Li, who was determined, couldn't help but worry a little. Besides, this key was not made with a real object, but made with a template. Whether it worked or not was another matter. With an uneasy mood, he inserted the key into the keyhole. With a slight turn, the door was opened. Li took a deep breath and then walked in carefully, not forgetting to close the door. The room was clean, but lacked popularity. You can tell at a glance that it is not often used. Especially the kitchen, there is a light layer of dust on it. Obviously, it is not often used. Moreover, the whole room is filled with a musty smell, which is directly related to the warm, humid, and rainy climate of Jiangnan province. Li knew some details of Lu Tongfu's case, so he didn't need to rummage around, and went directly to the master bedroom and opened the bed. Sure enough, the moment the bed was opened, Li saw piles of cash, and all the money was 100 yuan bills, still brand new. Although he had a premonition, Li still couldn't help but widen his eyes. In this era where most people are still struggling with hunger and cold clothes, so many 100 yuan bills are simply like a dream. No wonder the thief who caused this case couldn't bear his greed and took away hundreds of thousands of yuan at one time. Li suddenly had an idea in his mind. If he took some away and went back to help his family improve their lives, there shouldn't be any problems, right? But this idea only appeared in Li Yi's mind for a moment, and was immediately kicked out of the sky by Li Yi. For most people, making money is indeed a difficult thing, but this definitely does not include Li Yi. Although Li Yi has no money now, with his ability as a reborn person, he can stand at the forefront of the trend with just a few ideas, and as long as he stands at the forefront of the trend, even a pig can fly. Making money is really not a difficult thing. Besides, didn't I start from scratch in my previous life, relying on a pair of hands and the courage to not admit defeat and not afraid of losing, and eventually became a business giant? It was possible in the previous life, and it is even more possible in this life. If we really can't do it, We can go our own way and earn endless and inexhaustible wealth. What's more, a real man does not eat food given out of pity. If I still feel at ease spending this kind of money that goes against my conscience, what is the difference between me and people like Lu Tongfu? When I thought of this, Li Yi's eyes became firm and clear. Standing up from the bed, Li looked at the ceiling. He knew that the account books found by the thief were hidden in the ceiling. Li dragged a stool from the living room and took off the light bulb on the ceiling. Sure enough, he found a small hole behind the light bulb. There was indeed a thick book inside, all of which were people who came to bribe Lu Tongfu. The names, dates, and amounts were all clearly visible. It is said that the reason why Lu Tongfu recorded these was mainly to prevent some people with ulterior motives, and secondly, he was worried about mixing up what he promised to others. Unexpectedly, these things eventually became evidence presented in court and became the evidence and death warrant that sent him to hell. Finding paper and pen, Li copied all the contents of the account books. Then he silently restored everything in the room to its original state and even carefully wiped everything he had touched with a rag so as not to leave any traces on anyone, not even fingerprints. After doing all this, Li left the room. Until he left, he didn't even look at the money under the bed. In fact, Li had checked just now, not only under the bed, but also in the kitchen refrigerator, wardrobe, and even in the closet. All of them were full of money. But so what? His achievements in 30 years will be far better than Lu Tongfu, and he will even earn hundreds of times more money than Lu Tongfu. Can he let these meaningless numbers pollute his eyes and mind? At present, he has obtained the evidence of Lu Tongfu's corruption/embezzlement/bribery. As long as these evidences are submitted to the Disciplinary Supervision Department, Lu Tongfu will be doomed. And once Lu Tongfu is overthrown, Lu Daong will become a dog without a home. At that time, Li will not even need to take action. Lu Daong will definitely end up in trouble under the pressure of everyone. What's more, that bastard relies on his father being the director of the meat processing plant. These people have done a lot of useless things. If you use a sentence to describe it, it is that there is shit under their butts. Once the Lu family father and son are dealt with, the mountain pressing on his head will disappear. At that time, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. It's time for him, Li Yi, to take off. With excitement, Li locked the door again and left the Tuanjie community. When I got home, it was already past 11 p.m. When he opened the door, Li found his wife sitting at the dining table, but did not see his daughter. Seeing Li push the door open and come in, Su Qingnan looked at him carefully, did not ask about the smell of tobacco and alcohol on his body, and then asked, "Why are you back so late?" Li Yi immediately said, "I went out to do something. I thought you were drinking and gambling again." "No way. I'm going to do business. Wei Sanpao came to look for you in the evening. I told you that you didn't come back. He asked me to tell you that he would wait for you at Song Laoyo's donkey meat restaurant in the evening." Li looked at his watch and said, "It's too late. I won't go." "Isn't this bad?" "There's nothing wrong with it. Lu Tongfu's affairs will be settled in a few days. I'll treat him to a good meal. By the way, how do you plan to solve this matter?" Today, Lu Tongfu went to see Dad again. Li took a sip of water and said, "Don't worry. That bitch won't be able to run around for a few more days. You and your dad will tell you tomorrow that if that bitch comes to him again, fight back immediately and don't give Gowri the face. Isn't this good? He is the director of the factory." "Not soon," Li said decisively. "Why?" "For no reason. This bitch will be dealt with soon. He is just a drowned dog. We can still be bullied by him. Did you hear something?" "Sister, you don't have to worry about this. It will be over in a few days." "Okay then, have you eaten?" Su Qingnan didn't ask Li Yi before he realized that he hadn't eaten all day today and had walked such a long way, and his chest was already pressed against his back. "Not yet. I'm a little hungry." Su Qingnan immediately walked into the kitchen and took out an aluminum lunchbox. I opened the lunchboxes. One lunchbox was filled with rice, and the other lunchbox was filled with vegetables. There are two kinds of dishes, one meat and one vegetarian. The vegetarian dish is fried potato slices, and the meat dish is braised pork. Although meat is still expensive in this era, they are a meat factory, and the most indispensable thing is pork. After all, there are inevitably some scraps left over from slaughtering pigs and sheep here. These have become the welfare of the employees of the meat joint factory, so there is basically meat in the factory canteen. And this is why the children of other factories envy the meat factory, because there is meat to eat here. In this era of scarcity, eating meat represents happiness. 2 dishes? Sister, did you just eat some white rice again tonight? Without. Don't lie to me, I know it. In fact, Lee didn't know about this. He only learned about the past from his sister-in-law, Su Qingyao, after Su Qingnan committed suicide. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Su Qingnan just smiled and said, "It's okay. You are a man, and you need nutrition more." These words once again touched the softest part of Li Yi's heart. But this time, he resisted the urge to cry. Instead, he picked up a piece of fat and thin braised pork and handed it to Su Qingnan's mouth, gesturing for her to eat it. Seeing Li Yi's firm eyes, Su Qingnan did not refuse and ate it obediently. This is the kind of person she is. She will tolerate Li Yi when he makes a mistake. She will support what Li Yi insists on and rarely refute. Watching Su Qingnan eat the braised pork, Li Yi smiled and then said, "Sister, don't worry, I will definitely make you the happiest woman in the world in the future." Su Qingnan smiled and said, "Sister, I believe in you. Where's the girl?" "I went to bed early. Before I went to bed, I was still talking about when you would be back." "Hey, I also want to come back early, but it's a pity that I can't delay this matter." "Sister, I know you are busy. Why don't you sleep with us two today? I can see you when Weiwei wakes up tomorrow." As he spoke, Su Qingnan's face couldn't help but turn red. Ever since the two of them broke up, they haven't slept in the same room for more than half a year. Now Su Qingnan asked Li Yi to sleep in the same room with her, which was an obvious signal. But thinking that there were important things to do in the evening, Li Yi immediately suppressed his excitement and said, "Sister, tomorrow I have to sort out some things tonight. This matter is very important." "Well, okay then." Li swept away the food in the lunchbox in a few seconds, then took the lunchbox into the kitchen and planned to clean it. But she was stopped by Su Qingnan. She took the lunchbox from Li Yi and said at the same time, "You men don't need to do things like washing pots and wiping dishes. Just leave it to my sister." Li Yi didn't refuse. He couldn't even remember it. It seemed that since Su Qingnan came to Li's house, the matter of washing dishes seemed to be hers. Before that, this matter belonged to the mother. In Li Yi's memory, before his wife committed suicide in his previous life, he seemed to have never done any housework and rarely took care of his children. All matters at home seemed to be handled by this silly woman in front of him. Seeing his wife walking into the kitchen carrying a lunchbox, Li Yi couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. After adjusting his thoughts, Li Yi couldn't help but think about what to do next. Although the evidence has been obtained, how to make this evidence truly effective is also crucial. It seems a little inappropriate to send it directly to the relevant department. After all, if people ask about the source of this thing, I can't say that I stole it. Not only is it not nice to say this, it is also suspected of being illegal. And if you are not careful, you may get yourself into trouble. Besides, if that bastard Lu Tongfu turns the tables and says that he lost hundreds of thousands of yuan, then he really can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. So, I must not show up for this matter. Since I can't show up, I can only write an anonymous report letter and then mail the evidence to the relevant departments through the post office. But who should I mail it to? If it can't be sent to the hands of those who really make decisions for the people, then this matter will also be difficult to handle. Because you know that officials protect each other, and Lu Tongfu has been rampant in the entire Jiangnan province for decades. It is impossible to say that he has no one to protect him. Suddenly, Li thought of a person, that is Li Wenshan, the deputy director of the municipal bureau, who was the police officer who personally led the team to arrest the human traffickers that day. Although Li Wenshan is only a deputy director at the moment, he will be very successful in the future. In the future, he will rise to the top and finally become the top brother of the political and legal system of Jiangnan province. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is that Li Wenshan is a truly good policeman. He hates evil and is impartial. He even sent his own brother to prison. How could such an iron-faced Bao, who does not even spare his own people, protect a scum like Lu Tongfu? Giving these evidences to him will definitely play a significant role. Of course, Li also knows that eggs should not be put in one basket. Therefore, while handing these evidences to Li Wenshan, they must also be mailed to the Disciplinary Supervision Department, such as the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection or the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and immediately took out paper and pen from the inner room and began to write a letter of complaint. No one spoke overnight. Early the next morning, Li left home with 3 letters of denunciation. What he had to do today was to send the letters to Li Wenshan and relevant departments through the post office, and then wait for the matter to ferment. There was a post office not far from the meat processing factory, but Li did not go there to send the letter. The reason was simple, because most of the business handled by the post office near the meat processing factory was related to the factory every day, and most of the people who went to send and receive letters every day were from the same factory, and even the staff of the post office knew Li. If Li sent these letters of denunciation through that post office, if someone really investigated it, Li would be found out soon. So, after sending his daughter to kindergarten, Li took the bus to the city. An envelope cost 10 cents, a stamp cost 80 cents, and 3 letters cost Li 2.70 yuan in total. This was a huge sum of money for Li, who was already poor, and it really made Li feel distressed. But in order to bring down the Lu family father and son, Li still endured it. After coming out of the post office, Li felt relaxed. His 3 letters were sent to different places. One of them was sent to Li Wenshan. This letter mainly reported the crimes of Lu's father and son for corruption, abuse of power, bullying men and women, etc. The remaining 2 letters were sent to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, respectively. The contents of the letters were basically the same. They all reported Lu Tongfu's crimes of embezzlement, bribery, misappropriation of public funds, forgery of contracts, embezzlement of public and private property, and huge amounts of property from unknown sources. Li believed that even if Lu Tongfu had someone to protect him, it would be impossible to make so many departments shut up at the same time. As long as one department intervened in the investigation, the evidence he attached to the materials would be enough to make Lu Tongfu pay. On the way back, Li couldn't help thinking about what he should do next after overthrowing Lu Tongfu and his son. After Lu Tongfu was taken down this time, the meat processing plant would inevitably undergo some rectification, and the current chaotic situation would inevitably change. But it is not necessarily true that the situation of the meat processing plant is bright. After all, the general environment is like this. Under the impact of the market economy, enterprises like the meat processing plant that rely on policy support will inevitably be eliminated. This cannot be changed by changing a leader, but is determined by the times. But for Li, if he returns to work in the meat processing plant now, it will definitely be very comfortable. The reason is also simple. Once Lu Tongfu is removed, Wei Sanpeio's father Wei Qinggan will undoubtedly become the director of the meat processing plant. On the one hand, it is because Wei Qinggan is upright and his reputation in the factory is obvious to all. As long as the upper level sends someone to investigate, they will know that Wei Qinggan has been resolutely fighting against Lu Tongfu for these years. On the other hand, Wei Qinggan also has someone above him, but the relationship is not as strong as Lu Tongfu. As long as Lu Tongfu goes in, the network of relationships behind Wei Qinggan will work a little harder, and it will not be a matter of hand to remove the word deputy in front of the position. And his father Li Fengyin may be promoted from workshop director to deputy director. Everyone knows that Li Fengyin and Wei Qinggan have a good relationship. In the past few years, the two have supported each other and somewhat restrained Lu Tongfu. Otherwise, the meat processing plant would have been emptied by that bastard. However, Li thought about it and decided to wait and see. The reason is very simple. The meat processing plant is about to face a major problem. That is, enterprise restructuring. There are many successful examples of enterprise restructuring, but the meat processing plant in Jiangnan province is not one of them. Li Yi's goal is not to return to the meat processing plant to work, but to directly contract the meat processing plant. If you want to do this, you must get a sufficiently generous amount of funds before the meat processing plant is restructured. And simply returning to the meat processing plant to work is not realistic at all. At present, my salary is 85 yuan per month, plus various subsidies. It is only 108 yuan. But after deducting miscellaneous amounts, the actual amount received is less than 100 yuan, and Su Qingnan's is even less than 80 yuan. Therefore, even if the two of them don't eat or drink, they can only make 170 or 80 yuan a month. Although this amount of money is indeed not a small amount for most families at present, it is simply a drop in the bucket for what Li Yi is going to do next. Therefore, what Li Yi has to do next is to make money. At the same time, in the director's office of the meat processing plant, Lu Tongfu was angry, and the target of his anger was Li Yi's father, Li Fengyan. Director Li, how have you considered it? How do you want to solve this problem? Lu Tongfu said coldly while smoking a cigarette. Li Fengyan felt a little suffocated, but he knew that compared to Lu Tongfu, who was a stone in the pit, he was just an egg and had no capital to fight to the death. Whether it was for his son or for his family, he could only endure it. Director, can you give us a few more days to deal with this? Give me a few more days. It turns out that the person lying in the hospital is not your son. Then Lu Tongfu said again, Li Fengyan, I tell you, either you take out 500 yuan today and let Li Yi apologize to my son, or I will punish your son and let him get out of the factory. You decide for yourself. After that, Lu Tongfu picked up the teacup with the words, serve the people, printed on it, and took a sip of tea. This scene was inexplicably ironic. Li Fengyan held the corner of his clothes tightly with both hands, then gritted his teeth and said, This, Director, we can pay 500 yuan, but can we forget about the apology? Seeing Lu Tongfu's eyebrows raised again, Li Fengyan immediately said, You know Li Yi's temper. He is a scoundrel. Even if I am the boss here, I can't force him to apologize. No, both money and apology are indispensable. At this point, Lu Tongfu's tone also slowed down a little. Director Li, you should also understand the current trend. There are waves of layoffs, and many people are scrambling to get a job. Although our meat processing factory is not very profitable, okay, but after all, it is a state-owned factory, with the country as a backer. We will never starve. If your son is really fired, not to mention whether he has the ability to compete with those outside, it will be difficult to find a job anywhere with this punishment. You should think about it carefully. Li Fengyan gritted his teeth and said, Tomorrow. I will give you an answer tomorrow. Lu Tongfu nodded and said, Okay, tomorrow. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer tomorrow, the notice of expulsion will be announced immediately. Well, then you go first, I'll leave first. After that, Li Fengyan dragged his heavy steps and left the factory director's office. After watching Li Fengyan leave, Lu Tongfu showed a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, but he was secretly proud in his heart. You poor guys want to fight me? Dream on? What Lu Tongfu didn't know was that his doomsday was coming. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Li Yi arrived at the kindergarten gate on time to pick up his daughter from school. With the painful experience of his daughter being kidnapped in his previous life, Li Yi agreed with his wife, who would pick up the child every day before sending his daughter to school. If Li Yi agreed to pick up his daughter from school, he would arrive at the kindergarten on time, even if it was raining knives from the sky. Moreover, when sending his daughter to school these days, Li Yi repeatedly told the kindergarten teacher that his daughter must be taken away by himself or his wife, and no one else could take her away. Since the kindergarten had just had a kidnapping incident with human traffickers 2 days ago, the kindergarten teachers did not think that Li Yi had done anything wrong, but praised him for being really concerned about his daughter. As soon as he arrived at the kindergarten, Li Yi saw his daughter Li Yue waving her hand inside the iron fence, and after getting the teacher's permission, she jumped and ran towards him. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Yi's face, and he opened his arms to welcome his daughter. Li Yi picked up his daughter, who rushed over and asked with a smile, Are you happy in kindergarten today? Happy. The teacher also rewarded me with a little red flower. Why reward you? Because I helped Huang Xilan get the steamed buns. The teacher said that this is called helping others, so I was rewarded with a little red flower. And no one else got it. Haha, my Wei is awesome. Dad, what delicious food are we going to eat tonight? Li scratched his daughter's nose and asked with a smile. What does Wei want to eat? How about the fragrant oil-splash noodles? Okay, but there is no chili at home. We have to go to the canteen to buy some chili first. Dad, please don't eat chili. Wei doesn't like chili. Her mouth hurts. Li smiled and said, Dad won't put chili in your bowl. My mom and I will eat chili. Okay then. Then, the father and daughter held hands, talked and laughed, and walked towards the canteen not far away. Back home, 5:50. After telling Wei to do her homework, Li went into the kitchen and got busy. Li was speechless about his daughter's homework. It's just a kindergarten. Is it necessary to leave homework every day? Shouldn't children have fun every day? But thinking of this era where exam-oriented education is the mainstream, no matter whether it is kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, or high school, the only goal of everyone's study seems to be to get into college. Under such an educational philosophy, homework at any stage seems to be a matter of course, and kindergarten is no exception. Li also came from this era. He wanted to change this educational method, but the effect was not very good because Su Qingnan was a firm supporter of the school in this matter. Li, who decided to be a good man who listened to his wife and followed the party, realized his mistake after discovering this problem and decided to let it go. Mixing noodles, rolling noodles, washing vegetables, Li in the kitchen was very busy. Meanwhile, on the small dining table in the living room, Li Yue was holding a little red flower and laughing foolishly. Homework, for the time being, had been thrown out of her mind. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Li thought it was his wife who had returned, and immediately shouted through the door. Wei, open the door for Mom. Okay, Dad. Soon, the daughter's surprised cry came from outside the kitchen. Li was startled and immediately opened the door to check and found that his daughter was acting coquettishly in her father's arms. Seeing his father, Li was stunned. This was the first time he had seen his father in the past few days of his rebirth. He was still young at the age of less than 50 and as strong as he remembered. But thinking back to his previous life, due to the disappearance of his daughter and Su Qingnan's suicide, his father's hair turned completely white overnight. He blamed himself for not teaching his son well, and even more for harming his good brother's daughter. So after that, he not only severed the father-son relationship with himself, but also smoked all day long. Finally, he was diagnosed with lung cancer 20 years later. Although it was discovered early and the surgery was successful, his body had been severely damaged by years of smoking. After the surgery, his body was seriously damaged, and he stayed in bed for many years until his rebirth. Dad! Li's voice was a little trembling, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. If he hadn't been holding back, tears would have flowed down long ago. Seeing the apron hanging around Li Yi's waist, Li Fengyan asked in confusion, Why are you dressed like this? Before Li Yi could speak, he heard his daughter proudly say, Grandpa, Dad is making delicious oil-splash noodles for me and Mom. Oil-splash noodles, you can cook. Are you sure you're not wasting food? Li Fengyan asked in surprise. Li Yi smiled and said, Dad, it's just cooking. Is it that difficult? Isn't it difficult? Li suddenly thought that his father was not very good at this business. He remembered that once his mother was on a business trip, the responsibility of cooking was handed over to his father. The father probably wanted to show off his cooking skills to the children, so he decided to fry eggs for them. As a result, he put less oil and the eggs were burnt. The taste was really indescribable. I remember that the week when my mother was away on business, they were almost living in dire straits. It was also after that incident that Su Qingnan made up his mind to learn how to cook from his mother. In order to avoid embarrassment, Li took the initiative to end the topic and said, Dad, today I will let you taste my cooking skills and see if I am wasting food. Okay, your mother has something to do at work today, and I haven't found dinner yet. Then you stay with Wei for a while. I'll go and get busy first. Okay. Soon, the meal was ready. At this time, Su Qingnan also got off work. After entering the house, he saw his father-in-law was also there and immediately asked in surprise, Dad, when did you come here? Just arrived a while ago. Where is Li Yi? Cooking in the kitchen. Wei Wei, what delicious food is your dad going to make today? Delicious oil splash noodles. And Dad also said not to put chili in my bowl. At this time, Li Fengyan asked cautiously, Qing Nan, is that bad boy really good at cooking? I don't know about other things, but this oil splash noodles is really well made. With the taste of my hometown. Did you teach him? No, I don't know when he learned it. He suddenly showed me his skills a few days ago, and I was shocked at the time. So this kid really repented a little? It seems so, and Xiaoyi himself is not a bad person. Just a little naughty. He will change for the better in the future. Alas, it is difficult to change a person's nature. As he was talking, the kitchen door suddenly opened, and Li Yi came out with a plate. When Li Fengyan and Su Qingnan saw Li Yi, their eyes were quickly attracted by the plate in his hand. There was a plate of cold dishes on the plate, with cucumbers cut into small pieces, green and red peppers, and coriander. You don't need to taste it. Just looking at the appearance will make people hungry. Then, Li brought out a small 3 and 4 bowls of noodles from the kitchen. Compared with the cucumber, the oil-splashed noodles looked better, which immediately attracted Li Fengyan and made him open his mouth wide. No wonder Li Fengyan was so shocked. No one knew his son's character better than him. He was good at eating, drinking, gambling, and fighting, but other than that, he had nothing to do with anything related to human affairs. So, these bowls of noodles really subverted Li Fengyan's cognition. Li Yi also knew his father's shock, but he didn't explain it. Instead, he directly invited his father to eat. After finishing the meal, Li Fengyan recovered from the previous shock, lit a cigarette, and said with emotion, I never expected that one day I would be able to eat the food cooked by you. It's really rare. As you said, who doesn't have 1 or 2 specialty dishes? I'll just cook them for you a few more times in the future, Li said with a smile. Red, seeing such a big change, I feel relieved. From this point of view, this lesson may not be a bad thing for you. Dad, I won't let you worry about me anymore. I like to hear this, but you kid, don't restrain yourself and then fall into your old ways after 3.5 days. Then your mother and Qing Nan will shed tears for you again. Dad, I won't say anything more if I promise. You will always be happy with me from now on. Then Li Fengyan suddenly said, Lu Tongfu came to see me today and issued an ultimatum. What ultimatum? Give him a reply tomorrow, and I'll either pay you and apologize, or I'll fire you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingnan said hurriedly, Dad, we can't let Xiaoyi be expelled. Li said calmly, Dad, Lu Tongfu can't fire me. Well, looking at the puzzled expressions on his father and wife's faces, Li showed a smile, and then said, Lu Tongfu himself is already a grasshopper after the autumn. He can't jump around for a few days. A clay Buddha who can't save himself is not that big. Ability. What do you mean? How do you know that Lu Tongfu won't be able to dance for a few days? Li Fengyan asked in confusion. I can't tell you clearly about this, but I think it only happened in a day or 2. Li said. Seeing that his son was unwilling to say more, Li Fengyan thought for a moment, and then asked, Lu Tongfu asked me to give an answer tomorrow. What should I say? There are 2 ways. The first is to delay. You can tell him that we are willing to accept his conditions, but now the family really has no money, and it will take a few days to raise money. What if he doesn't agree? He will agree. He knows the situation of the factory better than anyone else. Everyone has not been paid for several months. Who can come up with 500 yuan at once? Li said. What about the second option? Be tough and tough. Tell that old dog directly that we are not willing to accept his conditions. And not only are we unwilling to swallow this matter, we also want to sue him to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. As soon as these words came out, both Li Fengyan and Su Qingnan were stunned. Xiaoyi, can we stop making trouble? We can't fight Lu Tongfu. Su Qingnan said hurriedly. Sister, I know what you were worried about, but there is one thing you have to understand. I am a man and have my own dignity. When I see my wife being bullied, can I pretend not to see it? So, there is nothing wrong with me beating Lu Dege. Then Li Yi continued, since we are not wrong, why should we bow to Lu Tongfu and his son? Can the factory director confuse right and wrong like this and be lawless? If I really apologize and pay them, all the 3,000 employees of the meat factory will know that the Lee family is a bunch of cowards. Not only will I be unable to hold my head high, Wei Wei will also be looked down upon in the future. So like this Li Yi, don't need to swallow my anger. Li Fengyin was once again shocked by Li Yi's words. He had always been worried about his son being expelled, so he always wanted to settle the matter, but never thought that his son would think more thoroughly. Well said, this is very encouraging, but have you ever thought about it? Once you really do this, there will be no room for maneuver. Dad, we are already barefoot. Do we still worry about losing anything? Now that you have made your decision, Dad will support you this time. Anyway, the current situation in the factory is half dead. Maybe everyone will be laid off at some point. It doesn't matter if you leave the factory. Dad, don't worry. I have a sense of discretion in this matter. Well, then I will reject Lu Tongfu tomorrow. No, I'll tell him in person tomorrow. Let's forget it, I'm worried. It's okay. He can still eat me. You must know that this is a society governed by law. If he dares to do it, I will lie down. Lie down? Why are you lying down? Su Qingnan asked in confusion. I will never give up until I blackmail him and ruin my fortune. Ha ha, it's all nonsense. How can we do this? Su Qingnan said with a smile. Blackmail is definitely not allowed, but if he dares to do something in the factory, I will definitely not be able to fight back. By then we will have established the image of the victim, which will be enough to give Lu Tongfu a headache. Okay then, tomorrow we will directly tell that bitch Lu Tongfu that our Li family does not accept his opinion, and he will do whatever he wants. Yes, love as you like. There is no reason to apologize for being bullied. This is not the old society. When Li Yi and his family were discussing how to respond to Lu Tongfu, the city bureau exploded. The reason is that this afternoon, Li Wenshan received a letter of report. Although it is an anonymous reporting letter, the content in the letter is really shocking. The targets of this letter were Lu Tongfu, the director of the provincial meat factory, and his son Lu Daong. The content of the report was that Lu Tongfu was corrupt, embezzled public funds, misappropriated state property, and acted as a dictator in the meat factory. His son Lu Daong, under his protection, did not work for many years but received a salary. Not only did he eat empty salaries, he often brought his lackeys to bully men and women, and fought, and completely regarded the meat processing plant as his family's territory. In recent years, 11 people were seriously injured by Lu Daong, and many women were molested and harassed by Lu Daong and his gang, which had extremely bad effects. Usually, Li Wenshan would not care about such reports. After all, there are too many such things, but most of them are just hearsay and no substantial evidence. But this report letter is different. There is corresponding evidence for each crime of the Lu family father and son. There are hundreds of pages of various materials, which can form a complete chain of evidence. More importantly, the reporter wrote at the end of the report letter that he also sent a letter to the provincial and municipal discipline inspection committees, and the report letter to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection is also being prepared. If they do not start the investigation, then the report letter will be sent to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection together with their inaction. After reading the report, Li Wenshan was completely stunned. Putting aside the content of the report, the meticulous plan of the reporter alone was enough to shock him. You know, the other party knows almost all the departments and procedures for handling the case, including the public security and discipline inspection. He also knows to report to the provincial and municipal levels first, and if it doesn't work, report to a higher level. In this way, none of their departments can ignore it. After all, as long as one department starts to investigate, as long as Lu Tongfu has shit under his ass, the unit that does not investigate is in action. Once the superiors investigate, the consequences will be serious. After thinking it over and over again, Li Wenshan immediately decided to report the matter to the senior management of the municipal bureau and hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with it. At the same time, the discipline inspection and supervision departments at the Jiangnan provincial and Jiangxing levels were also alarmed by Li Yi's two reports, which directly sounded the death knell for Lu Tongfu and his son. Early the next morning, after Li Yi sent his daughter to kindergarten, he met up with his father Li Fengyan and went to the headquarters building of the meat processing plant. Today he was going to confront the Liu family father and son and tell them that I, Li Yi, don't care about you. Do whatever you want. Of course, Li Yi is not a reckless person, and he did this for his own deeper considerations. Liu Tongfu's investigation was almost a foregone conclusion. At this time, he was like a pile of stinky dog shit, and whoever was closest to him would be unlucky. For example, his lackeys, no matter whether they were involved in his case or not, they would not be able to escape the fate of being liquidated in the end. On the contrary, those who resolutely fought against Liu Tongfu would be recognized by the higher-ups, and it was inevitable that they would be reused. Therefore, Li Yi decided to confront Liu Tongfu with his father, and it must be known to everyone. In short, the bigger the incident, the greater the benefit. However, when Li Yi and Li Fengyan arrived at the factory building, Liu Tongfu did not come. Although this bastard was the factory director, he could hardly come to work on time. Li Yi was not in a hurry either, as he had plenty of time now. So the father and son first came to Li Fengyan's office, brewed a pot of tea, and drank it while sitting opposite each other. At 10 o'clock, the roar of a car came from downstairs. Li Yi opened the window and looked down, and indeed found that Liu Tongfu's 212 had stopped in the parking lot downstairs, and Liu Tongfu got out of the car with a briefcase under his arm, looking very proud. In this era, when everyone is struggling for a bicycle, being able to drive a car is indeed a source of pride. It's a pity that this is just an old 212 retired from the army. If it could be replaced with a new imported Santana, it would be even more awesome. Li Yi immediately said to his father, "Dad, let's go to the door and block that old dog. Aren't we going to his office to talk?" "Ha! Liu Tongfu's office is on the 5th floor. There are not many people there. This matter is either not to make a fuss or to make a big fuss. The bigger the noise, the better it is for us," Li Yi said. Li Fengyan thought about it and felt that what Li Yi said made sense. He nodded immediately and then stood up and walked out of the office. Liu Tongfu had just finished his breakfast, a basket of crab roe buns, plus a few side dishes. Although it cost a lot of money, he was very satisfied with the meal. Anyway, the money can be reimbursed by the factory accountant in the end, and he doesn't have to pay out of his own pocket. How can this feel bad? Thinking that there will be another 500 yuan in the account today, Liu Tongfu felt even happier. With his current assets, he naturally looked down on the 500 yuan, but he just wanted to see the helpless look of the Li family father and son bowing their heads. At the same time, he also wanted to tell others through this method that, look, in this meat processing plant, I, Liu Tongfu, am the sky, and even the workshop director has to lie down before me. A typical killing of a chicken to scare the monkey. He wanted to use this method to deter others. And he also had Li Fengyan and Li Yi in his hands. He believed that Li Fengyan would not watch his son being fired. But he missed the variable of Li Yi. As a man, how could he endure such humiliation? As soon as he entered the factory building, he saw the father and son of the Li family coming towards him. Liu Tongfu showed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Since Li Fengyan brought his son with him, it was obvious that he came to apologize to him. Otherwise, there would be no need to bring his son. He had secretly made a decision to spare this dog-like thing this time. When the money was in hand, he would find a reason to fire him. By then, the Li family would be angry to death because they had spent the money but did not save the people. Thinking of this, Liu Tongfu said to Li Fengyan, who was walking over, "Where are you going, Director Li? Li Yi and I are waiting for you here." "Oh, it seems that Director Li has already figured out what to do." When he was talking, many people gathered at the door. After all, this is the factory building, and today is a working day, so there are many people coming in and out. And Liu Tongfu is the factory director, and many people want to curry favor with him. Without waiting for Li Fengyan to answer, Li stood in front and said, "Well, I have thought about it. Now I can tell Director Liu that I do not accept your conditions." "Well, young people just admit their mistakes." "Ah, what did you say just now?" Since the director is hard of hearing, I will say it again. Our family does not accept your condition of compensation and apology. Liu Tongfu was stunned at first, and then said angrily, "Li Fengyan, is this your answer? You have to think it through?" Li Yi said coldly, We have thought it through very clearly. We do not accept your conditions. Your son molested me and my wife and finally got beaten, but he still wants us to pay money and apologize. This is bullying our Lee family as honest people. I don't accept it. You. What do you mean you? If your wife is molested, will you apologize to others? As soon as this was said, the onlookers began to point fingers. Everyone knows what the conflict between Liu Daong and Li Yi is about. The two sides have been at peace for a while, and everyone thought that the matter had been resolved through negotiation. But unexpectedly, the two sides did not reach an agreement. And from what Li Yi said just now, it can be heard that Director Liu wants the Li family to pay compensation and apologize. All of a sudden, everyone felt that Director Liu had gone too far. After all, it was his son who molested the wife first. Li Yi, we are not done with this matter. You can just wait to be fired. Lu Tongfu shouted angrily. Li Yi also shouted loudly. This matter is really not over. Your son bullies men and women and repeatedly seriously injures others under the protection of others. I will report you to the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. I don't believe that the sky of Jiangnan Province can really be covered by you, Lu Tongfu. Humph, sue me. Who do you think you are, a dog-like thing? Lu Tongfu said with disdain. What's wrong with suing you? Now we live in a society ruled by law, and we always abide by the law. You are an ordinary citizen, and you want to sue me, a department official? Dream on. At this time, Li Yi sneered and said, Lu Tongfu, have you ever heard a saying? What's saying? Don't bully honest people because honest people have a Buddha in their hearts. If you push the Buddha down, you will face the devil. As soon as these words came out, there was silence at the scene. It's not that Li Yi's words made sense, but his expression when he spoke was really scary. The fierce, murderous aura in his eyes was like a substance, which made people dare not look directly at it. Even in June, people still had the illusion of falling into an ice cave. Lu Tongfu was also frightened by Li Yi's words, but then he reacted and roared angrily. What's wrong with bullying you? I just want to bully you. What can you do? But at this moment, a police car suddenly appeared at the door of the factory office building. Then, several policemen in olive green got off the car, and the leader was Yin Qing, the criminal police captain who had come to convey the city bureau's instructions. Just when everyone was wondering why the police appeared, these policemen came in front of everyone, and then Captain Yin said to Lu Tongfu, You must be Lu Tongfu. I am Lu Tongfu. What can I do for you? Lu Tongfu, you are suspected of corruption/bribery, and the amount involved is huge. Please go back with us for investigation. When Lu Tongfu heard this, his whole body trembled violently, and the briefcase in his hand fell directly to the ground. This is a false accusation. This is absolutely a false accusation. If you have anything to say, wait until we get back to the bureau. Take him away. Following Yin Qing's order, two young and strong policemen sandwiched Lu Tongfu in the middle, put on iron bracelets, and took him to the police car on the side. At the same time, several other policemen walked towards Lu Tongfu's office on the 5th floor. Lu Tongfu's eyes were erratic, and even Li Fengyan, who was standing opposite, noticed it. However, the two police officers obviously didn't care about that. They just stepped forward and held Lu Tongfu and walked out of the office. Lu Tongfu's investigation caused a great uproar in the entire meat processing plant. What made the cadres of the meat processing plant even more frightened was that because the case was serious, the provincial leaders gave instructions to immediately form a special task force from the public security and discipline inspection departments to enter the meat processing plant to investigate the matter. In a word, investigate thoroughly. The special task force entered the meat processing plant, making Lu Tongfu's lackeys panic all day long. Several people who were deeply implicated were quickly controlled. This included the head of the security department and more than a dozen people from the finance department. Except for marginal figures, almost all of these departments had a major relationship with the case. As the case progressed smoothly, the things found out were also shocking. But this is all later. At present, because Lu Tongfu and his lackeys were caught in one fell swoop, the meat processing plant was leaderless. Not only people were uneasy, but also production was affected. Afterwards, the province issued instructions that the deputy director Wei Kangan would temporarily replace Lu Tongfu as the director of the provincial meat processing plant. Wei Kangan was a lucky man who got a chance to win. When he received the news, he was on a business trip. Because he had been drinking with clients last night, he didn't wake up until 11 o'clock in the morning. As a result, he received a pager message from the factory as soon as he woke up, asking him to call the factory back immediately. Wei Kangan called the factory office directly, and then Li Fengyan answered the call personally. "Lao Li, what happened that you were so anxious?" Li Fengyan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lao Wei. You have been promoted to the director of our meat processing plant." Hearing this, Wei Kangan was completely stunned. Don't be kidding. Before he went to bed yesterday, he was still the deputy director. How could he become the director after waking up from a sleep? How could such a good thing happen in the world? No kidding. You really became the factory director, and the provincial red-headed document has been issued to the factories. What about Lu Tongfu? Where did he go? Wei Kangan asked immediately. Lu Tongfu, that bastard, has been taken away by the police for corruption, and so has his bastard son. Now, our meat processing factory can finally see the light of day again. After hearing Li Fengyan's words, Wei Kangan realized that it was Lu Tongfu, that old bastard, who had an accident. In addition to joy, Wei Kangan immediately laughed and said, "Haha, evil will be punished. Evil will be punished. Don't say anything. I'll come back now." "Well, you really have to come back as soon as possible. The special task force will enter our factory, and we need someone to take care of it, right? Well, before I come back, you can help keep an eye on it and fully cooperate with the comrades of the special task force." "Okay, no problem." After Lu Tongfu and his son were arrested, Li Yi, as a person related to Lu Daiyong's case, was also called to the Public Security Bureau to take a statement. After a lot of trouble, he didn't return to the meat processing plant until after 4 in the afternoon. This time he was finally able to come to the factory office building openly. No one from the security department dared to stop him or point fingers at him. What happened in the factory building today quickly spread throughout the meat processing plant. Everyone knew that Li Yi pointed at Lu Tongfu's nose and fought him hard. He was a tough guy, putting aside who was right or wrong. Li Yi's courage alone was enough to make everyone give him a thumbs up. At night, at Li Yi's home, after getting the news that Lu Tongfu was arrested, Su Qingnan was very happy. After get off work, he went to the vegetable market to buy a fish and said he wanted to celebrate. "Xiaoyi, you don't have to worry about Lu Daiyong this time." Li looked at his wife's happy expression, smiled, and said, "Good and evil will eventually be punished. It's not that there is no retribution. It's just that the time has not come yet." "Is the time coming?" "It has come." "How many years will Lu Tongfu and Lu Daiyong be sentenced to?" "Lu Tongfu is more likely to be sentenced to death, and Lu Daiyong is not known yet, but with the things he has done, he may be sentenced to life imprisonment or suspended death penalty." Li replied, "So heavy." "Ha! Then look at what they have done. With what they have done, being shot for 5 minutes is a light sentence." "Is that so? No wonder. When do you plan to go back to work?" Su Qingnan asked again. However, Li shook his head and said, "No plans for the time being?" "Oh, why? It's so easy." Li knew what his wife was going to say, and immediately said, "Sister, I've been very upset by these things recently. I plan to take a few days off. As for when to go to work, let's wait and see." "Okay then." Su Qingnan usually doesn't refute what Li Yi has decided. Suddenly, Li said abruptly, "Sister, what do you think about us taking over the meat processing plant when we have money?" Su Qingnan rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, stop dreaming. Go downstairs and wash the vegetables." Li heard that Su Qingnan didn't take his words seriously, so he didn't explain, but took the vegetables he bought to the kitchen to clean up. And, just at this time, there was a hurried knock on the door. Li walked to the door, opened it, and found that it was Wei Sanpao standing outside. "Old Third, why are you here?" Wei Sanpao was holding a cigarette in his mouth at this time, with a frown on his face. "Brothery, do you have time? I have something to talk to you about." "Let's talk inside." Wei Sanpao saw Su Qingnan in the house and said immediately, "Let's not go in." Let's chat in the corridor. What? Is there something important? No. I'm just upset and want to talk to you. Lee glanced at him and said, Your sister-in-law is not a stranger. Let's go in and chat. It happens that the family is stewing fish today. Let's eat and chat later. Okay then. After entering the house, Lee first poured a glass of water for Wei Sanpao, and then asked, Why are you upset? Talk to me. Hi, brother, don't mention it. My dad just came back from a business trip and was promoted to factory director. I guessed he was in a good mood, so I boldly told him that I didn't want to work in our factory anymore, but the old man scolded me again. Li immediately asked, What do you think? Do you really not want to do it? Well, I really don't want to be the deputy chief of the security department. This job sounds good, but it's just a gatekeeper. There is no future at all. Li smiled when he heard it. Wei Sanpao wanted to resign at this time, and it would be strange if he didn't get scolded. Wei Qinggan now sits in the position of factory director and naturally wants to promote his son. What a good opportunity. But Wei Sanpao didn't appreciate it, and it would be abnormal if he didn't get scolded. After figuring out the key, Li smiled and said, Actually, your father is doing this for your own good. He is worried that you are not capable enough. So he wants you to continue working in the factory. But this is not the life I want. So, you need to prove your ability to your father now, so that he can let you go. Li said, How do you prove this? Make a lot of money. As long as you prove that you have the ability to make money, I think your father will not let you waste time in this factory with no future and wait for death. Well, that's the truth, but making money is not an easy thing. You can't do it, but I can. Brother E, do you have any good ideas? Teach me. Wei Sanpao said immediately. What are you in a hurry for? Wait a minute. I'll go to deal with the fish and tell you in detail later. After that, Li left Wei Sanpao and strode to the kitchen. What Li cooked today was fish stew in an iron pot, a famous northeastern dish. Because Su Qingnan is from the north, he is not used to eating steamed fish from the south. After all, compared to the heavy taste of northerners, the steamed fish in the south is too bland. Skillfully fry the fish in oil until both sides are browned, then cook the soup in a pot, and then stew the fish with side dishes. A series of steps flowed smoothly, and Su Qingnan was dumbfounded. Although she already knew that Li Yi could indeed cook, she didn't expect that he could even cook the northeastern iron pot stewed fish so skillfully. She really didn't know when he learned it. In fact, what Su Qingnan didn't know was that this cooking skill was learned by Li Yi in his previous life, and had nothing to do with him in this life. After placing the fish in the pot, Li Yi returned to the living room again. After sitting down opposite Wei Sanpao again, Li Yi immediately said, Lao San, I have a way to make money here. Are you interested? Hearing Li Yi's words, Wei Sanpao suddenly became interested. Yes, hurry up and tell me. Li Yi smiled and nodded, and then said mysteriously, What do you think of the fruit business? Wei Sanpao happened to take a sip of tea at this time. When he heard Li Yi's words, he spurted it out. Brother E, are you kidding me? If you sell fruit, you might as well go back and be my security section chief. What? Do you look down on the fruit seller? That's not true. It's just that selling fruit is hard work. If you get up early and work late at night, you won't make much money all day long. Why bother? Li Yi smiled and said, I can tell. You just want to find a job where you don't have to work and can make a lot of money. When Wei Sanpao heard this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. To be honest, he did have such thoughts. He was like this when he was working as a security guard in the factory. Basically, he was doing nothing all day long. He just wanted to go out and have a good time and didn't want to waste all his time. Brother, I knew you were joking with me. Come on, tell me, what's the good thing? Li Yi's face became a little serious. Do you think I'm joking with you? Brother E, are you serious? Well, I really plan to sell fruit, and I can make money from it. When Wei Sanpao heard this, he frowned immediately. No, Brother E, although fruits are easy to sell these days, where can I get a good salary for working in a factory? Li Yi smiled, shook his head, and said, We are going to sell fruit, but we can't set up a stall like ordinary people. If we want to make a profit, we can make a big profit and sell it to the factory. When Wei Sanpao heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sell it to the factory? It's already mid-June now. According to the regulations of our factory, we must pay benefits to employees in the middle of the year. The factory's efficiency has not been very good in the past few years. Basically, we just give some fruits to each household. We can start from this, make some fuss about it. Li Yi said, Brother E, although what you said is good, there are many people who are eyeing this business in the factory. Suddenly Wei Sanpao seemed to have thought of something, and immediately said, although my father is now the director of the factory, he will probably never give us a backdoor in this kind of matter. A smile appeared on the corner of Li Yi's mouth again. We don't need your father to go through the back door. I have my own way. At this time, Su Qingnan's voice came from the kitchen. Stop talking now. Let's eat. Soon, the food will be on the table. In addition to Li Yi's stewed fish, Su Qingnan was worried that there was not enough food, so he simply cooked 2 home-cooked dishes. One was scrambled eggs with persimmons, and the other was shredded potatoes. Although it is simple, Wei Sanpao and Li Yi ate it with gusto. Li Yi misses this feeling and the unique taste of Su Qingnan's cooking. Back then, he tasted almost all local cuisines and cooked many of them himself. Even famous entrepreneurs in the entire Long Kingdom were proud of eating the dishes cooked by Li Yi, but Li Yi was never satisfied. The dishes of 30 years later are more delicious than those of 30 years ago, and they also have more complex seasonings. But 30 years later, the human touch has faded, and the interactions between people are no longer as sincere as they were 30 years ago. Li Yi, who has truly seen the proliferation of fast food love, misses his wife more and more. Therefore, Li Yi will eat every meal his wife cooks seriously. As for Wei Sanpao, he was really hungry. I didn't eat anything in the morning, and I ran all the way to Li Yi's house. This kid had his chest pressed against his back. The food cooked by my sister-in-law is delicious. It's true, Brother E. I'm not trying to flatter you. It's simply better than what's served in restaurants and factory cafeterias. Su Qingnan's face turned bright red when he heard this, and Li Yi slapped Wei Sanpao on the back of the head. Okay, stop talking nonsense to me and eat quickly. Wei Sanpao nodded immediately after hearing this, and then he started to gobble it up like a gust of wind. After eating, Li Yi asked Su Qingnan to take Wei Wei into the room to take a nap, and then went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Wei Sanpao held a toothpick in his mouth and couldn't help but marvel at Li Yi's skillful movements. Brother E, I really didn't realize that you were a good man now. I never heard that you still wash dishes at home before. Li rolled his eyes and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. I plan to go to Yandong City in 2 days. Do you want to go? Go to Yandong City? When Wei Sanpao heard this, he stood up straight. Brother E, what are we going there for? Li Yi smiled and said, We are going to Yandong City to discuss business, a big business. By the way, we can bring Xiaowu and Dacha with us. If this works, everyone can get a lot of money. Hearing this, Wei Sanpao's eyes lit up again. Okay, since you want to do it, Brother E, I will follow you. Well, go to the factory and ask for a few days off. If you succeed in this deal, you can tell your father about resignation. I guess he won't stop you. That's great. Wei Sanpao also knows his old man and knows that as long as he makes achievements, the old man is still very open-minded. Thinking of this, Wei Sanpao stood up and said, Brother E, I'll leave first. I have to settle down in advance. Well, go ahead. I'll let you know before I leave. Okay. Looking at Wei Sanpao's departing back, Li Yi smiled. Li Yi has been thinking about making money for several days. At present, he has a complete plan in his mind. He is indeed going to do fruit business. He did not lie about this. But it is not an ordinary fruit business, but futures fruit. Of course, people nowadays are more conservative and honest, and they pay attention to the exchange of money and goods, so they do not have the concept of futures. So what is futures? Futures are a kind of contract transaction. Unlike the spot goods that pay money and deliver goods, the time to get the goods in futures can be 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, or even 1 year. As for why to go to Yandong City, the reason is very simple, because Yandong City's apples will experience a roller coaster-like ups and downs this year. Li Yi once remembered that in this summer, a large number of fruits in Yandong City have achieved a bumper harvest, including apples. Due to the concentrated listing of apples, a large number of apples are unsaleable. The price of apples per caddy in the early stage dropped sharply from the original 20 cents per caddy to 2 cents per caddy and could not be sold. There are so many apples that every fruit farmer has a large backlog of fruits, so they can only let the middlemen lower the price at will. In some places where transportation is not very convenient, they even have to take the fruits out to feed livestock. In short, the fruits this summer are completely flooded, but there are unexpected changes in the weather. This situation has been reversed for more than 2 months in July. After entering July, Haidong City suddenly experienced heavy rains, accompanied by hail. The damage caused by the continuous heavy rains and hail to the fruits is unimaginable, which caused many fruits in Haidong City to go bad in a very short time, and the market supply quickly changed from oversupply to shortage. The price of goods is directly related to the market demand and supply. After the heavy rain, the prices of all fruits, including apples, soared rapidly. How cheap it was before, how expensive it is now. At its peak, the price of a pound of ordinary Fuji apples was 50 cents per pound, which was 25 times higher than the cheapest time. In Li Yi's opinion, this is a good opportunity to make money. Li Yi is confident that as long as he takes action now, he can definitely order a batch of fruits from fruit farmers at a relatively reasonable price. Then, when the price of fruits rises, he will bring them back to Jiangqing to sell them, and he will definitely make a lot of money. However, Li does not want to push a cart and sell them everywhere like those small vendors. He just wants to ship them quickly. Therefore, Li caught the attention of the factory. As long as he can get the welfare fruit business of the meat processing factory, it will be easy. You must know that the meat processing factory currently has more than 500 workers, and each person must be issued at least 100 kilograms of various fruits in the middle of the year, which means that this business alone has a full 50,000 kilograms. Even if 1 kilogram of fruit only makes 20 cents, the meat processing factory can make a full 10,000 yuan from this order, and a millionaire is in hand. Besides, there is more than one meat processing plant in Jiangqing. There are also wool spinning plants, accessory plants, supply and marketing cooperatives, etc. These state-owned enterprises are used to distributing benefits to employees in the middle of the year. If all these orders can be taken, this transaction alone will be enough for Li Yi to get his first pot of gold. However, Li did not tell anyone about this for the time being, not because he was afraid of leaking it, but because no one would believe him. After all, the concept of futures is too vague for most people. Instead of explaining this to everyone, it is better to speak with real results. 2 days later, after Wei Sanpao and others settled down, Li took all the 200 yuan in his family and went out with a few brothers. Haidong City is not far from Jiangqing, and the straight-line distance is only 300 kilometers. However, in this era, there is neither high-speed rail nor Yimyu, so such a long distance can only be traveled by train or long-distance bus. In the end, Li Yi and others chose the car because the train was too slow. It takes more than 8 hours to take the train, while the car only takes less than 3 hours. Although the bus ticket is 2 cents more expensive than the train ticket, for Li Yi, the time saved is also money. After getting on the bus, Xiaowu and others finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked, "Brother Yi, what are we going to Haidong City for this time?" "Brother Yi," the third brother said, that you want to take the brothers to make money. "How do you make money?" "Brother Yi." Li glanced at the time. It was still early for the bus to arrive at the station, so he simply said, "Since you asked, then I will tell you about my plan. From now on, we are the purchasing staff of our meat processing plant." "What? The purchasing staff of our factory?" "Yes, we are the purchasing staff of the meat processing plant. The purpose of going to Haidong City this time is to purchase welfare fruits for the staff and cadres of our factory in the middle of the year. The purchase task is 500,000 caddies." 500,000 caddies! Everyone was shocked by Li Yi's words. Although no one knew how much 500,000 caddies of fruit there were, the unit of 10,000 at the end was scary enough. Brother E, apples are not expensive now, but 500,000 kilograms will cost a lot of money. Do we have the money? Li said calmly. I brought 200. Wei Sanpao touched his pocket and said, I brought 1,000. I brought 100. I brought 300. I brought 200. After a simple calculation, the five people brought a total of 1,800 yuan, which is indeed a lot if they go out to play. But if you want to do business, this amount of money is not much, not to mention that it is far from the purchase volume of 500,000 kilograms of fruit that Li wants. Brother, with this amount of money, we can only buy 10,000 or 20,000 kilograms at most, not 500,000 kilograms. Wei Sanpao frowned and said. However, Li patted the briefcase on his waist and then smiled and said, the things in my bag can be worth 100,000 yuan, not to mention 500,000 kilograms. Even 5 million kilograms is no problem. 100,000 yuan? Brother, what are you carrying in this bag? It's so valuable. Brother. After signaling a few brothers to be quiet, Li said directly, from now on, you just need to remember your identity, and then watch from the side. Don't worry about anything else. Okay. Yandong City, long-distance bus station. Red. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky had just darkened, and Li Yi and others finally arrived at the destination of their trip. This is Yandong City. It looks much more run down than our Jiang City. As you said, our Jiangqing City is still the capital city of the province. That's what Yandong City can't compare with. Okay, don't act like you've never seen the world. We are from a meat factory. After hearing Wei Sanpao's words, several people said, cut, in unison. Amidst the laughter, Li Yi took these people to a small hotel. Li had been to this small hotel before, or a few years later. At that time, my company was just starting up, so I made a special trip to Yandong City to discuss business. Coincidentally, it was already very late after the business discussion, and I missed the time to stay. In addition, my career had just started and I was short of money, so I came to this small hotel that was very cheap at first sight. Revisiting his old place, Li couldn't help but recall what happened before. Yandong City a few years later has changed a lot from Yandong City now. Only this ancient Ming and Qing street has been preserved, and it is not much different from what Li remembered. Tongfu Hotel. The plaque is still the same as in memory, but the quality is updated. Obviously, this small hotel has not been open for a long time. Yao remembers that the owner of this hotel left a very deep impression on Li Yi. When he saw this hotel, he happened to meet the hostess of the hotel who had a fever, and the male owner was going to take her to the hospital. Seeing Li Yi walking in, the male protagonist said something that surprised Li Yi. The room card is at the front desk. You can just pick one first. I will send my wife to the hospital first, and I will register you for you when I come back. Just such a sentence made Li Yi freeze on the spot. Li was very curious at the time. What was the reason that allowed the couple to still trust a stranger like himself in this era? Just meet by chance, and let yourself live wherever you want? Li did not actually take the room card and walk into the room. Instead, he sat on the steps at the door of the hotel and waited quietly until the male host came back from the hospital with his wife. Now, standing at the door of this hotel again, Li can be said to have mixed feelings in his heart. Brother Yi, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go in? As he spoke, Wei Sanpao walked directly into the hotel. Li took a deep breath and followed in. The moment he walked into the hotel, Li felt something was wrong. There was a man in black clothes standing inside the store, holding something in his hand. When he saw himself and others walking in, he hid it behind his clothes. Sitting at the front desk at this time was the wife of the couple Li saw back then. But now my wife is very young and looks like a tall and graceful girl. What was unusual was that this girl's face was extremely pale, as if she had been frightened. Li Yi's eyes narrowed. It seemed that there was definitely something fishy in this. Sanpao, show me what that kid is holding. When Wei Sanpao heard Li Yi's words, he was stunned for a moment, but he turned around and saw the panic-looking man standing next to him, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Boy, you heard what my big brother said. Take out what you have in your hand, and don't let me do it. The man suddenly panicked and raised his hands. At the same time, there was a crisp sound of dang song on the ground. Li looked down and found that it was a dagger. When Wei Sanpao saw this scene, he still didn't understand what was happening. Although Wei Sanpao is a big-hearted person, it does not mean that he has no brains. This guy is clearly robbing. I happened to meet Li Yi and the others, so I was a little panicked. It definitely looks like it's the first time I've done something like this. You little brat, you still have such cowardice in broad daylight." As he said that, Wei Sampow kicked up the man and knocked him to his knees on the ground. "Brothers, I just broke someone else's big brother, and I was forced to do nothing." Li curled his lips. "Big brother? This kid is really unlucky. Big brother should get at least 10,000 yuan, right? In this day and age, that's really a sky-high price." It seemed that this kid had just started the robbery, and he was directly encountered by himself and others, which was considered unlucky for him. Then, Li looked at the little girl at the front desk and asked with a smile, "Girl, are you okay? Does he have anything of yours on him?" The little girl shook her head, and just as she was about to say something, a magnetic voice sounded behind Li Yi and others. "Yin Yin, what's wrong? What happened?" When Li Yi heard this voice, he immediately raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the door of the hotel. It was the familiar face, that is, the man in the couple. The man is also holding 2 bottles of Coca-Cola in glass bottles, which is full of a sense of age. "It's nothing, I just encountered a little problem, but luckily I have these big brothers." "Big brother?" Li's mouth twitched. "He seems to be younger than them." "Forget it. Let's just be the eldest brother." After the proprietress's narration, the boss also understood what happened and immediately said to Li, "Guys, wait a minute. I will call the police station and ask them to take this guy away." Then, ignoring the robber's pleas, the boss directly called the police. After a while, a sidecar 3-wheel motorcycle appeared outside the small hotel. After nearly an hour of tossing and questioning, it wasn't until around 9 o'clock that Li Yi and others followed the hotel owner and came out of the police station. Back at the inn, the boss Xiaosun said with a grateful look on his face, "Thank you so much for today. I will waive the rent for tonight for you guys to express my gratitude." As soon as they heard that there was such good news, the eyes of Xiao Wuweizi and Chu suddenly lit up. "No need, it's all a small business. Just take as much as you need." After hearing Li Yi's words, several people were instantly speechless. "Boss, don't you want to take advantage of such a good opportunity? Tomorrow we have to discuss business with fruit farmers, so it would be nice to save some money." "Then what should I do? Without you, Yin Yin would be in trouble today." Li Yi smiled and said, "Well, if you really want to thank me, then do me a favor and we will be even. What are you busy with?" "It's like this. We are the purchasers of Jiangnan Meat Factory. We are going to Yandong City to purchase a batch of fruits to provide employees with welfare benefits for the year. Can you help us contact the local fruit wholesalers? You can also contact the fruit farmers directly." When the young man heard Li Yi's words, he suddenly smiled. "Brother, you're asking the right person. I happen to have an orchard at home. What kind of fruit do you want?" Li Yi was not surprised, because he knew about this before he traveled back through time. In addition, Li Yi also knew that this year's natural disaster caused great losses to their family. Meeting is fate, so Li Yi wants to help him. This is the main reason why he chose to stay in this hotel. Although he had known about the situation at the boss's house for a long time, Li was still secretly happy when he heard the news and immediately said, "That's great. We want to buy apples, a lot of apples." When the boss heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately said, "I've taken care of apples business. I guarantee your satisfaction." Li Yi also said, "Brother Xia, I wonder if you have some apples at home?" "Brother Li Yi, my family has a total of 20 acres of orchards, with an annual output of about 60,000 kilograms. What's the price?" "To tell you the truth, we have a bumper apple harvest this year, but the price is not as high as in previous years." "How much is the market price per pound? How much do you plan to sell it for?" Xia Sun immediately said, "The current market price is 6 cents per caddy, and it is still falling. If you want a large quantity, I can give it to you at 3 cents per caddy." As he spoke, Xia Sun was also helpless. The price of apples this year was too low, and it had fallen to the psychological bottom line of fruit farmers. Although 3 cents is not high, it may not be able to recover the cost, but it is better than rotting on the branch. However, Li was very happy when he heard the price of 3 cents. Although he knew that apples were indeed very cheap this year, even from street vendors in Jiangxing, they were only 8 cents and 10 cents, but the wholesale price of 3 cents still surprised him. This is a cabbage price. No, cabbage is more than this price. You must know that Yandong City is very suitable for the cultivation of apples, so the apples in this area were once called the top apples in the Dragon Kingdom, and the quality is naturally unparalleled. In previous years, a pound of apples produced in Yandong City could be sold for at least 20 cents or even 50 cents. However, this year's apple harvest was huge, and the apples were concentrated on the market, resulting in serious unsaleable sales, and the price naturally dropped. Brother Xia, I want all your apples. In addition, I have to trouble you to contact a few more companies. How much do you want? The more the better. The guarantee cannot be less than 500,000 caddies. 50,000 caddies? Xia Sun's expression was not much better than when Wei Sanpao and others first heard this. If they were shocked, they would be confused. Yes, it's 500,000 caddies. You heard that right, Li said. Xia Sun's eyes immediately became suspicious when he looked at Li Yi and others. The demand for 500,000 caddies really shocked him. More importantly, even if it was 3 cents, 500,000 caddies would still cost 15,000 yuan. Li Yi and the others are all young people in their late teens, early 20s, and they don't look like people who can afford such a large sum of money. Brother, this 45,000 jin is no joke. Li naturally knew that this young man named Xia Sun would not believe in him so easily, which was normal. He immediately interrupted Xia Sun, then opened his handbag and took out a stack of documents. After handing the documents to Xia Sun, Li said again, Brother Xia, don't worry. As long as there is no problem with the quality of your apples, we can sign a purchase contract immediately. We will pay you a part of the deposit at that time, but we will not transport it away immediately. The fruit is still in your hands. When the goods are transported, all the money will be paid, so you can rest assured. Xia Sun took the contract handed over by Li Yi and looked at it carefully. He found that it was indeed stamped with the seal of Jiangnan Provincial Meat Factory. He immediately nodded and said, That's good. As for the quality of the fruit, you don't need to worry. I'll take you to the orchard tomorrow, and you'll see for yourself then. Okay, we've settled this matter. Okay. In the stunned eyes of Wei Sanpao and others, Li completed the deal worth 15,000 yuan with just a few contracts obtained from unknown sources. Putting aside whether you make money or not, this skill alone is enough for them to worship you for a lifetime. But Li seemed very calm about this. There was no excitement on his face at all. It seemed that all this was expected by him. In fact, this is indeed the case. For a big man who once owned hundreds of billions of assets, a transaction of only 15,000 yuan is really not worth mentioning. As for the transaction process, it is nothing. In the eyes of Wei Sanpao and others, it is nothing more than basic manipulation in the eyes of Li Yi. Think about the real estate companies in later generations. Which one is not a waste of money? One set is worth tens of billions, and this is only a few dollars. But Li Yi was still very happy. After all, the matter was basically settled, and the matter that had been planned for so many days finally got off to a good start. According to my own operation, if the order price is 3 cents per caddy, I will sell it after the price rises. Even if I sell it at the price of 3 cents per caddy, the gross profit will be more than 10 times. This is no longer making money, but stealing money. Back in the room, Wei Sanpao asked hurriedly, Brother, you are so awesome. You got things done so quickly. It's just basic manipulation. No need to make a fuss. Li Yi said calmly. Brother, where did you get our factory's contract? I saw the factory stamp on it. I made it myself. Everyone was once again stunned by Li Yi's slick operation. He could make this contract himself. I drafted the contract terms myself, and I found a carrot to carve the stamp myself. It's that simple. Brother Yi, have you ever thought about what to do if our apples can't be sold? Wei Sanpao said with a worried look. Li Yi smiled and said, Don't worry about it. I will take full responsibility if something goes wrong. Besides, I brought you out this time just to let you gain some experience. You don't have to worry about other things. I will handle it myself. How can that be? Before Wei Sanpao and others finished speaking, Li Yi interrupted him. Okay, it's late. Go back to the room and rest immediately We will be busy tomorrow. Seeing that Li Yi had issued an order to expel them, Wei Sanpao and others did not insist and returned to their respective rooms. No one spoke that night. The next morning, not long after the sun rose, Li Yi's door was knocked. Li Yi, who had already done 20 push-ups, opened the door and found that it was Wei Sanpao standing at the door. When did this kid get up so early? When he was working in the factory, he would be lazy and would basically open his eyes at noon. So early. Haha, isn't this because I'm excited, so I got up a little earlier? Looking at the red bloodshot in this guy's eyes, Li Yi immediately smiled and said, "You kid didn't sleep all night, did you?" No. Wei Sanpao wanted to be tough, but when he saw Li Yi's scrutinizing eyes, he immediately gave up and said, "Isn't this a little panic in my heart? Old third, it's just a small business. Is it that serious?" Wei Sanpao scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "Brother E, 15,000 yuan. It's not small." Li Yi patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and said, "Okay. And you don't worry about it. I've already done it. Just wait for the money. Well, if anything happens, I'll take the responsibility with you. Just keep it in mind." Then Li Yi asked again, "How are Xiaowu and the others still sleeping?" Wei Sanpao immediately replied, "How is that possible? Today is such an important day. How can I let them sleep? Are they up?" "Well, I woke them up a long time ago, and they're all having breakfast at the breakfast shop downstairs." Li Yi pulled his mouth helplessly, knowing that this would be the result. "Okay, pack up and get ready to go." When they arrived at the front desk on the first floor of the hotel, Xia Sun was already waiting for them. Seeing Li Yi, Xia Sun smiled and said, "I've talked to my parents. They are now in the orchard. Come with me." The orchard is a bit far from the city, and several people took a bus for nearly 2 hours before arriving at the county where Xia Sun's home is. After arriving at the county town, Xia Sun's father drove a tractor and waited for them at the station. Then, Li Yi and others rode the tractor for nearly an hour and finally arrived at Xia Sun's orchard. The orchard is very large, stretching over several hills. In addition to apples, pear trees and peaches are also planted here. Xia Sun briefly introduced his family's orchard. Through his introduction, Li Yi learned that this orchard has a total of thousands of acres and is the pillar industry of their village. Moreover, most of the orchards have a history of more than 10 years, which is the best time to produce fruit. In addition, the fruit farmers are also professional, so the fruits grown are all top quality with excellent taste. At this time, there were already many people surrounding the gate of the orchard. Judging from their dress, they were all fruit farmers in the village. From the application they kept looking at, it seemed that they were waiting for something. Seeing the arrival of Li Yi and others, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and then they surrounded them. "You must be Mr. Li, right? I heard from the kid from the old Xia family that you want to buy our apples?" Hearing the words of the fruit farmer, Li Yi immediately went to meet him. "Hello, uncle. We are the purchasers of the Jiangnan meat processing plant. We are planning to purchase a batch of apples, about 500,000 kilograms. That's great. Now our fruits don't have to rot in the fields. When you want them, I'll find someone to pick them for you. Wait a minute. Let me see how your fruits are before making a decision." "Okay. To be honest, our apples this year are particularly good, very sweet, and big enough. Okay, let's take a look." Then, accompanied by everyone, Li Yi began to wander around the orchard like a big leader who came to inspect. It has to be said that Yandong is indeed very suitable for growing apples. Although these apple trees are not big, the fruits on them are very abundant. And they are big. Each one weighs at least 700 to 800 kilograms. I picked a few and tasted them one by one. Sure enough, they were crisp and sweet, and there was absolutely no problem with the taste. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Li nodded with satisfaction. These apples were very fresh. If they were transported back to Jiangsheng, there would be absolutely no problem. "Dear uncles and aunts, your apples are very good. We are also very satisfied with the price. We can sign the contract today. After signing the contract, your fruits are equivalent to being determined by us and can no longer be sold to others. Do you understand what I mean?" I know. If it is determined, it can still be sold to others." "That's right. It must not be sold to others." The place for signing the contract was at Xia Sun's house. Li signed an apple purchase agreement with 17 fruit farmers in the village at one time, with a total of 500,000 kilograms of apples and 100,000 kilograms of pears. According to the contract price, apples are 4 cents per kilogram and pears are 5 cents, which are about 1 cent higher than the market wholesale price. Moreover, Li took the initiative to raise the price. Although he has no money now, he knows that the price of these fruits will increase significantly in a few days and will increase several times by the end of the month. Making money is certain, so he doesn't want to cheat these people, and it is okay to raise the price of fruits appropriately. Doing things is temporary, but being a person is a lifetime. You can't go against your conscience because of some things. In addition, according to the contract, he paid a deposit of 1,500 yuan to the fruit farmers in one lump sum, and the rest would be paid together when the goods were shipped. After doing this, Li asked the Chu and Wei Zi to stay and take care of the orchard, while he returned to Jiangcheng with Wei Sanpao and 500 kilograms of apples. After all, ordering the fruit is only the first step in the long march. Next, we have to find a way to sell these fruits and sell them at a high price, which is the most difficult. In addition, the heavy rain in Yandong City is about to start. At that time, the heavy rain and hail will smash all the apples that have not been picked in time, so all the apples must be picked before that. However, the fruits cannot be stored for a long time after being picked, so they need to be placed in a specific environment. Fortunately, Li had thought of this before. The meat processing plant has its own cold storage, and due to the insufficient production capacity of the factory, many cold storages have been idle. Li plans to transport these fruits back to Jiangcheng, put them in the cold storage of the meat processing plant first, and then sell them after secondary packaging. This will certainly increase some costs, but it can be sold at a higher price. However, all of this needs to be arranged by him personally, and ordinary people really can't do this job. When Li Yi and others returned to Jiangcheng, it was already noon on the third day. After getting off the bus, several people randomly found a noodle shop near the bus station. After eating a bowl of noodles, they began to plan what to do next. "Brother Yi, what should we do next?" Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, Li Yi immediately said, "Let's contact a packaging factory first." "Packaging factory? Why are you looking for that thing?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course, it is to repackage our products." "Secondary packaging?" "Yes, the fruits we bought back now are all naked. Although they look good, it is not easy to sell them at a good price. So we need to repackage them so that we can increase the added value of apples." Seeing everyone's confused look, Li shook his head and then said, "Don't ask if you don't understand. Now think about where there is a packaging factory." At this time, no one has said Xiao Wu suddenly said, "Brother Yi, my family does this, but due to the sluggish business, it seems to be going bankrupt." "Oh, can your family produce cartons?" "No, but my family has connections in this area, and the price is low." Li nodded immediately and said, "That's fine. Let's go to your packaging factory and have a look. If possible, ask your father to help order a batch of cartons." "No problem, leave it to me." "Well, Lao San, in addition to packaging, we have to ask your father for help." "What help?" "Lend us the cold storage of our meat processing factory for a few days. The rent can be paid, but it would be better if it is free." Li said, "Brother Yi, why do we need a cold storage to sell fruits? Are you stupid? 600,000 kilograms of fruits can be sold out in a short time. Besides, we can't sell them at a high price if we bring them back now. We have to put them in the cold storage for a while and wait for the price to rise before selling them." "Okay, my dad must help with this matter. If he doesn't help, I will let my mom quarrel with him every day." "Haha, I feel relieved when you say this. Everyone in the meat processing factory knows that Wei Qing'an is very powerful outside, but he is a standard idiot at home. If Wei Sanpao's mother takes action, this matter will be a sure thing." After dinner, several people soon came to Xiaowu's packaging factory. The so-called packaging factory is actually a small workshop. On the way here, Xiaowu also talked about his family situation. Originally, the packaging factory mainly relied on undertaking some packaging tasks from the meat processing plant, and it could barely make ends meet. However, in recent years, with the decline in the production capacity of the meat processing plant, and Lu Tongfu giving the packaging business to his relatives, Xiaowu's packaging factory has been getting worse and worse, and it is almost impossible to maintain it. Sure enough, after arriving at the place, Li found that it was very desolate. The factory building had exposed the red brick walls, and the putty on the outside had fallen off. Li looked at the sign of the packaging factory, which was all rusted and looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time. Only my mother and a few relatives are watching the factory, and the others have long quit. After June, my parents planned to transfer this factory, but unfortunately no one dared to accept it. That's the warehouse over there, which is full of some of the last packaging boxes produced by the factory. The whole warehouse is... While Xiao was talking, a strange noise came from the factory. Then, Li Yi and others saw a few young people wearing two-strand vests, actually climbing over the wall and entering the factory. Li Yi and others had just walked to the factory gate, and there was still some distance from the warehouse, so these young people did not notice them. When Xiao saw these people, his face immediately darkened. These guys were small gangsters from the neighborhood, and their purpose of coming here was obviously to steal things. Although the packaging factory was about to go bankrupt, there were still some machines, including some motors and the like. These copper and iron were also very valuable in this era, so they attracted the covetousness of these gangsters. Old Third, go to the back door and see. Dalong blocked the front door. Xiao came with me. Let's go into the warehouse. I want to see if there is still law in Jiangcheng. Wei Sanpao laughed evilly and then walked towards the back door, while Dalong guarded the door of the warehouse. Li Yi took Xiao to the warehouse, and when they arrived at the door of the warehouse, Li Yi kicked the door open with one foot. Although Li Yi's temper has changed a lot since he came back from the time travel, and he is very kind to the people around him, but that is when facing his friends and relatives, facing these hooligans who were doing evil in his brother's house. Li was too lazy to give them a good face. The door of the warehouse was a rusty iron door, so Li's kick made a loud noise, which frightened the young people so much that they trembled and all the things in their hands fell to the ground. Li took advantage of the sunlight to glance inside the warehouse. There were many boxes piled in the corner, which directly occupied 70% of the warehouse's capacity. The rest was a long gap in the middle of the warehouse, which was obviously left for easy walking. And these young people were on the other side of the warehouse. When they saw someone coming in, they wanted to slip out through the back door. As a result, as soon as they opened the back door, they met the burly Wei Sanpao head-on. "Boy, where do you want to go?" Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, the young man swallowed his saliva immediately. Obviously, he didn't expect that there was someone at the back door. At this time, a young man with a shaved head actually took out a knife from his trouser pocket and held it tightly in his hand. Li Yi smiled disdainfully. Looking at the way this gangster held the knife, he knew that he didn't have the courage to hurt anyone. Li stepped forward quickly and slapped the gangster on the head. "Have you asked who I am? My name is Li Yi, the Li Yi from the meat processing plant. Little bastard, you haven't even been to the Public Security Bureau. Do you know what you were doing? We just sent a bunch of human traffickers to the police station a few days ago, and it's easy to send you guys in. Do you understand?" The bald gangster was stunned by these few blows, and when he heard Li Yi's words, he suddenly remembered that these people had fought with human traffickers with real knives and guns some time ago. The hand shook, and the shiny knife fell directly to the ground. "You brothery, I was wrong. We were bewitched. You please let us go this time. We didn't mean it. Really?" Li shook his head, sighed and said, Okay, get out of here. This is the last time. If we see you guys doing this kind of sneaky stuff again, wait for your parents to come to the police station to pick you up." The gangster heard it, as if he had been pardoned, nodded desperately, and then he took a few little brothers and ran out. When Xiao saw this scene, the depression in his heart seemed to dissipate a lot. Li Yi saw Xiao's appearance and said with a smile, "I'm so curious. Why did I let them go so easily?" Xiao nodded subconsciously. He really didn't understand why Li Yi could have made them pay a higher price, but still chose to let them go. Li Yi patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said, "When you are stronger than your enemy, you will find that there is no need for revenge. because you have already won just by standing in front of him. Although it sounded confusing, everyone thought it was extraordinary after thinking about it carefully, and looked at Li Yi with more admiration. After driving away the hooligans, Li Yi turned around and came to the hoarded packaging boxes. He squatted down, picked up one, and observed it carefully. These packaging boxes are made of wood, a bit like with chipboards. Although the quality is not very good, the number is large. In addition, these packaging boxes are not small in size, and it is estimated that it is not a problem to pack 20 kilograms of fruit. Xiaowu, what's the matter with these packaging boxes? With so many, it should be a large order. Why are they thrown here now? Xiaowu heard this and walked slowly to the front of these packaging boxes. He sighed and said, Brother Yi, these packaging boxes were originally ordered by a large company and required to be completed within 15 days. Who would have thought that we rushed to make them within 15 days? But he said he would take dozens of boxes for inspection and never came back. My parents couldn't find him either. The workers were paid again. They were really forced to do nothing, so they planned to transfer the factory. In the end, they sold some machines and dismissed all the workers. Li nodded and stroked the packaging box in his hand. The size was right and the quantity was enough. He could help Xiaowu's family consume this batch of inventory. But the quantity was still a little insufficient. According to the size of this warehouse, there were almost 10,000 boxes in this entire warehouse. One can hold 20 kilograms, which means that only 200,000 kilograms can be packaged. And what I ordered is a full 600,000 kilograms of fruit, which means that 2/3 of the packaging is still missing. Li reached out and patted Xiaowu on the shoulder, smiling, and said, Where are your parents? We want these packaging boxes. Brother Yi, these boxes are useless anyway. We can just use them directly, no need to pay. Xiaowu said, 3 or 2 of them are used for nothing, but we have 600,000 kilograms of fruit to be packaged. How can we use them casually? Besides, even if all these packaging boxes are used, it is not enough, so you have to ask your parents to help get a batch of packaging boxes back. Okay, I'll go find my mother now. I guess she's going to set up a stall again. Xiaowu turned and walked out of the factory. While Xiaowu was looking for his mother, Li Yi took Wei, Sanpao, and others to move all the apples brought back from Yandong City into the factory. Then Li Yi asked someone to find some grass to spread under the packaging box, and then found some useless white paper from the factory to wrap the apples, and then put them in the box one by one. In fact, Li wanted to find some foam nets to wrap the apples so that they could protect the apples and make them look more upscale. However, although the idea was good, it was a pity that the foam nets of later generations could not be found at all. There was no way, so he had to settle for the next best thing. Soon, more than 20 boxes of apples were packed. Then, Li pointed at the packaged apples and said, Old Third, what do you think of the appearance of our apples? Wei Sanpao said with shining eyes, Brother Yi, it's amazing. After we package these fruits like this, no one dares to say anything if they are imported. This is not Wei Sanpao flattering Li Yi. The change is really big. These apples were brought back by them by bus, a total of 500 kilograms, all packed in bamboo baskets. Although the fruit is good, it really doesn't look upscale, and it's almost the same as those sold at small stalls outside. However, after such a simple packaging, it suddenly feels upscale. Brother Yi, how much are we going to sell a box like this for? Dalong asked. 10 yuan. What? 10 yuan? Wei Sanpao and Dalong were stunned. Although they had expected that Li Yi's apples would not be too cheap, they did not expect them to be so expensive. You know, the purchase price of a pound of apples is only 4 cents, and even if the shipping and packaging costs are included, it will not exceed 8 cents. A box of 20 pounds, the cost price is only $1.60. Selling for 10 yuan, that's a 6-fold profit. Brother E, will anyone buy it at such a high price? No one will buy it now, but someone will buy it in a few days, and they will rush to buy it. Why? You will know this later. As he was talking, he heard the sound of a door opening outside, and then saw Xiaowu coming back with a small tricycle, on which there were a lot of socks, towels, and other things. In addition, behind the tricycle followed a woman in her 40s, who was closing the door. Li recognized that woman. Xiaowu's mother, who used to work at the meat processing plant. She started this packaging plant after she was laid off a few years ago. Li Yi immediately went up to her and said, "Hello, Sister Zhou. I'm Li Yi." Zhou Guifeng looked Li Yi up and down and said with a smile, "Xiaowu said that you, the bad boy, have changed. I didn't believe it, but now it seems that you have changed a lot. There is no one in the meat processing plant who doesn't know about Li Yi." A negative example. Parents of disobedient children always use Li Yi as a case to teach their children. Li Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone has a time when they are young and frivolous." That's true. It's okay for young people to do something wrong, as long as they dare to admit their mistakes and correct them. Then Zhou Guifeng said again, "I heard from Xiaowu that you need some packaging boxes. Just take as many as you want." "You're welcome." Hearing this, Li knew that Xiaowu had not made it clear to Zhou Guifeng, and then said, "Sister Zhou, we don't want just one or two. I want all the boxes in your warehouse, and I will order 20,000 from you." "How much? 20,000? What do you need so many packaging boxes for?" Li pointed to the more than 20 boxes neatly arranged around him and said, "Pack apples." Zhou Guifeng walked to the boxes full of apples, opened one of them, and looked at it again and again. "You really don't say. These wooden boxes are pretty good looking when packed with apples." "Sister Zhou, how much does it cost to make one of these wooden boxes?" 5 cents, but if it's 20,000, the cost should be controlled at 3 cents. Zhou Guifeng said, "Take the middle number. I'll give you 4 cents each. In addition to these in the warehouse, I'll order another 20,000 from you." "Do you really want so many? Do you have so many apples to pack?" Zhou Guifeng asked in surprise. "Sister Zhou, we ordered 600,000 kilograms of apples and pears this time. Xiaowu knows this. How can it be false?" "How much 600,000 kilograms?" Zhou Guifeng was once again shocked by Li Yi's words, and her eyes could not help but drift to her son. Xiaowu nodded immediately, proving that Li Yi's words were true. "If that's the case, I'll take the job. But now the workers have been dismissed, and it will take a few days to recruit them again." "Okay, it will take about a week for our fruits to be shipped back to Jiangcheng, and you have a week to prepare, Sister Zhou." Then Li Yi said again, "But Sister Zhou, I have to say this first. I can't give you the money for now. I will give it to you after the apples are sold." Zhou Guifeng thought about it, and then said, "Okay, just because you often take care of Xiaowu for me, I'll take the job. Then I'll leave this matter to Sister Zhou." Then Li Yi said again, "Sister Zhou, I see you have printing equipment here. I'll design a pattern later. See if you can make it." "Okay, as long as it's printing, it's fine. Can it be printed directly on the outside of our packaging box?" Of course, the material of these packaging boxes is not solid wood, but miscellaneous materials which can be printed directly on the machine. "That's great. I'll take out the design tomorrow. Sister Zhou, you try to see if it can be done first." "Okay." Due to the urgency of time, Li Yi did not go home immediately. Although he missed his wife and daughter very much at this time, he had something important to do at the moment, so he could only suppress his longing and continue his fruit business. After a short rest, Li Yi personally took a few boxes of apples, and then took Wei Sanpao to the meat processing plant. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon when they arrived at the meat processing plant, just in time for the rush hour. The whole factory was full of people inside and outside, and the bicycles blocked the entrance of the entire factory area tightly. Li Yi's memory includes the big traffic jams in the capital city in his previous life and the huge traffic jams in the mountain city, but he has long forgotten the scene of bicycles in this era. At first sight, it was full of memories. After the crowd dispersed, Li Yi and Wei Sanpao and others rushed to the factory building. Arriving at the factory building, Li Yi immediately said to Wei Sanpao, "Old third, I will go and talk to Uncle Wei later. You are only responsible for moving the fruits in. Don't worry about the rest. Leave it all to me. Do I need to go in then?" "You don't need to go in. Uncle Wei is probably angry now." Wei Sanpao scratched his head and agreed after hearing what Li Yi said. Indeed, if his father saw him, he would probably be furious. How could he sit there and talk about business calmly? After settling down, the two of them each carried a box of apples and walked up to the office building. Fortunately, Wei Kangan's office was on the 4th floor, which was not very high. If it was on the 5th floor like Lu Tongfu and his son, it would be a pitfall. In fact, what Li Yi didn't know was that after Lu Tongfu was arrested, Wei Kangan intended to move his office to the 5th floor. After all, the 5th floor was better decorated and had a wider view. To be honest, he had coveted that office for a long time. But unfortunately, because that office was involved in a series of cases such as Lu Tongfu hiding money, it was temporarily sealed by the public security organs. It will not be unsealed until the Lu Tongfu case is completely closed. Therefore, Wei Kangan is still using his previous office. At this time, in the director's office, Wei Kangan was worried. He was worried about the issue of employee wages and mid-year welfare payment, which are the two major problems facing the meat processing plant at present. The employee wages have been delayed for almost half a year. According to financial statistics, even if the wages of those cadres are not counted, the wages owed to employees alone exceed 600,000 yuan. And the funds on the books of the meat processing plant are only 50,000 yuan, which is a drop in the bucket. Before, the wages of the employees of the meat processing plant were directly allocated by the provincial finance department. At its peak, the meat processing plant had more than 5,000 employees, and they could receive as much as 500,000 yuan in wages each month. But now the finances of the entire Jiangnan province are in a tight spot. Not only the meat processing plant, but also the cotton spinning plant, steel plant, fertilizer plant, agricultural machinery plant, supply and marketing cooperative, and other enterprises need money, and the provincial department has no way. In desperation, the workers' wages can only be delayed. It's okay for a few days, but if it's delayed for more than half a year, no one can stand it. After all, everyone has to support their families. Fortunately, although the meat processing plant has no money to pay wages, the factory provides meals, and people's hearts are stable. But now that Lu Tongfu has become a big corrupt official, the employees in the factory are privately spreading rumors that the factory is now facing such a serious predicament because Lu Tongfu has embezzled everyone's hard-earned money, and they are asking the factory to give an explanation. Wei Kangan knows that although Lu Tongfu is to blame for the current predicament of the meat processing plant, he can't be blamed entirely for this matter. After all, the overall situation of the country is like this, and Lu Tongfu does not have the ability to influence the overall situation of the country. Lu Tongfu's mistake was that he did not lead the meat processing plant's workers and cadres to produce and save themselves in the current situation. He just laid off workers blindly and directly reduced a large factory with 5,000 people to less than 600 people, which was a direct reduction of 90%. He was more wrong in making false contracts and embezzling the money for purchasing equipment in the factory. As for the hard-earned money of the workers, he did not touch it. After all, the provincial finance department did not transfer the money to the account of the meat processing plant at all. As a new factory director, he had to not only burn 3 fires, but also show real political achievements, and then stabilize the situation and reassure people. But it was really difficult for him to come up with 600,000 yuan at once. In addition, what made it more difficult was the distribution of benefits for employees in the middle of the year. This was a routine of the meat processing plant. Every year from the end of June to the beginning of July, the factory would distribute a batch of benefits to employees and cadres. This benefit was basically not money, but some daily necessities, mostly fruits, and occasionally rice, flour, grain, and oil. In previous years, things like this should have been prepared long ago. After all, there are 500 to 600 employees and retired cadres, which is a lot of people, so they must be prepared in advance. In the past few years, this matter was handled by Lu Tongfu's relatives, who purchased the goods and then reimbursed the funds from the factory. But now that Lu Tongfu has been arrested, no one has asked about this matter, and the matter has been delayed. When Wei Kangan was worrying about what to buy, the door of the office was suddenly knocked. "Come in." Wei Kangan put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at the door. What he didn't expect was that the person who came was Li Yi. Li Yi looked at Wei Kangan and said with a smile, "Uncle Wei, good afternoon." Wei Kangan also smiled and said, "It turns out to be Li Yi. I haven't seen you for a few days. Come in and sit down." Wei Kangan had no prejudice against Li Yi. First, he watched Li Yi grow up and knew that although this kid was a bit of a jerk, he was not bad by nature. Secondly, he had friends at the Public Security Bureau. After the human trafficker incident, he was not very reassured and asked someone to find out. You would not know if you did not ask, but you were really shocked when you asked. It turned out that Li Yi was the commander-in-chief of this matter. What he did not expect was that Li Yi and others were lucky. One of the children they rescued was a child of a big shot. When the big shot came to the factory to meet his son, Wei Qinggan accompanied him in person. And he also heard that the big shot played a key role in his succession as the director of the meat processing factory. It can be said that he was benefited by Li Yi. Wei Qinggan naturally would not be prejudiced against such a young man, not to mention that he did not dare to underestimate Li Yi. Wei Qinggan and Li Fengyan were good friends. Li Fengyan was reluctant to tell others some things, but he would not hide them from Wei Qinggan. A few days ago, Li Fengyan told him something. He was originally planning to bow to Lu Tongfu and even planned to spend money to avoid disaster, but was stopped by his son Li Yi. At that time, Li Yi said very firmly that he would handle this matter, and Lu Tongfu would not be able to jump for a few days. Originally, Li Fengyan did not believe it, but Lu Tongfu was arrested within a few days. So Li Fengyan suspected that Lu Tongfu's arrest was related to his son. But Li Fengyan still couldn't figure out how his son brought down Lu Tongfu. Li Fengyan didn't understand, and Wei Qinggan didn't understand either, but he knew that Li Yi was by no means as cynical as he seemed, nor was he dissolute and idle. I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been doing lately? Li Yi sat on the sofa with a mysterious smile on his face. Uncle Wei, during this period, I am busy discussing business. Talking about business? When did this kid learn how to do business? Wei Qinggan was a little unconvinced at first, but seeing Li Yi's confident look, he subconsciously believed it. Oh, what business are you talking about? Li Yi smiled and said, Of course it's a big business, but I don't know if Uncle Wei is interested. Are you here to do business with me? I have this plan, but I don't know if Uncle Wei will give me this chance. Oh, I wonder what business you do with me. The first business is to give you money, and the second business is to make money from you. Which one do you want to hear first? Li Yi said. Then let's talk about the money-giving business first. You don't know the situation in our factory. Your Uncle Wei and I are almost driven crazy by the money. Wei Qinggan said, I want to rent the cold storage in our factory. What do you want to do when renting a cold storage? Put some perishable fruit in. You can let it go if you want. Do you still need to pay me? If your father finds out about this, why don't you fall out with me? Wei Qinggan said, Uncle Wei, if it were only 3 to 5 kilograms of things, I really wouldn't give you money, but this time there are a lot of things and the storage time is also a bit long. It will take at least half a month. It's inappropriate not to give you money. What fruits are you going to put in, and how many are there? About 600,000 caddies of apples and pears. How many? 600,000 caddies, that is 300,000 kilograms, 300 tons. Where did you get all these apples and pears? Of course I bought it. Bought? Suddenly Wei Qinggan realized what he was doing and asked, The second business you were talking about is not selling apples to me, is it? You guessed it right. It's almost time to distribute benefits in the factory, but there's been no movement, so we've delayed the distribution of benefits, right? Wei Qinggan's eyes became more and more strange, and then he nodded. Uncle Wei, I know there are difficulties in the factory, so I want to make a win-win deal with you. Win-win? Wei Qinggan suddenly became interested and asked, Let me hear. How do you want to do business with me? Li did not answer immediately, but moved the box of apples he brought to Wei Qinggan's desk. Uncle Wei, what do you think of this apple? While talking, Li opened the packaging box containing apples. When Wei Qinggan saw the apples in the box, he felt a little curious. The packaging of this apple is quite high-end. Also, where did these little brats get these apples? They look plump and plump. Each one is definitely a high-quality product, and the variety seems to be quite good. Not bad. These apples look quite attractive. The packaging is also very beautiful. After looking at it carefully for a while, Wei Qinggan's expression became a little serious. He suddenly realized a problem. The price of these apples would definitely not be low, but the problem is that the price of apples on the market is only a few cents. Even if you buy them from small stalls, they only cost a dime. If they're too expensive, You can't afford them. How much do you plan to sell it for per pound? Uncle Wei, does our factory have no money now? It doesn't cost much, but if the price is not high, you can still purchase a batch. Uncle Wei, we are our own family, and I won't cheat you. If you want it now, I can sell it to you for 5 yuan a box. $5? That's not cheap. My box contains almost 20 kilograms of apples. A box costs 5 yuan, which is almost 2.5 cents per kilogram. Compared with the apples on the market now, they're almost 2.5 times more expensive. You kid still says you won't cheat me. Even though I'm the director of the factory, your Uncle Wei can't do anything for personal gain. Li Yi smiled and said, Uncle Wei, I really didn't cheat you. This price is only available today, but after today, it won't be available. What's the meaning? What I mean is that the price of my apples will be raised in a few days, and it's not even a little bit higher. It's already 5 yuan. How much more can you raise the price? Do you still plan to sell the co-authored book for 10 yuan a box? Li Yi smiled and said, That's really possible. I don't dare to ask for such a high price. If I do, the people in the factory will poke my spine. Wei Kong'an refused simply. Li didn't take it seriously, smiled and said, It doesn't matter. If the factory still needs it in a few days, you are looking for me, but then the price will not be this. Okay, you can go to your dad about the cold storage, but forget about the apple business. Okay, you're busy then? I'll leave first. Take the apples too, to save others from saying that I, the factory director, receive gifts when I first take office. Wei Kong'an said with a smile, I won't take the apple. This is my nephew's honor to you. After saying that, Li left without looking back. As soon as he came downstairs, he saw Wei Sanpao rushing out of the duty room on one side, and then asked hurriedly, Brothery, what did my dad say? Do you want to buy our apples? Not buying. Ah, why? Too expensive. Ah, it is indeed expensive, but if he doesn't buy it, what should we do next? Li smiled and said, Okay, don't worry. Everything is within my expectations. Then what should we do next? Tomorrow I will come up with the design of the packaging box, and then Xiaowu's family will fully produce the packaging box. Your task is to go back and tell your father that we will use the factory's large truck to go to Yandong City in a few days, and then we can pay the freight. Brother Yi, since it costs money, why do you have to use the factory's car? Wei Sanpao asked puzzledly. This is a key part of the whole plan. I'll tell you why later. Just tell me if this can be done. Yes, our factory has hundreds of trucks, most of which are idle. If we need them, how can he not let us use them? Besides, it's not like he won't pay us. Next, I'll assign you a task. What task? Give gifts. Give gifts? Yes, didn't we bring back a total of 500 kilograms of apples? Starting tomorrow, you will send the packaged apples to the homes of the heads of various enterprises and units, such as the textile factory, the accessory factory, and the supply and marketing cooperative. Just say that they are Fuji apples imported from Japan, so that they can have a taste. No problem. I know most of the children of the factory directors and deputy factory directors of the factories you mentioned, and many of them are my classmates. It's most appropriate to send things over in the name of a visit. If you can get this done, then our fruit business will be almost done. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yes. As for Li Yi, when he returned home, the sun was almost setting. Seeing the dusty Li Yi, Su Qingnan hurried over to take the paper bag and clothes from Li Yi. What have you been doing these 2 days? Wei Wei said she wanted to find her dad every day. Li Yi looked at Su Qingnan's slightly blushing cheeks and knew that she actually missed him too. Only Wei Wei misses me. Doesn't my sister miss me? No. Just at this time, Wei Wei came out of the room, heard Su Qingnan's words, clapped her hands and laughed, saying, Mom is lying. It's obvious that Mom misses Dad too. Li Yi heard this and said to Wei Wei with a smile, Wei Wei, how does Mom miss Dad? Tell Dad next time Dad goes out, bring Wei Wei candied haws. When Li Yue heard Li Yi's words, she immediately ran to Li Yi's side happily, came to Li Yi's ear, and whispered, I saw Mom holding your old photos and looking at them for a long time. Really? Li Yi picked up Li Yue, and his eyes looking at Su Qingnan became softer. 30 years later, he has seen all kinds of women, and there are some who are more beautiful than Su Qingnan. But in Li Yi's eyes, no woman can compare with his wife. The reason why women approach him 30 years later is mostly because of his worth. His money. Only Su Qingnan stayed by her side when she was the most asshole. Sister, I'll stay for a while. I have to go out soon. I'm a little busy these days. Su Qingnan nodded a little disappointedly, then raised her head again and looked at Li Yi, wanting to say something. In fact, Su Qingyao came back in the morning, but because she was a little busy with her studies recently, she went back to school after a short while. Su Qingnan felt that her sister had been very hard during this period, and wondered if she should buy some supplements for her sister. But the situation at home was not optimistic. Li took away the bonus he had received before, saying that he wanted to do business. At present, there was really no money at home, and it was because of this that he swallowed all the words. Li saw his wife like this, and couldn't help feeling a little strange, so he asked, "What's wrong, sister? Why are you talking halfway?" Su Qingnan shook her head slowly, smiled, and said it was nothing. Although Li felt something was wrong, business was still important. So he said a few words to Su Qingnan and went back to the inner room to work on his packaging design. Although Li Yi in his previous life started out in finance, he was very familiar with design and could be considered a half-design expert. Moreover, the design of a packaging box really does not have much technical content. It can even be said that anyone who has learned art for a few days can come up with it. Soon, the design plan was freshly baked. Dividing line. There was no conversation overnight. Early the next morning, Li sent the plan to Zhou Guifeng and asked her to try to print these design patterns on the packaging box. Zhou Guifeng can be said to be very professional in this business. After some debugging, several sample boxes were quickly made. Looking at the packaging box with a big red apple pattern printed on it and a lot of Japanese words, Li showed a satisfied smile. He still had a good understanding of the common people of this era. No matter what it was, as long as it was marked with imported and foreign words, it could be sold at a sky-high price. This is the case with clothes, electrical appliances, and agricultural and sideline products. It's not that the common people worship foreign things, but that Longwo itself is backward in many aspects at present, and there is nothing wrong with people pursuing better and more advanced things. After confirming that there was no problem with the packaging boxes, Li Yi immediately asked Zhou Guifeng to work overtime to produce, and to ensure that there were boxes for 600,000 kilograms of apples and pears in a week. Zhou Guifeng also contacted the previous workers last night, and everyone agreed to come back to work immediately. Calculating the time, it was about the same, so he agreed. After dealing with the things here, Li stayed at home for 3 days. Then he said hello to Wei Sanpao and others, and then boarded the bus to Yandong City alone. Returning to Yandong City again, Li was warmly received by Xia Sun and the villagers. For them, Li was their life-saving straw and the god of wealth. If it weren't for Li, their apples and pears would rot on the branches. More importantly, this time Li not only brought back the approval of the leader above, but also determined the time for apple picking. Feeling the unusually hot weather in Yandong City these days, Li realized that a storm was coming, and natural disasters such as typhoons and hail would break out at that time. He immediately decided to pick the apples and pears on the trees from tomorrow. However, Li also made a promise to the villagers about the payment of the goods. Since the amount of money was huge and needed to be settled, when the car from the factory came to pick up the fruit, Xia Sun would need to go back to the factory with him in person, and the property of the meat processing factory would settle the money for them without a penny less. Most of the villagers were simple, and what Li Yi said was reasonable, so they naturally had no objection. At present, under the organization of Xia Sun's father, the villagers started to pick apples and pears in the orchard with all their strength. There is strength in numbers. Although 600,000 kilograms of fruit is not a lot, with the joint efforts of more than 500 villagers, the picking was completed in less than 2 days. While the picking work was in full swing, Li had already made a long-distance call to Wei Sanpao and asked him to bring his car over immediately, and asked them to bring more waterproof tarpaulins and be prepared for rain. On June 18th, Wei Sanpao and others finally arrived at the location of the orchard. When the villagers saw more than a dozen large trucks parked in a row outside the village, their worries disappeared immediately. In this era, bicycles can be considered large items, and large trucks have special meanings in the eyes of most ordinary people. And can so many trucks be mobilized at one time? Is that something that ordinary people can do? Besides, those large trucks are clearly printed with words such as Jiangnan Meat Processing Plant Special Transportation of Pigs. And with the stamp contracts, the villagers are more convinced of Li Yi's words. When Wei Sanpao and others came, Li Yi asked them to bring all 30,000 packaging boxes. Then, under Li Yi's command, the fruit farmers collectively helped Li Yi and others pack the boxes and load the trucks. After another 2 days of hard work, 600,000 kilograms of fruit were finally loaded. At this time, the weather in the entire Yandong city had changed with heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. After returning to Jiangcheng, Li ordered people to drive the car directly into the meat processing plant. Read, of course, Li also took Xia Sun to the meat processing plant and let him see the batch of apples enter the meat processing plant's cold storage. Then, Li arranged Xia Sun in a hotel in the city and asked Wei Sanpao to accompany him. Li knew that although the natural disaster in Yandong City had already occurred, it would take time for the price of apples to soar. This time would take a few days at the earliest, and it would take at least 10 days to reach the peak. But Xia Sun would definitely not be able to wait for such a long time. So Li Yi needed Wei Sanpao to stabilize Xia Sun. At the same time, Li Yi ordered people to publicize the benefits and advantages of Japanese imported apples in various factories and enterprises. Since these apples were first said by the children of the factory directors or deputy factory directors of various factories, they were very credible, so they quickly caused a sensation in a small range. Everything was going smoothly according to Li Yi's settings. Let's talk about Yandong City again. Since this natural disaster was a bit sudden, although the meteorological department predicted that there would be heavy rain in the next few days, it did not predict that Yandong City would be hit by hail and typhoons in the first place. So the people did not pick the fruits on the trees in time. When the typhoon hit, a large number of ripe fruits were blown to the ground. And then hail as big as pigeon eggs hit again, which directly caused the fruit farmers in Yandong City to suffer a devastating disaster. After the disaster, there were only a few fruits left on the branches that were originally full of fruits, but the ground was in a mess. The people wanted to cry, but had no tears, and the fruit merchants were confused. A few days ago, they were still desperately lowering the price, but in a blink of an eye, only 1 in 10 fruits in the entire Yandong area remained. The clever fruit vendors immediately acted quickly and ordered fruits at a higher price. Almost overnight, the price of apples that originally cost a few cents directly rose to 1 dime, and then 2 dimes. But even so, there were not many fruits available for them to order in Yandong. For a time, the prices of various fruits soared rapidly. In Jiangcheng, Xia Sun was also a little worried. He thought that he would get the money immediately after arriving in Jiangcheng and then quickly return to Yandong. But when he arrived in Jiangcheng, he found that the problem was not as simple as he thought. Since arriving in Jiangcheng, the son of Director Wei's family arranged himself in a hotel in the city and took him to eat, drink, and have fun every day and kept silent about the money. This is a huge sum of more than 24,000 yuan, and it is the hard-earned money of hundreds of households in the village. It can't be sloppy. So after staying in Jiangcheng for 3 days, Xia Sun was a little restless and asked to see Li Yi. 3 days is enough for Li Yi to settle the payment for the goods. In fact, the day before, Li Yi visited Wei Qinggan again. When Li Yi proposed to do business with him again, Wei Qinggan did not refuse this time. In fact, Wei Qinggan has been preparing mid-year benefits for employees these days, and he also wants to get some fruits for them, and cheap apples and pears are naturally their first choice. But before they could decide where to order, Yandong City suffered a natural disaster that was rare in a century. Then, the prices of various fruits soared rapidly at a jaw-dropping trend. At present, taking apples as an example, the purchase price of fruit merchants from the place of origin has reached 30 cents. And in the hands of small vendors below, the selling price of ordinary apples has reached an astonishing 40 to 50 cents. In just 1 week, the price has doubled several times. When Wei Qinggan thought that Li Yi must be asking for a lot this time, Li Yi directly quoted a box of Fuji apples imported from Japan for only 10 yuan, and Wei Qinggan naturally had no reason to refuse. What made Wei Qinggan feel helpless was that Li Yi's preferential price was also conditional. First of all, the meat processing plant only had a purchase amount of 50,000 kilograms, no more. Secondly, the payment for 50,000 kilograms of fruit must be paid immediately. Finally, Wei Qinggan must come forward to help them promote these imported fruits. Fortunately, these conditions were not too harsh, and Wei Qinggan agreed after a little hesitation. So, when Li Yi received the notice from Wei Sanpao, he immediately asked Wei Qinggan to say hello to the finance department and directly settled the payment of 25,000 yuan. Then, he took the money to the hotel where Xia Sun lived. In the hotel, Wei Sanpao and others looked out the door anxiously. Xia Sun was also anxious. He was also very anxious these days. If he really couldn't get back this huge sum of money, he didn't know how to explain it to his fellow villagers. Even Xia Sun had prepared to make trouble at the meat processing factory. For the hard-earned money of the villagers, it didn't matter if he lost some face. At this moment, the sound of trampling footsteps came from the corridor outside. Then, there was a knock on the door. Wei Sanpao went over and opened the door. "Brother Yi, you are finally here." Li Yi smiled and gave him a reassuring look. Then, Li Yi strode to Xia Sun and said, "Brother Xia, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "Brother Li, I'm really sorry, you see." Before Xia Sun finished speaking, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, Li took out several bundles of brand new 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and placed them in front of Xia Sun. "Brother Xia, this is 24,200 yuan. Please count it." Xia Sun blushed, and a trace of guilt flashed through his heart. But he still picked up the money and began to count it. A total of 242 bills, not a single one missing. "Brother Li Yi, it's 24,200. You gave 65.40 yuan more. I'll find you right away." "Haha, no need. I've delayed Brother Xia for several days. Just consider it as my brother's apology to you." "How can that be?" Li Yi interrupted him and said with a smile. "Brother Xia, we are dealing with each other for more than once. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't bother about this little thing." Seeing Li Yi say this, Xia Sun no longer insisted. "Since the payment has been settled, I'll take my leave." At this time, Li Yi suddenly said, "Since Brother Xia is in a hurry to go back, I won't keep you. But it's not convenient or safe for you to take a car with so much cash. I suggest you deposit the money in the bank first, or mail it directly back home, which is safer." Xia Sun thought that what Li Yi said made sense and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, accompanied by Li Yi, Xia Sun first checked out of the hotel, then mailed the huge sum of more than 24,000 yuan back home through the post office, and then took a car back to Yandong City. Xia Sun is left, but the fruit business of Li Yi and others continues. After all, only 50,000 jeans of 600,000 jeans of fruit have been sold, and there is still a full 550,000 jeans that need to be sold. But now everyone no longer has the worries they had before. Anyway, the cost has been recovered, and the remaining 550,000 kilograms are almost all profits. Even if it only costs a dime per pound, that's still a profit of 50,000 yuan. What's more, the price of apples and pears is now much more than a dime, and everyone is drooling at the expected huge returns. In the next few days, Li Yi's fruit business quickly exploded throughout Jiangxing. First, the meat factory suddenly issued year-end benefits. Each employee could receive a box of Fuji apples imported from Japan, a box of large pears, and a 20-pound bag of rice. Because the fruit is indeed sweet and delicious, and it is imported, it quickly caused a sensation in the neighborhood. At this time, the leaders of the accessory factories and textile factories near the meat processing factory could not sit still, and they all asked Wei Qinggan about the purchasing channels for these imported fruits. Wei Qinggan followed suit and immediately introduced him to the heads of various factories and companies, and from then on, fruit orders came in like snowflakes. In less than a week, the remaining 500,000 kilograms of fruit were sold out. And compared to the 5 cents purchase price of the meat joint factory, the purchase price of other factories is around 6 cents per pound. July 8th, Li Yi's home. Su Qingnan went to work, and the girl went to kindergarten. He was the only one left in the whole family. In the kitchen, Li Yi was busy. At this time, the ribs were stewed on the stove, and several prepared dishes were placed on the workbench beside it. Ding, ding, ding! There was a rapid knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Li Yi immediately went over and opened the door and saw Wei Sanpao, Xiao Wu, De Chu, Wei Zi, and others outside the door, and each of them was holding 2 large boxes in their hands. "Why did you bring so much fruit here?" Li Yi asked curiously. "These are all the leftovers. After the goods from the fertilizer factory are shipped, we still have more than 20 boxes of apples, weighing 400 to 500 kilograms. It's not worth going out to sell them anymore, so I brought them all to you, Brother E. Our family can't even finish this much as food every day. When you leave later, each of you will take 2 boxes back with you." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Come in quickly. Let's talk about business first." After letting the brothers into the house, he immediately locked the door from the inside and then brought everyone to the small dining table. After everyone sat down, Li took out a huge handbag from the room, placed it on the table, and opened the handbag. When the handbag was opened, everyone was shocked. I saw a huge handbag neatly filled with all kinds of banknotes, mainly $100 bills, but also a lot of $50 bills and $10 bills. But no matter what kind of denomination they are, they're all in bundles, which is very dazzling. With so much money in front of them, everyone's eyes widened and their heartbeats couldn't help but accelerate. After a long time, Wei Sanpao stammered and asked, "Brother E, this money, we earned it all in the past half-month." Li Yi replied, "Is it all earned?" "Well, we all earned it by selling fruits. Every penny is clean and comes from our blood and sweat." "Wow, Brother E, you are so awesome. Brother E, let's see who dares to look down on us now." After the excitement of these little brothers calmed down a little, Li Yi said again, "This time we made a total of 344,323 yuan after excluding various expenses." Before he finished speaking, everyone present was in a frenzy again. They usually don't even have 20 yuan in their pockets, but how could they have seen so much money? This is more than 300,000 yuan, which is equivalent to more than 300,000 yuan households. After the excitement, everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Yi. Everyone was waiting for his next action, and they were silently looking forward to his distribution plan. "Let's talk about it. How should we divide the money?" Li Yi said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Sanpao said immediately, "Brother E, you are responsible for this matter, and we didn't help much, so I think you should take the bulk of the money and divide it among the brothers. Just pay for the errands." Wei Sanpao's words were immediately recognized by everyone except Li Yi. "That's right, Brother E. I think you should get the big head." "That's right, Brother E. Let's do this. You take the whole number, and the rest of the fractions will be divided among the brothers." "Brother E, don't refuse. If something like this happens in the future, just think about your brothers." Li looked at the brothers around him. Each of their eyes was very sincere. Although the youngest Xiao Wu is already 18 years old, they have basically never left Jiangcheng and have not experienced the cruel baptism of society, so they basically still retain the passion in their chests. "Brothers, it's up to you. I'll take the big share, but there's one thing. It's up to me to decide how to distribute it." "Okay, Brother E, since you said so, I, Wei Sanpao, have no objection." Xiao Wu, Wei Zi, De Chu, and others also nodded in agreement. Only then did a smile appear on the corner of Li Yi's mouth, and he expressed his opinion. "De Chu, Xiao Wu, Wei Zi, De Long, each of you has 20,000 yuan. The third brother contributed more this time, so he will take 30,000 yuan, and I will keep the rest. Do you have any opinions?" Li said his distribution plan. "Brother E, this is too much." "Yes, Brother E, this much money is enough for my parents to earn for 10 years. It's too much." "Brother E, just give the brothers 1 or 2,000 yuan. There are so many brothers who dare not accept it." Li smiled and said, "This small amount of money will scare you. How about you have some potential?" Then he added, "Besides, we all earned this money based on our own ability. If we didn't steal or rob, why shouldn't we take it?" Seeing that the little brothers were still a little afraid to take it, Li took out 2 stacks directly, put them in Xiao Wu's hand, and said, "Take it." Xiao Wu subconsciously caught it but suddenly realized something and hurriedly put the money on the dining table. Lee suddenly smiled helplessly and said, "Forget it, considering your potential. Let's eat first. I will send you home one by one later, and let your parents handle the money." After speaking, Lee put the bag containing the money back into the bedroom, then walked into the kitchen and started bringing out various delicacies. After having enough wine and food, Lee immediately took Wei Sampao and others out. He first took everyone to the bank in the city and deposited most of the money. In addition to himself, Lee opened 7 more accounts. Wei Sampao had 30,000 in his account, and Dachu, Weizi, Dalong, and Xiao each had 20,000. In addition, Lee deposited another 10,000 yuan for Su Qingnan, and his sister-in-law, Su Qingyao, deposited 5,000 yuan in her account. In the end, he only had 210,000 yuan left in his account, in addition to 8,000 yuan in cash. After coming out of the bank, Lee did not give the passbook to Wei Sampao and others, but took them back to the family building of the meat factory. In the following time, Lee was doing one thing, which was to hand over these bankbooks to the parents of Wei Sampao and others one by one. Originally, he wanted to ask Wei Sampao and others to take the money back directly, but seeing how timid they all were, they obviously didn't dare to take it. Secondly, Lee also thought that it would be difficult to explain why he suddenly took back so much money. So he decided to deposit the money in the bank first and then send the passbook to their parents. After all, the impact of a passbook is much smaller than that of cash, and it is easier for parents like Wei Sampao to accept it. In addition, without cash in hand, Wei Sampao and others will not become bad because of their sudden wealth. Although everyone's parents were still shocked and dumbfounded by Li Yi's generosity, they all happily accepted it after learning that it was money they had earned together. And everyone was so grateful to Li Yi, not only because Li Yi made money with their children, but more importantly, he was guiding them on the right path. Although Wei Sampao and others did not do bad things, they were always careless and often got into fights, which made their parents very worried. After all, fists and feet are not good at seeing, and it is not a good thing to beat someone up or be beaten up by someone. Now Li Yi is taking them to do business, regardless of whether they will make money or not, but at least he will give them some peace of mind. What's more, 20,000 yuan is really not a small number. Buying a house in the city now only costs 20,000 yuan, and it is a well-decorated house. Unexpectedly, these young people made their money back in just a few days, which made them adults feel a little ashamed. After giving away the last passbook, Li Yi returned to his home in a happy mood. However, after entering the door, I found that Su Qingnan was not at home. Thinking that today happened to be Friday, the girl would not go to school tomorrow, and Qingyao would also return to her father from school. Su Qingnan might have taken the child there. Li originally wanted to go there, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. That little girl Su Qingyao was not very friendly to him. She went to Baozhun to quarrel, so it was better to avoid it for the time being. In fact, it's not Qingyao's fault. The main reason is that she was such a bastard before. She smoked, drank, gambled, and even beat her wife. She was a scumbag. Su Qingyao first came to fight for her sister's injustice, and at the same time, she also complained for her parents. In her eyes, although Li Fengyan and his wife are not her biological parents, the more valuable this contribution is. It can be said that they are not biological parents, but they are better than biological parents. When she disappointed her parents again and again, and even made them so angry that they could not sleep at night, the little girl Su Qingyao became extremely angry. So, target yourself as soon as you get home. Although he is her brother-in-law, he usually doesn't let her go and often quarrels with her. But Li knew how many emotions that little girl had. After Su Qingnan committed suicide in his previous life, she was the one who kept searching for Wei Wei for decades. At the same time, she was the one who took care of his parents who were in poor health. In a word, I owe her no less than I owe Su Qingnan. After disposing of the leftovers from lunch and cleaning up the kitchen, Li came to the dining table with a relaxed expression. Opening the handbag containing the money, there were 3 passbooks inside, as well as a lot of scattered cash. Looking at the thick wad of money in his hand, Li felt much relieved. He knew that the current situation at home was not very good, and it was basically all supported by Su Qingnan. However, the efficiency of the factory is not very good. It has been more than half a year since wages have been paid. It is not an exaggeration to say that the factory is too poor to open the pot. In the past, I only knew how to take money from home and never cared about the living conditions at home. Thinking of this, Li Yi really wanted to slap himself in the face. Fortunately, I made a lot of money from the fruit business this time, which can alleviate the current embarrassing situation at home. Of course, although more than 200,000 yuan is a lot, in Li Yi's view, it is still far from achieving financial freedom. Therefore, he must think about what to do next. After much thought, Li Yi decided that his next goal is to visit Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It can be said that the coastal Guangzhou and Shenzhen areas have always been at the forefront of opening up to the outside world, and now it is the early stage of opening up. It can be said that there are opportunities everywhere, and with the startup capital in hand, Li believes that he will be able to open up in a short time, obtain considerable wealth. In addition, Li Yi in his previous life met a friend whose hometown was in Guangshan. According to him, many foreigners came to Guangshan in the early 1990s. Those gringos are stupid and have a lot of money. Many people have made a lot of money by doing business with those foreigners. You should know that Dragon Country is in a stage of rapid development. So these foreigners are very curious about this country with a history of more than 5,000 years. Diplomatic relations have also eased a lot in this era. So there are many blonde and blue-eyed foreigners who come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to hunt for treasures. There are many old objects in the inland which carry a lot of history. They are the most rare for foreigners. They often pay a high price for these collections that seem to be very valuable. At that time, Li Yi's friend in Guangzhou and Shenzhen got the first pot of gold for his business by selling a very valuable jade. Li Yi knew the general situation of the appearance of this jade. At that time, the price of this jade shocked the entire cultural and art circle in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. If he could intercept this opportunity, it would be a great temptation for Li Yi. Moreover, even if he could not find the jade, he could make a lot of money just by relying on his foreign language level. Foreigners' money is the easiest to make. For example, the simplest tossing foreign exchange coupons can also make a lot of money. At present, foreigners in Longwood do not use currency directly, but use foreign exchange coupons, which are very valuable in black. In short, if Li Yi wants to achieve true financial freedom, it cannot be achieved by simply reselling fruits. He needs a broader stage. Staring in confusion, Li Yi heard something moving outside the bedroom and immediately got up from the bed. As soon as he sat up, he heard Su Qingnan's deliberately suppressed voice coming from outside, and Li Yi walked towards the living room. Opening the door, I saw that Su Qingnan was back. In addition, there were several people standing in the living room, including his father Li Fengyan and his sister-in-law, Su Qingyao. As for his precious daughter, she was lying in Su Qingnan's arms, looking like she was asleep. Seeing Li Yi walking out of the room, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and sister-in-law Su Qingyao blushed and hid behind Su Qingnan. Only then did Li Yi realize that he was shirtless at this time, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of shorts, which was a bit unsightly. Fortunately, he was very calm, or rather thick-skinned. He just smiled faintly, then went into the house and put on a two-strand vest, and returned to the living room again. Seeing Li Fengyan was about to leave, Li Yi immediately stopped and shouted, "Dad, come back later. I have something to tell you." After saying that, Li Yi first went over to take the little girl from Su Qingnan, sent her back to the bedroom, and then took out the handbag containing the money from the bedroom. The living room of the old house is very small, and the family can only sit around the small dining table. Although it is a bit crowded, it feels very warm. "Dad, how are you doing at work these days? Is it going well?" "It's not bad, but I'm busier than before." Speaking of work, Li Fengyan's face obviously smiled more. He is no longer the workshop director, but the deputy director of the meat processing plant, and his position has been raised to deputy director level. No matter how busy you are at work, you must take rest. Your body is the capital of revolution, Li Yi said. "Yeah, I know that. By the way, how are the sales of your fruit going?" Li Fengyan knew about Li Yi selling fruit, but he went on a business trip a few days ago, so he didn't know much about it. He only heard people talk about it occasionally. For Li Fengyan, it didn't matter that his son didn't do any business, or even whether he made money or not, as long as he didn't go out to fool around. Now he has looked away. Anyway, there are 3 people in the family working, and at least they can earn 3 to 400 yuan a month, which is more than enough. Even if my son doesn't go out to work, there's no pressure to support him. Li Yi smiled and said, "It went smoothly." Then Li Yi pointed to the more than 10 packaging boxes in the kitchen and said, "There are only a few boxes left. The quantity is too small and not worth selling, so I moved them all home. So much? Can you eat it all when you move home? If you can't finish it, give it away. Don't you and my mother have some bosses and friends who need to move around? Bring a few boxes over then, so you can save money on gifts." Seeing that Li Yi seemed to have made up his mind, Li Fengyan stopped dwelling on the issue and instead asked, "Did you make a profit or lose this time?" Li Yi smiled and said nothing, but directly opened a suitcase containing the money. In an instant, the 3 people in the family all widened their eyes. I saw that all the colorful things in the box were money. Some were 100, some were 50, some were 10 yuan a lot. Wow, so much money? Su Qingyao was the first to call out. The shock on his face was beyond words. Su Qingnan stared at Li Yi and asked, "Is this box full of money?" Oh my God, I saw you carrying this box out early and coming back late every day. When you got home, you would throw the box on the ground, thinking it contained some account notes. You are not afraid of losing it." Li Yi smiled and said, "It's okay." Li Fengyan said with slight surprise, "It looks like you made a profit." "Yeah, I made a profit." Then, Li took a stack of cash from the box and handed it directly to Li Fengyan without counting it. "Dad, you take this money because your son honors you and my mother. We have it at home, but you don't need it. Your mother and I haven't even had time to provide food and support, elderly care, yet. Dad, what you have is yours, but this money is from my sister, and I to honor you. It's different." Then Li Yi continued, "Dad, you have worried a lot over the years, and now I have grown up." Su Qingnan also said, "Dad, Xiaoyi is right. Just accept it." Hearing Li Yi's words, the corners of Li Fengyan's eyes instantly became moist. There is nothing more heartwarming than his son's words, so much so that he, an old man, actually felt a little bit out of sorts. But Li Fengyan didn't care. He was not embarrassed if he lost his composure in front of his children. Li Fengyan took the money and said, "Okay, this money is equivalent to me saving it for you. No, it's just for you to spend," Li said. Li Fengyan waved his hand, then sighed and said, "The situation is unstable now. The efficiency of our factory is getting worse day by day. We still have to save some money. Otherwise, what will happen to the whole family when we are laid off? Manage." While talking, Li Fengyan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and lit it. While smoking, I couldn't help but feel melancholy on my face. Now he is the deputy director of the meat factory, and he can't help but worry about the situation in the factory. Li Fengyan really doesn't know what will happen to these hundreds of employees and the families behind them once the factory stops production one day. Li looked at the low-quality cigarettes in his father's hand, and then said, "The car must have a way to the mountain. You don't have to worry. In addition, you should smoke less. It is not good for your health." After hearing Li Yi's words, Li Fengyan felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and then rubbed his eyes. He really didn't expect, or rather he didn't dare to think, that one day he would hear such a sentence from his son. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Su Qingyao immediately asked, "Brother, how much money did you make this time?" Since Su Qingyao was still young when the Su sisters came to the Li family, Li Fengyan and his wife asked her to call her brother Li Yi. After so many years, she has become accustomed to it. Even after Su Qingnan and Li Yi got married, she, who should have been called Li Yi's brother-in-law, still kept her original title. Hundreds of thousands. Did I hear that right? Hundreds of thousands? Su Qingnan and Li Fengyan were also stunned. They thought they heard wrongly, and their eyes were fixed on Li Yi's face. Li did not hide anything and said directly, "In this fruit business, after excluding the cost, we made a total of a little more than 340,000. After excluding the shares given to Wei Laosan, De Chu, Wei Zi, and Xiao Wu, I myself fell into there are almost 234,000 in my pocket. Refined. Deathly silence. What Li Yi said was completely beyond their psychological tolerance. For ordinary workers with a monthly salary of more than 100 yuan, 10,000 yuan is already an astronomical figure, and hundreds of thousands are unthinkable. Even Li Fengyan, the well-informed workshop director, could not believe that his son had earned hundreds of thousands in just a few days. "Brother, did you really make hundreds of thousands?" Su Qingyao was the first to react and asked in surprise. Li didn't explain, but took out 3 bankbooks from his handbag. He handed 2 of them to Su Qingnan's hand and said, "Sister, keep these 2 bankbooks. One has deposited 210,000, and the other has deposited 10,000. The one with 21,000 is the capital for future business, and the one with 10,000 is it's a family expense." Then, Li handed another passbook to Su Qingyao and said, "Yao Yao, there are 5,000 yuan in this passbook, which is your pocket money. And mine?" Then Su Qingyao seemed to realize something and asked instead, "Brother, how much money do you think is in this passbook?" $5,000. "So much?" Li Yi smiled and said, "With this money, you can buy what you need. In addition, eat more good food when you are at school. Don't think I don't know. You eat white rice every day when you are at school." "I don't." "You're talking back. You're a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and she still looks like a bean sprout. People who don't know better would think that your family is mistreating you. Brother, you are annoying. You are like a bean sprout." Seeing these 2 people getting off topic while talking, Li Fengyan coughed lightly and was about to speak. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say, so after thinking about it, he simply stopped. It was late at night and quiet. In the small bedroom, the young couple leaned against the bed and chatted about family matters. "Read?" Su Qingnan's face was still flushed after exercise, and the whole person was very attractive. "Xiao Yi, you have no capital and no one to guarantee. How can you make so much money in a short time?" Su Qingnan asked the question in his heart. Li did not hide it and directly told the process of this fruit business. "I learned that Li Yi actually ordered 600,000 kilograms of fruit at once with this method of making money out of nothing and sold it at nearly 20 to 30 times the price." Su Qingnan was completely confused. With her simple personality, it was difficult for her to understand these business methods. "Xiao Yi, this is too risky. If you lose, even if we put all our assets into it, it won't be enough to compensate. Don't do this again in the future." Li Yi smiled and said, "It's okay. You only see my speculation, but you don't know that I have full confidence in this matter. Before doing this, I did a market survey in Jiangcheng and investigated the production conditions in Yandong, and then made up my mind." Su Qingnan nodded and said, "I know you have the ability, but this kind of thing is a bit risky after all. We are a small family and can afford to earn, but not lose. Well, try not to do such high-risk projects in the future." Li Yi said, "You have made so much money this time. You should be able to rest for a few days, right?" Su Qingnan suddenly asked. Li shook his head and said, "I plan to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen in a few days." "Where are you going to do what?" "To inspect a project and see if there are any investment opportunities." "How many days will it take?" "It's not determined yet. Let's see the situation when we get there. You don't have to work so hard." Looking at Su Qingnan's reluctant eyes, Li couldn't help but feel guilty. To be honest, he also wanted to stay at home for a while and spend more time with Su Qingnan and his daughter, but he couldn't do it at the moment. The reason is very simple. Although the 200,000 is not a small amount, it is still far from the goal of achieving financial freedom. To use a sentence from later generations, the assets he has now only achieved the freedom of the vegetable market, and it is still far from the ultimate goal of being able to buy and buy at will. And with the experience of his previous life, Li doesn't want his life to just spend money and make money. He wants to do something meaningful. For example, charity. Li Yi is a staunch atheist, but he is also a person who believes in karma and reincarnation. He was able to find his daughter in his previous life. He attributed all this to his persistence in charity for more than 20 years. In this life, he can go back to the time before the tragedy happened and make up for the regrets of his previous life. He also thinks this is a gift from God, and he also hopes that he can pass on his kindness and love and live up to God's arrangement. But Lee also knows that doing charity requires not only love, but also a lot of money. Therefore, before doing charity, he must first make enough money. Lee gently stroked Su Qingnan's cheek and then said softly, "Sister, I have a plan. It is absolutely no different from a fantasy to say it now, but I am confident that I can achieve this goal within a year. By then, the whole dragon country will be shocked by this. Since you have decided, let it go. I am at home." Yeah. No words all night. Early the next morning, Lee got up to exercise and bought breakfast before Su Qingnan. Su Qingyao and his daughter got up. Since today is Saturday, Lee decided to take them to the city. Just as he was about to go out, he heard a knock on the door. Lee opened the door and found that it was Wei Sanpao standing outside the door. "Old San, what's the matter with you coming here so early?" As he spoke, Lee turned sideways and let Wei Sanpao into the house. Wei Sanpao scratched his head embarrassedly, then smiled and said, "Brother E, I have something to discuss with you. It's very urgent." Lee raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tell me, Sanpao, are you in any trouble?" Wei Sanpao shook his head and then suddenly asked, "Brother E, you said a few days ago that you wanted to go to Guangzhou to take a look. Can you take me with you?" Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, Li frowned immediately. It's not that Li doesn't want to take Wei Sanpao to Guangzhou, but because this time it's not as simple as selling a few kilograms of apples. There was an antique market for jade in Guangzhou, and Li only knew a rough idea, and there was no accurate information at all. To put it bluntly, he went there just to try his luck. If he fails to find the jade, Li can only make a little money by reselling small things. In this case, taking Wei Sanpao with him, wouldn't it be possible that he would make a wasted trip with him? "Old San, I do have this plan, but you also know that the situation there is not very clear now. And I don't have any specific plans here, and I have no guarantee of making money. If you follow me, maybe it will be a waste of time in the end." When Wei Sanpao heard Li say this, he was surprisingly patient, even more patient than when he listened to the teacher's lecture on the podium. After Li finished speaking, Wei Sanpao looked at Li with a smile and said, "Brother E, I thought about all the things you said on the way here. I know I'm a bit stupid with nothing but strength, but I want to learn from you. It doesn't matter whether I make money or not. It's good to learn something from you." Seeing Wei Sanpao's determined eyes, Li pulled the corner of his mouth. He could indeed see Wei Sanpao's determination and feel Wei Sanpao's change. "Since you have made up your mind, I can take you with me, but the old rules are that you have to listen to me wherever you go." "Okay, Brother E, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Li nodded and said, "Go back and pack up. We will leave tomorrow." When Wei Sanpao heard this, he was immediately ecstatic. "Okay, I'll go back and pack up. I'll meet you tomorrow." Afterwards, Wei Sanpao hummed a little song and walked out directly. Looking at Wei Sanpao's back, Li smiled and shook his head, and his expression was much more relaxed. No matter what, brothers are always brothers. Whether it's getting rich or unlucky, just carry it together. The next morning, Li had just finished packing when he saw Wei Sanpao waiting downstairs. After saying goodbye to Su Qingnan, Li, carrying a simple backpack, opened the door and walked out. Li did not bring much stuff, and there was no need. The security of the railway station in this era is indeed not comparable to that of 30 years later, so things are often lost. Li only brought a few sets of clothes to change, and no other valuables. The most he brought was 1,500 yuan, which was sewn into his underwear by Su Qingnan. In fact, Li did not intend to take so much cash and only brought a passbook, but Su Qingnan was worried that Li did not have enough money, so he forced him to bring more, saying that it was not like home outside. Looking at his wife's firm eyes, Li had to nod and accept it. Coming downstairs, taking a look at Wei Sanpao's outfit, Li smiled and nodded. It seems that this kid has also learned a lot, and like himself, he did not bring any valuables. "Brother E, let's go to the train station first." Li nodded, but he was a little alert in his heart. "Old third, remember to keep all your money. Otherwise you will be finished if you lose it." Wei Sanpao nodded with a smile, and then whispered, "Don't worry, brother I know. Besides, which blind thug in Jiangqing dares to steal my money?" Li curled his lips. "These thieves don't care who you are. They are all equally evil. Anyway, be careful, be careful." Hearing Li Yi's serious tone, Wei Sanpao nodded subconsciously. When the two arrived at the train station, they just caught a train entering the station. In this era, the station in Jiangqing is still very simple, even a little low-end, but it gives Li Yi a strong sense of intimacy. Thinking back to his previous life, he made his first pot of gold by going to other places for wholesale from here, and finally became a 100 billionaire. Unexpectedly, after Rebirth, he would start from here again and head for a broader stage. The station hall was bustling with people, and everyone looked hurried, so lively. After queuing for 2 or 3 hours at the front desk and buying 2 train tickets to Jiangzhou City, Li found that there was still nearly 2 hours before the train would arrive. He couldn't help but relax a little, came to an empty chair and sat down, and began to close his eyes and rest. As for Wei Sanpao, it was the first time in his life to take a train, and he seemed a little excited. Li was thinking about the train station 30 years later. There was no need to buy tickets at the ticket office. All problems could be solved on the mobile phone. And when checking tickets, you only need to swipe your ID card. No train ticket is needed. After sighing softly, Li pulled his attention back and began to think about the situation in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. As a city close to the coast, Guangzhou and Shenzhen are naturally the main force of import and export trade. After the reform began, Guangzhou and Shenzhen were also one of the cities that entered rapid development the fastest, and the economic level was also rapidly improving. Moreover, many foreigners came here after hearing the news, believing that this city, which had just been injected with fresh blood, could bring them more wealth. Among them, antiques with more collectible value were objects that foreigners liked very much. In addition, some clothes that were very popular overseas also began to become popular in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. According to the time, bell-bottom pants, bat shirts, step-on pants, windbreakers, etc. have not yet been introduced to Jiangnan City. In Li Yi's eyes, these are all business opportunities, and earrings, necklaces, and other accessories are also a great opportunity. However, the premise of all this is that he can make achievements in buying and selling antiques. The largest antique market in Guangzhou and Shenzhen is called Dongyuan Antique Market, which is where Li Yi's friend in his previous life found the valuable jade. Li Yi's goal is Dongyuan Market. As long as he finds the jade, then this trip will have achieved initial success. As for whether it can be sold, Li Yi is not worried. The degree of obsession of foreigners for Dragon Country antiques is unimaginable to people today. Because foreigners are very curious about the history of 5,000 years, they think that owning an antique from Longwa is a very face-saving thing among their friends. However, antiques are very professional and not easy to get. Moreover, Guangzhou and Shenzhen are located on the coast of Longwa. The capitals of all dynasties are rarely chosen here, unlike Chang'an, Jinling, and Longcheng, which are all ancient capitals of the past, and it is easy to find bargains. How can people with heirlooms in Guangzhou and Shenzhen easily sell their heirlooms to foreigners? Therefore, fakes are rampant in the entire Dongyuan antique market. Therefore, 80% of the collections that these foreigners get at high prices are fakes, and the other 20%, although they are real, are not so rare. Like that jade, it is definitely an exception. That jade was carved into the shape of a pavilion, and the final transaction price was as high as 700,000. 700,000 in this era is simply a sky-high price. Many famous tycoons can't afford so much money. It is said that the piece of jade appeared in a very inconspicuous stall at the time, and was finally picked up by one of Li Yi's friends. If I can get that jade this time, it will be of great help to what Li Yi is going to do next. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but be a little crazy. At this time, the broadcast sounded in the station hall. Attention, passengers heading to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. The K666 train you are taking has arrived. Please go to the ticket gate immediately and prepare for ticket inspection. After Li Yi raised the train number behind him, he took out the ticket in his hand and took a look, patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go, Lao San, check the ticket." Wei Sanpao nodded immediately after hearing this, then stood up from the chair and followed Li Yi. The ticket inspection process is very cumbersome, far from being as simple as in later generations. Not to mention security checks. The main reason is that there are too many people. These days, government departments have relaxed household registration restrictions, and ordinary people don't need things like letters of introduction to go out, which undoubtedly accelerates the flow of population. Guangzhou and Shenzhen are famous cities in the coastal areas and the first choice for people from inland areas to work. Therefore, there are too many passengers going there, which is comparable to the Spring Festival travel rush. After more than half an hour of tossing and turning, Li Yi and Wei Sanpao finally squeezed onto the train and started their journey south. It takes nearly 50 hours to get from Jiangnan to Guangzhou Shenzhen, so Li Yi chose to buy a hard sleeper. Although this way, the ticket costs 2 more yuan, but the two of them can rest on the way. Read, Wei Sanpao, who took the train for the first time, seemed a little restrained and a little nervous. Fortunately, Li Yi was there, so nothing went wrong. After lying on the narrow bed, Li Yi couldn't help but miss the high-speed rail in his previous life. It only takes 4.5 hours to get from Jiangcheng to Guangzhou Shenzhen by high-speed rail, and the plane is faster, arriving in 2 hours. But unfortunately, the high-speed rail is just a concept now, and the plane is not realistic. First, the air tickets are too expensive, and second, it is really not convenient to take a plane now, so I can only be a little wronged and take this most common green train. Despite this, Li Yi is already very satisfied. At least now, I can go out casually, unlike a few years ago when I needed to open various letters of introduction to go out. Time passed slowly on the road. Li Yi was fine. He brought a book with him when he got on the train. When he woke up, he read to relieve his loneliness. This was a habit he developed in his previous life. But Wei Sanpao didn't have the patience. He was very impatient. After 56 hours of 2 days and 3 nights, they finally stepped on the land of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and this difficult journey was over. Although they were all hard sleepers along the way, the small and stuffy space still made the two of them feel extremely tired. So after the train arrived, the two of them couldn't wait to get out and prepare to find a hotel to have a good sleep. Breathing in the air with a bit of seawater, Li Yi's originally calm heart suddenly came alive. This is Guangzhou and Shenzhen, the window city of reform and opening up. It's a bit exaggerated to say that there is gold all over the ground, but it's not an exaggeration to say that there are business opportunities all over the ground. And I already have the startup capital, and this will definitely become the stage for my takeoff. In my previous life, I had no power or influence, but I could join the 10 billion club just by my unyielding blood. In this life, I have the ability and experience, and the development prospects are brighter, and the future is promising. It's so hot. Wei Sanpao was not as excited as Li Yi. His first feeling about Guangzhou and Shenzhen was that it was hot, so hot that it made people uncomfortable. Because it is a coastal city, the air in Guangzhou and Shenzhen is very humid, and it is summer, so it gives people a stuffy feeling. Even the wind blowing over is hot wind, which most people can't stand. It's hot because this is Guangzhou and Shenzhen, a furnace in the furnace. Wei Sanpao took off his coat, leaving only a 2-strand vest on his body. Then he looked at Li Yi and asked, "Brother Yi, you must admit it. This place is indeed much more prosperous than our Jiangcheng. Look at the tall buildings. It's estimated to be about 100 to 200 meters high. The tallest building in Jiangcheng is probably less than 100 meters. Li looked at the building that Wei Sanpao pointed at, and then said with a smile, "That's the Guangzhou Shenzhen International Trade Center, a total of 88 floors, 208 meters. Brother Yi, this is also your first time in Guangzhou Shenzhen. How do you know that's the International Trade Center? Look at the sign above. It's so eye-catching." Then Li Yi continued, "In addition, you need more red books. All the questions you asked are in the books." Wei Sanpao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Brother Yi, please forgive me. I am not born to be a reader. I want to sleep as soon as I touch a book. Ah, you. One day you will suffer from this. Wei Sanpao was about to speak, but suddenly exclaimed, and then whispered to Li Yi, "Hey, Brother Yi, look at that blonde and blue-eyed guy. Is he a foreigner?" Li looked in the direction Wei Sanpao pointed, and sure enough, he saw a foreigner in a suit and a top hat. A simple observation can show that this foreigner is definitely from England, and he exudes a gentlemanly style. And he wears a top hat in the middle of summer, which can only be done by those British guys who claim to be gentlemen. Yes, it looks like they came from England. Hearing Li Yi's words, Wei Sanpao's eyes widened. As expected of Brother Yi, you can tell this? But why do I feel that they all look the same? Li Yi pulled the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and then explained, if you want to know which country they are from, take your careful observation. In fact, foreigners are relatively easy to distinguish. 30 years later, Li Yi has many foreign partners, so his experience in this area is naturally not comparable to Wei Sanpao. Brother Yi, where should we go now? Seeing Wei Sanpao's excitement, Li Yi said lightly, let's find a place to stay first. This time we will probably stay here for a few days. Wei Sanpao thought for a while and asked again, what else should we do after we settle down? Li Yi then said, after we settle down, let's go to Dongyuan Market first. I want to know what the prices of those antiques are. Dongyuan Market, look at antiques? Wei Sanpao raised his eyebrows and asked, Brother Yi, are we here to trade antiques this time? But this thing can't be sold for much money, right? And we don't have anything handed down from our ancestors. I do have a chamber pot left by my great-grandfather at home. I don't know if it will work. Li Yi was speechless when he heard what Wei Sanpao said, and then slapped Wei Sanpao on the back of his head. Are you stupid, kid? Forget it. Just listen to my command. Okay. The two called a three-wheeled vehicle, and then told the destination. And then, under the leadership of the driver, they rushed all the way to the vicinity of Dongyuan Antique Market. They found a hotel that looked clean near the antique market, and they officially settled down. However, when Wei Sanpao learned that it cost 15 yuan to live here for one night, he felt heartache. 15 yuan. You can eat a large table of delicious food comfortably in Jiangxing. You should know that Wei Sanpao, the deputy chief of the security department, only has a salary of 110 yuan a month. According to this calculation, his salary this month is only enough to live here for 7 days, not including meals. Seeing the boy's painful look, Li Yi couldn't help laughing. He wondered how he would feel if he knew that it would cost 60,000 yuan to stay here for one night in 30 years. In the afternoon, after waking up from a nap, the two went out and found a street stall to eat. Then they went straight to the Dongyuan Antique Market not far away. Whether it is now or in the next 30 years, Dongyuan Market can be regarded as a very famous antique market in the coastal cities of Longhua, and it even became a tourist card of Guangzhou and Shenzhen. But few people know that the earliest service objects here were not Chinese, but foreigners. Moreover, the so-called antiques and cultural relics here are mostly used to deceive those foreigners. There are very few old objects that are really open to the public, which can be called rare. In fact, in the antique street, some experts who have been immersed in antiques for many years can tell the authenticity of these antiques at a glance. Although there is a chance of picking up a bargain, the probability is extremely low. Sometimes, the probability of gambling on stones is greater than this thing. Moreover, this place has been far away from the ruling center of the Central Dynasty since ancient times, and it is not an ancient capital. In layman's terms, it is very far away from the place where antiques and cultural relics are unearthed. Antiques also depend on the place of origin. For example, in Chang'an, Luocheng, and Bianliang, all the antiques are buried underground, so naturally the probability of encountering real treasures in the local antique market is high. The Dongyuan Antique Market is just the opposite. There are basically few real antiques that have been circulated here, and even if there are, they're not top-quality goods. But there are so many people here, and those foreigners are really rich. What they earn in their own country is their own currency, whether it is the US dollar in the United States, the British pound in the United States, or the ruble in the Bear country. The exchange rate for the currency of the Dragon country is several times. Therefore, as long as foreigners have legitimate jobs, they are all small rich people when they come to the Dragon Country. This is just like the current Chinese people going to those countries in Africa. Even if you only make 3,000 yuan a month in your country, when you go to Africa, compared with those African people who only make more than 10 yuan a day, you're still a top white-collar worker. Because of this, although there are few real goods in the Dongyuan antique market, it is still a bustling and busy scene. After walking around the antique street for a while, Li saw many foreigners being fooled. But he didn't say anything. The antique business has its own rules, and the emphasis is on giving each other face. Not only because harmony makes money, but more importantly, this business tests one's eyesight. Picking up leaks or making mistakes depends entirely on one's own ability. If an irrelevant person comes forward to point out, that is a sabotage. So usually even if you see that the other party is selling fakes, you won't expose them. Because this behavior is not only easy to offend people, but more importantly, it violates the rules of the antique street. Li himself is very familiar with these ways. What he has to do is to keep an eye on Wei Sanpao, for fear that he will do something impulsive. It's not that he is afraid that Wei Sanpao will expose anyone. After all, Wei Sanpao doesn't know much about these antiques. Li is afraid that this silly boy can't stand being fooled by others, and he will become a sucker. Buying and selling antiques requires a mutual consent and a purchase. This business is risky. If you take the money and take the things away, then no matter whether the things are real or fake, it will not count if you come back to look for them. Therefore, Li repeatedly reminded that no matter what it is, you must get his consent before you can buy it. Wei Sanpao naturally agreed to this. After all, he knows nothing about this thing. Just like blowing air with a rolling pin. Brother, why is this place so lively? Li smiled and said, how could it not be lively? In a few years, this place will be rated as a scenic spot. Although no tickets are required to enter and exit, the land price and rent will soar in a short period of time. At its peak, the rent of a storefront in Dongyuan Antique Market in Guangzhou and Shenzhen reached an astonishing 1 million yuan. If there is not enough traffic, how can it support such an expensive rent? How is it compared to our Jiangsheng? There is no comparison. Even during the festivals in Jiangsheng, it is not so lively. As he was talking, a stall in front of him that was surrounded by people caught Li's attention, and he immediately said, let's go and take a look. With Wei Sanpao, a tall and strong young man, leading the way in front, Li squeezed in easily. The stall where everyone was watching was not very big, but the things looked good. Some of the things were antique and had a historical atmosphere, so it attracted a lot of passers-by to watch. But everyone was not stupid. So many old things appeared here, which was a bit uncertain, so there were more people looking and fewer asking prices. The stall owner was an old man in a Mandarin jacket, holding a big pipe in his mouth, his hands in his sleeves, and smiling at the passers-by coming and going. He was not in a hurry. The antique business could not be rushed. It was 3 years of not opening and 3 years of opening to make a living. There were so many stupid rabbits, and there would always be one who would bump into it by himself. I am not in a hurry. Squatting in front of the stall, Li looked carefully at these so-called treasures. There were quite a lot of things on the old man's stall, including porcelain, jade, bronze, wood carvings, books, calligraphy, and paintings, as well as jars and pots. At first glance, it looked like a grocery store. After looking for a while, a jade ring caught Li's attention. Old man, how much is this ring? Hearing this, the old man looked up and down at Li. Seeing that the two of them looked exhausted and didn't look like rich people, he smiled and said, not expensive, 100 yuan. Before Li could speak, Wei Sanpao said in shock, 100 yuan, why don't you go and rob it? In Wei Sanpao's opinion, this toy-like little ring was worth 5 or 6 yuan at most, and it was impossible for it to be worth his monthly salary. What are you talking about, young man? What do you mean by robbing? This is a fair trade, and we are honest and fair. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. Then the old man continued, besides, this thing was passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. Although it has not experienced many dynasties, it is an old item after all. At a price of 100 yuan, I really didn't make any money from you. When Li heard this, He smiled slightly. It was enough to listen to this, but it would be too naive to believe it. Although he didn't understand the antique business, the ring on the old man's stall was shoddy at first glance, and the scratches of the machine on it were very obvious, and there was even a conspicuous crack. This kind of thing can only deceive newbies who don't know anything, and those with a little experience will not be fooled. What old things are heirlooms? If you believe this old man, all the things on this stall are his family heirlooms. Can you bargain? The old man immediately said, "How much can you offer?" 10 yuan. At most 10 yuan. The old man looked at Li Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Deal." Li Yi was immediately shocked and thought to himself that it was too hasty. Holding his own ring, Li Yi was a little amused. This thing is probably... No, it should be 100% a mistake. If it goes as expected, the old man made $9.50 with tears in his eyes. He originally just wanted to test the old man and bargain with a 1/10 discount. Unexpectedly, the old man was also a fellow trader and nodded in agreement. Although this deal should be a loss, Li Yi also understood a truth. The price of antiques is a fart. You can ask for as much as you want. What is the sky-high price and pay the ground? This is it. The high price offered at the beginning is all used to deceive the fools. Moreover, these stall owners are very good at judging people. For example, the old man can see at a glance that Wei Sanpao's excited reaction is that Wei Sanpao doesn't understand antiques at all. Looking at his dress, two-stranded vest and rubber-soled shoes, he looks miserable. This person who doesn't understand antiques and has no money is obviously not a potential customer, so the stall owner doesn't bother to pay attention to him. On the other hand, although Li Yi's clothes were not particularly exquisite, he also had a bit of white-collar atmosphere, so the old man did not bid much. Seeing Li Yi bargaining, the old man calculated that he could make a profit and immediately sold the goods. Because he knew that if he asked for a little more, Li might turn around and leave. I don't know if this old man is good at business, but he is still good at judging people. Old man, is this yuan data real? Li pointed to a few dollars on the stall and asked. The stall owner immediately said, "Of course it is real. This thing is not valuable. It is not a fake." Li nodded, then picked up a piece and asked, "How much do you sell it like this?" The stall owner thought for a while and said, "This thing is clearly priced in the market. 6 yuan when it is collected, and 8 yuan when it is shipped." Li looked carefully and said, 5 yuan apiece. I want it. This really can't be sold. Less than 7 yuan, you can go to other stores. This time the old man was very tough and bit the price tightly. Really can't sell it? No. This time Li learned some tricks. This business is just like other businesses. Ordinary goods have industry guidance prices. They will not be sold at prices lower than this price. After figuring this out, Li did not stay in front of the old man's stall for long, and then left. Coming to another stall, this stall was full of things like Buddhist beads, and it seemed to be specialized in selling this category. Li simply asked about the price, then pulled the corner of his mouth, turned around, and left. Good guy. A string of Buddhist beads costs at least 500 yuan. Isn't this robbing money? However, Li did not do any research on Buddhist beads. When he listened to the stall owner's introduction, he was also confused, as if he was listening to a heavenly book. But Li can basically be sure that these Buddhist beads are mostly fake and not worth this price at all. Wei Sanpao was stunned. Is this the price of the entire Dongyuan market? If you ask the price at any stall, basically there is no price below 100. But everyone is not stupid. Basically they ask more and bargain less, and even fewer people actually pay. Li Yi wandered around Dongyuan market for several hours. Li didn't buy anything except a jade ring worth 10 yuan. He didn't find his goal either, but Li Yi was not discouraged. Today, he only visited 1/5 of Dongyuan market. It would take at least 3 days to visit the whole market, so he was not in a hurry. Seeing that the lights were already on, at Li Yi's suggestion, the two walked out of the market. After walking around for an afternoon, the two felt a little hungry, so they found a noodle shop and planned to make do with a meal. Because it was the peak time for eating, the noodle shop was very crowded, and most of them were ordinary workers. For them, Being able to come to the noodle shop to eat a bowl of noodles was already a treat. Wei Sanpao looked at the people around him and couldn't help smacking his lips. He asked curiously, "Brother, why don't these people look like urban residents?" Of course they are not urban residents. They should be migrant workers from other places who came to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Migrant workers? Are they farmers or workers? Li thought about it and realized that there is no such concept as migrant workers now. He immediately explained most of them were farmers. Now they put down their hoes and go to the city to work as workers. Don't make such a fuss. They are different from the workers you understand. Most of them are doing hard labor on construction sites. So that's the case. Why do they all come to the city to work? Isn't it good to farm at home? Li smiled and said, "Farming doesn't make money. Although working is hard, a year of good work is at least equivalent to 3 years of farming at home." Ah, the gap is so big. Is there gold under the ground in Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Li shook his head and smiled and said, "There is no gold, but there are things more valuable than gold." What? Business opportunities. Business opportunities? Yes, there are indeed opportunities everywhere in Guangzhou and Shenzhen at the moment. If you seize the opportunity, even an old sow can soar into the sky. Li was not fooling Wei Sanpao with this. You must know that after the reform, Guangzhou and Shenzhen have developed the fastest, and other cities are basically still in the backward stage. So many things here can lead to fashion in the inland. It is for this reason that Li Yi chose this place as the starting point for his career after earning his first pot of gold. Brother Yi, do you think we can make money? Why do you have such doubts? I don't know why. I feel that the people here are too treacherous, or our Jiangnan province is better. Li smiled and said, "Everyone has their own way of living. After all, reform and opening up have been more than 10 years. As the window city of Longwood to the outside world, Guangzhou and Shenzhen have indeed changed a lot. In such an environment, the people will inevitably pay more attention to economic interests, and the human touch will naturally be weaker. This is nothing. Our Jiangnan province is different. The impact there is relatively small, so the people are relatively more simple. This is not good or bad, and it does not affect our making money. Can you really make money?" "Yes." Li said it firmly. Wei Sanpao nodded immediately after hearing this. As long as Li Yi said it, he believed it without a doubt. Eat quickly, take a nap after eating, and continue to visit the antique market tomorrow. Okay, Li Yi was not determined to get the treasure. After all, treasures belong to those who are destined to have them. Li Yi came here just to try his luck. But since he was here, he would go all out. If he really missed the treasure, he would not have any regrets in the future. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, the two of them were ready to try their luck at the Dongyuan Antique Market. But before that, they had to renew their room for today. But as soon as they arrived at the front desk, something went wrong. Since Li Yi had to pack up, he asked Wei Sanpao to renew the room first, and he would come later. But when Li Yi came over, he found that Wei Sanpao had quarreled with the front desk clerk. Li Yi was worried about something going wrong, so he came over to ask about the situation. "Old Third, what happened?" "Brother E, they're bullying me." When I asked him if he could renew the room, they said yes, but when 2 foreigners came in, they said there were no rooms for us. "Isn't this bullying?" Li Yi frowned and said to the hotel staff, "Is what my brother said true?" A staff member wearing glasses saw that Li Yi's face was not very good, and immediately smiled and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I just saw it wrong. There are indeed no twin rooms. But we still have single rooms. How about this? You change to 2 single rooms? I wonder if it's okay." But at this time, behind Li Yi, a standard British accent sounded in English. "I'm sorry. Do you have any double rooms here?" English. The face of the man with glasses suddenly became serious. It turned out to be a foreigner. There is no trivial matter involving foreign affairs. The man with glasses immediately said in not very standard English, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." Hearing this, Li Yi immediately understood that he had met a foreign dog. Although Wei Sanpao didn't understand English, she was not stupid. This receptionist didn't say that before, but after the foreigners came and they chatted a few words, this guy's attitude suddenly changed. You don't have to think about it. The reason why the receptionist said there were no rooms must be related to these two foreigners. Boy, what do you mean? How come the two foreigners came and the rooms I agreed on were gone? When the receptionist heard this, her face immediately darkened. Obviously, I didn't expect that this young man who looked big and strong would be so angry. Young man, calm down. It was indeed my negligence just now, but there are indeed no rooms, and I can't do anything about it. At the same time, the man with glasses changed his expression and said coldly, "Please be careful with your words, or I will call the security." When Li Yi heard this, a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out to stop Wei Sanpao, who was about to rush up to argue with the front desk, stared at the front desk and said, "Call security? Are you serious? Why? Are you going to make troubles?" Li shook his head and said, "We don't make trouble, but we are not afraid of it. You are bullying my brother because he can't understand foreign languages, right?" The man with glasses was a little confused, but Li Yi's next words made him a little confused. "He can't understand, but I can understand." The man with glasses at the front desk heard this and immediately showed a disdainful expression. "Can you understand foreign languages? Just because you are a country bumpkin?" These two people are not very old, and they are migrant workers who came to Guangzhou and Shenzhen at a glance. The reason they stayed in their hotel was just to broaden their horizons. He has seen a lot of people like this. At this moment, the two foreigners saw the front desk and Li Yi arguing, and couldn't help asking again, "What's the situation? Do you have any rooms?" English. Hearing this, Li Yi turned around with a smile and answered in a very standard foreign language before the front desk could come up with a way to explain. "Gentlemen, don't worry. We have some disagreements with this gentleman." English. Originally, he had rented this room to us, but now he suddenly regretted it because you came. My partner is very indignant about his irresponsible behavior, and I hope you can understand. English. The black-haired, blue-eyed foreigner was shocked when he heard Li Yi's standard London accent. Afterwards, he didn't care about whether there were any rooms, but stepped forward and asked excitedly, "Oh, friend, your accent has a bit of Birmingham's unique feeling. May I ask if you have lived in Birmingham for a while?" English. When Li Yi heard the words of this foreign friend, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This old man actually heard that he had a Birmingham accent? It seems that he is from England too. That's easy. As long as we get close to him, there might be other opportunities. Thinking of this, Li Yi smiled and said, "Yes, I did stay in Birmingham for a while. The whiskey from the Wilman Old Brewery is simply the best single malt I have ever tasted." English. After hearing this, the foreigner became even more excited. "My God, I think so too. It seems that our tastes are the same. Maybe we were neighbors for a while. This is really shocking to me." English. Then he said familiarly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Henry, and this is my brother, named Johnson." English. "I don't know what your name is." "My friend." English. Li pulled the corner of his mouth when he heard this. These foreigners are really outgoing. They treat themselves as friends after just a few words. But then, Li said very sincerely, "My English name is William, but this is Longhua. You could just call me Li." English. At this time, Wei Sanpao's face was full of shock. He didn't expect Li Yi to speak a foreign language, and it sounded so standard, just like those foreigners. In addition, these two foreigners actually chatted with Li Yi very happily. Although I don't know what they are talking about, the happy expressions of the three people don't seem to be pretended. The hotel receptionist is in a similar mood to Wei Sanpao. But now, the face of this receptionist is already pale. This kid can actually speak a foreign language, and it's very standard. The front desk doesn't know many foreign languages, but there is one sentence he can understand. That is, Li said that he had been in Birmingham for a while. Birmingham is a city in England, and the front desk knows this very well. It's over. This time it's like hitting a piece of iron plate. This young man must have a backstage. At this time, Li Yi's conversation with the foreigners also came to an end. "Henry, I'm curious. Why did you come here? Are you here to do business?" English. Henry sighed when he heard what Li Yi said, and then said, "We are indeed here to do business, but we will return to Birmingham next month." English. Then he explained, Because next month is my grandfather's birthday, but I haven't prepared a gift yet. I heard that there are a lot of antiques here, so I want to find one as a gift to take back. But you also know, Lee, I don't know anything about this business. If I buy a fake and take it back, it will be over. English. Hearing this, Li Yi's mouth pulled out a smile. Want to buy antiques? Afraid of buying fakes? This is really someone who just took a nap, and someone gave me a pillow. Afterwards, Li Yi smiled and said, "That's a coincidence. I happen to have some research on antiques. Maybe I can give you some advice." Hearing this, Henry's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh my God, that's great. Lee, you must help me. I will reward you. It doesn't matter if I get paid or not. Next time I go to Birmingham, you can buy me a beer," Li Yi said with a smile. "No problem." Hearing Henry's words, Li Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this foreigner is still easy to talk to. Of course, the premise is that he thinks that he really came back from Birmingham and subconsciously thinks that he is of Chinese descent in England, and he is also a noble. Because Li Yi deliberately kept a cautious eye when he spoke just now. Not everyone can enter the Wellman's old winery, he mentioned. "You must be an upper-class noble in England to get the ticket," Li Yi said where he had been, which would obviously make Henry and others think that his identity was extraordinary. Li Yi also took this opportunity to test the two people. Since these two people knew the place and spoke in a clear and precise manner, their identities were obviously not ordinary. Otherwise, even if he is British, he is not qualified to enter anywhere. In fact, Henry thought so too. Wellman's Old Distillery's single malt whiskey has always been their treasure, so Henry knew as soon as he heard it that Li Yi was definitely not lying. In fact, to a certain extent, Li Yi did not lie, because he had indeed been to Birmingham and drank whiskey there, but there was a slight difference in time. If nothing else happens, where will he be 20 years later? Where he will receive a banquet from the most powerful man in the British Empire. "My friends, in order to express my gratitude, I have decided to bear all your expenses while you are living here." Then, under Li Yi's stunned eyes, Henry turned to the shocked man with glasses at the front desk and said seriously, "Give that double room to my friends, return all the money to them, and open 2 more single rooms for me, and I'll pay for it." Having said that, how dare the man with glasses show any disrespect to Li Yi? And now he can be sure that Li Yi is definitely not a country bumpkin. Maybe he is still a noble man from a noble family. Thinking of this and his previous attitude towards Li Yi, the man with glasses just wanted to slap himself hard. "Okay, sir, I'll refund them right now." Wei Sanpao's expression at this time was very exciting. From the beginning, when Li Yi talked to these foreigners, he could feel something was wrong. Because Li Yi acted so calmly, for a moment, Wei Sanpao really thought that Li Yi had friends abroad. I said, "Brother Yi, are these 2 foreigners your friends? Why did the front desk refund our money?" Just now, Li Yi and Henry, as well as Henry and the man with glasses, all communicated in English, so Wei Sanpao didn't understand a word. Li Yi smiled and patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and said, "We just met, but my English accent comes from their hometown. I was so excited that I paid for our rent together." After listening to Li Yi's explanation, Wei Sanpao suddenly realized. Then, he gave Li Yi a thumbs up. "Brother Yi, you are this. Brother, I admire you. I told you to study more, but you didn't listen. After you learn it, you can communicate directly with these foreigners." As soon as these words came out, Wei Sanpao's face suddenly showed a wry smile again. After a long time, Wei Sanpao asked again, "Brother Yi, shall we go to Dongyuan Market?" Li Yi frowned slightly when he heard Wei Sanpao's words. "That jade must be found as soon as possible. There is no time to waste. But we cannot take these 2 foreigners to find it. The reason is very simple. As long as the jade is in your own hands and you trade with foreigners, the money can go into your pocket. But if this jade is in the hands of others, the most I can get is a share of the reward. Although it is not considered a loss, compared with taking action on my own, it is really nothing. But I definitely can't live without it. How can I find the jade?" Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't go looking for it himself, but didn't he still have Wei Sanpao by his side? As long as you tell Wei Sanpao what the jade looks like, Wei Sampao can definitely do it for you. Without further ado, while Henry and the others were checking in, Li immediately brought Wei Sampao to the side and simply told Wei Sampao all about his plan and the appearance of the jade. Although Wei Sampao is naive, he has a good mind and is a good worker. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, he immediately said that he had no problem. Li once again asked Wei Sampao, telling him that once he finds the target, don't act rashly and tell him when he comes back. Wait until you have made up your mind before taking action. When Wei Sampao heard this, he naturally nodded repeatedly to express his understanding. In Wei Sampao's view, Li must have his own plan, so he just needs to follow it. Li Yi is responsible for using his brain to find a solution. He just needs to put in some effort. It's so comfortable to work with Li Yi. After the two went over the details of the plan again, Wei Sampao hurried to the antique market. Time is tight right now, and the tasks are heavy. There is not much time left for the two of us. As for Li Yi, he had just promised Henry to accompany them. By the way, connect with your feelings. Otherwise, how can you make people believe in you? Since Henry and Jason needed to place their luggage, Li Yi returned to the room after telling him his room number. When they were ready, they could go to the room to find him and then go to the antique market together. Half an hour later, there was a gentle knock on the door of Li Yi's room. Li, are you here? Hearing this, Li Yi immediately twitched his lips. These foreigners are really impatient. Li Yi stood up from the chair in the room, strode to the door, and opened it. I found that it was Henry standing outside the door. Li, I'm very sorry to disturb you now, but I don't know if you have any recommendations for antiques. Then Henry continued, I just asked the owner of this hotel about the Dongyuan antique market. He told me that there are too many good things there, but there are also some fakes, so I'm a little worried. When Li heard this, he immediately understood what Henry meant. He was worried that he would buy fake goods. If he gave the fake goods to the old man, it would be great fun. Li immediately put on a serious expression and then said with a smile, Don't worry, Henry, you don't have to worry about this problem. Just leave it to me. There are indeed a lot of fakes in the Dongyuan antique market, but based on my experience, there won't be any problems at all. As he spoke, Li Yi smiled and took out the ring he bought from the old man in the market in the morning. Henry, can you estimate how much this thing is worth? When Henry heard this, he subconsciously took the wrench and began to study it very carefully. I estimate that this ring will cost at least 100 pounds, maybe more. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. After taking the ring from Henry's hand, he said with a smile, Henry, look, you were fooled by such a simple ring. This ring is just a counterfeit, and it doesn't cost much at all. Fake? How much is it worth? Henry asked immediately. 1 pound. Hearing Li Yi's words, Henry suddenly looked in disbelief and said loudly, What? 1 pound? My God! Before Li Yi could speak, Henry said again, Li, how do you tell the difference between true and false? My friend, you must teach me. Li Yi heard Henry's words and said with a smile, We can't learn anything just by standing here and talking. How about this? Let's set off now and go to the antique market. I will help you distinguish what is a fake and what is authentic. When Henry heard this, he was naturally overjoyed and agreed readily. Afterwards, the three of them went out together and went straight to Dongyuan Antique Market. On the way, although Li had been talking to Henry and Jason, he had been thinking about the next plan in his mind. It is not easy to make money while standing. The first thing is to find the jade, not for anything else but because the jade is real. This is important. Although Li Yi wants to make money now, he does not want to make money by deceiving people. This is not only unethical, but may also cause disputes and even be regarded as a fraudster. Therefore, what is sold to Henry must be genuine, and the only piece of jade that he could be sure was authentic and valuable at present. Secondly, Henry must completely believe in himself. Otherwise, the other party may not be willing to pay a high price for the piece of jade. Although this boy has only one friend now, but through Li Yi's observation of him, this Henry is definitely not a fool. In other words, there are not many fools among foreigners who dare to do business in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Their purpose is the same, which is to make money. Can a fool make money? Even if there are a few people who are stupid and have a lot of money, They don't care and deliberately take advantage of them. In fact, Li has always known that Henry clearly saw something was wrong with the finger pull just now, but he didn't say it. Instead, he set a ridiculous price of 100 pounds. You must know that 1 pound can be exchanged for about 11 yuan in Dragon Kingdom currency. 100 pounds is equivalent to 1,100 yuan, which is a lot. Obviously, it's not just Li Yi who is testing Henry. Henry is also testing Li Yi. Henry wanted to see if Li Yi was reliable. Henry's family advocates the concept of profit first. As long as they can bring you reasonable benefits, they are all friends. Obviously, as long as Li Yi showed a little greed just now, this guy would immediately turn around and leave. However, compared to Li Yi, an old fox who has been practicing for 2 lifetimes, Henry is just a fledgling boy. How can he hide these tricks from Li Yi? So, pass easily. Along the way, Li Yi completely transformed into a translator and tour guide for the two of them. Not only did he introduce all the scenery along the way to the two of them, but he also talked about some local customs, which made the two of them fascinated. Li Yi in his previous life was definitely well-informed and knowledgeable. Not only because he has read thousands of books, but more importantly, in his previous life, he traveled almost all over the country to find his daughter. Not to mention big cities like Guangshan, he has been to even the most remote mountainous areas, so his knowledge is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. Soon, the group of 3 people arrived at the main entrance of Dongyuan Antique Market. Arrive! Hearing Li Yi's words, Henry and Jason looked up at the same time, and sure enough they saw a huge iron sign, hanging high on an arch. The foreign brothers could vaguely see the bustling scene in the market from here. The crowds and hustle and bustle made them speechless. It's really lively here. It looks even more spectacular than the market in Birmingham. Hearing Henry's words, Li felt a flash of disdain in his heart. What is the population of Birmingham? That place is barely a small county town in Longhua. How can it be compared with Guangshan, which has a population of over 10 million? But he just thought about this idea to himself. And of course he wouldn't expose it. Each one has its own merits. Dongyuan Antique Market is larger and has more people flow, but it is not standardized here. Then, Li continued, although the market in Birmingham is not as big as here, it is more mature and standardized. The most important thing is that you can buy the best rum in Europe there. Hearing Li Yi's words, Henry and Jason looked at each other, smiled and nodded, feeling quite comfortable. No one likes to hear other people praise their country, and this is true for both Henry and Jason. While chatting, several people had already arrived at the entrance of Dongyuan Market. Li came to the north gate this time and deliberately avoided the west gate. The reason was that he had already seen the west gate yesterday and did not have the treasure he was looking for. Come, take a look. They are all collectible antiques. If you can't buy them, you will suffer a loss, and you can't be fooled. Hearing this sentence, Li Yi frowned immediately. Can you still buy and sell antiques this way? This is the first time I've seen it. Then, Li walked towards the stall. As soon as Li Yi heard this kind of hawking, he knew that this person must be selling fake goods, and the hawking was just to attract the attention of foreigners. As for the reason, it is very simple. People who really understand the antique industry believe in one thing. Only what you want, or what you encounter, is meaningful to you, and only then can you keep it. It's not yours. Even if it's forced upon you, you can't keep it. But now Li Yi did not avoid the hawkers, but walked directly over with Henry and others. His purpose is very simple. That is to delay time. It is necessary to create an illusion for Henry and Jason. That is, there are no genuine goods in this huge antique market. In fact, this is indeed the case. But at this time, it would be reasonable for him to take out the treasure he had prepared. But all of this must be based on Wei Sanpeio's ability to find the jade and his ability to delay time perfectly. At this time, it's all about cooperation. Henry, my friend, let me show you these good things in Dongyuan Market. Henry was immediately interested when he heard Li Yi's words and said that there was no problem. Li pulled a smile that looked very sincere and flawless at the corner of his mouth and slowly came to the stall. The stall owner of this stall stopped his hawking when he saw someone coming and looked at Li Yi with a smile on his face. Hey brother, I just got a lot of good things, all of which are old things. Are you interested? Let's take a look. Li Yi said lightly. Just take a look, just tell me which one you like, and I'll tell you the story behind it. The stall owner said enthusiastically. Li Yi's eyes slowly narrowed. This stall owner was obviously very resourceful, and he actually used such a trick to attract people's attention. If ordinary people heard this, most of them would think that these little things on his stall were all from a good background. But Li Yi was obviously not so easy to fool. He immediately stepped forward and began to pick and choose on the stall, looking very serious. The stall owner's eyes were fixed on Li Yi, not blinking. As early as when Li Yi brought the two foreigners into Dongyuan Market, the stall owner noticed Li Yi. From Li Yi's conversation with the two people, he could find that the relationship between the two foreigners and Li Yi was definitely not ordinary. So as long as Li Yi was taken down, there would be hope for his business today. While Li Yi and others were selecting, the stall owner probed. Brother, what is the relationship between these two foreign friends and you? Friend. Seeing Li Yi pick up a bracelet in his hand, the stall owner hurriedly said, Brother, to tell you the truth, this is the stuff of empresses in the Ming Dynasty palace. It is very rare. Li Yi took a look and said disdainfully, Are you sure the ladies in the palace will bring this thing? This, brother, you said that even if you make a fake to make it look more like it, this thing has to be silver at last, right? What's the matter with you making some aluminum? Li Yi complained. Red? Ha ha ha. This is not it. Seeing that Li Yi's eyes were attracted by a piece of jade pendant again, the stall owner continued his trick. Brother, this piece of jade in your hand belongs to Lord Baylor in the Qing dynasty. Li Yi looked at the crude jade plaque in his hand and couldn't help but twitch his lips. How dare you say such a bad thing? If those Baylor gentlemen in the Qing dynasty wore this thing, would they still be called the Eight Banners' disciples? It would be too cheap, right? Weighing the jade token in his hand, Li Yi had a smile on his face and asked with a smile, Brother, what is the price of this jade token? When the stall owner heard this, he felt happy, but his expression was very calm. He coughed lightly and then said, Brother, if you really want to take it, it will be 300 yuan. $300? Li Yi twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely. This ridiculous asking price was even worse than that old man. After all, the old man only asked for 100 yuan, but this kid set the price at 300 yuan. Did he really think that he was being taken advantage of? At this time, Henry walked out from behind Li Yi. Of course, he noticed the jade tablet in Li Yi's hand and thought it was something good, so he asked curiously, Li, what is this jade tablet? Is it very valuable? Li Yi coughed slightly when he heard this, and then he said that this jade tablet belongs to a Baylor from the Qing dynasty. To understand it in your words, that is the Duke. The Duke's ornaments? Well, so this boss asked me for 300. Hearing this, Henry's eyes suddenly lit up. The asking price is 300. Isn't this a good thing? But casually, Li Yi poured a basin of cold water on Henry's head. Henry, if you think you have taken advantage of something, then I think you need to think about it carefully. What's the meaning? Li Yi immediately said, In fact, this thing is not the real Duke's item. In fact, it is just a modern handicraft. The price will not be higher than 20 shillings. How is this possible? I think this piece of jade seems to have a sense of age. Henry said, Ha, this is called old craftsmanship. Then Li Yi pointed at the jade pendant and said, Look, the texture of this jade plate is not formed by quenching at all but machine processed. You can tell it is fake at a glance. Hearing this, Henry's eyes instantly became a little incredible. Li is actually fake? Li knew what Henry meant, so he simply handed him the jade plaque in his hand and said, The antique industry is very deep. Take this jade pendant as an example. It has many flaws. If you look closely, you can find the problems. First of all, the patina, well, it just doesn't feel dated. You can tell at a glance that it was made, not formed naturally. Secondly, the white lines on it are simply outlined by a machine. This is very obvious. Hearing this, Henry began to carefully observe the jade pendant in Chi-Chi's hand, and then his eyes became gloomy. What Li Yi said was absolutely correct. This jade plaque is all marked by machines and was not carved by hand at all. And this small piece of cheap jade has a very low cost and is not worth 300 yuan at all. Henry silently returned the jade in his hand to Li Yi, then sighed and said, "Li, thank you, otherwise I might really be fooled." After hearing Henry's words, Li Yi understood that Henry had never been exposed to antiques before and knew nothing about them. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you don't understand, it will be easy." Originally, Li didn't know much, but he had many friends who had good business contacts before, and some of them were really used to this. So when I occasionally chatted with Li Yi, I just told Li Yi some things about antiques. In addition, many people have given Li Yi a lot of antiques, usually some porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings, etc., but Li Yi was not very interested and had them all piled up in the warehouse. Even so, Li knows much more than these small vendors. This is a matter of vision. The more you see, the more you will understand. This is something you cannot envy. Henry's eyes gradually became darker when he looked at the vendor. However, he did not make any impulsive move. Instead, he looked at Li Yi again and said with a smile, "Li, let's go to the next one." Li Yi heard this, nodded with a smile, and then returned the jade token to the stall owner. Taking Henry and Jason, they wandered to the center of the market and finally found a truly good antique in front of a store. Henry's eyes were also attracted by this strange thing. "Li, what is this? It looks like a stove." Li heard this and said with a smile, "This thing is called a tripod. If it is more complete, it will be a sky-high price." "Sky-high price? How much is it?" 100,000 pounds, almost 1.1 million dragon yuan. 100,000 pounds? Henry was also surprised. This price was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. "This stove is not a tripod. Is there anything special about it?" "Henry, the tripod is a symbol of the fortune of the ancient dynasty country. Ordinary people cannot own it at will. Therefore, the historical value is very high, and it is very rare." Henry heard this and was immediately delighted. But Li Yi's next words made him a little confused. He only heard Li Yi say lightly, "Of course, the premise is that what you buy is real. Is this tripod real?" "No, it's a fake, commonly known as a counterfeit." "Fake again?" "Well, Henry, you can look around. Is the whole market full of this stuff? How can so many of the same type of things appear together?" Henry looked around according to Li Yi's words, and indeed found that many stalls were placed with this kind of artifact called tripod, and immediately knew that what Li Yi said was true. Suddenly, this handsome British guy who was holding a birthday gift for his grandfather had a little doubt in his heart. Can he really find a treasure with a real historical atmosphere in this vast fake? Just when Li Yi and others started wandering around in the market, Wei Sanpao was very worried. Although the jade that Li Yi asked him to find was not small in size and had a large target, it should be easy to find. But this is Dongyuan Market. This is the largest antique trading market in the entire Guangshan region. Even if you're not looking for a needle in a haystack, you are still looking for a stone in a haystack. There is not much difference at all. Wei Sanpao looked at the market with people coming and going with a wry smile on his face. "Brother Yi, you have arranged a mission for your brother to reach the sky. It is too difficult." Although he felt helpless, Wei Sanpao still knew his priorities clearly. Since he didn't have any specific plan, he could only search stall by stall. He was a little tired, but when he thought about how much money he would make after finding this jade, Wei Sanpao immediately felt full of strength. "Hello, do you have any jade here?" The stall owner saw the sweaty young man in front of him and said with a smile, "Yes, it depends on what you want. I have jade Buddhas and jade pendants from any dynasty. Little brother, I think you are destined to get rich. How about a jade plaque? This jade tablet has the effect of attracting wealth. It's true. It works every time." Wei Sanpao was a little helpless. Of course, he could tell that the stall owner was definitely fooling people. "Boss, what I'm looking for is a bigger one that's at least as high as half a table." The stall owner was also very helpless when he heard Wei Sanpao's words. "Where can I find such a big piece of jade? Isn't this whole market full of shit?" "Little brother, as far as I know, there is no place where you can find the kind of jade you mentioned. If it doesn't work, you can try your luck at Chishire Pavilion, but the price must be at least tens of thousands of yuan." When Wei Sanpao heard this, he smiled and thanked him, and then continued to walk towards the other side of the market. He was also wondering whether there was the jade that Li mentioned in this market. But since Li said there is, then there must be. Li always makes decisions before taking action. Of course Wei Sanpao doesn't know this sentence, but he can figure it out, and that's probably what it means. Following Li, Wei Sanpao has never let him down. So Wei Sanpao sat on the side of the road in melancholy for a while, then stood up and walked towards the antique market. As soon as Wei Sanpao came to a stall, he was immediately attracted by a small bottle on the stall. He also had this small bottle at home. It was exactly the same as this one, but it was used by his mother as a vase. However, at this stall, the price was listed at 150 yuan. Boss, what's going on with this vase of yours? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wei Sanpao asked. When the stall owner heard someone asking about the price, he came over excitedly and said with a smile, "Ah, are you talking about this vase?" "Yes, that's it." "Young man, you are very discerning as soon as I see you. This vase is a good thing from the Ming Dynasty." "How much is it from the Ming Dynasty?" 150. "How much?" 150. "Young man, this is why I offer a low price. If you go to the next stall, which one is not priced at 400 or 500? Hearing this, Wei Sanpao couldn't help but twitch his lips. This boss really dared to say it. Just such a second-hand vase that looks 30% new, costing 150 yuan? I can buy you a car for 150 yuan. However, Wei Sanpao now understood the characteristics of Dongyuan market, so he turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Wei Sanpao accidentally saw the strange stool under the boss's butt. The so-called stool is actually a very simple box. But inside this box, there was a hole exposed. From Wei Sanpao's perspective, it was a stone with a soft luster. Wei Sanpao's expression changed at that time. Could this stone be the jade that Li wanted him to find? However, it was impossible to judge from this angle. So Wei Sanpao planned to get closer and observe carefully. Later, Wei Sanpao pretended to be casual and asked, "Boss, how is business today?" When the stall owner heard Wei Sanpao's words, he sighed and said, "It's not that good. Our entire West Street is not that good. Hey, there are a lot of people like me. There are a lot of people, but not many people are willing to spend money. So I haven't opened my shop for several days." Wei Sanpao heard this, nodded with a smile, and then said, "To be honest, my eldest brother moved to a new house and wanted to find a suitable ornament." "That's great. If you have a decent ornament at home, it will not only be beautiful, but it can also improve feng shui." "It's a good thing," the boss said with a smile. "Having said that, my sister-in-law can't. She said she spent thousands of dollars on useless gadgets, but it's useless." Then Wei Sanpao said to himself, "But my brother really likes jade, so he insisted on dragging me to Dongyuan, saying that he could find a fake. But where can I find this fake? They are all selling it as genuine." Upon hearing this, the stall owner's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother, your eldest brother is looking for fake jade? Then you have found the right person." Then the expression on the stall owner's face changed, and he immediately said, "Brother, although I don't have any high-quality goods here, there are a lot of fake jade. Just tell me what you want, and I'll make sure you're satisfied." When Wei Sanpao heard this, he showed an expression of surprise. "It's true, that's great. Can you show it to me? The bigger, the better." Wei Sanpao's reaction immediately convinced the stall owner that the big brother he was talking about probably really wanted to buy fake jade. As for the reason, it doesn't matter at all, because his stall has not been open for several days, and if this continues, it will soon reach the point where he will not even be able to eat. As long as someone wants to buy something, that's a great thing. Thinking of this, the stall owner looked at Wei Sanpao with a bit of expectation. Obviously, this guy has regarded Wei Sanpao as a money-giving boy. Wei Sanpao was a little uncomfortable with the stall owner's eyes, but he still endured it for Li Yi's plan. "Brother, it's a bit difficult for you to think that bigger is better. Is there a general size?" Wei Sanpao thought for a while and said, "As for the size, how about 1 meter in height? A bigger one will look better at home. 1 meter high." Then the boss suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and immediately pulled out the cardboard box from under his butt, and then said, "Brother, do you think this will work? With that said, he opened the cardboard box, revealing a jade article that was still shiny with oil. After seeing this jade, Wei Sanpao almost jumped up with excitement. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to find anything. It takes no effort to get there. Yes, it's you. Seeing Wei Sanpao's expression was a little strange. Brother, although this jade carving doesn't look good, it is of the best quality among the fakes. Then he said, let alone anything else, the size of this object will definitely satisfy you. Hearing this, Wei Sanpao pulled the corner of his mouth. This boss is also a talent. Such a big treasure is actually used as a stool and sat under his buttocks. It's really unique. But Wei Sanpao naturally wouldn't say much. The antique business is about a keen eye. If you find a bargain, it may turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you make a mistake, you may lose everything. He has no reason and no obligation to tell this boss the true value of this jade. I have a good thing in my hand, but I can't recognize it. Who can I blame? Wei Sanpao looked at the jade carving carefully. As the boss said, the jade is generally large, and the height can reach the knee position of a person. It is carved into pavilions and towers, leaning against the mountains and rivers, and looks very grand. However, there is one thing, that is this piece of jade does not look very good, and its quality is even worse than those imitations on the street. If Wei Sanpao had not received the news in advance and knew that this piece of jade was indeed a treasure, he would probably regard this piece of jade as a crude imitation. Boss, your piece of jade is big, but the quality is really... Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, the stall owner was also helpless. Brother, this is why I have kept it in the box. This piece of jade does not look very good, so I didn't expect anyone to buy it. Seeing Wei Sanpao's hesitation, the boss said again, how about this? I have a lot of similar good things in the back. How about I take you to the back to have a look? Wei Sanpao certainly wanted to take this piece of jade directly, so that Li Yi could see that he was also useful. But thinking of Li Yi's repeated instructions to him, Wei Sanpao immediately put away the idea in his heart. Wei Sanpao's eyes turned, and then he said to the stall owner, don't bother. I'll call my eldest brother first and let him come and see these items himself. If he really likes them, then our deal will be done, right? The boss smiled and nodded, saying, that's great, brother. I'll wait for you here. Wei Sanpao didn't stay here for long. He got up and left the stall. When he came to a corner, Wei Sanpao breathed a sigh of relief, then quickened his pace and walked towards the west gate. Just before leaving the hotel, Li had told Wei Sanpao that he would enter the antique market from the west gate and would not go deep into the market. If he found anything, he could go there directly to find him. There are two foreigners. It should be easy to find them. On the other hand, Li was listening to a stall owner introducing a piece of blue and white porcelain with Henry and others. This porcelain of mine was the best batch produced by the official kiln back then. Apart from other things, the glaze alone has no flaws. Listening to the boss bragging about everything, Li Yi was speechless. He was too lazy to expose him. Based on the workmanship of this broken thing, it is also an official kiln. It should be made by a small workshop. Maybe the small workshop is near the market. And this boss is really mean. He asked for 3,000 yuan at the first opening. Who the hell is so full that he spends 3,000 yuan to buy a high-end imitation vase that can only be used as a decoration? However, Henry was listening with great interest. It was so convenient for Henry to have a qualified translator like Li Yi by his side. Li, is what he said true? Is this vase a treasure? Can it be used as a birthday gift? Li sighed when he heard Henry's words and said, Henry, I hope what I said won't embarrass you. You can buy this vase for $1 in the nearby shopping mall, and you can buy all the vases in the mall for $3,000. Henry also sighed when he heard Li Yi's words, and then patted Li Yi on the shoulder. Let's go, Li. I feel my heart can't bear this news. Li Yi comforted him and said, don't be discouraged. Antiques are a matter of fate. This thing is like you looking for a girlfriend. If fate comes, maybe the next one is what you were looking for. Besides, isn't it the process of enjoying Taobao in the market? Otherwise, what's the point? Henry's mood suddenly improved a lot after hearing Li Yi's words. Li, you're right. Let's continue looking for our girlfriend. Just as Li Yi was about to speak, Wei Sanpao's voice came from behind him. Brother Yi, you are actually here. It really took me a long time to find you. Li Yi turned around and saw Wei Sanpao standing behind him with a rough face, his face full of excitement. Li Yi immediately guessed that the little bastard had really found the treasure. Found it? Yes, I found it. Getting a positive answer, Li Yi was overjoyed. Are you sure? You are right. Wei Sanpao immediately said with certainty. I have confirmed it. It is exactly the same as the thing you said, Brother Yi, but you still need to go over to confirm it. Okay, I'll say hello to Henry, and we'll go over. Afterwards, Li Yi slowly calmed down, and then came to Henry and said, Henry, I suddenly have something urgent to do, so I can't accompany you to the market anymore. But I will give you a surprise. All you have to do now is to go back to the hotel and wait for my news. Henry heard what Li Yi said, and immediately smiled and said, No problem, my friend, but you must come back before dinner. Johnson, and I want to treat you and your friend to a meal. Li Yi immediately smiled and nodded, indicating his agreement, and then pulled Wei Sanpao and left Henry's side. Watching Li Yi and Wei Sanpao leave, Johnson looked at Henry and said, It seems that your friend has gone to help you find a birthday present. Then I should thank him. Henry, do you trust that person so much? Without waiting for Henry to speak, Johnson frowned and said, I don't think he is a good person, and his clothes don't look like he came back from Birmingham. I think you must have been deceived by him. Hearing this, Henry said lightly, Jensen, your academic performance is better than mine. This is undeniable. But you still have to learn more from me in judging people. What do you mean? Obviously, I don't completely believe in this Lee, but you have to know that he is very valuable to us. Then Henry continued, Whether he came back from Birmingham or not, it doesn't matter to us at all. As long as he can help me find a suitable birthday present, that's enough. What if he was deceived? Haha, if he wants to deceive me, he has enough skills. Henry said confidently. Well, good luck. On the other side of the market, Li Yi asked as he walked. Lao San, where are the things? It's not far away. I'll be there soon. What's going on with that treasure now? In whose hands is it? Wei Sanpao said immediately. In the hands of a small stall owner. That guy regarded the treasure as a fake and used it as a stool to sit on. Oh, is there anything else? No one says it's not, but I told the stall owner that you want to buy a larger piece of fake jade. You can use this as an excuse to talk to the boss later. After listening to Wei Sanpao's story, Li smiled and patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and said, Okay, third brother, I didn't realize that your kid's brain is so bright. This little trick works. When Wei Sanpao heard this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, This is all because of your good teaching, Brother Yi. Li shook his head with a smile and said, Lao San, two brothers in the same generation, you will never be wrong by following me in the future. Wei Sanpao nodded heavily, a hint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. It didn't take long for Li Yi and Wei Sanpao to arrive at the stall. When the stall owner saw Wei Sanpao coming back, he immediately smiled. The biggest fear in this business is that customers never come back. Now that the person is back, this deal will be successful. Although you won't make much money selling a fake, it's better than keeping it in your hands. After seeing Li Yi next to Wei Sanpao, the stall owner knew that the real owner was here, and the smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. Brother, this is your big brother. He looks like the big boss. Li twitched the corners of his mouth, then coughed and said, Boss, I don't have much time, so please stop complimenting me. I just run a small business at home and can't afford to buy expensive things. Otherwise, why would I need to buy counterfeit things? The stall owner also smiled and said, That's true. If you really have that much spare money in your pocket, most of them will go directly to Cheesher Pavilion. Brother, you just buy something for fun and put it as a decoration at home. So boss, don't make random prices. Let's be honest. When the stall owner heard Li Yi's words, he felt much better. Not for anything else, just because what Li Yi said was very sincere. Okay, once you look at your brother, he is someone who does great things. Li Yi smiled and nodded, but he readily accepted the flattery. Of course, he will do big things in the future. Li has always believed in this. Okay, boss, show me the goods. Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately responded and then took out the piece of jade. The moment he saw this piece of jade, a smile appeared on the corner of Li Yi's mouth. That's right, it's this jade. It was exactly the same as the photo his friend Guangzhan showed him. Now that you have found it, the next step will be easy. Li looked at the jade stone carefully and then frowned. I said, boss, this piece of jade is big, but the quality is really unspeakable. The owner of the stall also looked helpless and said, well, brother, this piece of jade does have some flaws in its quality. Li raised his head, looked at the boss, and asked, can I still find one as big as this one? I don't have much time. I have to go back at night. When the stall owner heard these words, he immediately changed into a bitter look. For a small business like his, the price of a large item like this is not cheap. How can he purchase too much at once? There is only one item of this size on the stall. The remaining jade stones are basically the size of a palm. This, little brother, I really couldn't find it for a while. Hearing these words, Li couldn't help but sigh and said, okay, then there's nothing we can do. Boss, just tell us a price. If the price is right, I'll take it right away. When the stall owner heard this, he nodded immediately and then asked, little brother, to tell you the truth, I bought this piece of jade for 60 yuan. 100. How about 100? 100? The corners of Li Yi's mouth suddenly twitched. This boss really dared to speak. It is indeed a specialty of Dongyuan market. This 100 yuan is equivalent to 1 month's salary of an ordinary employee in the meat factory. It is really not cheap. Li Yi then raised his head and looked straight at the boss. 70. That's the price. If you think it's inappropriate, then I'll turn around and leave. Seeing what the stall owner was about to say, Li immediately said, a jade of this quality, no matter where it is placed, is definitely not as exaggerated as $100. 70 yuan is very fair. The corner of the stall owner's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Li Yi to lower the price so hard. But if I turn around and think about it carefully, who would fall in love with such a piece of jade that is obviously fake and of very poor quality? Stones that cannot be sold are no different from waste stones. Thinking of this, the stall owner gritted his teeth and said, okay, 70 is 70. This baby is yours. Hearing what the stall owner said, a smile appeared on Li Yi's lips. Jade worth 700,000 yuan was obtained just like this. An investment worth tens of thousands of times profit. Even Li Yi rarely had such an experience in his previous life. He couldn't help feeling excited. However, Li Yi is a master at controlling emotions. He did not show any excitement on his face, but looked a bit at a disadvantage. This is the normal reaction at this time. Otherwise, the stall owner would smell something unusual, and he might regret it. There are too many such things in the antique market. Now is the time to show off their acting skills. Fortunately, the stall owner didn't suspect anything. He put the jade directly into the box, took the 7 pieces of unity handed over by Li Yi, and got both money and goods. Little brother, don't you want to see something else? Perhaps because he finally sold this unfortunate stone, the stall owner felt inexplicably happy. Li shook his head and said with a smile, no, I have to catch the train in the afternoon. It's a bit urgent. Afterwards, he took Wei Sanpao and left the stall. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to come to Dongyuan market again. To be honest, the antiques industry is too deep. If it weren't for the memory of his previous life, Li would never have touched this industry. This thing is like betting on stones. Everything is based on one word. There is no certain professional level. No matter how much wealth you have, it is impossible to make a splash. Therefore, with this piece of jade in his arms, Li walked straight towards the hotel without any hesitation. Brother, what do you think the boss looked like when he knew the true price of this piece of jade? On the way, Wei Sanpao couldn't help but ask, Reed? Li couldn't help but smile when he heard Wei Sanpao's words. This kid has some bad taste. Third brother, if you have nothing to do, come and help me move it. This thing is really heavy. When Wei Sanpao heard this, he scratched his head, then stepped forward with a smile on his face and took the box from Li Yi's hand. Brother, Do you think this thing is really worth tens of thousands of dollars? Haha, that's natural. It might even be worth hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? No way. If we directly tell foreigners that this thing is worth hundreds of thousands, can they believe it? Lee knew Wei Sanpao would ask this, so he said with a smile, "Of course they are not fools. If we tell them directly, if you give us hundreds of thousands, we will give you this jade, they will definitely not will pay for it. What is it now? So I plan to take this piece of jade to Chishire Pavilion." Chishire Pavilion? Wei Sanpao had heard of this name from many stall owners in Dongyuan Market. Obviously, this Chishire Pavilion was very famous in Guangshan City. Brother E, why are you going to Chishire Pavilion? Everything they have there is not cheap. Then Wei Sanpao continued, "Brother E, you don't want to take those two foreigners with you, do you? If they fall in love with the stones in the Chishire Pavilion, wouldn't our work be in vain?" Li patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder, looked at the hotel that was close at hand, and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about this. I will naturally find my own way. Why go to Chishire Pavilion?" Of course, it was to make these two foreigners more convinced of themselves. As long as the appraiser from Chishire Pavilion gives out the appraisal report, will these two foreigners still have doubts? As for the stones in the Chishire Pavilion, compared with this piece of mine, they are just garbage. When Li Yi and Wei Sanpao arrived at the hotel lobby, the sun was already setting in the west. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Henry and Jason talking at a round table near the window in the hall. Seeing Li Yi and Wei Sanpao, Henry came over immediately. "Li, my friend, you are back so soon." Li was also a little surprised. You must know that they were separated for only an hour and a half. Logically speaking, the two foreigners should still be wandering around the big market. You came back as soon as you finished the work. Why are you so quick? Li, without you as a translator, we feel like monkeys in a circus. Everyone wants to lie to us, asking for thousands of dollars at a time. It's terrible. Li Yi smiled and said nothing. The antique market is like this. People who don't know how to go in are like fat sheep. Everyone wants to take a bite out of them. At this time, Henry also saw the box in Li Yi's hand and immediately asked, "Li, what is that in your hand? It seems quite heavy." When Li Yi heard Henry's words, he smiled and said, "The box contains exactly what you want." "Really? It's so big. Can I see it?" "Of course, but this thing is too expensive. There are many people in the lobby, so let's go upstairs and take a look." Hearing this, Henry nodded immediately, then took Jason, followed Wei Sanpao and Li Yi, and walked towards a room upstairs. The three of them carried the box to Li Yi's room, closed the door, and Wei Sanpao immediately placed the box on the ground. Li pointed at the box and said seriously, "Henry, what I'm going to show you next is the most valuable gift in the entire antique market. If you use it as a birthday gift, I guarantee that you will show your face in front of your grandfather." When Henry heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. He was obviously very curious as to what was in the box, which was worthy of Li Yi's evaluation. "Li, I'm even more curious now. What is it that makes you so confident? But I have promised you that if the item is not good, I will not spend money to buy it." As he spoke, Henry squatted down next to the box and then slowly opened the lid of the box. Jason also poked his head out from the side, obviously very curious. Li said with a smile, "Business is about your own will. If you don't want to, no one can force you." Henry nodded and concentrated on unpacking. The moment he saw this piece of jade, he immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God! Is this true? Is there really such a method in the world? This is so shocking to me." Immediately afterwards, Henry made another exclamation comment to gringos. "Li, your dragon country is really a magical land. I saw that the jade in the box was not only half a cubic meter in size, but also carved into a landscape painting with pavilions, and winding corridors. The beautiful style and the carvings amazed the audience." The two gringos, Henry and Jason, were stunned and couldn't find any suitable adjectives to express their shock. "This, Henry, am I right? Even if this jade is made of just a simple stone, it would still be shocking enough." Henry nodded in agreement, and then stood up from the ground, looking at Li Yi with eyes that gradually became fiery. "My friend, you must leave this baby to me. No matter how much it costs, it doesn't matter. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes, this piece of jade is so important to me. I must give it to my grandfather as a birthday present. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Li Yi's mouth, but he did not rush to make an offer, but smiled and said, Henry, I know the relationship between us. Although we have a feeling that we have met too late, this involves money transactions after all. So, I decided to take this piece of jade to be appraised. Appraisal? Henry looked at Li Yi in surprise. Shouldn't he, the buyer, make such a request? Li naturally saw Henry's surprise and said immediately, Henry, after all, you are not good at this, and you are going to give it to someone after buying it, so I think it is necessary to find a professional to appraise it. First, it is to determine whether the treasure is a real antique, and second, it is also to let professionals give an estimate so that it is fair to you and us. Hearing Li Yi's words, Henry and Johnson looked at each other, obviously very surprised by this decision. In fact, when Henry saw this treasure for the first time, he was ready to be slaughtered. After all, he really likes this treasure. As long as Li Yi's offer is not too high, he decided to buy it. Those who have dealt with and done business with Henry over the years, who is not after his money, he has become accustomed to it. But people like Li Yi who consider both sides are really rare. Henry suddenly had an idea that the man in front of him has a bigger vision than he imagined, and his future achievements will not be too bad. Immediately, Henry smiled and said, Li, you are an honest person and a qualified businessman. Just do as you say. How to choose the appraisal agency? My suggestion is to go to the most prestigious Cheshire Pavilion to find a treasure appraisal master to do the appraisal. You can consult the staff of your embassy about the reputation of this company. I think they will give you professional advice. Henry thought for a while and said, Okay, I'll call the embassy now. After that, Henry hurriedly left Li Yi's room. Just 10 minutes later, Henry returned to Li Yi's room again, and then agreed to go to Cheshire Pavilion to identify the jade. Just now, Henry called their consulate in Guangshan and inquired about relevant issues. Read, the answer I received was that Kishage is a very famous antique jade trading and appraisal institution in the Guangshan area. The appraisal certificates they issued are very valuable and credible in the industry. And according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, any formal appraisal agency that issues a formal appraisal certificate will be legally responsible. If there is evidence that the item is fake or is inconsistent with the appraisal opinion they issued, Henry can pursue their legal responsibility. With the affirmation and assurance from the embassy staff, Henry was completely relieved. Cheshire Pavilion is located in the antique market, but unlike those with street stalls, they have rented an independent 3-story building as a business place in the center of the market, which is quite impressive. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Li Yi and others came over. According to other people's rules, the place would close at 5:30. Seeing Li Yi and others coming, the staff immediately came to greet them. Hello, sir. How can I help you? I don't know if there are 2 foreign friends, Henry and Jason, here, but the staff is particularly enthusiastic. Call your best appraisers here. We want to appraise things. Are you sure you want the best appraisal master? You must know that Professor Huang's appraisal fee is not low. How much is it? Is it another charging standard? Li Yi asked immediately. Single service is 500 yuan. If an appraisal certificate is required, add 50%. That means it's 750 yuan per trip, right? Li did not hesitate and said directly, Okay, call people over. Sir, please come with me. We have a special treasure appraisal room. Soon, a group of 4 people followed the staff to the 2nd floor of Cheshire Pavilion and were led to a separate room. Taking advantage of the time when the staff went to invite people, Li briefly told Henry and others about the conversation he had just had with the staff. When he learned that the appraisal fee paid by the appraisal master Li Yi hired was as high as 750 yuan, Henry was a little surprised. At the same time, he also realized that the value of the treasure Li Yi brought was definitely not low. Otherwise, it really won't be worth the appraisal fees. Soon, the door of the treasure appraisal room was pushed open, and an old man in his 60s walked in from the outside surrounded by several staff members. After seeing Li Yi and others, the old man immediately said, Which of you wants to authenticate? Please show me the items. Li did not rush to take out the things, but said, "Old man, can you let us see your ID before the appraisal?" The staff had obviously anticipated this, and professionally handed several professional certificates to Li. Huang Hexiang, Master of Appraisal and Valuation of Cultural Relics in the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Hexiang, National Registered Cultural Relics Auctioneer of the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Hexiang, the Senior Cultural Relic Restorer of the Dragon Kingdom. After reading these documents one by one, Li handed these documents to Henry, and then introduced the grade and gold content of these documents in English. After getting Henry's full approval, Li asked Wei Sanpao to take out the treasure and place it on the treasure appraisal table. When Huang Hexiang and Huang Lao saw the treasure that Li wanted to be firm on, he was stunned for a moment, and then the expression on his face became solemn. Then he took a magnifying glass and observed carefully. After observing it 3 times in a row, he excitedly put down the magnifying glass and said, "This is a jadeite carving from the Middle Ming Dynasty. It is carved from a whole piece of waxy jadeite, although it is not the best in terms of quality. It's superior, but it's made by a famous artist." While Huang Hexiang stated his identification results, Li was simultaneously translating for Henry and others. Knowing that this treasure turned out to be a treasure with a history of more than 400 years ago, Henry was also excited and couldn't help but ask, "How much is this treasure worth?" Li immediately translated Henry's words and asked Huang Hexiang to give an estimate. Mr. Huang immediately said, "The value of antique cultural relics is very elastic. This is determined by the cultural relic itself, but also factors such as the method, location, and time of sale must be considered. For example, if you want to sell it to a private person, the price must be lower, but if it goes to auction, it will be higher." Last year, a similar treasure appeared at Sotheby's autumn auction and was finally sold at a high price of 650,000 dragon yuan. Not only is this treasure larger in size than that one, but the carving is more detailed, so the reference price I gave is 700,000 yuan. If it goes to auction, the transaction price should be around 750,000 yuan. Hearing this, not only Henry and Jason, but also Wei Sanpao, the insider, was confused. 700,000. This is not 70 yuan. It is amazing. Is the value really so high? Henry couldn't help but ask. Li directly translated Henry's question. After all, he wanted people to pay and make people feel comfortable. Mr. Huang said immediately, "Although this jade carving is not a national treasure, its value is not low. According to the current market price of jade, such a large glutinous jade is worth at least 250,000 yuan, and it is priceless. In addition, this ornament was made by Li Wenshan, a master sculptor in the Middle and Late Ming Dynasty, and it also has the unique mark of Master Li. This attribute bonus is worth at least 300,000 yuan. In addition to the historical research value of this treasure, the valuation of 700,000 to 750,000 is very reasonable. Can I get the appraisal certificate?" Henry asked again. "Sure, you can also find a few more appraisal agencies for appraisal." Li nodded and said, "Then please trouble Mr. Huang to issue an appraisal certificate." "Okay." After coming out of the stone pavilion, Li immediately said, "Henry, there are 3 appraisal agencies with the same qualifications nearby. We can find 1 or 2 more. Of course, if you think the price exceeds your budget, then this time..." Without waiting for Li to finish, Henry hurriedly said, "Li, there is no need for further appraisal. I want this treasure. You name the price." "Are you sure?" "You should know that my psychological price is about the same as the appraisal master's estimate." Henry immediately said, "In this case, I am willing to offer a price of 750,000. What do you think?" "Okay, but we need to sign a formal sales contract and go to the notary office of Longhua for notarization to ensure the fairness and legality of our transaction." "No problem. Then we have a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Although the transaction intention was reached, it took 2 days to complete the transaction. Reading, because this transaction is special. After all, it involves antiques and cultural relics, which cannot be traded casually, especially to foreigners. First, it is necessary to determine whether the source of this treasure is legal, and second, It is necessary to see whether the level of this treasure can be traded. Once it is a national first-class cultural relic, it is prohibited to trade. In addition, a sales contract must be made and notarized, etc. In the end, it took several people 2 days to officially complete the transaction. After the money and goods were settled, Henry repeatedly asked to treat Li Yi and Wei Sanpao to a meal. Li Yi could not refuse, so he followed Henry to a British-style Western restaurant. The owner of the restaurant is said to be Henry's friend, who lives in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and his restaurant is also the most authentic British-style Western restaurant in the entire Guangzhou-Shenzhen area. During the meal, Fan Xian had a new understanding of Li Yi, and he was even more convinced that Li Yi had returned from England. Because Li Yi not only knows the customs of England very well, but also knows the table manners of England very well. Some etiquette is not particularly clear even for authentic English people like them, but Li Yi is proficient in it. Such a person has obviously lived in the Great Eagle Empire for a long time, and the circle he lives in may still be the top aristocratic families. With this understanding, Henry and others have improved their evaluation of Li Yi again. But they are a little puzzled that such an excellent person like him has such a big and strong friend around him. Do they have a common language? However, this is not something they can care about because after this meal, they will return to their Great Eagle Empire. Before parting, Henry left his mailing address to Li Yi, saying that if Li Yi comes to the British Isles again, he can visit his home and write to him at ordinary times. Li naturally would not refuse this. After parting with Henry and others, Li then took Wei Sanpao to exchange all the foreign coupons for Dragon Yuan of Dragon Country, and then returned to the hotel. On the big bed in the hotel, Li Yi and Wei Sanpao looked at the big bag of 100 yuan bills in front of them, and they couldn't suppress their excitement. In just a few days, they made a profit of 10,000 times with a capital of only a few dozen yuan. This money is something that ordinary workers can't earn in several lifetimes. In Wei Sanpao's opinion, this money is enough for him to use for a lifetime. Brother, it's a lot of money. Should we go to the antique market again? Li immediately said seriously. Old third, this kind of thing is hard to come by, and it requires extremely professional knowledge. To be honest, based on my own real level, the probability of being cheated is much greater than the probability of finding good things. In the future, we should try to do less of this kind of thing. That's a pity. Old third, you have to remember one sentence. No matter when, you have to make money from the field you are familiar with. And the unfamiliar field is often a pit. Li said, Yes, I listen to Brother E. You say what we should do next. Li nodded and said, Let's go to the clothing market tomorrow. Clothing market? Wei Sanpao was a little confused when he heard this. Brother E, do you want to buy some new clothes for your sister-in-law? Before Li Yi could speak, Wei Sanpao continued, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You did feel sorry for your sister-in-law in the past. Look at the clothes on your sister-in-law. She hasn't changed them for many years. Now that you have money, you should buy some nice clothes. Li also sighed when he heard this. In the past, he was only concerned with gambling, drinking, or hanging out with a group of friends. He never noticed that Su Qingnan hadn't bought new clothes for several years. Before crossing, until Su Qingnan chose to end her life and left this world, the clothes on her body were still a washed-out women's shirt 3 years ago. Fortunately, now that he has this condition, Li will certainly not wrong his wife again. However, Li went to the clothing wholesale market not to buy new clothes for Su Qingnan, or the main purpose was not this, but he wanted to open a clothing store. Whether it is selling apples or dealing in antiques, this is not doing business, and it is not long-term. If you want to make money in this era, you still have to engage in industry, and clothing stores are a good industry at the moment. Now is the time when new trendy brands such as bat shirts, step-on pants, windbreakers, and sportswear are on the rise, but there is no such trend in Jiangnan province. Because Jiangnan province is an inland area after all, the development speed is not as fast as that of coastal areas. At present, these styles of clothes have become popular in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. So Li plans to introduce these fashionable and trendy clothes to Jiangxing and expand to Jiangnan province. And now he has money and knows the trend. It is really everything is ready except the east wind. However, if you want to purchase clothes, Of course, you have to go to a regular clothing wholesale market, so he decided to take Wei Sanpao to the clothing wholesale market. Regarding the clothing business, Li has been thinking about it for more than half a month. The era of bell-bottom pants in the 1980s has passed, and now it is the era of popular step-on pants, sports pants, and trousers. Li knows this very well. No matter when women and children earn the most money, especially young girls, who generally love beauty and have unique insights into the saying that a person relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. As long as I grasp this characteristic of them and move all the clothes that have just become popular in Guangshan to Jiangxing for sale, it will not be a problem to make money. But Li doesn't plan to make a fuss in a small way. Since he wants to do it, he must make it bigger and stronger. Therefore, Li decided to make the clothing industry his first real big business. Therefore, Li's goal from the beginning was not as simple as a small clothing store. He wanted to find a big manufacturer to cooperate with. And he wanted to do something big. But before that, he felt that it was necessary to deal with the money earned this time with Wei Sanpao. The brothers could not hurt their feelings because of money. Third brother, this time we made a total of 750,000 yuan. Because it is still uncertain whether the next thing I will do is to make a profit or lose money. So I will give you your share first, and I will use the rest to do business. Before Wei Sanpao could speak, Li took out 7 bundles of $500 bills, pushed them in front of Wei Sanpao, and then continued. This is 75,000, which is equal to 10% for you, no objection. Brother, it's too much. It's really too much. I don't want it. On the surface, this transaction was done by him and Li Yi. But Wei Sanpao actually knew very well that even without him, Li Yi could easily do the job by himself, and he was not needed at all. Moreover, for him, 75,000 yuan was too much. It was equivalent to his total salary from working in the meat factory for a lifetime, and he really didn't dare to accept it. Take it. You will be rewarded for your efforts. You have contributed a lot this time. How can you not ask for money? Brother, why don't I count the money as a shareholding? What stock should I invest in? No matter what business you do next, this money will be considered as my investment, okay? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Don't be afraid. Li thought for a while and said, okay, I plan to invest 1 million in the clothing wholesale business this time. I will take your 75,000 as investment capital, and I will give you dividends according to the investment ratio. Okay, investment is not a game after all. It requires rigorous argumentation. Investing tens of millions at a time is not investing, but gambling. Li Yi does not have such courage now, because as Su Qingnian said, they can make money but cannot afford to lose money. Therefore, in the next few days, Li Yi took Wei Sanpao to the clothing wholesale market in the city center every day. And Li only had to do one thing, that is market research. First of all, he had to determine what kind of clothing was popular in Guangzhou and Shenzhen at the moment, and at the same time, he had to understand the manufacturers of these clothing and the supply process, etc. Only after understanding these could he finally decide whether to set foot in this industry. After several days of market research, he finally had a certain understanding of the entire clothing market. According to field investigations and multi-party understanding, Li learned that there were indeed many popular clothing in Guangzhou and Shenzhen at this time, and their styles were far more novel than those in inland areas. In addition, there were dozens of well-known clothing companies in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, but only 2 had the best development prospects. One was Tongyi Clothing Company, and the second was Donghua Clothing Company. Tongyi Clothing Company still produces the main products of the 1980s popular brands such as bell-bottom pants. However, Donghua Clothing Company has signed contracts with some foreign manufacturers and is ready to promote foreign popular clothing in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. In the late 1990s, the Pierre Cardin suits produced by Donghua have become one of the best brands in the entire Longhua. However, new things will inevitably be rejected by some people. So if Li Yi is not wrong, Donghua Clothing Company should be in an awkward situation before the market is opened. As long as he signs a contract with this company and opens a large number of stores in Jiangnan province, he will definitely make a lot of profit. Therefore, Li decided to go to Donghua Clothing Company first. Li did not have any impression of this company called Donghua Clothing Company. He only learned from the bosses in the wholesale market that because Donghua took the lead in introducing a batch of trendy clothing in recent years, its strength has expanded rapidly. It is now the leader of the clothing industry in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and even if it is looking at the whole country, it can be ranked in the top 100. However, in the past 1 or 2 years, due to poor management, the company has had some problems from within and has begun to go downhill. Because he has nearly 1 million in cash, Li Yi can be considered to have strong capital. Money naturally makes one strong, so he did not go through other procedures when he went to Donghua Clothing Company this time. He directly asked to meet Chen Donghua, the chairman of Donghua Clothing Company. As the first batch of people in the entire Guangzhou-Shenzhen area who went into business and achieved great success, Chen Donghua's popularity is naturally needless to say. Chen Donghua's own view on the development of the times is that time waits for no one. Only by paying attention to the development trend of the whole world at all times can we truly keep pace with the times. Li Yi agrees with Chen Donghua's views very much. What this era lacks is people like Chen Donghua, which may be why Chen Donghua's company can become the top ranking in Longhua in the later period. However, it is not easy for an unknown person like Li Yi to meet Chen Donghua. No, he just told the company's front desk about his idea, and the other party rejected his request on the grounds that there was no appointment. Li would not give up so easily. He immediately explained his purpose again and said directly that he wanted to do a business worth tens of millions with Chen Donghua and asked the front desk to report it immediately. Hearing Li Yi's mysterious words and his formal dress, the lady at the front desk did not dare to neglect it. After a little hesitation, she reported the matter. Although Chen Donghua did not believe that a young man could do tens of millions of business with him, he still decided to meet Li Yi. After all, the customers were accumulated one by one, and he had no reason to push away a customer who took the initiative to come to the door. In the office, Chen Donghua met Li Yi for the first time. The first impression Li Yi gave him was refreshing, capable, calm, and generous. The suit worn by the young man turned out to be the famous Italian suit brand Connery, after a closer look. Unlike the wide-shouldered suits that were popular in the streets and alleys in the 1990s, the Connery suit focuses more on the suit, embodying the spirit of chivalry, and pays great attention to a person's spirit. Although Li Yi said nothing, his temperament from the inside out was enough to impress Chen Donghua. Ordinary people can never raise such a child. The clothes on your body can be bought with money, but temperament is definitely not something that can be bought with money, let alone pretended. In fact, Li Yi's temperament as a superior is indeed not pretended, but it was cultivated by him in his previous life after years of polishing. Young man, I don't think you were a local, right? Li smiled and replied after hearing Chen Donghua's words. My family is from Jiangnan province. I have just come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen for a few days. Let's see if there are any business opportunities. Hearing Li Yi's answer, Chen Donghua immediately became interested, and then asked curiously, business opportunities? Everyone says that Guangzhou and Shenzhen are full of gold, but you should know that opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. How does Mr. Chen know that I am not prepared? You said you want to talk to me about a business worth tens of millions. I don't know what you want to talk about. Talk about your inventory. Inventory, Li said seriously. As far as I know, your Donghua Clothing Company has just received a batch of clothes, but the response in the market does not seem to be very strong. So a large amount of backlogs has been caused. Chen Donghua raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Although this matter is not an absolute secret, the young man who has just been in Guangzhou and Shenzhen for a few days can find out so clearly. It seems that there are still huge problems in the company's internal management. At the same time, the company's crisis seems to be more serious than he imagined. After a little thought, Chen Donghua nodded and said generously, yes, it is true, but I believe time can solve this problem. I am very confident about this batch of clothes. Li Yi continued to say, I have a way to make this batch of clothes popular in the market quickly. Hearing Li Yi's words, Chen Donghua immediately shook his head and smiled. Do you also understand marketing? I understand a little. It's not okay to understand a little. The direction of modern trends cannot be changed just by saying it. Chen Donghua said. Li didn't care but asked back, Chairman, Have you heard of hunger marketing? Hunger marketing? What is that? Chen Donghua shook his head in confusion, indicating that he didn't know. Li Yi immediately said, since the chairman has never heard of this term, I wonder if the chairman has heard of the saying that things are valuable because they are scarce? Things are valuable because they are scarce. Who doesn't know this? Chen Donghua nodded, and then asked in confusion, does this have anything to do with our elimination of inventories? Li Yi smiled, and then whispered something in Chen Donghua's ear. After a moment, Chen Donghua's face changed immediately. The look in his eyes when he looked at Li Yi also became full of appreciation. Young man, you are really a marketing genius. Are you interested in working in my company? I will give you an annual salary of 20,000 yuan. Li Yi smiled and said, Director Chen, I am here to do business with you, but I am not interested in working for you. Is the salary I'm offering not attractive enough? If not, I can add 20% sales commission to your basic salary. Chen Donghua said, Red, no, the treatment you offered is indeed very tempting, but that's not my intention. I just want to talk business with you. Chen Donghua stared at Li Yi again, and then said in a deep voice, Okay, just based on your proposal, the door of our company will always be open to you. Thank you very much, Director Chen. Li Yi, can you now tell me what your business worth tens of millions is? Li Yi heard this and said with a smile, I want to sign a supply contract with your company, and I want your company's exclusive agency rights in Jiangnan province. Exclusive agency? Yes, the entire Jiangnan province can only be sold to me, and the price must be an additional 20% off the wholesale price. After listening to Li Yi's words, Chen Donghua suddenly frowned. Exclusive agency rights are no joke. You must ensure shipment volume. Otherwise, if a province only sells a few hundred pieces a month, we will lose money. Li Yi immediately said, Don't worry about this. We can agree on a guaranteed shipment volume in the contract. If the task cannot be completed, the guaranteed price will be covered by us. But correspondingly, if our shipment volume exceeds the guaranteed volume, your company will also give us corresponding rewards. What minimum amount can you accept? Li thought for a while and said, 10,000 pieces in the first month, with an increase of 20% every month, up to a maximum of 50,000 pieces. Chen Donghua's eyes suddenly lit up. 10,000 pieces is a sales volume of hundreds of thousands, which is not a small order. If that's the case, I'd basically agree with your request. In that case, we can draw up a contract. However, given that our order volume is so large, I hope that the payment can be paid in installments. That is, 50% will be paid when it is shipped out of the warehouse, and the other 50% will be paid half a month later. The financial pressure is much less when you come to us. What do you think? Chen Donghua secretly calculated in his heart that 50% of the transfer was basically equivalent to recovering the cost. Even if the remaining half did not come back, they would not lose. After a slight hesitation, he nodded and agreed to Li Yi's request. Subsequently, the two parties signed an exclusive agency contract. After coming out of Donghua Clothing Company, Li asked Wei Sanpao to contact the truck and personally watch them load the first batch of 30,000 pieces of clothing into the truck and then transport it to Jiangxing. And he took the train and returned to Jiangxing early. Because Li Yi is going to come back early to prepare for opening the store. Opening a store is not that simple. First, you have to solve the problem of business license. And secondly, where to open the clothing store. Regarding this issue, Li Yi has already thought about it. That is in Lianhua Plaza in the city center, which is the absolute commercial center of the entire Jiangxing. It is definitely the most suitable place to open a clothing store. Moreover, this clothing store will be a long-term industry, so Li Yi plans to let Su Qingnan resign from the meat factory and run the clothing store with peace of mind. After all, Su Qingnan's job at the meat factory was tiring enough, and he couldn't make much money, so he might as well go out and work on his own. Besides, he really needs someone he can trust to keep an eye on him. Li Yi himself is capable, but he doesn't want to waste all his energy in a small clothing store. He has more important things to do. For example, my sister-in-law Su Qingyao is about to take the college entrance examination, and I must help her improve her grades. The meat joint factory is also about to be restructured. My next plan is to acquire or contract a meat joint factory. This plan is not easy. Not only does it require money, but it also requires long-term planning. Now, if he said that he wanted to acquire a meat factory, I'm afraid no one would believe it. After all, most people already know that the current meat factory is a pit, and even if you have a lot of money at home, you can't fill this hole. But only Li Yi knows what he is doing. It's not far away from that event coming. As long as Li Yi can seize this opportunity and successfully seize the opportunity of that matter, then he will quickly complete the primitive accumulation of capital. And what Li Yi said is actually that the big brother in the north is about to disintegrate. The Cold War is about to come to an end. According to Li Yi's estimation, after acquiring the meat factory, he had certain trump cards to compete with someone for an opportunity. On the train, Li looked at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help feeling a little dazed for a moment. It has been almost a month since I came back from Rebirth. In this month, I have changed a lot of things. For example, he rescued his daughter from the hands of human traffickers and brought the gang of human traffickers to justice. He also had Lu Tongfu and his son removed from office and changed his wife's view of him. Then he made his first pot of gold-selling apples. Then he came to Guangshan and made a deal with a foreigner using a piece of jade. He made hundreds of thousands and accumulated his personal assets to nearly 1 million. In the eyes of ordinary people, the money he earns is enough, but Li Yi knows that it is far from enough. Not to mention achieving true financial freedom right now. Even if I want to do some charity, it's not enough. Where can I get freedom? So, he must continue to make money. After winning the exclusive agency rights of Donghua clothing, as long as he can quickly open up the market, he will have an old hen that lays golden eggs, and then everything will be on track. Recalling the list he made when he was just reborn, most of the things on the list have been completed. The rest is to help Su Qingyao get into a good university and help his father quit smoking. Li inexplicably feels a little relieved. But thinking of the little girl's grades, the reason is a bit overwhelming. Su Qingyao's original academic performance was not very good, mainly because of the serious bias in subjects, especially foreign languages, which are even weaker. Fortunately, Su Qingyao is a liberal arts student, and she has to take Chinese, mathematics, foreign languages, politics, history, and geography in the college entrance examination. At present, Li Yi only knows that Su Qingyao's foreign language scores are not very ideal, but he doesn't know how other subjects are. So the most urgent task is to find out Su Qingyao's true level and help her improve her grades quickly in a limited time. But is that silly girl willing to listen to him? After all, in her eyes, although her image has changed, it has nothing to do with being a top student. Thinking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. After more than 50 hours of hard journey, the green train finally entered the station with a sharp grunt. Dragging his tired body, Li climbed down from the hard sleeper, checked the things he brought with him, and got off the train after finding nothing left behind. After leaving the station, Li really missed the 2 babies at home, so he was too lazy to take the bus. So he stopped a 3-wheeled vehicle and rushed directly to the meat processing plant. After returning to the meat processing plant, Li did not go home directly, but went to the vegetable market first. According to the time, Su Qingnian should still be working in the factory, and his daughter should also be in the kindergarten. So there should be no one at home. What he has to do is to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and prepare them, so that when his wife and daughter come back, there will be hot and fragrant meals to eat. Today, Li bought fresh ribs and a big carp, and then some simple vegetables. 1 braised ribs, 1 iron pot stewed fish, and another stir-fried vegetable, enough for a family of 3. But when Li opened the door, he found that there was someone at home. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his sister-in-law and younger sister, Su Qingyao. Suddenly, Li couldn't help but pat his head. He forgot that the little girl was about to take the college entrance examination. She might have been reviewing at home these days. Su Qingyao was also surprised to hear the door open. But when she saw that it was Li Yi who opened the door, her face suddenly lit up. "Brother, why are you back?" "Why? I can't come back." Li joked. "That's not what I meant. My sister said you went to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I don't know how many days you will be gone. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I came back after I finished my work." "Why aren't you in school?" "Just finished the second mock test. The teacher asked me to go home and rest for 2 days." Is the second mock test finished? How did you do? Li Yi asked hurriedly. Su Qingyao shook her head and said, there is basically no hope for the first-tier universities, and the second-tier universities are also difficult. With my current grades, I can only get into an ordinary junior college. It's okay, just try your best. As long as you work hard, you won't regret it even if you don't achieve your expected goals. I know, brother. At this time, Su Qingyao suddenly saw the meat and vegetables in Li Yi's hand and said in surprise, brother, are you going to cook again? Well, I'll make braised pork ribs and stewed fish for you today. Brother, I want to eat boiled fish. No problem, arrange it. Brother, you are so nice. Okay, you read first, I'll go cook first. Looking at Li Yi's back as he turned and walked into the kitchen, Su Qingyao flashed a faint smile on her face. The brother who was willing to shelter them from the wind and rain is back again. To be honest, her brother's performance in recent years really disappointed her a little. Smoking, drinking, and gambling, it really is all the 5 poisons of eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and smoking. But since she came back last time, she found that her brother had changed. In the past 2 days, Li Yi was not at home, so Su Qingyao had been accompanying her sister Su Qingnan and her niece Wei Wei. She found that her sister smiled more often, and when she talked about her brother Li Yi, she was full of praise. It seemed that the person in front of her who had been eating, drinking, gambling, and smoking before, and who was almost a scumbag, was not the one in front of her. But she could indeed feel the changes in Li Yi. Not only could he earn money for the family, but more importantly, he no longer went out to fool around like before. In fact, since Li Yi made hundreds of thousands of yuan at one time last time, everyone, including Su Qingyao and her parents, was worried that he would return to his old ways and continue to return to his previous state. But obviously their worries were unnecessary. Li Yi only rested at home for a few days and then took Wei Sanpao to Guangzhou and Shenzhen in the south. Obviously, he wanted to do serious things. And this time he bought vegetables and cooked, and it can be seen that he has indeed changed a lot. And as Li Yi's closest person, Su Qingyao also found that Li Yi's personal emotions seemed to be much calmer, far less sharp than before, and even a little violent. At the moment, Li Yi seemed to have restrained all his sharpness. He looked gentle and confident. Soon, a fragrance came out from the kitchen. Su Qingyao sniffed, and her stomach began to protest. Before, she heard her sister say that her brother's cooking was very good. She thought that her sister was just deliberately flattering her man. But now it seems to be true. This smell almost made her cry with greed across several walls. Li didn't know that this little girl had so many thoughts in her heart, but even if she knew, she would probably just shake her head and smile. In Li Yi's opinion, Su Qingyao was still a child, and Li Yi didn't care how she thought of him. And Li Yi also believed that with his ability, he should be able to change his impression in Su Qingyao's mind soon. What he had to do now was to improve her grades as soon as possible and help her get into a good university. At 5:30, with a silver bell-like laughter coming from outside the door was opened from outside. Li knew that his 2 babies were back, so he came out to check. The little girl saw Li Yi as soon as she opened the door and immediately said happily, "Mom, Dad is back, Dad is back." As she said that, the little girl threw her school bag directly to the ground and then rushed directly to Li Yi. Li was also very happy, and he picked up the little girl and lifted her up high. In an instant, the whole room was filled with the happy laughter of father and daughter. Seeing this scene, Su Qingnan felt that the fatigue in his body was swept away, and a feeling of happiness quietly surged into his heart. After the father and daughter calmed down a little, Su Qingnan had the opportunity to ask, "When did you come back?" "In the afternoon. I came in not long ago." Then Li said again, "The meal is ready. You and Wei Wei can start eating after washing your hands." At this time, the clever little ghost had seen the delicacies on the kitchen counter and said excitedly, "Mom, Dad made braised pork ribs. Wei Wei likes meat the most." "Hey, you little foodie, didn't the kindergarten have dinner?" "There are no pork ribs in the kindergarten. Wei Wei wants to eat meat." Su Qingnan said helplessly, "If you keep eating like this, you will become a big fat man, just like Uncle Zhou next door." As soon as the voice fell, Li smiled and said, "Children are growing up. It doesn't matter if they eat more. You just spoil her." "Ah, If I don't spoil my daughter, who will? You say it's right, girl. Yes, yes, yes. Then, the happy laughter of the father and daughter came from the room again. Soon, the food was served on the table, and then the family of four served the food and started eating. During the meal, Su Qingnan couldn't help asking, "How was the trip to the south this time?" Li smiled and said, "I made a lot of money, but I spent it all." "Oh, how much did you make?" "My third brother and I made almost 700,000 yuan in total." "Pa!" Su Qingnan's bowl fell directly to the ground, but she didn't notice it at all, but asked in surprise, "How much did you make?" "More than 700,000 yuan. To be precise, it should be 762,000 yuan." "Brother, what did you do? How could you make so much money in a few days? It's not that fast to rob a bank." Seeing Su Qingnan's expression change from shock to solemnity, Li Yi knew that his wife was thinking nonsense again. He immediately slapped Su Qingyao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Can you say something nice? Do you think I'm that kind of person? But apart from robbing a bank, I really can't think of any other way to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in such a short time." Li immediately said, "Actually, it's nothing. Wei Sanpao and I found a jade carving ornament from the Ming Dynasty in the Dongyuan Antique Market in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. It was a glutinous jadeite, and then we sold it to a foreigner, so we made so much money." Then, Li Yi told the Su sisters the details of the gold rush in the antique market. However, he concealed the fact that he had known that the ornament was real and just attributed it to luck. After learning the truth of the matter, Su Qingnan and her sister were very happy. But when they learned that Li Yi had used all his money to buy reclothing, they were shocked again. "Xiaoyi, can you really sell so many clothes?" Su Qingnan asked a little worriedly. Li Yi smiled and said, "Remove that word, Ma. I tell you, not only can it be sold, but it can also make a lot of money. Just be your boss lady with peace of mind. Can it really make money?" "Yes, it really can." "Okay then." At this time, Li suddenly said, "Qingyao, you shouldn't go to school tomorrow, right?" "No, we have 3 days off, and we don't have to go back to school until the day after tomorrow." "Okay, come with me tomorrow." "Where to go?" Li pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Take you to discuss a business with someone, and let you relax and unwind." Then Li Yi continued, "Yao Yao, knowing that the college entrance examination is approaching, the mental pressure is great, but learning requires a combination of work and rest. Studying blindly will only crush your spirit, and you will not get good results in the college entrance examination in the end." Su Qingnan also agreed with Li Yi's opinion and said immediately, "Just listen to your brother-in-law, go out for a walk, and help me keep an eye on him." "Well, I plan to review tomorrow." "Don't rush to review. I will find some question sets for you to practice in a few days. And I also know that there is a teacher in the city who is very accurate in predicting questions. I will visit him when the time comes. Maybe it will be better than your last-minute cram. I know it sounds like I really can't pass the exam," Su Qingyao said helplessly. "With me here, I guarantee you'll pass the exam." "Depend on you? Forget it. I'd rather rely on myself than on you." "What are you talking about? What's wrong with that? I was admitted to high school, but you and my sister didn't even finish high school." Then Su Qingyao said again, "My sister didn't want to add burden to the family, so she didn't go to high school." "Brother, you were fired for fighting, so you went back to work in the factory. You think your poor academic performance can help me get into college?" Hey. Su Qingyao, no personal attacks. "Haha, brother, you're still angry. I'm just telling the truth. That's all." As he said that, Li Yi hit Su Qingyao's forehead with a bang, which made Su Qingyao scream. Su Qingnan sat aside to take care of his daughter gnawing bones, as if he didn't see it at all. Dividing line. There was no conversation that night, and Li got up early the next morning. After waking up Su Qingyao, who was still in bed, they washed up and went out. "Brother, what business are you taking me to discuss?" Su Qingyao was really a little curious, so she asked straight to the point. "You also know that we have ordered more than 1 million clothes this time, and we need a place and a warehouse to bring these clothes back to sell." "That's right. Today I will take you to get a warehouse." "Where to get it?" "Didn't Xiao's family have a packaging factory? They produced packaging boxes for me some time ago, but they couldn't get enough work, and the whole factory was half dead. So I plan to buy that factory and transform it into a warehouse. Then Li Yi continued. Then find a larger store in the powerful Lianhua Plaza and use it as our flagship store. In this way, our clothing store can be opened smoothly. In other words, you're going to take me to Xiao's? Yes. As they said, the two came to a fruit stall, bought a big watermelon, bought some common fruits, and then went straight to Xiao's. When Li Yi arrived at Xiao's packaging factory, he found that the factory gate was open, and he also saw two workers operating the machine. Li Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the factory was still in production. Xiao was also helping. The moment he saw Li Yi, Xiao was also a little surprised and immediately came to greet him. He knew that Li Yi had taken Wei Sanpao to Guangzhou and Shenzhen. He originally wanted to go, but his parents didn't let him. Seeing Li Yi in a suit, Xiao was so envious. Brother Yi, when are you back? Yesterday afternoon? Where is Sister Zhou? Why didn't I see her? My mother went to deliver goods to someone. What's wrong with my mother? Xiao asked immediately. Well, when will she be back? I guess it will be soon. As he was talking, a car bell suddenly rang behind him. Li turned around and found that Xiao's mother Zhou Guifang came back on a tricycle. Seeing Li Yi and Su Qingnan at the door, she immediately rang the bell to remind them. The two immediately opened the door and took the initiative to push the tricycle when Zhou Guifang walked to the door. After the tricycle entered the yard, Zhou Guifang got off the tricycle and said with a smile, "When did you come here?" Without waiting for Li Yi to answer, Zhou Guifang looked Li Yi up and down, and then said again, "You know what? You look different after dressing up like this, a bit like a big boss." Li Yi smiled and said, "Sister Zhou, don't make fun of me. I'm here to talk to you this time. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Then let's talk in the office." Then, under the leadership of Sister Zhou, the four of them went directly to a small room on the right side of the packaging factory. After entering the door, Zhou Guifang asked Xiao Wuzi to pour water for Li Yi and Su Qingyao, and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Li Yi was not hypocritical and said immediately, "Sister Zhou, I want to buy your factory. Buy our packaging factory. Why do you want this factory? And do fruit business?" Zhou Guifang said, puzzled. "Read." Li Yi immediately shook his head and said, "No, I want to transform this place into a large warehouse." Warehouse? Can't you just put anything in the meat processing factory? You have to spend money to build a whole warehouse yourself. Sister dissatisfied, I plan to open a large clothing store, a chain, and need a large warehouse. I think your packaging factory business is not very good. Instead of wasting it like this, you might as well transfer it to me. Li said. Li Yi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but mainly because my family's factory will never be sold unless it is absolutely necessary. Li immediately said, Sister Zhou, don't you want to hear the price I offer you? After all, this is the hard work of his father and I for 5 or 6 years. Before Zhou Guifang finished speaking, Li blurted out 2 words, 50,000. What 50,000? Sister Zhou, I am willing to spend 50,000 yuan to buy your packaging factory, and I don't want all the equipment in the factory. Hearing this, Sister Zhou was stunned. Although their packaging factory covers an area of about 2 acres, the market price will not exceed 35,000 yuan, and this also includes the price of equipment. Now Li not only raised the price to 50,000 yuan, but also did not want those equipment, which invisibly gave them more money. If calculated, the price Li offered was at least 20,000 yuan higher than the market price. Are you really willing to pay 50,000 yuan to buy this factory? Are you kidding me, Sister Zhou? Li said immediately. How could I joke about this? As long as you agree, we can go to the city to handle the transfer procedures now. Okay, I'm a straightforward person. I'll sell it to you for 50,000 yuan. Sister Zhou, don't you need to discuss it with Brother Qin? Li asked immediately. I'm the boss at home, and the factory property rights are also written in my name, so there's no need to discuss it with him. Okay, let's go and handle the procedures now. Okay. Su Qingyao on the side was completely dumbfounded. The business worth 50,000 yuan was finalized in just a few words. And in the mouth of her brother-in-law, 50,000 yuan seemed as simple as 5 yuan. Even if she didn't understand business, she could see that the price must have been too high, otherwise Xiao's mother wouldn't have agreed so readily. While Zhou Guifang was going back to get the documents, Su Qingyao couldn't help asking, "Brother, is your price too high?" "Well, it's about 60% higher than the market price. Normally, this factory doesn't cost more than 35,000 yuan. Why don't you give less? That's 15,000 yuan. Li Yi smiled and said, "Qingyao, you don't understand this. The price is a bit high, but this factory is crucial to our future business. It can't be that expensive." It's expensive for a reason. First of all, the factory here is relatively new. If it is converted into a warehouse, it basically doesn't cost money. You just need to clean it up. Then Li Yi continued, "Secondly, due to the urgency of time, we don't have time to find other suitable places, let alone check whether the property rights of those factories are clear. And Sister Zhou's factory is well known, which saves a lot of trouble." "Okay, but I still think it's wrong for you to do business like this." Li Yi didn't explain. After all, the little girl was still a high school student and didn't understand what time is money. She will know when she grows up. Soon, Sister Zhou brought the property registration certificate of the packaging factory and other documents, and then the group went straight to the real estate transaction department. On the way, Li took out 100,000 yuan when he passed by the bank, of which 50,000 yuan was given to Zhou Guifang, and the remaining 50,000 yuan was put into the bag to be used as funds for opening the store. The whole transfer process was very smooth and completed in less than an hour. Let Zhou Guifang go back to move the equipment inside, and Li Yi took Su Qingnan to Lianhua Plaza in the city center. Lianhua Plaza is a large commercial center built a few years ago. It is the largest commercial CBD in Jiangnan province and the most prosperous commercial center in Jiangcheng. When Su Qingyao came here, she was immediately shocked by the prosperous scene of traffic here. Although they also live in Jiangcheng, the meat processing factory is in the suburbs, at least 20 to 30 kilometers away from the city center. If it is not necessary, no one is willing to go all the way to the city. Therefore, Su Qingyao had very few opportunities to go to the city since she was a child. As for Lianhua Plaza, she had never been there even once. Since the goods were already on the way, if nothing unexpected happened, they would be shipped back to Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow at the latest. So Li didn't have much time left. So he didn't take Su Qing out of the mall, but went directly to the property department on the 10th floor of the mall and directly proposed to rent all the remaining shops on the first floor facing the street. Li had already inspected the site just now, and there were still 5 or 6 standard shops for rent in the west side of the first floor of the mall, which was not in a very good location. These shops are divided into small shops ranging from 30 to 50 square meters, but due to the general location, many of them are still idle. The reason why the shops here cannot be rented out is not because of insufficient traffic, but because the rent is too expensive. A shop of 30 square meters needs 5,000 yuan a year, and few people have the courage to do so. Secondly, the location of these shops is too close to the inside, which is relatively not very good, so they are idle. But these are not a problem for Li Yi at all. He believes that the clothes he brought back from the coastal areas will definitely open up the market in Jiangcheng. Relatively speaking, the slightly worse location of the shop is nothing. When the property manager of Hualien Supermarket heard that someone wanted to rent those idle shops, and wanted to rent them all at once, he was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth, and immediately received Li Yi in person. Of course, Li Yi also has his own requirements. All shops must be connected together before he rents them. As for those that are rented out in the middle, the property department needs to coordinate with the merchants. Secondly, all rented shops must be connected, and the property management must not block the renovation process. In addition, the contract is signed for 5 years at a time, and the mall cannot raise prices without authorization within 5 years. The property management naturally had no problem with the first few items, but they refused to agree to not raising prices for 5 years. And finally, the two parties limited the contract period to 3 years. Finally, Li rented a 600 square meter shop on the first floor of Lianhua Plaza commercial building at an annual rent of 80,000 yuan. And this will also become the starting point of Li Yi's industrial empire. After paying the money, signing the contract, and then finding the decoration team, etc., Li Yi and Su Qingyao were so busy that they didn't even have time to drink. Read By the time they returned to the meat factory, it was already past 6 in the evening. This whole day's experience completely shocked Su Qingyao. She really couldn't imagine that in just one day, her cheap brother and brother-in-law spent a full 150,000 yuan. The speed of spending money was far beyond her imagination. Before this, her weekly pocket money never exceeded 5 yuan. And this also included her meal money for the week. Therefore, the little girl has to spend every penny in half. How have you ever seen such a battle? Therefore, Su Qingyao looked a little stupid as soon as he entered the door, which quickly attracted Su Qingnan's attention. Hey, what's going on? Not only do you look disgraced, but you still look like an eggplant beaten by frost. Li Yi smiled and said, "What can I do if I am stimulated?" Ah! At this time, Su Qingyao suddenly said to Su Qingnan, "Sister, you have to take care of me, What's up with him? He spends money like water. You don't even know that my brother spent more than 150,000 yuan in one day." This time it was Su Qingnan's turn to be shocked. She opened her mouth and asked, "What's going on? 150,000? My brother first spent 50,000 yuan to buy a dilapidated factory worth only more than 30,000 yuan, then spent 80,000 yuan to rent a few facade houses, and spent 20,000 yuan to find a construction company. The team wants them to decorate the front room for him within a week." Su Qingnan looked at Li Yi in shock, as if asking her sister if what she said was true. Li nodded and said, "It did cost 150,000, but it was all worth it." Su Qingnan originally wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. "Just think it's worth it." Su Qingyao looked at her sister dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "Sister, is this the end? Then what else do you want? Don't you care about him? If you spend money like this, even if you have a golden mountain at home, it won't be enough for him to waste. What are you talking about your brother-in-law? He uses the money to do business, not to eat, drink, whore, and gamble." Then Su Qingnan suddenly said, "By the way, didn't your brother-in-law give you 5,000 yuan some time ago? If you give it back to your brother-in-law, he should still need the money during this time." Li Yi immediately said, "No need. Almost all the money that should be spent has been spent. There are still tens of thousands of dollars in the bank book, which is enough to open a business." Su Qingyao was overjoyed and said immediately, "Sister, you heard it. It's not that I don't give it. It's that he doesn't need it. You are obsessed with money at such a young age." Su Qingnan said with a smile, "That's because you're afraid of being poor. Okay. Xiaoyi, is your clothes-selling business really feasible?" "Sister, don't worry. I'm absolutely sure." "Then can you do it alone?" "You must be too busy, so I brought in the third child, and I also plan to ask you to resign from the meat factory and come and help me." Li Yi said, "Resign? Is this okay?" "Why not? I'm at work, so I can leave a way out for you. Otherwise, if your business fails, we won't lose money." Su Qingnan said, "Sister, my losses and profits are tens of millions. What use can your 180 yuan a month do? But don't worry, you have to know that this time, our family's last foundation is on the line. There must be someone I trust keeping an eye on it. Do you really want to resign? Then do you want to discuss it with your parents? Forget it. It's not like you don't know them. In your mind, you still think that an iron rice bowl is good. There's a high probability that people won't agree." "Oh well." Feeling Su Qingnan's tenderness, Li Yi felt warm in his heart. Whether it was her past life or this life, the most difficult thing for Li Yi to let go of was her tenderness. She is obviously the eldest sister, but she is completely obedient to Li Yi. Su Qingnan will support Li Yi unconditionally as long as it does not touch the bottom line. Perhaps the reason why I became such a scumbag in the first half of my previous life was also related to this fearless love. Only after losing it can you truly feel how heavy and rare this love is. "Xiaoyi, Mom came yesterday." "Oh, is something wrong?" "Well, Mom told me that Wei Wei is not young anymore. We should have another child." "Second child?" Hey, Mom is not afraid of the family planning policy. We don't meet the conditions for having a second child. Once caught by the factory, even if our dad is the deputy director, you will probably be fired." Li said, "That's what I said, but my mother said that Wei Wei will inevitably be lonely as a child. As for work, I won't do it if I don't want to. With his and Dad's help, The child can always be raised. Li thought about it and felt that his mother was right. If he and Su Qingnan had had a second child in the previous life, she would not have gone to the extreme of committing suicide in the end. What do you think? I respect your opinion on having a second child. Su Qingnan's face was slightly red, and without hesitation, she said directly, "If you are still as careless as before, I will definitely consider it carefully. I don't want the child to be born and endure hardships for us, and it will also increase the burden on the family. But now you have turned over a new leaf, not only knowing how to make money, but also starting to take care of the family. So I am willing to have this child. Sister, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to turn over a new leaf," Li Yi said with emotion. "Who made you my Xiaoyi?" Early the next morning, Li got up early, had a few bites of breakfast, and then walked out of the house. He was going to the packaging factory to have a look. If nothing went wrong, Wei Sanpao and the first batch of clothes should be delivered before noon tomorrow. So he packed up the warehouse as soon as possible so that he could have a place to store it. As for decoration, Li has no plans to decorate the warehouse for the time being. After all, it is just a warehouse as long as it can be used. In addition, Li also decided to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the afternoon to obtain a qualified business license. This is the most important thing. Although the government currently encourages private industry and commerce, it only requires that you are formal and legal. How to show that you are formal and legal is to register with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and obtain a business license. When we arrived at the packaging factory, the door was open and many workers were moving things out. Before entering, Li heard Xiao Wu's voice coming from inside. When I walked in, I found that not only Xiao Wu was there, but Dechu, Wei Zi, DeLong, and others were also there. Seeing Li Yi walking in, several little brothers came over to greet him. "Brother Yi, I heard that you took over Xiao Wu's packaging factory, so all the brothers came to help." "Brother Yi, didn't third brother go out with you? Why didn't he come back?" "Brother Yi," Li Yi immediately said with a smile. "The third child is now on his way back with the goods. He is expected to return to Jiangxing around noon tomorrow. I will come back first to prepare for the opening." "Brother Yi, are you planning to sell clothes here?" "How could it be? This is just a warehouse. The place to sell clothes has been decided. It is Lianhua Plaza in the city center. The store with a total area of 600 square meters is under renovation." Li Yi replied. "Lianhua Plaza, 600 square meters, my dear. The rent alone is probably tens of thousands." Li Yi smiled and did not speak, but asked Xiao Wu, "How are you cleaning up?" "Almost all the large machines have been moved away, and there are still some motors and raw materials left. They should be packed away in the morning." "Well, who of you knows a welder? We need to weld a batch of shelves in the warehouse," Li Yi said. At this time, Dachis suddenly said, "Brother Yi, we don't need to find outsiders for this matter. I can do it." "You can?" "Well, my dad has always been a welder in our factory. If Brother Yi needs it, I will go to the factory to borrow a set of welding machines and cutting machines. Brother Yi only needs to get the specifications of the shelves and the raw materials." "That's great. And the specifications are simple. Each shelf is 2 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and 2 meters high. It is divided into 3 levels. How many do you need to do?" "Let's start with 100, and then wait until there are not enough." "Okay." Then Li looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, wait for Weizi and the others to go to the steel market and buy back the required materials." "Okay." At this time, Weizi suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, is your clothing store short of employees?" "It's missing. See if we can do it." "Why? Don't you want to stay in the factory? It's an iron rice bowl." "It's true that there is an iron rice bowl in the factory, but if wages are not paid for a few months, there will be no food in the iron rice bowl. Brothers must find their own way out." Li smiled and said, "If you guys want to work here, that's fine. I'll confirm the salary in a few days, but I'll make sure it's better than in the factory." Upon hearing this, several people immediately looked at each other with surprise on their faces. Li likes the current atmosphere the most. Before traveling back, although Li Yi could be said to have everything, he was lonely to his core. In comparison, he prefers now, when the brothers gather together to fight. Although they are all ordinary, a very ordinary group of people in society, They are able to work together toward a goal. This is what this era should be like. Time soon came to noon, and the warehouse was almost packed. Li took some money and asked Xiao Wu to prepare lunch for everyone, while he took the bus to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the city to prepare for a business license. On the way, Li listened to the squeaking sound of the bus and the speed that was not as fast as a bicycle. He somewhat missed the Bentley that he had in his previous life, and even more missed the Bentley and Bugatti. There is no need to show off your car, but it is a necessity of life. Life without a car is really inconvenient. Therefore, Li secretly made up his mind to achieve financial freedom as soon as possible, and then solve the basic necessities of life, such as a house and a car. After wandering around for more than half an hour, we arrived at the city center. Since the Industrial and Commercial Bureau started working after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li did not rush there, but went to Lianhua Plaza first. The decoration team he was looking for yesterday has already arrived, and today Li Yi is here to send them decoration drawings. The decoration plan was designed by Li Yi himself, and he planned to adopt a European and American style. At present, Chinese people have just integrated with the outside world and are in a stage of curiosity and admiration for European and American culture. The old people think that they are foreign monks who can chant sutras. Therefore, Li Yi chose a European and American-style decoration plan. Presumably, this decoration plan can also add a lot of points to his clothing business. When I arrived at the store, I saw that people were already busy inside. Judging from the grooves cut in the wall, workers were changing the water and electricity. Finding Lao Lu, the head of the decoration team, Li handed him his decoration plan and explained to him in detail the functional layout of the store and the issues to be noted. Lao Lu is also an expert, although he was shocked by the exquisiteness and grandeur of Li Yi's design. He said that the construction team had no problem. Li once again emphasized the construction period, which must be completed within a week, and then left the store and went straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau is not far from Lianhua Square, so Li Yi plans not to go there. Walking on the street, looking at the people coming and going around and the buildings of different heights, Li Yi's heart surged. There are not so many high-rise buildings in this era. Even in a provincial capital city like Jiangcheng, there are not many high-rise buildings of dozens or hundreds of meters, and they are all newly built in recent years. And in terms of style, it is also extremely simple. Not only buildings, but everything is based on practicality. For example, the current bus station has little to do with beauty. It is more of a simple square sign hanging on a tall electric pole. How practical! Compared to decades later, the most fascinating thing about this era is the whole society's atmosphere and simple and unadorned lifestyle. There are no smartphones and no internet. The communication between people is still very sincere. And without the high-tech products of 30 years later, life in the 1990s seems more real. This is an innocent era, and also a charming era. At this moment, Li caught a glimpse of a strange man from the corner of his eye. This man was dressed as a Taoist priest, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and was estimated to be in his 30s or 40s. He was sitting behind a small table. Behind this Taoist priest, there was a small yellow flag with 8 characters written on it. Iron mouth, straight judgment, avoid evil, and seek good fortune. Li couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. In this era of reform, many people in remote areas still don't understand science. These people often listen to the words of such fortune tellers. So these divine Buddhas have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. When Li Yi was confused, he also prayed to God and Buddha, but later he found that a person's achievements do not depend on the way of heaven at all, but on your own choice. So after hitting a wall everywhere, Li still only believes in his own ability, instead of complaining about the world. However, not everyone can have the same awareness as Li Yi, such as the middle-aged man who just came to the Taoist table and sat down with a worried face. Master, what can you calculate here? The Taoist heard the middle-aged man's words, gently touched the goatee on his chin, and said in a tone of a hermit, calculate marriage, calculate fortune, calculate good and bad luck, calculate future. Hearing the Taoist's words, the middle-aged man was overjoyed, stretched out his hand, and said, Master, then can you read palms? Show me. Sure. What do you want to see? Master, my luck has been too bad recently. Whether it's playing cards or mahjong, I always lose. Then the middle-aged man continued. My wife is also clamoring to divorce me. I really don't know what to do. If it's convenient for you, can you show me a way? Lee couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth when he heard this. This middle-aged man is a bit like his former self, gambling, ignoring the family. Then Lee leaned against the electric pole, looking at the Taoist priest leisurely, wanting to hear what he would say. The Taoist priest pinched his fingers a few times in a formal manner, looking quite impressive, and then his eyes became very solemn, saying, This destined person, listen to me. The reason why you have bad luck is all because of playing cards. As long as you stay away from the gambling table, I dare say that within 7 days, your fortune will be reversed. When good luck comes, it can't be stopped. Also, stay with your wife more in these 7 days. Good luck will come faster. Just like I calculated, the fate of the two of you put together, there is a complementary effect. Do you understand? After listening, the middle-aged man suddenly realized and then said repeatedly, Thank you, Taoist priest. Thank you, Taoist priest. I'll go back now. After the middle-aged man left, he threw a 50-cent bill on the table and then turned and left. The Taoist priest looked at the middle-aged man's back, smiled, and touched his goatee, then put the money away. I didn't expect that you were quite capable, Taoist priest. The Taoist priest heard this, turned around, and saw a young man leaning against a pole, looking at him with a smile. The Taoist priest looked at Li leaning against the pole and said with a smile, Young man, do you want to have a fortune-telling? Li curled his lips and said, Taoist priest, do you believe in reincarnation? The Taoist priest smiled and nodded and said, Reincarnation, I know this very well. To put it bluntly, this sentence means that good people will be rewarded, although it is not necessarily the case. I think that doing good things is wrong if it is simply for a good reward. There is a saying that goes, if you do good intentionally, you will not be rewarded, and if you do evil unintentionally, you will not be punished. Hearing this sentence from the mouth of the Taoist priest, Li Yi's view of the Taoist priest suddenly changed a lot. It seems that in this era, not all so-called Jianghu magicians are money-grubbing guys. Seeing that the bus was already heading towards the bus stop not far away, Li smiled, walked up and put a 10-yuan bill on the table in front of the Taoist priest, and said with a smile, I want to ask the Taoist priest to tell me a fortune, but you don't have to tell me the result. It's boring if you know it. The Taoist priest raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then looked behind Li Yi, only to find that he had walked away. The Taoist priest narrowed his eyes slightly, then pinched his fingers several times again, and finally nodded with a smile. When Li Yi arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it was almost 2:30. Looking at the large wall clock on the building of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Li Yi couldn't help but sigh a little. The current Industrial and Commercial Bureau is really awesome. Just as he was about to enter the gate, Li suddenly saw a familiar figure. Deputy Director Li, good afternoon. Li Wenshan had just come out of the office hall of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau at this time. When he heard Li Yi's voice, he immediately turned his head and looked over. The moment he saw Li Yi, Li Wenshan smiled. He was very impressed by Li Yi and immediately stepped forward and said, Li Yi, long time no see. What are you busy with recently? As he spoke, Li Wenshan walked over quickly. Li smiled and shook hands with Li Wenshan, saying, You're running around, thinking about starting your own business. Oh, there are many young people who have this idea, but not much has been accomplished. What business do you plan to do? Li Wenshan asked curiously. I just came back from Guangshan and bought a batch of clothing. Isn't this because I want to apply for a business license quickly? Hearing this, Li Wenshan suddenly realized, and then said with a smile, Is the matter done? It hasn't been done yet. I don't know if it can be done. It's better to come sooner than later. Let me introduce you to someone who can help you with this matter. Then Li Wenshan looked behind him and shouted, Guoxing, come, I'll introduce you to a young man. Li looked in the direction of Li Wenshan and saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and being polite. When the middle-aged man heard Li Wenshan shout, he came over with a smile on his face and joked, I'm just trying to get to know each other. Who could chat with our director, Li, so happily? As he spoke, the middle-aged man looked at Li Yi and said with a smile, "My little brother is very talented at such a young age." Li Wenshan introduced, "This is Li Yi. His father is the deputy director of our provincial meat factory, and he is also a great hero. Not long ago, he helped us catch a group of human traffickers. I was able to right myself this time, thanks to brother Li Yi." Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Unexpectedly, Li Wenshan became the director of the Public Security Bureau. Congratulations to Director Li. This is a great event. With you, a great police officer who hates evil and hates evil, sitting in charge of Jiangsheng, ordinary people like us can feel relieved. Li Wenshan smiled and shook his head and said, "It's not an easy position to sit in if you want to pursue your own affairs. Come on, Li, let me introduce you. This is the Deputy Director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. His name is Liang Guoxing." Upon hearing this, Li Yi reached out and shook hands with the Director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, Deputy Director Liang. I just want to get half a business license from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau this time." What a fate! When Liang Guoxing heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "What's the point? Since you are so favored by Director Li, you must be very courageous. The country now encourages young people to start their own businesses, and little brother, Li can be said to have actively responded to the country's call. Leave this matter to me. Don't worry. You'll get your business license before get off work tonight." Li Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. Sure enough, there are still people who can do things easily. Li Wenshan also smiled slightly when he heard Liang Guoxing's words, and then said, "Since we met by chance, how about Li going to have a meal with us? I heard that you just came back from the coast. Why don't you tell us what the situation is like there now?" Li Yi nodded immediately after hearing this. This is an excellent opportunity. If nothing else, as long as he can catch up with the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he will be able to accomplish a lot in the future. After Li handed over the business license documents to the staff, the three of them left the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Go out and turn right, and then you come to a noodle shop. Afterwards, the three of them each ordered a bowl of noodles, and then 2 small cold dishes, which surprised Li Yi. In his opinion, both of them were bureau-level figures, which were high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom. For a cadre of this level, the food should be of a higher standard, right? Li Wenshan, perhaps seeing Li Yi's surprise, asked with a smile, "Li Yi, do you think our lunch is a bit simple?" When Li Yi heard Li Wenshan's words, he nodded immediately and said, "I didn't expect the 2 directors to eat flies like ordinary people." Liang Guoxing burst out laughing when he heard this and said, "Li Yi, you are using this fly house very well. We have no choice. We don't engage in corruption or bribery all year round. All we get is a dead salary set by the state. To put it bluntly, we are just ordinary people with some status. We eat delicacies every day. There is no need, and we don't have the strength." Li Wenshan said with a smile, "Although this shop is small, their noodles are very good, definitely the old taste of Jiangnan province." Li heard this and nodded with a smile. Unexpectedly, the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was also a nostalgic person. "Li, you will definitely be able to go further than us old guys in the future. But I have something to tell you, which may be a bit unpleasant." Hearing Li Wenshan's words, Li immediately put down the chopsticks in his hand and said with a serious expression, "Li Bureau, that's what you say." Li Wenshan took a sip of tea from the copper pot and continued, "Whether you are doing business or doing anything else, you must be worthy of your conscience. I know everything about Lu Tongfu. I hope you will be an upright person in the future. Earn money with conscience." Li did not defend himself. He knew very well that with Li Wenshan's ability, he must know which reporting letters were sent by him. Regardless of whether there is evidence or not, at least he already has something in his mind. So Li did not defend himself, but looked solemn and replied, "Don't worry, Director Li, I will definitely do it. Didn't you just come back from the Guangshan area? Tell us what you think about it." Li Wenshan did not dwell on that matter, but changed the subject. Li thought for a while and said, "How should I put it? Guangzhou and Shenzhen are the most cutting-edge cities in our countries, opening up to the outside world. It can even be said to be our window to see the world. At the same time, it is also the best platform for the world to understand us. Therefore, in Guangzhou you can see the prosperity of Shanghai's surely foreign market decades ago, and you can also see everything under the structure of modern society, both good and bad. Then let's talk about the good things. There are many good things. For example, the place has almost completely got rid of the shackles of the planned economy. The speed and height of industrial and commercial development are far beyond the imagination of us inland people. To use an inappropriate word, there is nothing like our Jiangxing world. Is it that exaggerated? What I said is a bit conservative. For example, I don't know how your salary is calculated, Bureau Lee, or how much it is. But when I worked in the meat factory, it was only more than 110 a month. Yuan, excluding various deductions, the actual amount is less than 100 yuan. We are about the same, only $12 more than you. Li Wenshan said. Li Yi continued. But do you know how much it costs to hire an ordinary industrial worker in Guangshan area? Have no idea. At least 180 a month. 180 yuan. Isn't that almost double our salary here? Yes. Do you know how much it costs to stay in Guangzhou and Shenzhen for one night? It's not a very good hotel. It only costs 15 yuan a night. My monthly salary is not enough to stay for 7 days, and that doesn't include food and drink. Li Yi's words completely shocked the two department officials. In recent years, there have been loud calls for reform and opening up, but everyone is crossing the river by feeling the stones, and no one dares to take a big step forward, so I don't know. There is a gap between China and coastal areas. Is the gap so big? Liang Xinghua asked somewhat depressedly. This is just an external manifestation of economic development. In fact, the gap between us and others is far wider than this. Want something bigger? Yes, the fact that the Guangzhou-Shenzhen region is developing faster than us is not just because of high wages and high consumption. It is also the fact that they have integrated the upstream and downstream industries of enterprise production and sales, creating a strong siphon effect. Siphon effect? The siphon effect is also called the siphon phenomenon. In physics, it originally means that due to the gravitational force and potential energy difference between liquid molecules, the liquid will flow from the side with higher pressure to the side with lower pressure. Although the atmospheric pressure on both sides of the water is the same, due to the water level difference, the side with greater water pressure flows downward due to gravity, and the side with smaller water pressure flows upward due to atmospheric pressure, until the atmospheric pressure plus water pressure on both sides are equal. Then Li Yi continued, there is also a siphon effect at the city level, especially in central cities. That is, core cities, central cities, big cities, and cities with advantageous positions can combine surrounding cities, small and medium-sized cities, and the resource elements of small towns are attracted, and the resources of surrounding small and medium-sized cities continue to accumulate. Looking across the country, Guangzhou and Shenzhen are big cities with a siphon effect, and we are one of those areas where resources are being sucked away. Liang Xinghua couldn't help asking. Then the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. It is possible that this will happen, but this is also what the city circle must go through during its growth phase. How can we avoid this? Li Yi smiled and said, if we want to avoid being siphoned away by others for talent and resources, we must build our core industries and enhance our competitiveness in major cities. To put it bluntly, we have to rely on ourselves. It's easy to say, but it's probably not that simple to implement in practice. That's true. After all, reform is not always smooth sailing. There will always be pain. Well, Li Yi, tell us about the not-so-good side of the Guangzhou-Shenzhen area. No problem, the Guangzhou-Shenzhen area. The three of them ate for more than 2 hours, and it was not until 4:30 that the meal ended. Through this conversation, Li Wenshan and Liang Xinghua both developed a strong interest in Li Yi. In their opinion, Li Yi's observation ability is really amazing, and his vision is unique. Such a person will have unlimited achievements in the future and is worth making friends with. It was already past 5 in the evening when Li Yi returned home. Reading, the afternoon conversation also benefited him a lot. Not only did he make friends with a powerful person like Liang Xinghua, but more importantly, during the meal, Li learned some things that surprised him. In the afternoon, he talked to Li Wenshan and Liang Xinghua about many people and things in the Guangzhou Shenzhen area, focusing on his relationship with Donghua Clothing Company. Li Wenshan certainly had no impression of Chen Donghua. After all, he was just the director of the Public Security Bureau and had no knowledge of these business matters. But when Liang Guoxing heard the name, he immediately couldn't sit still. He immediately asked some details about Chen Donghua. It turned out that Liang Guoxing and Chen Donghua were college classmates. After graduating from college, the two had little contact. After Li mentioned this today, Liang Guoxing learned that Chen Donghua had chosen to go into business after all. What is going into business? In fact, most people who go into business are in a gamble mentality. They give up their jobs in state-owned enterprises or government agencies, which were originally well-paid, give up their decent security system, and choose risky business behavior. To put it bluntly, they throw away their iron rice bowls and go to work freely. If you don't have extraordinary courage, you will never make such a choice. When he lived in the same dormitory with Chen Donghua, Liang Guoxing actually wanted to go into business, but obviously Liang Guoxing finally took the iron rice bowl. There are certainly family reasons, but Liang Guoxing himself is a person who seeks stability, while Chen Donghua is the opposite. Chen Donghua's original family is different from ordinary people. It belongs to a reconstituted family, and his stepfather is a foreigner who has been very supportive of Chen Donghua since he was a child. Therefore, after Chen Donghua embarked on the road of business, he was more influenced by his stepfather. When Li Yi heard about Chen Donghua's life experience, he finally understood why Chen Donghua looked so different, because there was a sense of drive in him. After Liang Xinghua learned that Li Yi's partner was Chen Donghua, his attitude towards him rose again. With the support of these two powerful figures, it seems that in Jiangcheng, ordinary gangsters will not be able to find trouble with him. Dividing line. After dinner, Su Qingnan went to wash the dishes, and Li Yi came to Su Qingyao's room. At this time, Su Qingyao was doing an English mock test paper, but she obviously encountered some problems and looked worried. So much so that Li Yi stood behind her, she didn't notice. Li Yi carefully observed the test paper in front of Su Qingyao and then understood why Su Qingyao was worried. On the test paper, there was a simple reading comprehension question, followed by 10 multiple-choice questions. You must read the article carefully before you can find the corresponding correct answer based on the article. Li didn't know much about this kind of question because he had never experienced the college entrance examination. But Li Yi's English is very good. He can understand the meaning of the article. Then simply infer, based on the question, you will understand how to do this question. You should choose A. Su Qingyao was startled when she heard Li Yi's voice suddenly, but soon her attention was attracted by what Li Yi said. Choose A. Why? I feel that C is more in line with the meaning of the question. Li Yi bent down and explained patiently. Look here, it is the second paragraph of the article. It mentions Vincent's whereabouts. He went to a restaurant, not a school. And the meaning of this multiple-choice question is, where did Vincent go? C is the church, B is the school, and A is the restaurant. Obviously, whether you chose B before or C later, it is wrong. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, Su Qingyao suddenly realized it. Brother, you can actually speak English. It's amazing. It's just English. What's so difficult? This is really Versailles. What's not difficult? There are so many English words. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. By the way, brother, when did you learn English? Why don't I know it? Li smiled and said, English is so simple. If you take time to write and draw, you can learn it, right? Look at this question. You chose A, but you have to know that foreigners don't care about pronunciation, so the correct option should be B. And this question asks about the use of grammar. Similarly, you should choose B. After just a few minutes, Su Qingyao was completely impressed by Li Yi's strength. When did the cheap brother and brother-in-law, who was originally unlearned and idle, become an English master? And the English spoken from his mouth is even more authentic than the teachers in the school. Brother, when did you learn English? Can you teach me? Li Yi looked at Su Qingyao's expectant expression and nodded with a smile. No matter what, his goal was finally achieved. As long as Su Qingyao has the desire to learn, Li Yi is fully confident that he can improve Su Qingyao's grades by a large margin in the remaining nearly 20 days. Qingyao, are there any subjects you are not good at? Su Qingyao was a little confused when she heard this, but she still said, My geography is not very good. Brother-in-law, don't tell me you know geography. Li Yi immediately showed a confident expression and said, Geography is mainly about understanding the various climates of the continents and oceans, and secondly, the climate distribution of our country. As long as you understand these, there will be basically no problems. Hearing this, Su Qingyao was stunned. What is going on? Why is Li Yi like a different person? Brother, are you possessed by someone else? What do you mean? I don't understand this. You have changed so much. You used to be ignorant, but now you are knowledgeable and talented. You can make money, negotiate, speak English, and geography. Is there anything you don't know? Yes. What? Give birth to a child. Get lost saying this in front of your sister. Do you want me to sue our parents and see if they want to break your dog legs? Su Qingyao said with a red face. You were the first to talk nonsense, and you also said that you read too many novels about possession of other bodies. Then Li Yi said again, Tell me the truth. Are you not doing well in your studies because you read novels all day long? No. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I will take care of your studies in the future. As long as you review according to my method, I guarantee that you will be admitted to college. Li Yi said confidently. Really? Of course it's true. Okay, let's start now. In the kitchen, after Su Qingnan washed the pots and pans, he came out and found his daughter playing with building blocks alone in the living room, but he didn't see Li Yi and his sister. At this time, he heard a sound in the bedroom and walked over. Brother-in-law, I still don't understand this question. Why do you use the past tense? Look at it this way. Because although he said that this matter happened now, if you observe carefully, you will find that all the evidence points to the past, so he should use the past tense. Standing outside the room, listening to Su Qingyao, who was humbly asking Li Yi questions, Su Qingnan looked unbelievable. Li Yi actually knows English, and he looks very professional? Su Qingnan was stunned. Li Yi didn't notice Su Qingnan standing at the door, and he was still carefully explaining each question to Su Qingyao. Li Yi actually didn't really come into contact with English in school. He learned English directly from life. After all, most of his business partners in his previous life were foreigners. It can be said that Li Yi's English is completely unskilled, not from a professional background. But unskilled does not mean no level. On the contrary, because he communicates directly with foreigners, Li Yi's English is far more authentic than what is taught in school. Under Li Yi's guidance, after only 1 hour, Su Qingyao felt that a new door to the English world appeared in front of her. After the mock test was completed, Li Yi found Su Qingnan, who had been standing behind him. Sister, what's your expression? Su Qingnan came back to her senses and stepped forward and asked, When did you learn foreign languages? How come I don't know? Li Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, I learned it when I was in school. You know what I do every day. How can I learn English at other times? Su Qingnan was still a little skeptical, but seeing Li Yi's sincere look, he nodded and chose to believe Li Yi. Li Yi sighed when he saw Su Qingnan walk out of the room. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he finally got away with it. Su Qingnan certainly learned English, but she dropped out of school very early, so she didn't get much exposure to it. When Su Qingnan was in school, her academic performance could be said to be among the best, but later she chose to drop out for various reasons. Li Yi looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, and his eyes slowly narrowed. Now, the truck sent by Donghua Clothing Company to transport goods should have almost reached Jiangling. The goods will arrive in Jiangxing tomorrow, and his own industrial plan will be fully launched. When the clothing store has achieved results, Su Qingnan must resign and let her take over the clothing store as soon as possible. When I make the next plan, I can rest assured to hand over the rear to Su Qingnan. Li Yi has also thought about letting his wife be a full-time wife at home, specializing in beauty. But he knows in his heart that Su Qingnan is a very strong woman. With her personality, she will never stay at home just waiting for Li Yi to make money to support the family. In this case, let's give her a career, which is better than working for others. Dividing line. Nothing happened overnight. When Li Yi came to the warehouse the next day, he found that it was already full of shelves of the same specifications. These shelves have even been painted with anti-rust paint and are drying outside. More importantly, he saw that Xiao Wu and Chu had bloodshot eyes and were a little listless. He immediately knew that these guys must have worked overtime last night. "What time did you go to bed last night?" Xiao Wu said immediately. "It's not very late, around 12 o'clock. "Nonsense. Look at your eyes. The bloodshot is so obvious. Can you fool people?" Li Yi said. Chu smiled and said, "Brother Yi, I was busy until 3 in the morning last night, and they all went to bed after 2. Busy so late? Isn't it that the goods will be back today? So, I want to rush the deadline so that there will be no place to put them." Li Yi was a little touched, patted Chu on the shoulder and said, "Okay, no more sentimental words. Anyway, you won't be hungry as long as I have food." "Yeah." Li Yi was watching the warehouse for the whole morning, and Chu and his team had a clear division of labor and continued to weld the shelves. Some were responsible for unloading, some were responsible for welding, and some were responsible for painting and drying. At noon, Li Yi asked someone to buy a few roast chickens, some braised beef, and steamed buns. Since there was still work to do in the afternoon, he didn't buy wine, but bought a lot of soda. After eating and drinking, he didn't take time to rest and continued to work. At more than 1 o'clock, there was a sudden beeping sound of a car outside the warehouse, and then a Jiefeng truck was seen parked steadily at the gate of the packaging factory. Li stood up directly from the ground when he saw the truck. "Brother Yi, has the cargo arrived?" Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Li nodded and said to the men, "Brothers, come on, come and move the cargo." Xiao Wu, Wei Zi, and Chu also stood up, patted the dirt off their buttocks, and walked towards the Jiefeng truck. When the door of the truck's cab was opened, Wei Sanpao jumped down from it with an excited look on his face. "Brother Yi, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work. Did you have a smooth journey?" "It's okay. Although the car broke down once on the road, it was fixed quickly." "That's good. Let the driver drive the car in, and we'll unload the goods first." "Okay." With more people, there is more power. A large truckload of goods was unloaded in less than 2 hours. The vacated warehouse was instantly filled to the brim, leaving no room for footsteps. All the brothers, including Xiao Wu, were stunned by this scene. They all knew that Li Yi was not doing a small thing this time. After all, a store with an annual rent of 80,000 yuan is not a small scale. But they didn't expect it to be so big. There are at least tens of thousands of clothes in this warehouse. It can be seen that Li Yi really spent a lot of money this time. "Brother Yi, there are probably tens of thousands of clothes. Can they be sold out?" Li smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. In the afternoon, you can put these clothes on the shelves according to style and size, so that mice can't eat them." "Yes." "Third brother, are you tired? If you can hold on, I will take you to the store this afternoon." "No problem." "Then pack up and we'll go there." Then, the two immediately left the warehouse area and headed straight for Lianhua Plaza in the city center. When we arrived at the store, the water and electricity had been installed, and Lao Lu was leading the workers to lay the floor. Seeing that Li Yi had actually rented such a large store, Wei Sanpao's expression was wonderful. He originally thought that Li Yi would rent a stall at the night market and then take him to set up a stall, but he didn't expect that he would actually set up such a large store in the most prosperous place in the city center. Especially when he heard that the annual rent here would cost 80,000 yuan. He was almost speechless. However, Wei Sanpao said nothing. He knew that Li Yi was a sensible person, and he must have his reasons for doing so. It was just that when Wei Sanpao saw the basic decoration of the store, he actually felt that it was better looking and more grand than the stores he saw in those large shopping malls in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Although it was hard to say where it was good, it gave him a different feeling. In fact, how could Wei Sanpao know that this was carefully designed by Li Yi? As a reborn person, Li Yi knew the style and layout of clothing stores very well. Most of the clothing stores in the 1990s were opened in department stores, and some of them directly rented a hall. But no matter where they were opened, there was a commonality, that is, the space was too small. And the moment you entered the clothing store, you would feel depressed. When it comes to store decoration, no one cares. Most clothing stores just hang clothes on the wall. You should know that just renting a store may have spent most of the budget, so most store owners will not consider the decoration issue. In this regard, Lee Yi, who was reborn, has a considerable advantage. He knows that the decoration level of the store is directly related to the price and profit of the clothing. Therefore, Lee Yi attaches great importance to how clothing stores attract customers' attention. Therefore, Lee Yi's clothing is essentially different from that of others, and he has several rigid requirements for his clothing store. First of all, the decoration of the clothing store must be unique. This is the most important point. Otherwise, he would not rent a store specifically, let alone find a professional decoration team. You know, the factory area of Xiaowuji packaging factory is large enough, so it is not impossible to make do with it. But Li did not do so, because he not only wants to make money, but also to establish a brand. So in Li Yi's design plan, a large number of cultural stones are used, making the whole design full of European and American style. The so-called cultural stone is a kind of building material which belongs to artificial stone. But this certainly does not mean that Li Yi wants to build a wall made of cultural stones in the store. Li Yi plans to put cultural stone stickers on the wall. The effect of cultural stones combined with a wide space is definitely not as simple as 1+1, and it will definitely attract many young people. In addition, there are some decorations such as flowers and plants. Li went to the flower and plant market on purpose and bought a batch of flowers and plants for the purpose of embellishment. In a clothing store with dark tones, you can occasionally see some flowers and plants. What a surprising scene. Secondly, the clothing store should not be too crowded. In a store of 600 square meters, less than 1/3 is actually used to display clothes, and the remaining 2/3 are for modeling. In addition, there are more than a dozen fitting rooms, which is absolutely a pioneering work in the whole Jiangxing. Not to mention those ordinary clothing stores. Even the famous brand clothing stores in the city do not have fitting rooms. Li believes that if this is done, his clothing store will definitely be able to quickly open up the market in Jiangxing. Of course, if you want to run a clothing store well, you need more than just a unique decoration style, and the control of the mentality of customers is the top priority. Then there is the price of clothing. Not everyone will buy clothes of the same price. Some people's economic level is not very high, so they need a cheap area. And some other people have this condition at home, so the price requirements for clothes are naturally different. Li decided to set a reasonable price according to the quality and purchase price of these clothes. For a new store that has just opened, the most important thing is the first impression. Although Jiangxing is not a very developed city now, there are still many rich people, especially a group of people who like to pursue fashion. These people are Li Yi's main target. Li Yi entrusted the decoration to Lao Lu, and he has more important things to do now, that is publicity. For any industry, publicity is essential if it wants to be prosperous. At present, most stores only set off a string of firecrackers when they open and do not do too much publicity in advance. This is completely wrong in Li Yi's opinion. Of course, it is not that the current bosses are unwilling to promote, but they have limited understanding of the role of publicity. Secondly, publicity also costs money, and most people are unwilling to bear this cost. But Li knows that once the publicity is in place, the effect may be unexpectedly good. Therefore, Li decided that the publicity work must be done on the day the clothing store opens. But publicity work is not that simple. There are many factors that are enough to affect the future business of the clothing store. How should it be promoted? TV stations are certainly the best medium and way, but if you want to play GG on TV stations now, you can't do it without enough funds. Newspaper? This is possible, but it is not direct enough, because most people do not have the habit of reading newspapers. After all, illiterate people still account for the majority of the nation in this era. After thinking about it, Li still thinks that handing out flyers is the most down-to-earth and the lowest cost. As the simplest way of publicity, flyers are naturally the easiest for the people to accept. And this does not require too much preparation, just print a batch of flyers, and then find someone to hand them out. Flyers are easy to handle. Li can design them himself. And it is easy to find people to hand out flyers. Wei Sanpao is the boss near the meat processing plant. As long as he calls, there are many young people willing to help. Besides, Li did not want to get it for free. Handing out flyers can also be paid. 3 yuan a day for one person, and there are a lot of people willing to earn this money. When he thought of it, he did it. At that moment, Li found paper and pen and started to design flyers. Flyers must be beautiful and grand, and the content must be explosive enough. This is not difficult for Li. The background image shows several beautiful European and American women, each wearing a set of new clothes that the clothing store is about to sell. The copywriting above is also attractive enough. 20% off on the opening day. If you enter with a flyer, you can enjoy a discount on top of the discount. Although this is just the simplest promotion method in the future, it can definitely catch the customer's attention at the moment. In the warehouse, Li called Wei Sanpao, Dachu, Weizi, Dalong, Xiaowu, and other brothers over. Now that the clothing store is about to open, there are some things that need to be explained to them. Reading. After everyone arrived, Li took out the business license that he had obtained the day before yesterday, and then put it in front of everyone. Brothers, this is the business license of our clothing store. Our business entity is Jiangnan Liren Clothing Company, Limited. The company adopts a shareholding responsibility system. According to the investment ratio, your sister-in-law holds 94.5%, the third brother holds 5.5%, and I personally do not hold any shares. Then Li continued, I tell you all this mainly to tell you that we are now a formal entrepreneurial team, not a grassroots team. I have also considered your arrangements. Third brother, you will be the deputy general manager of our company in the future, responsible for contacting the purchase channels, and assist me and your sister-in-law in managing the entire company. Okay. Dachu, Weizi, Dalong, Xiaowu, you four are the first batch of employees of the company, and you are considered the company's veterans. The company is just starting out, so I won't give you any division of labor for the time being. When the company grows larger in the future, I will give you a detailed division of labor. Yes. Let's talk about your salary arrangements now. As the deputy general manager, the third brother's monthly salary is temporarily set at 300 yuan. You guys will get 200 yuan per month. Do you have any objections? As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at Li Yi in amazement. 200 yuan a month. This is far beyond their psychological expectations. You know, their parents work in the factory and they only make a little more than 100 yuan a month, and no more than 150 yuan at most. Now Li Yi suddenly offered them a high salary of 200 yuan, and everyone was dumbfounded. Brother E, isn't this too high? Yes, Brother E. The brothers are satisfied with 100 yuan, and they don't need so much. Yes, the factory only gives a certain amount of money, and yours is too much. Li motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said, the salary issue is settled, and the salary will be paid on the 15th of each month, according to this standard. Seeing that the brothers wanted to say something, Wei Sanpao immediately said, Okay, just listen to Brother E. Everyone was silent. Li then said, Xiaowu, I'll give you a task. What task? I have a flyer here, find a place to print it this afternoon, and print 100,000 copies first. I estimate that if you bargain well, you can print one for 1 cent. Li said, Yes. Then Li Yi continued, Third brother, I will assign you a task. Brother E, you speak, the brothers are listening. Go and recruit people. What kind of people? 2 kinds of people. One is temporary workers who distribute flyers, 3 yuan per day, and the task is completed on the day of completion. How many do you need? About 100 people, a little more is fine. In short, all 100,000 flyers must be distributed within 3 days. I want most of the people in Jiangxing to know about our Jiangnan beauty clothing store. No problem. The second type of people are girls, beautiful girls. We need to train them to be the salespersons and models in the store. These girls cannot be over 30 years old and must have a good figure. You may as well give them more salary. Tentatively set at 180 yuan a month. 180 yuan. So high. Well, can you do it? How much do you want? Our factory has just laid off a group of female workers not long ago, but I don't know how many people meet your requirements. Brother E, recruit 21st, and come back if it's not enough. Okay, I'll try my best. Others continue to sort out the goods. In 2 days, our store will be almost decorated. We will officially open on the 25th. Okay, dividing line. In the evening, Xiaowu came back to report that the printing shop had been found and brought back a batch of samples. Li took a look and the quality was pretty good. After asking, I learned that Xiao asked his mother to take him to find the original business partner and package the 100,000 flyers to the other party at a price of 800 yuan. And the two parties agreed to deliver the goods before 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Li calculated that as long as the staff were in place, the clothing store's publicity plan could be carried out. And Wei Sanpao soon received good news, and all 120 people who distributed flyers were found. However, there were not many girls willing to work as salesmen in the store, and only 4 people have been found so far. The main reason was that their families were not happy when they heard that they were working for Li Yi. Li felt helpless about this, as his previous reputation was too bad. And now the person he was looking for must be a young and beautiful girl, so people would inevitably think too much. But there was no way who said that in the sales industry, you must have such a beautiful lady, and there were a group of big men standing in your store, and you saw that the girl dared to come in. Fortunately, there were only a few days left before the college entrance examination. When the college entrance examination was over, there would definitely be a large number of students coming out to work as summer interns, or some people who failed to get into college would come out to find jobs. Most of these high school students could meet the job requirements as long as they were not too bad-looking. Moreover, Li did not think it was his loss that he could not recruit anyone at the moment. After a while, they would know who was the blind one. After the clothing store becomes popular, with this treatment, I don't know how many people will rush to enter his store. So, he is not in a hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while. Nothing happened overnight. When Li woke up from the bed the next day, it was already about 8:30. This is the first time that Li Yi has gotten up so late since his rebirth. Before, he usually got up on time at 6 o'clock and then exercised for an hour. After stretching, Li yawned. In fact, this feeling is not bad. It is not an excessive thing to sleep in occasionally. The reason why he got up late was, on the one hand, because he stayed up late last night, and on the other hand, he was not used to it. Li Yi is very particular about his bed, especially after his rebirth. He has to hug Su Qing in every night to fall asleep. As scheduled, he chose to sleep directly in the warehouse last night. The hard bed and thin quilt. Without his wife warming the bed, he suffered from insomnia. He didn't want to sleep in the warehouse, but there was no way. Now there are clothes worth millions in the warehouse. If a thief sneaks in, the loss will be huge. After doing 50 push-ups and 80 sit-ups, Li walked out of the gatehouse and prepared to go to the breakfast shop opposite to buy something to eat. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Wei Sanpao and a large group of people busy in the yard, and on the small round table at the door were several plastic bags with delicious breakfast inside. "Brother Yi, how did you sleep last night?" Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, Li shook his head with a wry smile and said, "This hard bed is really not as comfortable as the bed at home. It's uncomfortable to sleep on." Hearing this, Wei Sanpao immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, the hard bed is indeed not very comfortable. Let me sleep for you tonight." Li walked up and patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder, smiling and said, "You are still considerate. Brother Yi, what are we doing today? When will the people you recruit be in place?" "Any time." "Okay, take them to the street to distribute flyers today," Li said. Reading, "Hey, didn't you say that the flyers haven't been printed yet?" "Yes, not all of them have been printed. A lot should have been printed overnight. We can distribute them first." "Okay, I'll go and gather people now." Li Yi immediately grabbed him and then took him to a map of Jiangcheng and then said, "When everyone is here, you can divide the work. First, you must ensure that the city center is bounded by streets. Make sure that every area has our people. Do you understand?" "Understood." Soon, more than 120 temporary workers recruited by Wei Sanpao to distribute flyers all arrived, and Xiaowu also brought back 20,000 flyers from the printing factory. Afterwards, at Li Yi's order, more than 120 people took action according to the area. And the whole Jiangcheng became particularly lively because of the employment of these temporary workers. Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Chain Store will open at 9:30 a.m. on the 25th with a limited 20% discount. You can enjoy a discount on top of the discount by entering with a flyer. The clothing store has the latest popular styles, which are the most popular outfits in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Don't miss it if you pass by. Group shopping has discounts. 10% off for 2 people, 20% off for 3 people, 30% off for 4 people. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. The shouts echoing in the streets and alleys quickly attracted the attention of passersby. They took to the streets to see what was going on. When they saw several young people handing out flyers, they subconsciously took them. Seeing the content on the flyer, many people immediately became confused. Clothing chain stores are promoting sales, and there is such a good thing? That's not right. They know all the well-known clothing stores in Jiangnan City. Where did this Jiangnan beauty clothing chain come from? When the shouts rang in the streets and alleys for the second time, these citizens understood that there was a new clothing store that would open on the 25th. Every clothing store will have similar discounts when it opens, which has almost become a routine. But when the first citizen got the flyer, he was still shocked by the content of the flyer. The reason is very simple. Compared with other clothing stores, this clothing store is indeed different. First of all, the clothes are novel and fashionable. Secondly, the discount is great. For ordinary people, the discount is very important. The cheaper clothing store will attract more attention. At present, there are only a few regular clothing stores in Jiangcheng that have the ability to open their own stores instead of relying on department stores. And these stores have reached an agreement. As long as they keep the same pricing, they will be at peace. So the current situation of the clothing industry in Jiangcheng is that all the clothes are expensive and the quality is average. But this newly opened clothing store, regardless of the quality, can really beat other clothing stores with this discount. For a time, the opening of Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Store became a hot topic among ordinary people on the streets. Can we get a discount if we go in a group? That means it's an additional discount, right? It looks like it's true. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to hand out so many flyers, right? Whether it's true or not, we'll know tomorrow. I just don't know what kind of clothes they sell. The same conversation is happening all over the streets. At first, no one paid attention to Wei Sanpao and his team handing out flyers. But later, almost everyone rushed to get flyers because they saw the benefit of a 10% discount for entering the store with flyers. Even Su Qingnan, who works in the meat processing plant workshop, got a flyer. Dividing line? Su Qingnan looked at the flyer that the female worker in the same workshop secretly stuffed into her hand, with a helpless look on her face. Isn't this the clothing store that Li told her about? Although Su Qingnan didn't know the name of the clothing store, she knew the address of the clothing store. Looking at the address on the flyer, Number 28, Lianhua Plaza, isn't this the store that her husband has bought? The flyer has been sent to the meat processing factory. In Su Qingnan's opinion, Li Yi is really a good businessman. With such publicity, his popularity will also increase. Thinking of Li Yi asking her to resign, Su Qingnan couldn't help but be a little crazy. Qingnan, where is your husband? I haven't seen him for a while. If you ask me, tomorrow is Sunday, and the factory is also on holiday. You can take him out for a walk and let him buy you a piece of clothing. Look at the shirt on you. You have worn it for almost 2 years, right? Why don't you change it? Hearing this, Su Qingnan smiled and nodded. But she was muttering in her heart, why should she go shopping? That clothing store is owned by my husband. Besides, Li bought her a lot of new clothes from Guangzhou and Shenzhen, but Su Qingnan felt that it was a bit revealing, so she didn't dare to show it. But no matter what, she was still very happy in her heart. Wei Kangan and his family also received the flyers and were shocked. The difference was that the flyer in Wei Kangan's hand was delivered by Wei Sanpao himself. Wei Kangan was sitting in the office, sorting out materials when his son pushed the door in. Wei Kangan was helpless about his son. He knew that this kid must have come to collect debts from him in his previous life, especially when his son had a smile on his face that deserved a beating and said that the clothing store he and Li Yi opened was about to open, and asked Wei Kangan to bring his mother to support it. Before Wei Kangan could react, his son had quickly disappeared from the office building. Wei Kangan looked at the 2 flyers on the table and smiled bitterly. Wei Kangan knew that his son was doing business with Li Yi, and he even took a leave to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen a few days ago. But what he didn't expect was that after not seeing him for a few days, he actually opened a clothing store, which really shocked him. Despite this, Wei Kangan decided to take his wife to see the opening day. After all, it was his son's business, and he had to support it no matter what. Wei Qinggan knew that his son was going to quit his job to start a business, but he really didn't agree with it. Although he also knew that many people in the coastal areas chose to go into business, he knew that the first batch of people who went into business now either disappeared without a trace or became rich and powerful and became big bosses. When Wei Qinggan was young, he certainly thought that if he went out to fight and try, he might be able to live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. But he was dragged down by reality. As for the reason, he was exactly the same as Liang Guoxing. Wei Qinggan now felt that something was wrong. Although the meat processing plant was a state-owned enterprise, in recent years, not only the meat processing plant in Jiangnan, but also the state-owned enterprises in several other provinces and cities were all going downhill. In short, the situation was not good. But Wei Qinggan had no choice. He couldn't just become a hands-off boss, right? Wei Qinggan had been in the meat processing plant for much longer than Lu Tongfu. For him, this factory area, which has developed from a small bungalow to a large workshop, is almost the result of his half-life efforts. No one knows his son's character better than him. He is ambitious but incompetent and talks about loyalty blindly. Such people are the standard material for being cheated in society. So when his son first said he wanted to resign, Wei Qinggan firmly disagreed. But it was not until later that Li Yi's father Li Fengyan found Wei Qinggan. The two old brothers, who were nearly 50 years old, sat together and drank wine all night. That Wei Qinggan's mind was loosened. Li Fengyan talked about his son Li Yi. Li failed to get into college and even did not finish high school. Why? On the surface, the kid was expelled from school because he beat someone into the hospital. But in fact, he dropped out of school on his own initiative. In fact, Li Yi is a very smart person. Even if he doesn't study very seriously, his academic performance can still be maintained at a medium level. In the eyes of the school teachers, if this child is willing to focus on studying, it is possible for him to go to a good university. Even so, it is not a problem to get a junior college. But because the family conditions are not good, especially with 3 children going to school together, the family really can't afford it. Once Li Fengyan and his wife talked to Li Yi, so he took the initiative to drop out of school and work to subsidize the family. But he was rejected, and the eldest sister, Su Qingnan, dropped out of school in the end. Afterwards, the son began to give up on himself and almost couldn't turn back. His bad habits of smoking, drinking, and gambling were also infected at that time. After several years of bastard life, Li has now turned back and started to work hard to move forward, and Li Fengyan can be regarded as a little relieved. So he persuaded Wei Qinggan that children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and the children have made their own choices and are not young anymore. They, the older generation, should also learn to let go. It was also because of Li Fengyan's persuasion that Wei Qinggan's mouth was loosened a little. Otherwise, Wei Sanpao wanted to follow Li Yi to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, just dreaming. Fortunately, his son did not disappoint him. After so many days of hard work, he managed to open a small shop, but he didn't know if it could support him and Li Yi, 2 strong young men. Of course, until now, Wei Qinggan still thought that his son and Li Yi only opened a small shop. In the next few days, everyone was busy, and even Li Yi didn't go home for several days in a row. With the joint efforts of everyone, all 100,000 flyers were distributed. Now most people in Jiangxing know that a high-quality and low-price clothing store is about to open in Lianhua Plaza. Even if they don't know, most of them have seen the beautiful flyer. And the store also completed the final decoration with the overtime work of Lao Lu and others. On the night of the 24th, under the dispatch of Li Yi, the first batch of 5,000 pieces of various clothes officially entered the flagship store. Then, the first batch of beautiful shopping guides recruited also took up their posts. Although there were only 6 people, their arrival made the whole store different in an instant, and the grade was raised by more than 1 level. After hanging up the clothes to be sold the next day overnight and giving a simple training to several beautiful shopping guides, Li dragged his tired body back home. When he got home, the little girl had fallen asleep, while Su Qingnan was washing clothes, and only Su Qingyao was reviewing on the small dining table. As the college entrance examination was approaching, the effect of reviewing at school was also average, so Li asked her to ask for leave from the school and review at home. And Li guided her whenever he had time. So Su Qingyao's grades improved rapidly in the past few days, especially in English. Of course, reviewing is only one aspect. The reason why Li Yi is confident that he can help her go to a good university is not as simple as tutoring. Even if Li Yi is more capable, it is impossible for Su Qingyao to go from a semi-study scumbag to a top student in just a dozen days. Li Yi's confidence comes from the fact that he knows this year's college entrance examination questions. That's right, he knows the college entrance examination questions. Of course, all this is also related to Su Qingyao. I remember that Su Qingyao's grades were average after the college entrance examination, so she took the printed test papers to practice every day after the college entrance examination, planning to repeat the year. Li Yi saw that she was obsessed, so he accompanied her to review. After a long time, he remembered some of those papers, especially the last few big questions and the college entrance examination essay, which Li Yi remembered more clearly. Although he couldn't tell Su Qingnan the college entrance examination papers directly, and he didn't remember some of the questions clearly, Li Yi planned to take out those questions or similar questions in the name of tutoring, so that Su Qingyao could practice. Li didn't have high expectations for her. As long as she could go to college, either the first or second tier would do. Seeing Li Yi coming back, Su Qingyao hurriedly said, "Brother, come here quickly. I don't know how to do this question." "Okay." Li Yi immediately changed his shoes and walked over directly. "Brother, why didn't you come back last night?" After Su Qingyao and Li Yi resolved the estrangement, their relationship naturally became much closer. Li Yi heard what Su Qingyao said and said with a smile, "Yes, tomorrow is the day when the clothing store opens, so we'll be busy." Su Qingyao walked up to Li Yi, poured a cup of tea for him, and then asked curiously, "Brother, where is your clothing store?" Li Yi immediately replied, "It's in Lianhua Plaza in the city center, on the west side of the first floor of the shopping mall." Hearing what Li Yi said, Su Qingyao immediately said with surprise, "It won't be the Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Store?" "Yes, that's the store. I originally wanted to go to that store after the college entrance examination and buy some nice clothes. I didn't expect it was open by you, brother. Then I don't have to spend money to sell clothes. What's the cost? Just take whatever you want to wear. If you can get into a key university, I'll give you another 5,000 yuan bonus." "Really?" "Yeah. Then we have a deal." "It's a deal." The next morning, red flags were flying and gongs and drums were beating on the ground floor of Lianhua Plaza. When Li Yi came over, Wei Sanpao and others were all there. Unlike the two-strand vests and rubber-soled shoes before, everyone, including Xiaowu, had changed their styles to shirts, trousers, and leather shoes. Seeing these little brothers sweeping the floor and wiping the table in the clothing store, Li Yi immediately showed a satisfied smile. Seeing Li Yi and Su Qingnan coming over, Wei Sanpao and others immediately came to greet them. "Do you know what you guys look like?" Li Yi teased as soon as they met. "What does it look like?" "Do you know the phrase, a monkey in a crown?" Seeing the confused faces of the younger brothers, Li Yi smiled and said, "It means a monkey wearing clothes." Su Qingnan immediately punched Li Yi and said with a smile, "What nonsense." Li Yi smiled and said, "You guys are dressed like ordinary people. Why do you want to clean up and be cleaners in suits?" Wei Sanpao said a little embarrassedly, "It's because you don't know what to do." "Okay, you don't need to do anything. You guys just stand at the door and be a welcoming boy and security guard." Afterwards, Li Yi brought Su Qingnan to the store and called several beautiful shopping guides over. "Let me introduce you. This is my wife, and she will be the store manager of this store in the future. You can call her Sister Nan." "Hello, Sister Nan." Several beautiful shopping guides said in unison, their voices sweet and pleasant. Su Qingnan had never seen such a scene before, and her face immediately turned red. She hurriedly said, "Hello, you two. Lu Ting, have you memorized the styles, features, and prices of the clothes?" "Sisters have memorized them. You will see." The leader of the shopping guide team replied, "Well, the opening ceremony will officially start at 9 o'clock. You should familiarize yourself first." "Okay." Then, Li Yi took Su Qingnan to the cashier, and then asked her to sit in front of the cashier and said, "Your task today is to count and collect money. Can I do it?" If you, a high school student, can't even do the work of counting and collecting money, then the more than 10 years of study are in vain. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Okay then. While they were busy in the store, many customers had gathered outside, and more people gathered. Most of these people received flyers and came for the discounts on the flyers. At the same time, they also wanted to see what was different about this newly opened clothing store that dared to brag so much. Since it is not officially open yet, customers are waiting outside the store, talking about their views on the new store. The decoration of this store is different. It looks quite grand. Who said it's not? The glass is so big. It must cost a lot of money. Let's not talk about the money. Look at how big this store is. I'm afraid it can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. This store is different from other clothing stores. I wonder if there are bell-bottom pants in it. Listening to the discussions coming from outside, Lee breathed a sigh of relief. From the expressions on the faces of these people, it can be seen that the early publicity is indeed in place. Next, it depends on whether these clothes can impress them. However, seeing the effect on the beautiful shopping guides, Lee is no longer worried. In order to achieve the effect of a hit, he put several main clothes in the store on the beautiful shopping guides first, which is unique among all clothing stores in Chongqing. Most bosses don't care what their employees wear, let alone give their employees the goods they buy. But Lee is different. In his opinion, giving employees new clothes is like playing a live GG. After customers see the effect on the beautiful shopping guides, it is more effective than you talking about it for a long time. At 9 o'clock, the door of Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Flagship Store was opened from the inside, and then 6 fashionable girls wearing new styles came out one after another. Beautiful girls always attract people's attention and naturally became the focus of customers for a while. But then, everyone saw a young man in a suit followed closely and walked out. This person was Li Yi. Li Yi is still wearing the suit he wore when he went to meet Chen Donghua, chairman of Donghua Clothing Company. It is a famous Italian brand, Connery's suit. In addition, Li Yi's appearance was not bad to begin with. At this time, he was set off by a straight suit, just like a boss who successfully returned home after going into business. Who is this? He looks quite elegant. Why do I look familiar? The young man is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a wife. Li clapped his hands and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. Today is the opening day of our Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Store. Thank you all for coming. On behalf of all the employees of my store, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and warm welcome to everyone who comes." Pa pa pa. After a round of warm applause, Li Yi continued, "I believe many of you have the flyers we distributed before in your hands, right? The content on the flyer is correct. The whole store is 20% off. If you enter with the flyer, you can enjoy 20% off, which is equivalent to a super low discount of 34% off. And the news that group purchases can reduce prices is of course true. The style of our clothing store is completely different from others. We purchase directly from manufacturers in the Guangzhou-Shenzhen area, and we are the exclusive distributor in Jiangnan province. I guarantee that you have never seen such a style, and you can never buy it in other stores except our store." After a brief speech, Li Yi immediately lifted the red cloth on the door, revealing the 4 golden signs of Jiangnan Beauty, and the opening ceremony officially ended. As the ceremony ended, customers swarmed into the store. When the customers entered the store, they were stunned by the decoration inside. The store, with a strong European and American style, immediately gave these young people who came to join in the fun a very novel feeling. Don't tell me, the decoration of this store is quite special. Yes, and this dress. Why have I never seen it before? Didn't people just say that this is the latest trend in Guangzhou and Shenzhen? Look at the dress that the little girl is wearing. It's really beautiful. Then someone asked, "Little girl, how much is this dress?" The beautiful shopping guide hurriedly replied, "This is the main model in our store. The original price is 199 yuan. Today, it is 20% off and only needs 159 yuan. If you have a flyer, you can enjoy another 20% discount and only need 127 yuan to buy it. Everyone was shocked by the price of this dress. 127 yuan for a floral dress was really beyond everyone's expectations. You should know that most workers now earn only more than 100 yuan a month, and there are not many who can afford such expensive clothes. But soon people found that except for those so-called main models, other clothes were not expensive overall. Take the short sleeves that sell for 20 to 30 yuan outside, for example. It only costs about 18 yuan after the discount in the store, which is really much cheaper. There are also the flared jeans that have just become popular. Other stores outside need at least 110 yuan, but here they only need 88 yuan, saving dozens of yuan. So, soon someone picked out the clothes they liked and went to the cashier to pay. As more people paid, a long line quickly formed in front of the cashier. Li looked at the hot scene in the store, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Reading? Although it took a lot of effort to run this store, Li was also very busy due to the tight time. But judging from the current situation, the effect is similar to what he expected, and even to a certain extent has exceeded Li Yi's expectations. Especially those young people. After hearing that these clothes are the most popular styles in Guangxing, their eyes naturally became a little hot. Some ladies are the most popular among them. In their eyes, the two kinds of clothes, step-on pants and bat shirts, are simply too beautiful. Girls who have never come into contact with this type of step-on pants before are all a little moved. Step-on pants are a kind of existence similar to leggings. In fact, the real origin is also from leggings. The fabric used for step-on pants is dark and elastic, and there is a ring belt on the sole of the foot. After putting it on, you can step on it to achieve a fixed effect. And the most important point is that step-on pants can perfectly show the curves of women's bodies. No matter how you move, you will not feel uncomfortable. Just this point alone, the step-on pants are enough to kill most of the popular pants on the market in Jiangnan City. Boss, how much do you sell these pants for? What are these pants called? The questioner was a young girl in her early 20s. Li judged from her dress that the girl's family should be considered good. Hearing this, Li stepped forward and said with a smile, "Girl, these pants are called step-on pants. Although the name is not very nice, it is much better than bell-bottom pants in terms of pattern, fabric, and price." The girl was wearing bell-bottom pants. When she heard Li Yi's explanation, she immediately became interested. Li smiled and took the pants off the clothes rack, handed them to the girl, and said, "Girl, we have a fitting room inside, which is the small compartment behind the brown door panel. You can try it." The girl nodded immediately after hearing Li Yi's words, and then walked into the compartment. Li noticed that the girl did not come alone. There were several companions around her, all of whom were girls. "Boss, how much is that dress in your window?" Li smiled and replied, "Little sister, you have good taste. This dress is called a windbreaker. It is the treasure of our store. This dress is imported from England by our head office. Although it is a bit expensive, I guarantee that you will be the most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng when you wear it. How much does it cost?" The original price is 300 yuan, and it is 240 yuan after discount. If you have a flyer, you can get 20% off. That is 192 yuan. Wow, so expensive? Although the price is indeed a bit high, it is a pass to fashion. Hearing this, the eyes of these girls lit up instantly. In fact, according to their family conditions, clothes of 200 yuan are still very easy. The parents of these girls are mostly entrepreneurs in business. "Boss, can I try on this windbreaker?" Li Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, no problem. I'll get it for you right away." After a little girl tried on the windbreaker, she paid the money with satisfaction. The other girls were not to be outdone, and soon the windbreaker side became lively. The shopping guide was very busy, and so was Su Qingnan. Even Li Yi sent a Chu and a few others to help her collect money, but it was still a bit too busy. Such a hot scene lasted until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, Li Yi and others were exhausted. Even Wei Kangan and his wife, and Li Fengyan and his wife, who came later, joined the army of helpers, but they were still exhausted. No one expected that the business would be so hot on the first day of opening. Female customers focused on pedal pants, while men's eyes were all on pilot jackets. This batch of pilot jackets was also brought back by Qin Donghua from England. They are divided into two batches. One is a jacket with fleece inside for winter wear, and the other is a jacket without fleece inside, which can be worn in spring and summer. Such jackets have actually been popular abroad for a long time, but they have not caused much response in the Guangzhou and Shenzhen markets. But Lee knows that after 30 years, this style of pilot jackets and baseball jackets are very popular. This style of clothing has been enduring for decades, and it has obviously withstood the test of the times perfectly. So the moment Li Yi saw these jackets in the clothing warehouse, he told Chen Donghua that he wanted all these jackets. The cost of jackets is not high, so the price is not as exaggerated as windbreakers, basically set at 40 or 50 yuan per piece. 50 yuan is not low, but it is still acceptable to ordinary people. So on the men's clothing side, in addition to short-sleeve t-shirts, flight jackets are the most sold. Because it was too tiring, Li Yi originally planned to operate until 6 p.m. and then close the store, and even thought that if the business was still good, he would close the store after 8 p.m. But by 4:30, they were so tired that they could not hold on any longer, and no one had eaten lunch. So Li Yi immediately decided to close the store on time at 5 o'clock. Then all the employees and the people who came to help went to the largest and most famous hot pot restaurant in the city to hold a celebration banquet. The elders naturally disagreed with Li Yi's decision, but seeing that everyone was really tired, they reluctantly agreed. This meal was eaten much faster than everyone expected, and it was over in less than an hour. Although the food was delicious, everyone was tired and wanted to go back and rest early. Li Yi did not force it. After dinner, he took Su Qingnan and his parents back to the meat processing factory. As soon as he entered the house, Su Qingnan nervously put down a canvas bag, and his expression relaxed a little. Li Yi knew that the money inside was collected today, and immediately said with a smile, "Sister, why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that someone will rob you?" Su Qingnan rolled her eyes at him, and then said, "There is money in here. If someone really robs it, I don't think you can still laugh. If someone really robs it, just give it to him." "Why?" "Because no amount of money is more important than you." Su Qingnan's pretty face suddenly blushed, and then said shyly, "My parents are still here, just talk nonsense." Li Fengyan coughed, and then hurriedly changed the subject, shouting, "How much money did you sell today? Did you lose or make money?" Su Qingnan hurriedly said, "I really don't count this. How about we count it now?" "Then count it." Then, at Su Qingnan's suggestion, the whole family sat around the small table and began to count the money. Seeing this scene, Li Yi immediately walked to the inner room in silence, guided Su Qingyao's study, and left a few people to count the payment. When Li Yi came to the inner room, he found that Su Qingyao was not studying. She seemed to be in a daze, and she didn't even notice Li Yi coming in. "What are you thinking about? So absorbed?" Li Yi asked. "Reading." Su Qingyao shuddered at first, and then a trace of panic flashed across her face, but she quickly covered it up. "Nothing, just thinking about the upcoming college entrance examination." "What? Are you nervous?" "A little bit, brother. What do you think if I don't pass the exam?" "If I don't pass the exam, I can't pass it. At worst, we can repeat a year. I'm here, so I'm not afraid." "Brother, you're so nice." Then Su Qingyao said again, "If I don't pass the exam, I'll come back and do business with you. You dare? I tell you, you have to go to college in this life." Li Yi said in a deep voice. "Why?" "Because my sister and I have already missed that age, but you are different. No matter how your academic performance is now, you still have a chance." Then Li Yi continued, "I don't want you to be as busy as my parents, my sister and I, and have no choice. As long as you study, your future will have unlimited possibilities. But studying is not the only way out." Li looked at her and said, "Yes, studying is not the only way out, nor is it the only way to success, but it is the closest way to success. Yao Yao, I know you don't like studying, and I don't think you will use the Pythagorean theorem when buying vegetables in the future. But it can decide whether you will buy or sell vegetables in the future. To put it bluntly, under the exam-oriented education of Longhua, grades are really everything. There are two roads for people to take. One is the road they must take. The other is the road they want to take. You must walk the road you must take beautifully before you can walk the road you want to take. There are some roads that you don't know how beautiful the scenery is if you don't walk on them. But, Yao, there are not so many buts. When you get the admission letter, you will find that this summer is very interesting. The watermelon is sweet, the soda is cool, and the effort is worth it. Brother, I know. Just then, a cheer suddenly came from outside the house. Then I saw Su Qingnan rushing in, grabbing Li Yi's hand and said excitedly, Xiaoyi, do you know how much money we sold this day? More than 60,000 yuan. How do you know? Su Qingnan asked in surprise. You should know that the three of them counted this number for more than half an hour, and Li didn't even look at the money in the bag and guessed it roughly. It's amazing. What's the big deal? I looked at the store's shipping list before I left. A total of 1,624 pieces of clothing were sold today, 107 pieces in area, and with an average price of about 100 yuan, about 10,000 yuan. 570 pieces in Area B, with an average price of 50 yuan each, about 28,000 yuan. The rest are in Area C, with an average price of about 20 yuan, totaling 950 pieces, less than 20,000 yuan. So today's turnover is about 60,000 yuan. Li Yi explained. It's amazing, you can even calculate this. How much is it? Li Yi asked with a smile. 60,765 yuan. Before Li Yi could speak, Su Qingyao said in surprise, so much, doesn't that mean you can earn back the rent of the store in one day? It's not that exaggerated. The 60,000 yuan is just the turnover, which also includes the purchase cost and the staff expenses in the store. The actual profit is far less than imagined. At this time, Li Fengyan's voice rang out from outside the door. Xiaoyi, have you calculated the gross profit margin of your store? Li Yi immediately said, the gross profit is about 100%, which means that all our clothes are listed for sale on the basis of doubling the price. And the actual net profit is about 70%. Wow. So you made 42,000 yuan today? Su Qingyao said in surprise. Li Yi stared at her carefully, and then said, I'm sure you weren't joking when you said you couldn't get into college. What do you mean? You're about to get into college. How can you get such a simple question wrong? Why did I get it wrong? Sales of 60,000 yuan, gross profit margin 100%. So how much is the cost in gross profit? 30,000. Then the net profit is 70% of the gross profit. What is the net profit? Su Qingyao blushed and said, 21,000. Was it wrong? Wrong. Su Qingnan immediately tried to smooth things over. Yaya didn't understand for a while, and 21,000 is also amazing. Li Fengyan also walked in at this time and said to Li Yi, Xiaoyi, look at the store's posture. Your clothing store should be successful, and we are relieved. But there are some things I, as a father, still want to talk to you about. Dad, please go ahead. After all, your store is not your exclusive business, so don't think that you don't respect Xiaowei's opinions because you have more shares. Since you have cooperated, you must respect each other. Dad, don't worry about this. Can I bully the third brother? Secondly, the accounts must be clear. Brothers have to settle accounts clearly, not to mention that you and Xiaowei are not brothers. Yes. In addition, it won't work if there is no one from our family in the store. I think Qingnan doesn't need to work on that shift, so I'll go to your store to help. Su Qingnan said immediately, Dad, I'm planning to discuss this with you. I plan to resign soon. No need to discuss. We agree. You go to the factory to handle the formalities tomorrow. I'll ask your Uncle Wei to approve it for you. Li Fengyan said. Okay. Li Yi's mother Zhang Yuehong added. Xiaoyi, Mom doesn't have any requirements for you. I just hope that you don't mess around when you have money and think more about your wife and children at home. Li Yi hurriedly said, Mom, look at what you said. Can I still do something to let my sister down? Humph. Haven't you done enough? Mom, let's not bring up the past. What woman doesn't bring up the past? Okay, I was careless. Li Yi said helplessly. Zhang Yuehong ignored Li Yi and said to Su Qingnan, Qingnan, don't spoil him all the time. You have to take care of him. Apart from the fixed pocket money every month, you can't give him more. You have to know that men become bad when they have money. Su Qingnan glanced at Li Yi and then smiled and said, Mom, I know. Anyway, I have told you what I should say. I don't know whether you will take care of it or not. Mom, I will definitely take care of it, Lee said helplessly. Mom, you are really my real mother. No one talked that night. The next morning, the young couple got up early. First, they sent their daughter to kindergarten. Then Li Yi took the bus to Lianhua Square, while Su Qingnan went directly to the meat processing factory to handle the resignation procedures. When they arrived at the store, Wei Sanpao and others had all arrived. While there was still some time before leaving the door, Li called Wei Sanpao to a small office separated from the inside. Seeing that the bloodshot in Wei Sanpao's eyes had not yet dissipated, Li immediately asked, "Why, didn't you sleep well last night?" "Well, the warehouse was hot and humid, and there were many mosquitoes. I was fighting with mosquitoes all night, so how could I sleep well?" "Haha, bear with it. I'll give you a whole electric fan in a few days. That will be much better." "That would be great." At this time, Li shifted the topic to sales. "Do you know how much we sold yesterday?" Wei Sanpao hurriedly asked. "I thought about it. Of course I thought about it. I didn't sleep well last night because of thinking about it. See if you have any potential. I'll tell you the truth. We sold a total of 61,000 yesterday." "Fuck." Suddenly, Wei Sanpao couldn't help but take a breath. "This, Brother E, am I dreaming? In less than 10 hours, we have sold more than 60,000 yuan. Of course I am not dreaming, and 60,000 yuan is not a lot. My brother, dear brother, that is 60,000 yuan, not 600 yuan. Okay, 60,000 yuan is just the turnover, not the net profit," Li said with a smile. "What is the net profit?" "About 20,000 yuan. You hold 5.5% of the shares, and the dividend is about 1,100 yuan. Wei Sanpao was stunned again. 1,100 yuan a day. This income is equal to his original annual salary. "Brother, are you sure you are not lying to me?" My little heart can't bear it." No wonder Wei Sanpao was so out of control. "This 1,100 yuan is just one day's income. What if it is 10 days? What about 20 days? What about a month? I can't imagine how much money this will make in a year. Look at your ability, but you should have some confidence. Such a high turnover is just an inflated value under the opening promotion. After these few days, the turnover will drop significantly and will eventually remain in a relatively balanced range." "I know. In addition, you and I only need to know about this matter. Don't go out and talk nonsense. After all, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others." "I know. I will pay attention. There is another thing I want to tell you. This store will soon be handed over to your sister-in-law. You have to help out more. Brother E, what about you? Why don't you manage it yourself?" Li smiled and said, "We signed an exclusive sales contract with Donghua Clothing for a province. How can a single store do it? I plan to inspect a few more places and open a few branches." "Open a branch so soon? Well, the sooner the better." "Okay then. Dividing line?" Although today is Monday, the flow of people is not less than yesterday, and it is even more popular. Since there were so many people who bought clothes yesterday, the difference was obvious when they compared them with the clothes at home after they went back. And some people who bought new clothes couldn't help but show off to their relatives and friends, which was undoubtedly giving Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Store a live GG. In the words of later generations, this is called tap water. So, word of mouth spread, and more people came today. And unlike yesterday, everyone came with the mood of watching the fun, and not many people really planned to spend money. But today is different. These people are very purposeful and have a strong desire to buy. So from the moment the door opened, there was a long line at the cashier. It was another busy day. From 8:30 in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening, no one ate a drop of water. In the middle, because many clothes were sold out, Li had to ask Wei Sanpao to rush back to the warehouse to replenish the stock. Because everyone was exhausted, they had no choice but to get off work early today. In order to reward all employees, today is still a hot pot restaurant. However, after finishing the meal, Li did not go home immediately, but returned to the store with Wei Sanpao and Su Qingnan, who came in the afternoon. They first counted today's turnover, and then temporarily formulated financial regulations and rules, and determined that all the turnover of the day must be sent to the bank next door for deposit at 5 o'clock every afternoon. After counting, Today's turnover hit a new high, reaching an astonishing 82,000 yuan. Although everyone knew that such a high turnover could not be maintained for a long time, they were still very excited. However, Li was still so humble, which made Wei Sanpao and Su Qingnan and others admire him very much. In fact, Li really knows this era too well. Now is the beginning of the second decade of reform and opening up when the planned economy is in full decline and the market economy is rising in full. In such an environment, it is equivalent to everywhere. Getting rich quickly is too common at this moment. Not to mention making thousands or tens of thousands of yuan a day. It is normal to make millions a day. For example, those profiteers who took advantage of the fact that the big brother in the north was about to fall apart made tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars in net profit from a single shipment. If we look at the world, we can't wait any longer. The United States even seized most of the national wealth accumulated by Big Brother for decades with just one action. That number is not measured in 100 million, but with the word one in front, that is 1 trillion. Therefore, this little money is not worth mentioning in Li Yi's opinion. If he continues to earn at this rate, when can he complete the first small goal? Dragging his tired body, Li Yi and Su Qingnan didn't return home until 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Su Qingyao had already picked up his daughter Wei Wei and bathed her to sleep. Seeing Su Qingyao, who was reviewing, Li Yi immediately walked over and asked, "Are you going back to school tomorrow?" "Well, the teacher asked me to go back and get the admission ticket and explain some precautions before the exam. Do you need me to take you back?" Su Qingyao was stunned for a moment, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "No, well, I'm grown up." Seeing Su Qingyao's slightly flustered words, Li didn't say much, but his eyes narrowed subconsciously. This girl must have encountered some problems. Li found that Su Qingnan was not in good shape these days. In fact, there were signs of this a few days ago, but because Li Yi and Su Qingnan were too busy, they didn't notice it. Li noticed it when he came back last night, but he didn't say much. Instead, he secretly observed the girl and soon realized that Su Qingyao was wrong. Something must have happened to this girl. Originally, Li thought that the root of the problem might be at home, or because he suddenly gave her a lot of pocket money, which made it difficult for the girl to adapt for a while. But soon found that it was not the case. The little girl's 5,000 yuan was still in the passbook, and not a penny was moved. Moreover, his parents didn't put any pressure on him these days, nor did they quarrel with his sister Su Qingnan. Obviously, the root cause was not at home. In this case, the contradiction is very clear, and the problem should be at school. But what happened that made this little girl, who has always been very hardworking and obedient, actually absent-minded? Li Yi's first reaction was, "Is my sister-in-law in love?" Because Su Qingyao's various behaviors are too much like unrequited love. But then, Li shook his head and drove this unrealistic idea out of his mind. Li Yi understood Su Qingyao's character. In his previous life, Su Qingyao had not found a boyfriend until she entered his company in her 30s. So this idea was not realistic at all. Why? Li looked at Su Qingyao at the small dining table and fell into deep thought. The college entrance examination is imminent, and we can't let some trivial things affect this girl's performance. We must find out about this matter. Li Yi immediately decided to go to Su Qingyao's school tomorrow. In the dead of night, after another intense exercise, the young couple snuggled together, enjoying the quiet after the passion. At this time, Li suddenly asked, "Sister, do you think Qingyao seems a little bit strange?" "I didn't notice it. What's wrong?" "I see that she is often in a daze these days, and she is absent-minded." "I don't know what's wrong with her." "You are not mistaken. How could it be? Is it because of a lot of pressure? After all, the college entrance examination is coming." "It's possible, but I am worried about other things, so I decided to go to the girls' school tomorrow to take a look." "Okay, I'll watch the store first, and you will go over after you are done." "Yeah." No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Su Qingyao got up as usual, washed, had breakfast, and then carried her school bag to school. Li Yi followed Su Qingyao and rushed to school just a few minutes after Su Qingyao left home. Su Qingyao didn't know that Li Yi had followed behind her. He kept his head down all the way and looked very listless. Li followed Su Qingyao from a distance, frowning. The girl didn't say why, and her mood was always so low. It was obvious that she was hiding something from her family. Su Qingyao's personality was similar to her sister's, and she was equally strong-willed. Why did this happen? Li kept watching Su Qingyao until she came to the bus stop, and his eyes were still fixed on Su Qingyao. There were not many people taking the bus during this time, so Li didn't dare to get too close. Why are you so timid? You act like a thief to me? Li laughed and laughed at himself, then stared at Su Qingyao again until she got on the bus. After Li saw the bus go away, he slowly came to the bus stop and waited for the next bus. The buses kept coming and going, but Li had the time. Anyway, the clothing store was now handed over to Su Qingnan. In addition, Wei Sanpao and the others followed, so there shouldn't be any problems. The next bus came soon, and Li got on the bus and went directly to Jiangqing No. 1 High School, where Su Qingyao was. Jiangqing No. 1 High School is a key high school in the city, and it has produced many college students, so it is also a relatively famous high school in Jiangqing, but it is not the top one. Li also went to high school here before, but he dropped out before graduation. Coming here again, Li's eyes are full of nostalgia. As expected, this school was demolished at the millennium, and then this school became a small wave in memory. When Li was standing at the school gate reminiscing, he naturally attracted the attention of the security guard. The security guard came forward and asked vigilantly, "Young man, what are you doing here? Are you looking for someone?" Li came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I'm a parent, looking for a teacher. I wonder if Miss G, the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 3, is here." The security guard immediately let down his guard when he heard Li's words and said with a smile, "Oh, so you are here to look for Teacher G? Then you come in first. Do you know where Teacher G is? This is really a coincidence. Teacher G just went out for an urgent matter. It is estimated that she will be back in 10 minutes. You can go to her office and wait for a while." Li then asked, "Will Teacher G pass by here when she comes back later?" "Yes. You can also wait for her here. Thank you very much." As he said, Li followed the security guard into the security room. The furnishings in the security room were very simple, with a small table, a cabinet that looked patinated, and a teacup with the slogan, "Serve the people," on it. There was also a small radio, which looked quite old. The teacup contained very valuable broken tea, which was tea foam. Looking at the peeling wall and the nearly 50-year-old security guard, Li couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. When I skipped classes, I was often caught by the security guard. I remember it was winter at that time. The winter in Jiangnan was so cold that it penetrated into the bone marrow. The security guard had no choice but to take the naughty kids back to the security room. Several people gathered around the brazier, listening to the old man talking about his experience in the army, and even got a piece of roasted sweet potato if they were lucky. Life was comfortable then. Thinking of this, Li asked curiously, "Uncle, let me ask you something. The old security guard who was here at the beginning seemed to be called Kai Weigua, right?" The current security guard shook his head and sighed. "You said old Kai. He's gone. Where did he go?" "Of course he got old and couldn't work anymore. So he left. Then do you know where he went?" "I don't know about that. I heard that he was picked up by his son. Some people said that old Kai went back to his hometown. Some people said that he died 2 years ago. Who knows?" Hearing this, Li felt his nose and eyes sore. In fact, in this era of floods and droughts, such things are too common. Some people may pass by each other forever. In this era, when transportation and communication are not very developed, the distance between them is too far. Li was sitting in the security room and chatting with the security guard when Su Qingyao's head teacher finally returned to school. To Li's surprise, Su Qingyao's class teacher, Teacher G, turned out to be a girl in her 20s. The security guard saw Li's surprised expression and said with a smile, "Why? Do you think Teacher G is too young?" Li nodded subconsciously, and the security guard continued to say with a smile, "Don't mention it yet. Teacher G is not old, but he has a good background. His family has a big background. Do you always know someone's background?" "I don't know the specific background yet, but she graduated from Jiangnan Normal University. She just came to No. 1 middle school this year, and became the head teacher of the 3rd grade of high school. Hearing this, Li Yi suddenly realized. It turns out that he is a top student who graduated from a key university, so it's no wonder. During the conversation, Teacher Ji opened the door of the security room and said with a smile, "Uncle Chin, please excuse me. No trouble. There happens to be someone here looking for you," Uncle Chin said immediately. Only then did Teacher Ji notice Li Yi next to security guard Uncle Chin. "Hello, who are you?" Hearing this, Li Yi smiled, stretched out his hand, and said, "Hello, Teacher Ji. I am Su Qingyao's brother, and my name is Li Yi." Teacher Ji finally understood after hearing this. To Li Yi's surprise, Teacher Ji grabbed Li Yi's extended hand with both hands in excitement. "Excuse me, do you work in a meat factory? Is your father's name Li Fengyan?" Li Yi was a little confused by Teacher Ji's attitude, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, my father is indeed called Li Fengyan, but I no longer work in the meat factory." Only then did Su Qingyao's head teacher realize that he had lost his composure. So he retracted his hand apologetically and explained with a smile. "That's right, Mr. Li. I wonder if you still remember that you captured a group of human traffickers and rescued a group of children some time ago." Li nodded when he heard this, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. This Teacher Ji is definitely related to one of the children. Facts have proved that Li Yi's guess was not wrong. Teacher Ji continued, "My name is Ji Qinghe, and among the children you saved, there happens to be my sister." "Really?" Li Yi then smiled and said, "That's just a simple task. Teacher Ji doesn't need to take it to heart." At this time, the security guard also reacted and said with a smile, "So you guys know each other? Then you guys chat first while I go out to patrol." As he spoke, the security guard walked out and closed the door. Ji Qinghe calmed down and then continued, "Mr. Li, the thing is like this. My sister is Ji Lingling. She's a biological sister. Last time my mother took her to the activity center to play, but she was rushed by the crowd. They broke up. Later, when they couldn't find anyone, they called the police, but there was no news at all after 2 days. It wasn't until later that the Public Security Bureau said they had found the person and asked us to claim it, that we realized it was you who saved my sister." When Li Yi heard this, he understood what happened. Originally, Ji Qinghe wanted to thank Li Yi, and her father also went to the meat factory in person. However, due to Lu Tongfu's obstruction, Li Yi was not seen in the end. "Teacher Ji, when the trafficker wanted to attack my daughter, I was impulsive, so I called a few friends and ransacked their homes. It was just a matter of convenience, so you don't have to take it to heart." When Ji Qinghe heard Li Yi's words, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. He didn't expect that Li Yi was quite open-minded and took this matter so lightly. This made Ji Qinghe couldn't help but give him a high look. After all, such a high level of thought was unusual. At this moment, Ji Qinghe remembered that Li Yi was Su Qingyao's brother, so he asked, "Mr. Li is Su Qingyao's brother? Then you should be here for Qingyao's affairs, right? I just happen to have some questions. Qingyao's recent state seems to be wrong." Hearing this, Li Yi frowned. "What's the situation?" Hearing this, even Ji Qinghe didn't know what happened to Su Qingyao. "Teacher Ji, you mean Qingyao is in a bad state? Did something happen?" Ji Qinghe replied, "I know Qingyao's academic performance during this period. There is an upward trend, and the teachers in each subject are also very satisfied. But one thing is very strange, and that is Qingyao's mental state, which seems to be very weak. I found teachers from various subjects, and they all said that Qingyao was often distracted, so I was a little worried. I found Qingyao and wanted to have a good talk with her. Qingyao's answer to me is that there's nothing wrong. It's just not enough sleep. There's a little rest time." Li Yi suddenly showed a helpless expression. The reason this girl came up with was far-fetched enough. You don't get much rest, and you will be in a fugue state for a few days? Obviously lying. But what is the reason that makes Qingyao, who has always been very obedient, become what she is now? There's something fishy here. Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes suddenly darkened. No matter what, be sure to find out the reason. Although Su Qingyao has a very strong character, he will never get into trouble. The problem must be within the school. Teacher Ji, I understand what you said. Thank you for your concern for Qingyao. Then Li Yi continued, "To be honest, I came to school because I found something wrong with Qin Yao. I want to check it out." Li Yi's words made Ji Qinghe frown slightly. Looking at Su Qingyao's condition in the class these days, there must be something wrong. Otherwise, according to Su Qingyao's personality, she would never be so shy, and she kept it a secret from both the school and the parents. So what went wrong? Li sighed. He originally thought that Ji Qinghe would know something, but it seems that this head teacher is not very clear. In this case, I can only ask Su Qingyao's classmates. Seeing that the day of the college entrance examination is approaching, there must be no accidents. This time, the college entrance examination will determine Su Qingyao's future development direction. Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes became more determined. "Teacher Su, I probably understand the problem. How about this? I asked Qingyao's classmates." Asked Qingyao's classmates? This is a solution. Ji Qinghe's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had an idea in mind. Out of concern for Su Qingyao and gratitude to Li Yi, Ji Qinghe is also very concerned about this matter. Read. After a little thought, Ji Qinghe suggested, "Mr. Li, how about this? I will call all the students who are on good terms with Su Qingyao, and then we will ask one by one. How about it?" Li nodded immediately after hearing this, indicating his agreement. At present, this is the only way to find the reason. A smile appeared on Ji Qinghe's face, and then he stood up and said, "Then please follow me, Mr. Li, just in time to rest in my office." Li nodded again, stood up, and followed Ji Qinghe, walking towards the office not far away. Ji Qinghe was actually a little curious about Li Yi, because he had heard before that Li Yi was a well-known gangster. Although he had a job in the meat processing factory, he was also a person who worked for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days. Unexpectedly, after seeing Li Yi in person, Ji Qinghe discovered that Li Yi was not the person who was idle all day long as rumored. And Li Yi spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly just now. And he was not arrogant even when he looked at her. What made her even more curious was that there was a strong sense of vicissitudes in Li Yi's eyes, which was not something that people of his age could have. This is a man with a story. This made Ji Qinghe even more curious. Who is this brother of Su Qingyao? But Li Yi's attention was all on the school. The current scene of the school is very different from the previous bungalow. The current school has been replaced with a 5-story teaching building, and the students' recess life is also richer. You can even see a few billiard tables in the corner of the playground. The entire teaching building is painted yellow, and it looks like it has just been renovated. It is now time for get out of class to end, so there are many students making a fuss on the playground. It is worth noting that Li Yi did not see Su Qingyao on the playground. Ji Qinghe, who was walking in front of Li Yi, suddenly turned around and said to Li Yi, "Mr. Li, Su Qingyao's class is in this building. Do you see the 2 girls standing over there?" Li looked in the direction of Ji Qinghe and indeed found 2 girls standing under a towering tree. They seemed to be chatting. Li nodded with a smile and then asked, "Are they Qingyao's friends?" Ji Qinghe nodded and said, "The girl with long hair is called Chen Qing, and the girl with short hair is called Li Yu. They have always had a good relationship with Su Qingyao, and they may know something." Li nodded seriously, then turned to Ji Qinghe and said, "Then please trouble Teacher Ji to call them over for me to ask." Ji Qinghe smiled and said, "Let's go to my office first. My office is not far from here, just in front." After arriving in the office, Li Yi sat on the sofa, looking at the decorations in the office with a strong sense of age, and a feeling of nostalgia rose in his heart. The period from 1990 to 1993 was the stage when Longgua's decoration and renovation industry was reborn from the ashes, and it was also a stage when the home decoration industry was about to rise. Before 1990, basically the entire Longhua economy was in an embarrassing situation. People are basically solving the problem of food and clothing, but after the 1990s, people's income increased, the country's economy gradually developed, and people's attention shifted from the problem of food and clothing to improving the quality of life. For this reason, Li Yi felt that he had to speed up his actions. The current goal is to solve Su Qingyao's college entrance examination problem, and then prepare to acquire the meat processing plant. The meat processing plant is about to enter the reform stage, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Li Yi. Mr. Li, please sit down first. I will call Chin Ching and Li Yu over. Li Yi smiled and nodded, then picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. After taking a sip of tea, Li became a little curious. This tea is not ordinary. At least according to the income of an ordinary high school teacher, it should be unaffordable. It seems that Jiqing's family also has some background. Most of them are a girl from a wealthy family. Jiqing didn't leave for long and returned to the office a few minutes later. Behind Jiqing followed two girls, the same ones he saw on the playground. Li looked at the two girls, and a very gentle smile appeared on his face. The two girls looked at each other and were very curious about the man sitting in the office. Isn't this Su Qingyao's brother? Why is he here? Is he here to find Su Qingyao? At this time, Jiqing said, Chen Qing, Li Yu, you should all know this person. He is Su Qingyao's brother. I know. The two girls nodded and said. Jiqing immediately said, it's good to know him. The teacher asked you to come here mainly to understand from you whether Su Qingyao has encountered any problems during this period. Chen Qing and Li Yu looked at each other and suddenly became a little hesitant. Li saw the expressions of the two girls, and his face immediately became serious. I found the right person. It seems that these two girls obviously know something. Then the next thing will be easy. It's okay. Just tell me what you know. Then Li Yi continued. Qingyao's recent state is a little bit wrong, and we also need your help to figure out what happened. Li Yi's words made Chen Qing and Li Yu feel relieved at the same time. So the two looked at each other, and Chen Qing spoke first. Qingyao has indeed encountered trouble recently. We don't know that she didn't tell her family. What trouble? Tell me, Li Yi said hurriedly. The girl named Chen Qing said immediately. Some time ago, a few gangsters appeared near the school and always came to harass us. Qingyao happened to leave the school with us and saw these gangsters. One of the gangsters wanted to come up and make a move on Li Yu, but was stopped by Qingyao. Unexpectedly, the gangster wanted to do it again, and he had a knife in his hand. Qingyao reacted quickly at the time, picked up a brick and hit the gangster's head. Then this gangster has been harassing Qingyao recently, asking her to pay for medical expenses and so on, and said that if she didn't get 1,000 yuan within 5 days, he would go to the police station to report the case. Let the police take Qingyao away. After hearing Chen Qing's words, Li Yi's face immediately became gloomy. I didn't expect such a thing to happen around the school. And these gangsters are too crazy. In broad daylight, they can still blackmail high school students. Jiqing also had the same expression. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen to Su Qingyao. And it shouldn't happen that this kind of thing happened around the school. It seems necessary to talk to Uncle Li about this matter and ask him to take good care of the public security in the area. Jiqing felt that the parents of the children must be consulted on this matter, and then asked, Mr. Li, how do you plan to solve this problem? Hearing Jiqing's words, Li Yi said lightly, Teacher Ji, you don't have to worry about this matter. Just leave it to me. Do you need me to ask the police station for help? Li shook his head and said, Not for the time being. I will ask you when I need it. Okay, don't be impulsive in everything. Don't worry. After saying this, Li left the school immediately. Read. Before leaving, Li Yi carefully asked Chen Qing and Li Yu about the situation of those gangsters. What surprised Li Yi was that these gangsters were not old, and they were about the same age as Su Qingyao. According to the two girls, those gangsters were likely students from a nearby technical secondary school. After learning about this situation, Li had a bottom line in his heart. In this era, the high school entrance examination is a very serious problem. There are many students who can't even get into a good high school, but there is another way in front of them, that is technical secondary school. In the 1990s, technical secondary schools and colleges were also very popular in society because they relied on technology to make a living. People who graduated from technical secondary schools entered society 2 years earlier than college students and could learn more technology in society, so they could often find a stable job. There are also many technical secondary schools in Jiangnan province. Of course, not all students in technical secondary schools are learning technology peacefully. There are always some students who are idle, skip classes every day, and often frequent places such as billiard halls and video game halls. It seems that the gang of hooligans that Su Qingyao met should be this kind of people. Li Yi's eyes became very serious in an instant. These problems are no longer something that Su Qingyao can solve. Now that the ins and outs of the matter have been figured out, it's time for me, my brother, to appear. No matter what, no one can bully Su Qingyao in front of me. Although Su Qingyao has no blood relationship with me, she still occupies an extremely important position in my life, even as much as Su Qingnan. In the previous life, although this girl always complained about him, she was still a good helper in his work and a good partner in life. Yes, a partner. Of course, this partner is different from the partner usually understood and is not a lover. At the beginning of his business, Li was very busy every day and had no time to take care of himself. During that time, Su Qingyao took care of him. And since Su Qingnan committed suicide, the relationship between him and his parents has been very stiff. During this period, Su Qingyao has been helping him take care of his parents. Until he was reborn, this silly girl has been helping him silently, so that she is not married in her 40s. It can be said that this girl has devoted her life to him and the entire Li family. How can he let others bully her? Therefore, one of Li Yi's important wishes after his rebirth is to help this girl get into college. At present, the university has not expanded its enrollment, and it is indeed a bit difficult to pass. But for Li Yi, as long as he patiently tutors Su Qingyao for a period of time, it will not be a big problem. After all, he is a cheat. Besides, Su Qingyao's grades in school are not too bad, just a little biased. Li Yi believes that with his help, Su Qingyao will be able to overcome the difficulties. However, if she is entangled by these gangsters, the problem will be serious, which may directly affect Su Qingyao's college entrance examination. So this matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. But if you want to deal with this matter, you must find someone first. Since those gangsters often come to block Su Qingyao, then I will wait for them, but I can't do it alone. Li Yi immediately thought of his brothers. Dividing line? Half an hour later, Li Yi returned to the clothing store. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Wei Sanpao holding a hammer, clanging on the sign, and I don't know what he was doing. Old Third. What are you doing? When Wei Sanpao heard Li Yi's voice, he immediately put down the hammer, rubbed his hand on his vest, turned around and said with a smile, "Brother E, this sign is a little crooked. I'm not taking advantage of the few people in the store to fiddle with it." Li looked inside the store, and sure enough, several customers were choosing clothes in the clothing store. But Li Yi did not see Su Qingnan and immediately asked, "Old Third, have you seen your sister-in-law?" Wei Sanpao climbed down the ladder directly after hearing this and replied, "Sister-in-law is inside. Didn't you see it?" "Maybe I didn't see it clearly." Then Li patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and whispered, "Old Third, call a few brothers for me in the afternoon to go to number 1 high school." "Why go to number 1 high school?" "Yao Yao had something wrong at school. Find a few people who can fight." When Wei Sanpao heard this, his eyes widened immediately. Did someone bully Yao Yao? Damn, which bastard is so bold? "Brother, do you need to bring any weapons? How many people do you need?" Li pulled his mouth helplessly. Wei Sanpao looks much more mature now, but in fact he is still a hot-blooded young man. "No need to bring weapons. They're just a few brats. Just scare them, and it will be fine." Wei Sanpao nodded after hearing this, but he was still a little indignant. Someone actually dared to bully Su Qingyao. This is really a big guts. Li was about to enter the door, but before he pushed the door, he saw Su Qingnan coming out. The moment he saw Su Qingnan's eyes, Li thought to himself that it was not good. Could Su Qingnan have heard what he said just now? Li prayed in his heart, smiled, and greeted him, saying, "Sister, I'm back. What's going on with Yao Yao? Don't fool me." Li sighed, and then he told the situation he just learned from the school in detail. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, Su Qingnan's face was not very good. "So you plan to take Sanpao and the others to scare those little hooligans?" Li shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Qingyao has been bullied. Of course we have to retaliate. Can we call the police?" Su Qingnan said worriedly. Obviously, she didn't agree with Li Yi's way of solving the problem. However, Li shook his head and said, No. Why? They are blackmailing and can't call the police? First, we don't have enough evidence at present, and second, Yao did hit people with bricks, so even if we find the police, they can't do anything about this kind of thing. They will just treat it as a child who is ignorant. Su Qingnan frowned slightly when he heard Li Yi's words and asked in a low voice, "Will there be any problems if this is done? What if those little hooligans come to trouble Qingyao again?" Li Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "It won't be a problem. Just believe me, I am best at dealing with such little hooligans." "Okay, but don't hurt anyone again." "Don't worry, I know my limits." At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei Sanpao found Li Yi and said, "Brother Yi, what time does Qingyao get out of school in the evening?" "Next evening self-study should be around 9:30 p.m. Should we hurry up and squat?" When Li Yi heard this, he immediately put other things behind him. The top priority now is to quickly solve Qingyao's problem. "Red, that's right. Then you go find your brothers first and call Dachu and the others." Then Li Yi said again, "Let me say a few words to your sister-in-law and let all the brothers come to the store later." Wei Sanpao nodded, put on his military green crossbody bag, and left the clothing store. Li looked at Wei Sanpao's somewhat menacing back, smiled, and shook his head. Su Qingnan was still a little worried. Her sister had been in a bad mood these days. It turned out that she was pestered by some gangsters at school. This makes Su Qingnan very worried. She knows her sister's character very well. She will definitely not give in to a few gangsters when encountering such a thing. It's about to pass, so you should be careful. Hearing Su Qingnan's worried words, Li Yi smiled and patted Su Qingnan's shoulder and said, "Sister, don't worry." Soon, Wei Sanpao gathered the people together. Li Yi took a look and saw that there were more than 20 people. In addition to Xiaowu and Dachu in the store, there are also some people Li Yi doesn't know. Except for Wei Sanpao and others, all of these people were dressed in two-strand vests, shorts, and rubber shoes. Arriving in front of everyone, Li Yi said loudly, "The third child has told you, right? My sister was blackmailed by gangsters at school. What do you think we should do?" After listening to Li Yi's words, Xiaowu was the first to stand up and said loudly, "Beat him. Can you bear this?" Immediately afterwards, Dachu also said loudly, "That's right. Let the copycat go. Teach him how to be a good man." Weizi directly picked up the shovel at the door of the store, obviously intending to take action directly. Li Yi twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly, but he felt a little warm in his heart. No matter when the time comes, these brothers standing beside me will always be the most trustworthy people. 30 years later, when Li Yi became famous, all the people standing around him were friends, but there was no one whom Li Yi could call a brother. Those so-called partners basically call themselves brothers because of their own interests. Therefore, the wealthy Li Yi is very lonely mentally. Now it's completely different. Although Li Yi's career has just started, he has a happy family and the best brother. For Li Yi, this is something worth being happy about. Li nodded and said again, "Put the things down. We are here to solve the problem, not to beat people. We can convince people with virtue. Besides, it's just a few gangsters, so they don't need this kind of thing. Okay, listen to Brother E." Then more than a dozen people walked towards the school while talking. The clothing store is not far from the school, about 3 kilometers away, and it only takes 40 minutes to walk. Li Yi signaled Wei Sanpao to take a few people to stand in the woods behind the school, while he walked towards the school gate. There are still 10 minutes left until school is over, and those currently surrounding the school gate are parents who are preparing to pick up their students from school. Li Yi carefully looked at the parents at the school gate, but did not find any gangsters inside. Most likely, these gangsters were afraid that things would get serious, so they planned to stop Su Qingyao on her way home from school. Li Yi turned back to the woods where Wei Sanpao and others were hiding, whispered a few words, and then turned and walked out of the woods. Wei Sanpao and others bypassed the school and walked into a small alley. The location of this small alley is a bit remote, but it is the only way for Su Qingyao to go home. If those little gangsters want to block people, they will definitely choose this place. Li Yi returned to the school gate again, waiting for Su Qingyao to finish school. Dividing line. At 9:40, Su Qingyao's figure appeared in front of Li Yi. Li Yi walked forward with a smile on his face. The moment Su Qingyao saw Li Yi, She seemed very surprised, but she still walked up to him quickly. Su Qingyao looked at Li Yi standing in front of her with surprise on her face. No matter what, Li Yi is always his brother. It is of course very happy for him to come to pick him up. Brother, why are you here? Where's my sister? Li Yi smiled, patted Su Qingyao's shoulder, and said with a smile, What? Can't brother come and lend you a favor after school? Is not what it means. Li Yi immediately said, Your sister has gone home. She asked me to take you back and help you with your homework. Su Qingyao nodded subconsciously, but suddenly seemed to remember something, shook her shoulders and said, Brother, those little gangsters said they would come find her after school today. What if I have a conflict with them? Will they take action then? Thinking of this, Su Qingyao felt a little panicked. Of course, Li Yi saw Su Qingyao's thoughts, but he did not expose it directly. He just said with a smile, Let's go. Your sister is still waiting for you at home. She made stew today to replenish your body. Su Qingyao was still a little nervous and could only nod when she heard it, but she didn't say anything. Brother, have you been to school today? Hearing Su Qingyao's words, Li Yi was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Qingyao to ask him this. But he still nodded and said with a smile, I came to see you and look for your class teacher, by the way, but you were not in the class at that time, so I didn't find you. What did Teacher Ji say? Your class teacher said that your learning state is very good. As long as you work hard, it will be no problem to go to a good university. Hearing Li Yi's words, Su Qingyao nodded, but he was still a little uneasy in his heart. So Su Qingyao asked again, Brother, didn't Teacher Ji say anything else? Li raised his eyebrows, then shook his head, and asked with a little curiosity in his tone, No, what's wrong? Did you cause any trouble at school? Su Qingyao immediately shook his head and said, Of course not. I'm just a little curious. As they talked, the two walked side by side towards the alley. With every step forward, Su Qingyao's worry became stronger. Finally, after reaching the entrance of the alley, Su Qingyao stopped. Brother, I have something to tell you. Li Yi smiled secretly in his heart. This girl finally couldn't hold herself any longer. Read. Seeing the resolute look on this girl's face, I felt a little funny. However, Li Yi interrupted Su Qingyao directly and said first, It's about those little gangsters, right? Brother, you know everything? Well, it's a good thing to act bravely when someone is right, and it's not wrong to fight for a friend's injustice. I also know that you can't swallow this breath. Then Li Yi changed his voice and continued, But next time something like this happens, don't hide it. Tell me directly. My sister, and I will be worried if you do this. Elder brother. As he spoke, Li Yi slowly reached out his hand, gently stroked Su Qingyao's hair, and said with a smile, Leave the rest to my brother. Su Qingyao obviously did not expect this situation and was stunned on the spot. Brother, why are you so nice to me? Li Yi walked towards the alley and said with a smile, Because I am your brother. When Su Qingyao heard this, she felt sweet in her heart. Yes, this is my brother. Seeing that Li Yi had already started to move forward, Su Qingyao quickly came to her senses and followed him. Suddenly, Su Qingyao seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, Brother, those gangsters are from the nearby technical secondary school. There are quite a few of them. So what? Li Yi asked with disdain. Brother, otherwise forget it, let's not leave from here. They will definitely wait for us here. Li Yi smiled faintly, and then said confidently, Qingyao, have you forgotten what my brother used to do? Then Li Yi continued, A few gangsters are nothing compared to playing brave and ruthless. Your brother and I are invincible in all the meat factories. Looking at the whole Jiangcheng, how many people dare to challenge me? Hearing Li Yi's half-joking and half-serious words, Su Qingyao couldn't help laughing. She had forgotten that Li Yi was the most famous gangster leader within a few streets of the meat factory. Li Yi's serious appearance now makes people forget his previous glorious history. The two people came to the middle of the alley talking and laughing. At this moment, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. The leader was a little yellow man with a short haircut, earrings, and jeans. When Li Yi saw this scene, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that my guess is right. These little gangsters are all waiting for me here. At this time, Xiao Huangmao walked up to him with an arrogant look and asked sternly, "Smelly girl, can you knew we were coming and found someone to help you in advance. I'm telling you, don't think that if you find a pretty boy who looks like a human, we will let you go. Hurry up and pay me the medical bills, or we'll beat up this pretty boy too." Li Yi carefully looked at the group of gangsters up and down and focused on the leader with sharp eyes. These gangsters are generally around 17, 18, 15, or 16 years old, but they are all about 1.71 meters tall. It is indeed a bit scary to come out in groups like this. But will Li Yi be intimidated? The answer is of course no. Li Yi walked forward with a smile and said in a deep voice, "For the sake of you who are still students, I will give you a chance. Get out now and don't appear in front of my sister again. This matter will be revealed today. Pass it or bear the consequences." The little gangster was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect that Li Yi would say that. Could it be that this pretty boy couldn't tell where there were more people and where there were less people? "I said, boy, is your brain broken?" Then someone next to him helped. "Give us a chance. You are capable, right? I will give you a chance. Now apologize to us. This matter will be considered in the past." Huh? A somewhat sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Li Yi's mouth. And then he said lightly, "It seems that you were drinking as a penalty instead of toasting? Why? You are beating us up in a group all by yourself. It's so scary." Ah! Li Yi's face did not change, and he still looked indifferent, and then said, "The group fight is true, but I am not alone." Immediately afterwards, Li Yi suddenly blew a loud whistle into the distance. The sound of the whistle was the signal, and soon a large group of people rushed out of the woods not far away, and in an instant the alley was surrounded by water. Compared to the gangsters who only had a dozen or so people, Wei Sanpao's group of 20 or 30 people was really too many. And unlike these technical secondary school students, Wei Sanpao and others have been struggling in society for several years, and their aura is naturally beyond the comparison of these little gangsters. "Boy, are you the leader?" The moment they saw Wei Sanpao and others, these gangsters were stunned for a moment. "Damn it, what kind of god did you mess with? Why did so many people come all of a sudden?" Yes, I am their boss, you." Before the little gangster finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wei Sanpao. "Okay, you can shut up. You are from a technical secondary school, right? Come on, let's go talk to your principal. I'll see how your principal handles you." These gangsters were stunned when they heard Wei Sanpao's words. "Damn it, what are you going to do? With so many people gathered around, aren't they going to fight? Why are you going to the school to find the principal, Mr. Zhao? That's unethical. Wait a minute, this is between us. Why are you looking for the school?" The gangster had just finished half of his words when Wei Sanpao and others surrounded him. These gangsters were bold enough. At the age of 15 or 16, they were fearless. When they saw Wei Sanpao and others surrounding them, some of them rushed up immediately. Wei Sanpao was not polite either. He threw the guy in the front in a clean and neat back throw and knocked him to the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Yi sneered and shook his head. Wei Qinggan was a scout in the army. Wei Sanpao had been training with him since he was a child. His fighting ability was not comparable to that of a few gangsters. Wei Sanpao's clean and neat skills directly shocked a few gangsters who had never seen the world. Coupled with the threat of taking them to see the principal, they all knew that the things they had done would only be expelled in front of the principal. So, they were tough for less than 5 minutes, and then they all started to beg for mercy. "Brother, please forgive us. We really didn't mean it. Yes, brother, please don't send us to school. We really know we are wrong. You are a generous man." Li looked at the gangsters begging for mercy in front of him, and a very helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this not good enough? These young people now say that they want to go out to mix in society when they are in their teens, but they end up like this? Li didn't want to embarrass them, and immediately said, "You are so ugly and want to learn to be gangsters. Don't embarrass your parents at home. And do you know what you did to my sister? The law calls this extortion. If you force it, it is robbery. Do you know the sentencing standard code for this matter in our country? The former is more than 3 years and less than 7 years, and the latter is more than 10 years or even death penalty. At present, There is a crackdown across the country. If you're sent to the Public Security Bureau, the probability of being sentenced to a heavy sentence is almost 100%. These gangsters were shocked by Li Yi's words. They had never thought about this. If they are really sent to prison, their lives will be ruined. In fact, Li didn't say one more thing. That is, they're the targets of severe punishment by the state at present. Once discovered, they will be dealt with severely. Wei Sampao in his previous life was suppressed under this background. Seeing these gangsters in front of him, Li couldn't help but think of Wei Sampao. Forget about this matter today. If we know that you blackmail high school students and touch girls again in the future, I will send you directly to the Public Security Bureau and let the police punish you. Do you understand? Hearing this, the gang leader naturally nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Meat factory. Family building. After returning home from the store, Su Qingnan was a little uneasy. Because he was too busy these days, Wei Wei was taken away by her grandmother. Li Yi and his sister were not there, and the whole house was empty. In front of the small dining table, Su Qingnan stood there with a worried look on his face, holding the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands, obviously very uneasy. It's not that Li Yi has never fought with others before. Although Su Qingnan was very disgusted with Li Yi going out to fight, he could never persuade him. Every time Li Yi came home injured, Su Qingnan would cry silently while helping Li Yi deal with his wounds. For Su Qingnan, Li Yi was like a younger brother who would never grow up in front of her. Today, Li Yi took someone out, and Su Qingnan was afraid that he would make a mistake again and hurt someone or someone would hurt him, which was not good. At this moment, the chirping sound of a little girl came from the door, and the sound sounded quite like his sister Qingyao. Su Qingnan took 2 steps at a time and hurriedly opened the door. Sure enough, Li Yi and Su Qingyao were seen walking upstairs, talking and laughing. Seeing that the two had no obvious injuries, Su Qingnan breathed a sigh of relief and was slightly relieved. Li Yi and Su Qingyao also saw Su Qingnan standing at the door. Knowing that she was worried, Li Yi immediately showed a warm smile on his face. Su Qingnan's pretty face was slightly red, and then asked, "Is everything resolved?" Li Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "It's okay, just a few blind hooligans. Can they still rebel against the sky? Didn't do anything to them? No, I just scared them, didn't hit them." Su Qingnan obviously didn't believe what Li Yi said. Did he call so many people over just to scare those hooligans? Su Qingyao obviously saw her sister's worry and immediately said, "Sister, my brother really didn't hit anyone this time. Will those little hooligans restrain themselves if he didn't hit anyone? I think they dare not show off anymore." "Sister, you didn't see that my brother scared those little hooligans to kneel down and beg for mercy with just a few words. Hey, how'd he do it? My brother first threatened to take them to the school principal, and those little hooligans were afraid of being expelled, so their legs were weak. Then my brother said that they were extortion and robbery, and they would be sent to the Public Security Bureau for at least 10 years in prison. And those guys were even more scared." Su Qingnan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at his sister with burning eyes. "Yao Yao, when you encounter such a thing, why don't you tell your family first?" "Sister, do you know how worried I am? I almost called the police." Su Qingyao heard Su Qingnan's tone and obviously realized that her sister was really angry this time. Su Qingyao couldn't help but look towards Li Yi for help, but Li Yi shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had no other options. Sitting on a chair, watching Su Qingnan scolding Su Qingyao, Li Yi had a very warm smile on his face. Then, the TV on the counter attracted Li Yi's attention. In the 1990s, televisions were not yet fully popular, so this thing became one of the 3 major items for marriage. The 12-inch black and white TV in Li Yi's home was bought by his parents when they got married, and it has been 5 years old. At this time, the news broadcast on the TV was about the discussion on the development of domestic refrigerators. After listening to it for a while, Li Yi sat up straight. He suddenly thought of something, which was about refrigerators. Li Yi remembered that at this time in his previous life, someone had made a lot of money through refrigerators. That person was also an entrepreneur, but later became the most powerful trader in the entire Dragon Country. At that time, Longwo was encouraging the development of domestic industry, especially in the field of electronic machinery, which was very important. So there was such a requirement. Refrigerators below 360 liters could not be imported from abroad, but only domestic ones. However, although domestic refrigerators of this era had technology, they could not be compared with foreign ones at all, and the production methods were just in the initial stage. People who spent a lot of money to buy domestic refrigerators were in a very embarrassing situation. So that person saw this business opportunity. He first ordered a batch of 361-liter refrigerators from abroad and imported a large number of them into Longwa. At that time, Longwa stipulated that refrigerators below 360 liters were refrigerators, and refrigerators of 361 liters could be called refrigeration machinery. Although the import of refrigerators was prohibited, refrigeration machinery was allowed to be imported. It was precisely because of this loophole that this person later became one of the most famous entrepreneurs and made more than 10 million with tears. At present, Jiangnan province and surrounding provinces and cities are still using domestic refrigerators. So you can completely copy the method of that person. Thinking of this, Li Yi smiled. Li Yi remembered that the restructuring of the meat processing plant was about to begin, and he had to save enough money before that. The reason why Li Yi was obsessed with acquiring the meat processing plant was not only because he would have the opportunity to make a bigger fortune after taking over the meat processing plant. More importantly, this was the lifelong hard work of his father Li Fengnian and the older generation such as Wei Kanggan, and he would not allow others to ruin it. Moreover, this was also the best memory of him and Su Qingnan. However, it is not easy to take over the meat processing plant. After all, this is the largest raw meat supply enterprise in Jiangnan province, and the entire plant has a large plate. Apart from other things, the entire plant alone covers an area of more than 500 acres. Moreover, this is the provincial capital city. Although it is a remote suburb, 1 acre of land is worth at least 30,000 yuan. Adding the buildings and production equipment on the ground, it is impossible to take it down without tens of millions. When the meat processing plant was restructured in the previous life, the enterprise asset value in the first round of review was as high as 80 million, and then the debt was 42 million, and the book value was 38 million. Later, due to Lu Tongfu's secret operation, the asset value was finally compressed to 50 million, and the debt increased to 45 million. Such a large factory was bought by someone for only 5 million. And this became the most important evidence of Lu Tongfu's final liquidation. Although Lu Tongfu was sent to prison and there was a high possibility that he would be directly executed, Li did not know whether those who were staring at the meat processing plant in the past were still staring at this piece of fat meat. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, he could only rely on money and spend a lot of money. But looking at his current assets, it was less than 1 million at most, which was not an exaggeration to say that it was a drop in the bucket. Therefore, he had to make money as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really miss this good opportunity. In the next few days, the overall situation of the clothing store was similar to what Li expected. When the GG effect began to be greatly discounted, the turnover also began to shrink from 80,000 yuan per day at its peak. It dropped directly to less than 40,000 yuan and finally stabilized at 30,000 yuan. Li knew that the potential of the Lianhua Plaza store was just like this. If he wanted to increase the turnover, the only way was to continue to open new stores. In view of this, after some investigation, Li decided to open another new store in the densely populated Old City area in the east of the city. Due to previous experience, the site selection and decoration of the new store were completed quickly. Then, Li transferred half of the employees of the old store to the new store and promoted Sun Chu, De Chu, who had the highest cultural level among the brothers, to be the manager of the new store. On July 3rd, on the 10th day after the flagship store opened, the Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Old City store also opened in a high-profile manner. With the reputation of the flagship store, although the new store did not have a huge turnover at the beginning, it performed very well. The total turnover in the first 3 days reached 70,000 yuan, an average of more than 20,000 yuan per day. Compared with the 300 square meters of the new store, this revenue is already very good. The two stores shipped at the same time, and soon the first batch of clothing ordered from Donghua Clothing in Guangzhou and Shenzhen removed half of the inventory. And after more than 10 days, Li Yi also received more than 600,000 yuan in payment. At the moment, Li Yi asked Wei Sanpao to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen again and asked him to continue to purchase the second batch of goods from Donghua Clothing. The reason why Li Yi did not go in person was that he wanted to train Wei Sanpao, and secondly, he had more important things to do at the moment, because the college entrance examination was coming. In July in Jiangnan City, the weather became hotter and hotter. But compared with the hot weather, what made people feel more breathless was the college entrance examination. The 3 days of July, 7th, 8th, and 9th were the time for the college entrance examination. Starting from July 5th, all high school students in the city began to have holidays. One was to arrange the examination room, and the other was to let the senior high school students relax and adjust their mentality before the college entrance examination. But in fact, which senior high school student would relax? Most of them chose to review at home, and Su Qingyao was no exception. Su Qingyao has not been in a good mood these days. The college entrance examination is the first difficult hurdle in her life. For this reason, Li Yi put down his work and stayed with Su Qingyao. At the same time, Li Yi mixed the college entrance examination questions he remembered with the real college entrance examination questions of previous years for Su Qingyao to practice repeatedly. Even including the composition questions, Li Yi took them out directly. Although Li Yi did not remember all the original college entrance examination questions of the 6 subjects, he remembered all the important questions. He believed that Yao Yao could get into a good university with these questions alone. At the small dining table, Li Yi patiently explained the exercises to Su Qingyao over and over again. I explained this question to you yesterday. It's in the past tense. Although foreigners don't pay much attention to grammar when they speak, we should pay attention to it because it happened in the past, so, in addition, you must make him express a doubtful tone so that you can achieve your goal. In order to make the examiner understand, you must pay attention to the grammar. Li Yi, who had explained grammar to Su Qingyao for a whole morning, was already a little dry-mouthed. But for Su Qingyao's future, Li didn't dare to relax at all. Su Qingyao admired Li Yi more and more. She didn't expect that her brother seemed to be ignorant and like a street kid. But behind the scenes, he was so knowledgeable and talented. He really knew everything about astronomy and geography, and he was like a top student. Li Yi was not at ease at all. After all, the college entrance examination was not a joke. This was almost equivalent to Su Qingyao's first turning point in life, and he must grasp it well. Moreover, there are too many accidental factors in the college entrance examination. The learning level is one thing, but the mentality and the examination environment are also important factors that affect the performance of the college entrance examination. In addition, the college entrance examination lasts for 3 days, and the subjects to be tested are politics, Chinese, mathematics, and foreign languages. These 4 subjects are required. Among them, politics and foreign languages are 100 points, and then Chinese and mathematics are 120 points. The rest are divided into liberal arts and science. The subjects to be tested for liberal arts are history and geography, and the full marks for these 2 subjects are 100 points. The subjects to be tested for science are chemistry and physics, and the full marks for chemistry and physics are 100 points. Su Qingyao is a liberal arts student, so the subjects to be tested are history and geography, plus the required Chinese, mathematics, politics, and foreign languages. According to Su Qingyao's real level, Li Yi estimates that he can get about 430 points, which is between junior college and second-tier universities. This is still under normal performance. If the performance is abnormal, it is likely to be a junior college. In her previous life, Su Qingyao's final college entrance examination score was 401, 14 points short of the second-tier line. But now, Li Yi's expectation for her is 550 points. This score is 40 points higher than the first-tier line, and basically all universities in Jiangnan province can be admitted. But Li Yi also knows that it is often difficult to reach a consensus between expectations and reality, so he can only let it go. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination, and Su Qingyao has almost finished a review, so Li Yi decided to have a good meal at home in the evening to cheer the little girl up. In the afternoon, Li Yi went to the market to buy some spare ribs, fish, and chicken. He also notified his parents to come over after get off work in the evening. In the house, Li Yi was busy in the kitchen, while Su Qingyao was packing up the tools for the exam. Yao Yao. Remember to read all the questions carefully before answering them. It doesn't matter if you don't know the questions, put them aside and answer them at the end. You will definitely be nervous, but just keep a normal mind when doing the questions. Su Qingyao was sorting out her exam tools while listening to her sister's nagging. In the kitchen, the sound of her brother cooking came out, and in the small bedroom, her parents were playing with Wei Wei. Su Qingyao suddenly felt full of happiness, and her mood couldn't help but relax. The family had a very happy meal. During the meal, almost everyone told Su Qingyao not to feel stressed and just try her best, which once again made Su Qingyao's originally nervous mood relaxed. But Li knew that there was no way to be nervous in the current college entrance examination. The college entrance examination in the 1990s was far from being comparable to the college entrance examination 30 years later. Before Li was reborn, the number of people who were successfully admitted in the college entrance examination accounted for about 80 to 90% of the high school students in the country, which means that it is easy to get into a university, but it is difficult to fail. Of course, this is only for ordinary universities, and those truly famous universities are still very difficult to get into. But now is 1991, and nearly 3 million people have taken the college entrance examination in the country, and the number of people admitted is only 620,000. The admission rate is only 21%. But even this 21% also includes a large number of junior college students, so you can imagine how difficult it is to become an undergraduate. But he also believes that with his help, the little girl will definitely be able to get into a good university. Early the next morning, after Li Yi sent Su Qingyao to the examination room, he went to the store. He couldn't help with the college entrance examination, so he had to rely on Su Qingyao himself. Moreover, the clothing business was on the right track, and Li Yi decided to start a new journey. Li Yi's goal is the home appliance industry, and his first choice is the refrigerator industry. After all, refrigerators are almost becoming a necessity for every household. The most important thing is that they are really expensive and the profits are huge. To put it bluntly, this thing is really profitable and a rare opportunity. After arriving at the store, Li Yi personally conducted a brief training for a dozen newly recruited employees in the morning, and then locked himself in the office to formulate a new business plan. Doing business is not just playing house. You can't just ignore it when your head gets hot. That won't work. Everything must be planned thoroughly, so that it can be implemented in a calm manner. For 3 whole days, Li Yi's daily trajectory was the same. He sent Su Qingyao to the college entrance examination in the morning, spent the day writing and drawing in the store, and picked her up in the afternoon. The whole person was extremely busy until Wei Sanpao returned from the Guangshan area. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after get off work, Li Yi asked Wei Sanpao to stay. Li Yi didn't want to sideline Wei Sanpao when it came to the home appliance business, so he asked for his opinion. "Third brother, you did a very good job this time when you went south to buy goods. The goods worth 500,000 yuan were flawless at all. It deserves praise. This is all what brother Yi taught me. When did you kid learn to flatter me?" Then Li Yi took out an account book, handed it to Wei Sanpao, and said, "Lao San, these are the accounts of our 2 stores during this period, with total sales of 710,000 yuan and net profit of 248,000 yuan. More than 500. Based on your share, you can get almost 13,700 yuan. So much. 13,077 in half a month, which in Wei Sanpao's opinion was almost comparable to robbing a bank." Li Yi smiled and said, "It's a lot, but the total backlog of goods in our 2 stores currently exceeds 700,000 yuan. Therefore, overall we are still in a state of loss. In addition, we still owe Donghua clothing 320,000 yuan. The payment needs to be repaid within 3 months. But this is just the beginning. As shipments increase, the inventory will be converted into recycled funds, and then we will be able to get our profits. I believe in Brother Yi." At this time, Li suddenly changed his voice and said, "Lao San, although we now have 2 clothing stores, we are still far away from my goal. So I plan to turn around and enter the home appliance industry. What do you think?" Sample. Appliance industry? Wei Sanpao was stunned. Why did he suddenly think of changing careers? We have just opened 2 clothing stores with good business. Seeing that business is booming, why do we suddenly want to get involved in the home appliance industry again? Brother E, you've made me a little confused. Isn't this clothing store a good one? Lee E immediately said, the clothing store is good and can indeed make money, but it is too slow to come here. Wei Sanpao was shocked again by Li Yi's words. He made more than 200,000 yuan in half a month. Is the money coming in slowly? Think about the 500 to 600 employees working in the meat factory, how much profit they make in a month, and how many of them may even suffer losses. The efficiency of the clothing store has simply exceeded the sky. Li Yi actually feels that this business is slow to make money. Wei Sanpao really wanted to ask, Brother E, what do you think? Seeing Wei Sanpao's expression, Li Yi knew that this guy was frightened by his words. After thinking for a while, he immediately said, the plates of clothing stores are only so big, and this thing is not a necessity for ordinary people's lives. If you want to increase your turnover, you must continue to open new stores. In this way, the money you make will basically be if you keep spending money. It will take at least a year if you really want to put a lot of money in your pocket. It doesn't grow anywhere. It won't be long, but I can't wait. I have more important things to do. I have to make money as soon as possible, so I plan to enter the home appliance industry. Do you want to come with me? When Wei Sanpao heard this, he felt a little hesitant. The current income of this clothing store has exceeded his expectations. Before Wei Sanpao was in the meat factory, he never expected to get hundreds of dollars in one day, because that is simply nonsense and impossible to achieve. But now he has done it. 13,000 for half a month, 27,000 for a month, which is 300,000 in 1 year. However, now that Li Yi suddenly proposed to buy some home appliances, any normal person would hesitate. Li naturally understood what Wei Sanpao and others were thinking, but he had already made up his mind and told Wei Sanpao about this just to see what he meant. If you are willing to do it together, then take him with you to make money. If not, then let him take care of the clothing store from now on. After a slight hesitation, Wei Sanpao gritted his teeth and said, Brother E, since you want to do it, then I will listen to you. Anyway, we had nothing before, so we have to start over again. Li Yi smiled and said, there is no need to be so pessimistic. I have an 80% chance of winning this deal. Can you really make money? Yeah, and it's big money. If the home appliance business succeeds this time, the money earned will not be a small sum of 10,000 or 20,000, but a large sum of millions or tens of millions. More importantly, the home appliance business can become bigger and stronger. Think about Huang from Gome in his previous life. He climbed to the throne of the richest man step by step from a small store. And now Li Yi's starting point is much higher than Huang's. There is no reason why he can't reach his position. How much money do you need to invest? Don't worry about the money. I still have hundreds of thousands here. It should be enough as a startup capital. Then Li Yi continued, but you need to go to Haidong City with me in a few days. The import and export trade in Haidong City is very developed. It has been like this since the last century, and Haidong City has always been a distribution center for large foreign electrical appliances. If Li Yi wants to do home appliance business, he can't avoid it. Okay, I will explain the things on hand to Weizi and Xiaowu in the next few days. We will go there after the handover is completed, Wei Sanpao said. Okay. Afterwards, the two talked about the future development of the clothing store, and then closed the door and locked the store and went back to their own homes. Mid-July. The weather in Jiangnan is still very hot. Fortunately, July has ushered in the rainy season in the south of the Yangtze River, so from time to time there will be a light rain, which is a refreshing thing in the hot summer. It was rainy and hazy outside the car window, but Li Yi and Wei Sanpao inside the car were in different moods. Today, they will take the train to Donghai City. Putting down his current profitable business and heading to a strange place, Li Yi didn't have too many worries, but instead had strong perseverance in his eyes. Wei Sanpao, who was sitting opposite Li Yi, seemed a little uneasy compared to the calm Li Yi. Not only because he was unsure about this transaction, but also because he had more than 200,000 in cash on him, which also made him very uneasy. Therefore, after getting in the car, Wei Sampao looked around cautiously for a while and fiddled with the things in the backpack behind him, very nervously. Third brother, can you please calm down? Do you know what you look like? When Wei Sampao heard Li Yi's words, he immediately sat up straight with an embarrassed look on his face and asked at the same time, what does it look like? Rednecks coming to town. Well, compared to those people in Donghai City, aren't we just country bumpkins? Wei Sampao joked. You're saying this? Why have we become country bumpkins? Although Haidong City is bigger than Jiangcheng, they are both provincial capitals. What's the difference? It's just that there are more people. When Wei Sampao heard this, he nodded and said nothing. Third brother, there's no need to worry so much. It's just Haidong City. When we make money in the future, we will live here. Wei Sampao smiled and said, Brother E, do you really dare to think about living in Haidong City? Isn't that a joke? Why don't you dare to think about it? How expensive are things in Haidong City? How expensive is a house? How can we possibly afford to live there? Li Yi immediately said, looking at your potential, this scares you. Let me tell you, we will be the richest people in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. We are scared by this price. That will work. Okay, with Brother Yi's good words, we can buy a house in Haidong City in the future. Seeing Wei Sampao's slightly perfunctory words, Li Yi smiled and said nothing. He really wasn't joking just now. If the refrigerator business can succeed this time, then the money they earn can at least buy a few villas in the most prosperous areas of Haidong City. This is just a conservative estimate. Moreover, this kind of business is sustainable. It can be said that if it is done well this time, money will continue to flow into his pocket. So Li Yi really doesn't care whether the prices in Haidong City are high or low. Jiangcheng is not far from Haidong City, only 400 to 500 kilometers. In later generations, there are expressways, and the drive usually only takes 3 or 4 hours, while the high-speed rail is faster and can be reached in 1.5 hours. But it's a pity that the green car at the moment is still green, and Li Yi and others have to carry it for 7 hours before arriving. As the train slowed down, Haidong City finally arrived. Li Yi stood up from his seat with deep vigilance in his eyes. There were a lot of pickpockets in train carriages in this era, so you had to be careful. Li Yi carries a lot of cash in his bag, so be more careful. This time, because he went out to customize a refrigerator, Li Yi took out almost all the funds he could move. A customized refrigerator costs about 2,800 yuan, and if sold, it can fetch at least more than 4,000 yuan. Because Li Yi's goal is imported refrigerators, the price of an imported refrigerator is more than 4,000, which is not low. But where is this place, Haidong City? For people in Haidong City, an imported refrigerator worth more than 4,000 yuan is definitely a great value. He took Wei Sampao to the outskirts of the train station. There were already people standing outside. Some came to pick him up, some shouted for hotel accommodation, and there were all kinds of carpooling. The shouts came one after another. Seeing the crumbling heads, Wei Sampao swallowed subconsciously. Although the train station in Jiangcheng is not too small, it is incomparable to the station in Haidong City. Using almost all their strength, the two people finally squeezed out of the train station. After reaching the station, Wei Sampao couldn't help but sigh again when he looked at the surrounding tall buildings, busy streets, and busy roads. Brother E, this is the first time I have seen so many cars. Li Yi smiled and patted Wei Sampao on the shoulder and said, Does this surprise you? I want to tell you that in 20 or 30 years' time, even in rural villages, every household will have a car. Do you believe it? Can there be a car in the village? Wei Sampao immediately curled his lips and whispered, Brother E, what you said is a bit ridiculous. How can the people in the village afford a car? When Li Yi heard this, he immediately shrugged his shoulders and said no more. 20 or 30 years later in the Dragon Kingdom, cars are no longer a rare thing. Almost every household has one. But Li Yi didn't explain it, and he couldn't explain it clearly anyway. Even if he said it, Wei Sampao wouldn't believe it. Let's go, let's find a place to stay first. We've been very busy these days. Upon hearing this, Wei Sampao picked up the backpack on his back and followed Li Yi closely, for fear of getting lost. As Li Yi walked along the streets with endless traffic, he sighed, how convenient it would be to navigate 20 or 30 years later. Not only will it display various routes, but it will also introduce surrounding hotels and restaurants, and even predict traffic conditions. The popularity of smartphones is really a general trend. Wei Sanpao didn't know what Li Yi was thinking at this time, or Wei Sanpao didn't have time to guess. His eyes and attention were all on the prosperous scene of Haidong City. Moreover, all kinds of passers-by came and went on the street, and their clothes were so fashionable that Wei Sanpao looked like a country bumpkin who had just come to the city from the countryside. Occasionally, when he saw a few girls in skirts, Wei Sanpao subconsciously avoided his eyes, as if he was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. These girls were not angry about Wei Sanpao's behavior, but smiled and nodded to him. Li Yi saw this scene, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared on the corner of his mouth. He then came to Wei Sanpao and said, "Why, do you like the girl because she is beautiful and polite?" Wei Sanpao immediately shook his head and said, "Brother Yi, don't joke. How can the girl like me?" Li Yi smiled and shook his head, then raised his feet and continued to walk forward. He could see that although Wei Sanpao had a good family background, this guy still had some inferiority complex. But it doesn't matter. Money is a man's courage, and when his pockets are full, he will have confidence. Near the train station in Haidong City is the Hotel Street, and Li Yi's current destination is this street. As for how Li Yi, who has never been to Haidong City in this era, knew about the Hotel Street, it was because he mentioned it when he was drinking tea with a business partner. This person is a native of Haidong, and he has cooperated with Li Yi on a financial project. During a conversation after dinner, he once talked about his history of making a fortune and mentioned this hotel street, Hongqi Street. This street is really not an ordinary street. Not only is the whole street full of hotels, but more importantly, it is also the most active place for streetwalkers, so it is also a place for Haidong City to seek pleasure. Therefore, when mentioning Hongqi Street, all the men in Haidong will smile knowingly. Because there are several commercial buildings nearby, and there is also a huge electronic product exhibition center, it has become the best place for the working class who go to Haidong City on business trips. Therefore, Li Yi also decided to stay here now and see what happens. Soon, a long and modern-looking street appeared in front of Li Yi and Wei Sanpao. Li Yi looked at the seemingly endless street and sighed silently. This street is a bit too long, almost endless. You must find a better hotel. Don't try to be cheap. In fact, Li knows that the accommodation fee here is not expensive, but the public security is a problem. Although the small hotel is very cheap, the public security is very bad. Basically, when you sleep in your room at night, the thief will sneak in from the window blatantly, and after taking your things, he can open the door from the room and walk away. A station with a passenger flow of nearly 100,000 per day. If something is lost, it is no less than finding a needle in a haystack to find it again. Even if you call the police, it will be futile because the small hotel has no surveillance cameras at all. Li deeply remembered this, so he did not choose to go to any small hotel, but took Wei Sanpao to one of the most luxurious hotels on the street, Donghai Hotel. Although this hotel has a hotel sign, it is actually more luxurious than many hotels. Moreover, Donghai Hotel has a history of nearly 30 years, so it is considered the leader in the entire hotel street. Not only in the hotel street, but even if you look at the entire Haidong City, it is one of the few. Brother Yi, we are not going to stay here, are we? What's wrong? Is this a hotel or an inn? This is too luxurious, isn't it? Li patted his shoulder and said, "Let's stay here. I'll take you here to see it." Wei Sanpao swallowed subconsciously and said, "Brother Yi, why don't we change to another one? I think the small one on the corner is pretty good. It must be very cheap." Li Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Old third, those who achieve great things are not particular about trivialities. We are not without money now. Why should we stay in a small inn? But there are not so many buts and buts. This money will only be spent more and more in your brother's hands." Wei Sanpao had to nod his head when he heard this, but he was still a little uneasy in his heart. Such a high-end hotel? Can they stay? Will they be kicked out? If Li Yi knew Wei Sanpao's thoughts, he would definitely sneer. The people in this hotel are not fools. Who would have a problem with money? No matter who you are, as long as you can afford the money, you can stay here. And even if you are in a suit, if you can't pay the room fee, you will still have to leave. Let's go in. Wei Sanpao just wanted to say something else, but saw that Li Yi had already pushed open the glass door of the hotel, so he had to follow Li Yi in with a nervous mood. After Li Yi walked into the hotel, he was also shocked by the decoration of the hotel. I didn't expect that in this era, the decoration style of this hotel is still European. This kind of decoration style is not something that everyone can afford in this era. However, according to the time this hotel has existed, it is not impossible that this hotel was built by foreigners. When he thought of this, Li had a very bold guess in his heart. The owner of this hotel, is he also a foreigner? However, these issues are not very important. The most important thing is to find out whether there are any rooms in this hotel. If it is a hotel opened by foreigners, then there is no need to worry about safety issues. Li Yi walked slowly to the front desk, and his eyes widened. That's right, the front desk of this hotel is actually a man and a woman, two foreigners. What a coincidence. Why do I have to deal with foreigners every time I leave Jiangnan City and come to a big city? Li Yi walked up with a smile on his face and said to the front desk in very standard British English, "Excuse me, are there any double rooms?" The female receptionist of the hotel suddenly widened her blue eyes when she heard Li Yi's words. She obviously didn't expect Li Yi's English to be so good, and she even forgot to speak for a while. However, the male front desk clerk reacted immediately and replied respectfully, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will check for you now." In the eyes of the two front desk staff, the ordinary dressed man in front of them, who can have such a standard British accent, must have returned to Longwa from England. In fact, there are indeed many Longwa people who have studied abroad or whose companies are listed overseas in this era. Especially in Haidong City, there are even more. Li just smiled and nodded, motioning the waiter to continue, and then quietly stood aside with his hands behind his back waiting. No matter from which aspect, Li looked like a gentleman who had just returned from England. Soon, the male waiter had a result. "Sir, we just have a double room now. How long do you want to stay?" After hearing this, Li thought for a while and replied, "I want to stay for 5 days. 5 days. This is a deadline Li set for himself. Within 5 days, a manufacturer that can make a 361-liter refrigerator must be found, and it must be a well-known foreign manufacturer. Apart from anything else, it must be a well-known foreign brand. If you find a domestic manufacturer, many people will definitely not buy it. This is not a question of worshipping foreign things, but the technology of foreign refrigerators in this era is indeed more advanced, which is an irreversible fact. It was not until the mid to late 1990s that domestic manufacturing technology caught up, and after the 21st century, the potential of domestic brands gradually emerged. As for which brand of manufacturer to find, it depends on the price they offer. The first person to find this method, the manufacturer he found, was a manufacturer in the Southern Dynasty. Although it was not so famous, it was better than domestic refrigerators in terms of technology and price. After a brief thought, Li happily took out money from his pocket to pay the bill and called Wei Sanpao, who was waiting behind, and the two walked directly to the elevator. Wei Sanpao had never been in an elevator before. When he saw the elevator door open, his brows immediately furrowed. "Red? Brother E, this is our room. It's too narrow. It seems like there's no room for 2 people, right? We might as well go to the hotel next door. Isn't this a big hotel to deceive people?" When Li Yi heard Wei Sanpao's words, he couldn't help it and burst out laughing. "Third brother, what are you thinking about? This is an elevator. You have never been in an elevator. Haven't you heard of an elevator?" After listening to Li Yi's words, Wei Sanpao's face suddenly turned red. Now he was realizing it, and it turned out that this small room was the elevator they often said was only available in big cities. "So this is the elevator? Brother E, this thing is motionless. How can it send people upstairs?" Li Yi smiled and shook his head, and briefly explained the principle of the elevator to Wei Sanpao, and Wei Sanpao suddenly understood. "So, it turns out that just a few ropes and a box can get you up and down the building? Who invented this thing? It's really amazing." Li shrugged helplessly. You didn't know this. This is just like eating eggs. Just eat them. There is no need to know which chicken laid the egg. There is no need. In the blink of an eye, the elevator reached the 6th floor. After a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Wei Sanpao subconsciously looked at the position where the door opened. Sure enough, it was different from when he entered the elevator before. Walking slowly into the corridor covered with soft carpets, Wei Sanpao couldn't help but sigh. Brother E, if we opened such a hotel, wouldn't we be able to make money? Li smiled helplessly and said, It's not that easy to open a hotel. It requires a lot of conditions, as well as manpower and material resources. Do you think it's enough if you have money? And our main goal now is to get refrigerators. Only when we make money can we have the opportunity to do other things. When the time comes, if you want to open a hotel, you can open a hotel. If you want to open a restaurant, we can open a restaurant. The premise is that we have enough funds. Wei Sanpao nodded when he heard this and said, Brother E, by the way, where should I look for this refrigerator? Then Wei Sanpao continued, and these large refrigerators now cost 2,000 to 3,000 each. Isn't it a bit too expensive? If we purchase them and sell them back to Jiangnan City, can we open up sales? Li took out the room key from his pocket and said with a smile, You don't know this, right? Doesn't our country ban the import of refrigerators from overseas? Wei Sanpao nodded when he heard this. He understood this matter. When he was in the factory, his father kept saying that domestic refrigerators were good, but they consumed too much power, and the freezing effect was average, not as good as foreign brands. At that time, Wei Sanpao asked out of curiosity, Can't we buy foreign refrigerators? Wei Qinggan said at the time that it wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but that he couldn't buy it at all now. Why? Because the country now explicitly prohibits the import of refrigerators below 360 liters from abroad. Only refrigeration machinery is allowed to be imported. This type of equipment is often used in meat processing plants, so Wei Qinggan knows this type of equipment very well. Wei Sanpao thought of this and asked curiously, Brother E, now it is forbidden to import refrigerators from abroad. So what should we do? Should we look for some high-quality and low-priced domestic brands? Li had already opened the door to the room at this time. Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, he immediately raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Not bad, Sanpao. Do you now know the word high quality and low price? Brother E, tell me, right? Let's go inside first. Let me see how luxurious the room is for 30 yuan a night. Wei Sanpao was a little confused when he heard this. What does being tall mean? But before he could ask, Li had already opened the door to the room and walked in. Wei Sanpao immediately followed quickly. The door of this hotel room alone is already very extraordinary. Li doesn't know much about wood, but just looking at the thickness of the wooden door and the faint fragrance it emits, you can find that the price of this wooden door is definitely not low. Brother E, what kind of wood is this? Why does it look so like sandalwood? Li did not answer Wei Sanpao's words, but rolled his eyes helplessly. If this wooden door was really made of sandalwood, wouldn't it be a bit too luxurious? Do you know how precious sandalwood is? If this thing was made of sandalwood, we could live in it for only 30 yuan. Wei Sanpao scratched his head in embarrassment, then turned around and went to put things in the living room. This hotel is indeed extraordinary. It even has a small living room. Although this living room is not big, it is almost as big as the living room in Wei Sanpao's house. Holy crap! Brother E, there are even household appliances in this room. This is a TV. There's a refrigerator in the back. Li frowned slightly when he heard this. This guy who runs the hotel really has something. There are even home appliances. Li walked in from the entrance of the room and walked straight to the refrigerator. Although TV sets are also very expensive, Li's focus now is all on the refrigerator. Wei Sanpao was obviously very interested in this black and white TV, and he had been squatting in front of the TV playing with it. Li walked slowly to the refrigerator and looked up and down at this rare object. Li had some impression of this refrigerator. It was an old brand in Beijing called Snowflower. Snowflower refrigerator is the dawn of domestic brands. As for why foreign refrigerators are not used, it is probably because of the regulation prohibiting the import of refrigerators. Nowadays, there are basically only a few brands of refrigerators. The first is Haier, followed by Myling and Hisense. Snowflower refrigerator, as the dawn of domestic brands in Beijing, has a high status. But the most popular refrigerator is LG from abroad. This brand of refrigerator was a technological leader in those days. Basically, anyone with a little money at home would choose this brand of refrigerator. Foreign style is only one aspect. More importantly, this refrigerator is of good quality and consumes less power than domestic refrigerators. Lee sighed after patting the refrigerator in front of him. This is the South. It is very difficult to get a Snowflower refrigerator in the South in this era, when logistics is not yet developed. It seems that the owner of this hotel is not simple. Or, can I talk to the hotel owner after ordering the refrigerator? If I can use the LG refrigerator, the hotel owner will definitely be very happy. This idea just appeared in Li Yi's mind, and Li Yi pressed it back. The main task now is to get the refrigerator. Wei Sanpao was still tinkering with the black and white TV at this time. Li pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, walked up and pressed a few buttons, and then bursts of snow appeared on the TV. Wei Sanpao saw this scene, and his eyes widened. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the picture to appear on the TV. Li glanced at the TV screen. The program being played was Variety Show, which was the foundation of Longwa's entertainment programs. Many famous hosts later hosted this program. But this program was discontinued in the early 21st century. But in those days, it was also a popular existence all over the country. Li sat on the leather sofa in the living room, watching the program on the screen, and a smile appeared on his face. I must get a TV at home. For such a long time, Li has not paid much attention to his family. After traveling back, he has been busy with various businesses every day, but he has neglected his family. Li Yue is still young and has just started kindergarten. She needs his company. Su Qingnan also has to take care of the child and often go to Li Yi's home to take care of Li Yi's parents. It is also very hard. If they can watch TV in their spare time, it could be regarded as Li Yi's intention. Third brother, do you want to buy a TV for your home? Wei Sanpao was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then nodded and said, I thought about it, but my dad said that if you get a TV and no one will watch it, it will be a waste of money, so I never bought it. Li Yi smiled and said, Don't worry, after we finish this business, we will definitely have a 3-piece color TV set at home. Wei Sanpao's eyes widened when he heard this, and he turned to look at Li Yi. Reed, brother Yi, you are making a big deal. That 3-piece color TV set is not cheap. Can't you buy it if you don't have 10,000 yuan? Li shrugged his shoulders and didn't mean to explain. He just said lightly, Go and pack your things and change into more neat clothes. Let's go shopping in the afternoon. Then Li said, Don't worry, we will definitely be able to make the money for the 3-piece color TV set this time. After saying this, Li Yi stood up and left the living room and came to the bedroom. This suite in the hotel is very user-friendly in design, and the decoration style also gives people a very relaxing feeling. Li likes it very much. It seems that I can also explore the decoration industry. This line of work is so rich. It's not like there are no rich families in Jiangqing. Once you impress them, it's like climbing a golden mountain. But Li Yi immediately shook his head. And the main task now is to put it on the refrigerator. This meal has to be eaten one bite at a time, and things have to be done one by one. You can't chew off more than you can chew. Moreover, it was the early 1990s, the first decade of reform and opening up, and there were outlets everywhere. I couldn't catch everyone every time, and that would tire me to death. The main purpose of my rebirth is to make up for my regrets and enjoy life, instead of being as busy as in my previous life. Money, just enough to spend. Time passed in the afternoon. Li Yi and Wei Sanpao found a noodle shop on the hotel street. After a few bites of noodles, they set off towards the Home Appliance Exhibition and Sales Center. The status of the Home Appliances Exhibition and Sales Center in the entire Haidong City is definitely unique. Haidong City is a first-tier city for reform. Many young people come here every year, euphemistically called Gold Rush. In their view, Haidong City has countless opportunities waiting for them. As long as they are lucky and encounter a good opportunity, The day when they will soar into the sky and become prosperous is not far away. This is indeed the case. There are indeed some lucky and capable young people who met their own opportunities in Haidong City and became the leading entrepreneurs in the entire Dragon Kingdom. For example, Li Yi's previous partner relied on the wealth certificate in 1992 to make a lot of money. Only then was he able to start from scratch and establish his own business empire throughout Haidong City. When Li Yi took Wei Sanpao to the home appliance exhibition and sales center, Wei Sanpao couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh again. "Brother Yi, this place you were looking for is simply a gold sales cave." Li Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then realized what Wei Sanpao meant by the golden cave. There is a small shop on the roadside. It is just such a small shop. The home appliances sold in it have the lowest price of around 1,000 yuan. If he hadn't really come here, Wei Sanpao would never have imagined that the prices of these home appliances were so high. Wei Sanpao's monthly salary is only 100 yuan a month. To buy such a home appliance, it would take a year without food or water to get it. "Brother Yi, if you bring these things back, who will buy them? No one in our entire meat factory can afford this TV, right?" Li Yi followed Wei Sanpao's gaze and saw that it was just a TV. Of course, Li Yi would take 1,000 yuan to heart in the past, but now, Li Yi turned his eyes and saw the refrigerator behind the TV. It was a domestic refrigerator, and it looked brand new, but I couldn't see the trademark, so it was probably a small brand. Li Yi walked into the store without hesitation. You must first understand the prices of all refrigerators in this exhibition center to find the most suitable brand. Maybe this is the earliest market research? Li Yi smiled and shook his head, focusing on the refrigerator. The price of this refrigerator is really not cheap. A full 2,600 yuan is already prohibitive for many people. Wei Sanpao saw Li Yi walking towards the store and followed him quickly. Li Yi looked at the other home appliances in the store and couldn't help but clicked his tongue. This store is really dark. A TV that looks like a second-hand TV costs nearly 1,000 yuan. While Li Yi was observing all the home appliances in the store, the owner of the store walked out of the inner room. "Young man, would you like to take a look at the home appliances? Just look at it. The quality of the home appliances in my store is one of the best in this street." Li Yi curled his lips secretly when he heard this. If he said this, the boss himself wouldn't believe it, right? Just this second-hand TV is enough to slap you in the face. However, this does not hinder Li Yi's plan. It is not illegal to understand it. "Boss, what brand is your refrigerator?" The shop owner heard this and replied with a smile. "Young man, what a good vision. My refrigerator is imported from abroad. I asked someone to get it with a lot of effort." A smile appeared on Li Yi's face. "Imported? This is really nonsense." These words from the boss can only fool outsiders. Although this refrigerator looks of good quality, it is not up to par compared with foreign brands. Although the surface looks clean, the copper pipes at the back are a bit old. It can be seen that it is a product of a miscellaneous refrigerator after assembly. For a refrigerator like this to be sold at a price of 2,600 yuan, Li can't find any other adjectives except the word black heart. 2,600? Boss, your price is really a bit high, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, the boss said, "This is still high. You can ask around in other stores and find cheaper goods than ours." Li then said, "The refrigerators over there are not only not from abroad, but even if they are made in China, you can buy a good one for 3,000 yuan. The shop owner pulled his vest and said helplessly, "Brother, it's not easy for me to run a shop. It's exposed to the wind and sun every day. You think the price is high, but we don't make much money. The purchase price of my refrigerator is 2,300 yuan, and it needs regular maintenance. 2,006 is really not expensive. If you really want it, I'll sell it to you for 2,500 yuan. How about it?" Wei Sanpao heard the conversation between Li Yi and the shop owner, and felt that what the two said seemed to make sense. But the next moment, Li Yi's words made Wei Sanpao's eyes widen. I saw that Li Yi didn't seem to care about the boss's performance at all, and said directly, "Boss, I am not an outsider. It's not that easy for you to fool me. To be honest, your refrigerator is obviously a second-hand product. If I don't tell you anything else, Do you dare to let me see the copper pipes inside the refrigerator? When the shop owner heard this, his expression immediately changed. He didn't expect that Li Yi was actually an expert. Li Yi was right. This refrigerator was indeed assembled. Although it looked brand new on the surface, once you saw the copper pipes, you could immediately tell that something was wrong. I say, young man, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. Then the boss continued. This refrigerator is not a second-hand product. Just a nice word. Do you want it or not? If you really want to take it, I will give you a discount price of 1,000 yuan. How about it? When Wei Sanpao heard this, he scratched his head in confusion. What's the situation? Isn't this refrigerator priced at 2,600? It's understandable that the price was reduced to 2,500 yuan at first, but why did the boss suddenly lower the price to 1,000 yuan? What is this operation? When Li Yi heard what the store owner said, he guessed that the owner was definitely guilty. Otherwise, it would be impossible to offer such a low price. But would Li Yi really spend 1,000 yuan to buy such a second-hand refrigerator? The answer is, of course, no. Third brother, let's go. Let's go to the next store. When Wei Sanpao heard this, he was stunned for a moment, but he still followed Li Yi and left the store. After arriving outside the store, Wei Sanpao couldn't help it anymore and asked curiously, Brother Yi, that refrigerator just now only cost 1,000 yuan. The price is so low. Let's just take it. When Li Yi heard this, he slapped Wei Sanpao on the back of the head angrily and whispered, Didn't you hear what I said? That's a second-hand refrigerator. And this refrigerator is still assembled. So what? Can it be used? Wei Sanpao said nonchalantly. Li shook his head and said, If you think so, you are really naive. Let me tell you, the purchase price of 500 yuan for this kind of refrigerator is sky high. And there must be something wrong with the quality, and it may still be there. Leakage. When Wei Sanpao heard this, his expression suddenly became very ugly. Brother Yi, is this shop owner going too far by selling this kind of thing? Li shrugged helplessly and said, This is the problem of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and it is not under our control. Let's go to the second floor of this exhibition center and take a look at the refrigeration machinery. Wei Sanpao nodded immediately after hearing this, but he was still a little aggrieved. The quality of some people in Haidong City is too poor. Dividing line? The second floor is basically full of large equipment, such as refrigeration machinery, so Li Yi's eyes were attracted the moment he arrived on the second floor. The entire second floor adopts an open-air approach, so it looks like an open-air market. Li paid attention to the brands on these stores and finally found his target. LG brand refrigeration machinery. LG is a brand from the Southern Dynasty, and after the 21st century, it is basically very rare. But in the 1990s, LG brand home appliances were the leading companies in the Asian home appliance industry. LG refrigerators are extremely popular in Long Country. When he came to stand in front of the store, Li coughed lightly, then adjusted the collar of his clothes, turned around, and whispered a few words to Wei Sanpao. After Wei Sanpao heard this, he immediately scratched his head and asked with some uneasiness, Brother Yi, can this method work? Will they believe it? Li patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and whispered, Believe me, there will definitely be no problem. Give me the momentum later, do you understand? Wei Sanpao nodded doubtfully, then straightened his back, and his face became very serious. Seeing Wei Sanpao's appearance, Li nodded with satisfaction, then walked towards the store with his hands behind his back. The store was very quiet at this time. After all, refrigeration machinery is not something that ordinary people need. Only large enterprises and places like slaughterhouses can use it, so it is normal that there are few customers. The owner of this store was lying on a recliner, looking at the black and white TV on the shelf that was playing the news, looking very comfortable. After Li walked into the store, he coughed lightly again. The boss immediately reacted, stood up from the recliner, and turned to look at Li. Hello, you two. Are you here to see the equipment? Li smiled and nodded, and asked, We are from the Jiangnan Meat Factory. We were entrusted by the organization to order a batch of freezing machinery. I wonder if you, boss, can make a customized order? Customized order, Jiangnan Meat Factory? Upon hearing this, The boss's face immediately became serious. "My dear, save meat and join the factory. This is a big business. Of course I can take it." Then the boss immediately started to promote his store, saying, "Our store here is for overseas direct sales. If the overseas manufacturers can agree to your customization request, there will be no problem." Lee was relieved when he heard what his boss said. It would be easier if it could be customized. He was really afraid that the boss would refuse. The boss asked with a smile, "Come in and sit down. How old are you to be able to negotiate business for the factory?" "You are really young and promising." Lee smiled and said, "What's wrong with being young?" This Mr. Wei is the son of the director of the provincial meat processing plant. Hearing this, the boss's eyes suddenly brightened. "Yanni, that's easier to deal with." "It turned out to be Mr. Wei? I'm sorry. I wonder what kind of equipment your meat processing plant wants to customize and how big it needs to be." Lee walked into the store with Wei Sanpao and said with a smile, "Aren't we going to restructure our factory too? But there is still a lot of meat left, and it is not convenient to store it in large-scale freezing machinery. So I want to customize a batch of smaller ones, such as 370 liters and 361 liters. The store owner frowned immediately. Although he didn't know much about these, this capacity is almost close to the standard that the country has banned imports, right? "Brother, if you want a larger refrigeration machine, I can understand, but the country doesn't seem to allow the import of such small capacity equipment." Then the boss said again, "If the models you mentioned are stopped by customs, it will be a loss, right?" Lee heard this and said with a smile, "Don't worry, boss, it's okay. We all know the requirements of the country. We are not allowed to import less than 360 liters. We know this. But more than 360 liters, that's a refrigeration machine. Refrigeration machines are allowed to be imported. You don't know this, boss?" The shop owner nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't understand it very well, since he could make money, who would be against money? "Brother, how many units do you want to order?" Lee frowned and thought for a while, then said, "We want 200 units. Try the effect first. If the machine is really of good quality, we will definitely cooperate with you for a long time." The shop owner smiled when he heard this number. 200 units. This is a lot of money." Lee smiled and said, "Boss, can we contact the manufacturer first? We need it urgently." The boss nodded immediately, then turned and walked into the room, obviously to make a phone call. For places like this where overseas manufacturers sell directly, they will leave contact information with the headquarters. Not long after, the boss came back with a smile on his face. "Red, little brother, the manufacturer has agreed, and we can customize it." But then, the boss's voice changed and he said again, "But the price may be a bit high, because as you know, customized equipment is always more expensive." Lee was relieved when he heard that it could be customized. Then he smiled when he heard the price and asked, "What price?" "Boss, if you tell me a number, you can't let you lose money. Can you?" When the boss heard this, he hesitated and said, "One unit costs 2,000 yuan, plus a deposit of 10,000 yuan. The purchase price of one unit is 2,000 yuan. Although it is not cheap, the brand is there after all. The quality of LG's refrigerators is undeniable. They're definitely better than the second-hand assembled refrigerators I encountered at the entrance of the exhibition center just now. This price is already very reasonable." Lee thought about it carefully and then said with a smile, "No problem. The price is very reasonable. Then I will give you the deposit now." While talking, Lee patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder. Wei Sanpao immediately understood, took off the bag on his shoulder, and handed it to Lee. Lee counted out 10,000 yuan in cash from his bag and placed it neatly on the table. "This is 10,000 yuan. Please order some." After the store owner saw the cash, a smile appeared on his face, and he stepped forward and said, "It's great. I just like doing business with young people like you. It's open and bright." Lee looked at the boss counting the money and said with a smile, "Boss, I have a request. Can you let them make 10 or 8 units as soon as possible? And let me see the results first. You know, after all, we are here for the factory, and our factory director is also anxious to see the finished product." "You see." The boss nodded immediately after hearing this and said, "It's all trivial. Let you see the quality. Isn't that what it should be?" Li Yi immediately smiled and nodded. And after chatting with the boss again for a while, he turned around and left the store with Wei Sanpao. Before leaving, Li Yi also left his address and told the boss that if the first batch of refrigerators were ready, he would find someone to contact him. After the two left the store, Wei Sanpao asked curiously, "Brother, why do you want so many 200 units? Where do we have so much money now? One unit is only 2,000 yuan, and you took out a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Here we are." Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course we don't have that much money now, but the owner of the hotel where we are staying must be rich. 200 customized refrigeration machines, or refrigerators, cost 2,000 yuan each, which adds up to 400,000 yuan. After deducting the deposit of 10,000 yuan, there is still a total of 390,000 yuan. Although Li Yi has a small amount of assets now, it is still a bit difficult to come up with 390,000 cash at once. After all, most of his assets have been invested in the clothing store. What's more, Li Yi's 200 units are just the beginning, and his appetite goes beyond just these 200 units. Therefore, Li decided to try to see if he could sell a batch in haidong first. On the one hand, we will see the effect, and on the other hand, we will withdraw some funds. And the first client Li Yi selected was the owner of Haidong Hotel. Through Li Yi's observation and inference, the hotel owner is definitely a rich man, and he is also a rich man with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Well, most likely a foreigner. What foreigners pay most attention to is taste. There are refrigerators in the hotels he runs, which is one of the best examples of this. Sell a batch of refrigerators from well-known foreign brands to a hotel owner, and he will most likely be tempted. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Li Yi's mouth. Wei Sanpao, who was following Li Yi, was confused. What is Brother Yi saying? No matter how rich the hotel owner is, isn't it all other people's money? Brother Yi, you're not going to rob? Are you? You can't do this. The worst we can do is get the deposit back. Let's not talk about this business. Don't do anything stupid. When Li Yi heard this, he immediately wanted to beat Wei Sanpao. What are you thinking about? You should read more when you have time. Then Li Yi said, sell these refrigerators to the hotel owner. When Wei Sanpao heard this, he suddenly realized. Then he smiled sheepishly and said, Brother Yi, your brain is still flexible. I can't think of this. So, I want you to read more books. In this era, you can't make it with just your strength. You need your brain, Li said. Wei Sanpao sighed and said, Brother Yi, it's not like you don't know what level we are at. Reading is really embarrassing for me. You still haven't suffered a loss. Once you do, you will know the importance of studying. Dividing line. When the two returned to the hotel, the sun was already setting towards the west. In this era, there was already a night market in Haidong City, so Li made up his mind and planned to visit the night market after dinner. This was the first time Wei Sanpao heard the word night market from Li Yi's mouth. He was very curious and naturally wanted to go out for a stroll. On the way back to the hotel, Li Yi also learned about the prices of other home appliances and was speechless after hearing this. Let alone refrigerators. All home appliances in this era are not cheap. Panasonic Color TV, 17,000 yuan. This is the purchase price. If you really want to buy it, at least 20,000 yuan. The second is the air conditioner. The better air conditioner is 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. And the worst one is nearly 2,000 yuan. Of course, there are more advanced air conditioners. The price is at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. I don't know which family can afford it. And if you can afford an air conditioner, you may not be able to pay the electricity bill. The energy consumption is definitely for people who have minds at home. Back near the hotel, Li found a small restaurant, ordered 2 stir-fried dishes, and prepared to deal with a bite. At this time, Wei Sanpao walked in from outside. He just said that he was going to buy something, but Li Yi didn't care. Wei Sanpao sat opposite Li Yi with a smile on his face and said with a smile, Brother Yi, when I went to buy cigarettes, just now, I asked the owner of the small shop. The owner of this hotel just came back from abroad and has been living in the hotel these days. When Li Yi heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. This is really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the owner of the hotel is actually in the hotel. However, We have to wait for the customized refrigerator to arrive before we can contact the owner. Li sighed. Although the plan has been decided, it is still unclear whether it will succeed. The owner of the hotel may not want to change the refrigerator. After dinner, Li Yi and Wei Sanpao came to the night market in Haidong City. The bustling night market is indeed beyond words. Near the bund, you can even see the bustling city night view. Wei Sanpao stood on the bund and looked across, surprisingly silent. Li Yi stood behind Wei Sanpao, and of course he noticed Wei Sanpao's abnormality. Third brother, what's wrong? Wei Sanpao came back to his senses after hearing this, and turned to look at Li Yi with a bit of loneliness in his eyes. Brother Yi, you will definitely be able to stand on the tallest building in your life and become a person with status, right? When Li Yi heard this, he was suddenly a little strange. What happened to Wei Sanpao? Why do you say these strange things? What are you thinking? Don't say that we are still poor now. Even if we can stand up, it will be with us brothers. Then Li Yi added again, there are also Xiao Wu and others. They must also want to see you flourish. Wei Sanpao smiled and said, Brother Yi, I am different from you. What's different? Wei Sanpao said with a smile. You always have so many ways to make money in your mind, and you are also very smart, and you also speak foreign languages so well. I can't compare to you in these. I have no business experience. Talent. Li suddenly understood what Wei Sanpao was thinking at this time. After seeing the more prosperous Haidong city, Wei Sanpao felt more and more like a frog in the well. This guy has low self-esteem. Li Yi patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, Lao San, after you find your position, you will understand that sooner or later we will also be sitting behind desks in those high-rise buildings. The one who controls the wind and rain. Li Yi's words were full of encouragement. After Wei Sanpao heard it, he suddenly felt full of strength all over his body. The two of them didn't stay on the bund for too long before returning to the hotel. Along the way, Wei Sanpao didn't sigh about this or that, but just kept thinking. Although Li Yi was a little curious, he did not interrupt Wei Sanpao. When he returned to the hotel living room, Wei Sanpao finally spoke. Brother Yi, after this time, I plan to go out on my own. When Li Yi heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Go out on your own? Wei Sanpao scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, I've been following you, Brother Yi, and I've learned a lot. But I think I can't just follow Brother E all the time and be a little follower without knowing anything, right? Then he continued, Haidong City is a big city with many opportunities, so I want to try my luck here and stay for a few months before going home to see if I can find my own way. Although I have made up my mind to hang out with you, Brother E, I also have to make a name for myself. After listening to Wei Sanpao's words, Li Yi's face slowly softened. Why do you have to carry Wei Sanpao with you all the time? Of course, there are reasons why he wants to take Wei Sanpao to great heights, but more importantly, Li wants to save Wei Sanpao's life. In the last life, Wei Sanpao was imprisoned because he violated the law and ended up with a tragic end. Li couldn't remember why Wei Sanpao broke the law, so he always kept Wei Sanpao with him, hoping to subtly change Wei Sanpao's character. For example, the unscrupulous boss I met during the day wanted to sell a reassembled second-hand refrigerator for 2,600 yuan. If Li was not here, Wei Sanpao, who learned the truth, would probably beat the unscrupulous boss. It was a pleasure to do this, but Wei Sanpao would probably go to the police station. Maybe that boss will take Wei Sanpao to court. If things continue like this, Wei Sanpao will be finished for the rest of his life. But after going to the stall at night, Wei Sanpao obviously understood something. Li Yi has been carrying himself with him during this period, and it is obvious that he has become a burden to Li Yi. Wei Sanpao could see Li Yi's future, and he believed that Li Yi would definitely become a big boss and entrepreneur. But Wei Sanpao couldn't see his own future. Wei Sanpao didn't want to accept the feeling of watching his brothers get rich while he had accomplished nothing. That's why Wei Sanpao decided to try it out on his own. Li Yi understood this, so he was very pleased. Now Wei Sanpao is completely different from before, or in other words, he has been reborn. Okay, I believe you, Then Li patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since we brothers have made up our minds to make a name for ourselves, then we must make it big. Maybe when I become the boss in the future, you will be the boss too." When Wei Sanpao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Then, Li stretched out his hand and held Wei Sanpao's hand tightly. Many years later, Wei Jinghua, chairman of Longting Group, the leading real estate company in the entire south of Longhua, still smiles when he recalls what happened that night. The relationship between Mr. Li and I is closer than that of real brothers. Without him, I, Wei Jinghua, would not be where I am today. 2 days later, Li just walked downstairs of the hotel and was about to have breakfast when he was stopped by a very familiar figure. Li took a closer look and saw that it was the owner of the LG home appliance store. "Little brother, isn't this a coincidence? I was planning to go upstairs to find you just now." Li smiled and nodded and whispered, "Have the goods arrived?" The boss also smiled and replied, "Of course, they are in my store now, a total of 10 units. How about this, you come with me to check the goods? These are made by the workers in the factory overnight. Although the speed is fast, the quality is also beyond reproach." Li was relieved when he heard this. He didn't even eat breakfast and went back to the hotel to call Wei Sanpao and walk towards the Home Appliance Exhibition Center. The Home Appliance Exhibition Center is not far away. Although Wei Sanpao is still a little sleepy, his eyes immediately become sharp when he hears that the customized refrigerator has arrived. Both are refrigerators worth more than 2,000 yuan, so Wei Sanpao is of course very curious. Which one is better, the second-hand assembled refrigerator or the customized refrigerator of LG? After arriving at the store, Li saw 10 refrigerators neatly placed in the corner. The refrigerator is gray as a whole, and at first glance, there are 3 words, high-end. What made Li very satisfied was that the LG logo was also very obvious, right on the cabinet door above the refrigerator. Although it looked like a refrigerator, the purchase order clearly stated that it was a refrigeration machine. The reason was simple. The capacity of these refrigerators was all 368 liters. This was in line with national regulations, so of course no one said anything. After checking the 10 refrigerators in front of him, Li secretly sighed in his heart that from his perspective 30 years later, the quality of these refrigerators was really average. But in this era, LG's technology is indeed impeccable. "How is it? Little brother, do these refrigeration machines suit your taste?" Li's face was still serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, there is no problem. It meets the requirements." But soon Li said again, "But whether it can pass the test, I still need to ask our factory director. Let's put these refrigerators here first, and our factory director will send someone to take a look. If it is qualified, we will sign a large-scale supply contract immediately." The shop owner smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. Li turned around and left the shop with Wei Sanpao. Since the goods have arrived, then we have to ask the owner of the hotel if he is interested in changing a batch of refrigerators. The two quickly returned to the hotel. When they just came to the front desk of the hotel, the waitress at the front desk recognized Li at a glance. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Li smiled and nodded, saying, "I really have something I want to ask you for help. Please go ahead." "Is your boss here? I want to see him." The waitress was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised that Li actually wanted to see their boss. But the waitress nodded and said, "The boss is resting in the suite on the top floor. I will try my best to make an appointment for you, but I'm not sure whether our boss will see you." Li smiled and nodded, saying, "It doesn't matter. Just tell your boss that I have a business to talk to him." The waitress smiled and nodded, then picked up the landline on the front desk and dialed a few numbers. After more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. The waitress whispered a few words and hung up the phone. When Li saw this scene, he immediately felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Even Wei Sanpao, who was always nervous and stood aside, was nervous. Fortunately, the waitress's words did not disappoint Li. "Our boss said yes, you can go to the top floor to find him now." Li smiled and nodded, thanked the waiter, and took Wei Sanpao to the elevator. No matter whether it would succeed or not, it was the first step after all. As long as he was not rejected, it was a good sign. "Brother E, I'm a little nervous now. Why don't you go in by yourself later? Hearing Wei Sanpao's words, Li Yi smiled and patted Wei Sanpao on the shoulder and said, I'm nervous too. I don't want to go in yet. But if you back down now, you will definitely back down again when you encounter such a scene again in the future. Have the courage to face it, don't always avoid it. This is the last secret I can teach you. After listening to Li Yi's words, Wei Sanpao nodded, and the tension in his heart seemed to dissipate a little with Li Yi's encouragement. The elevator arrived at the top floor in a blink of an eye. The corridor on the top floor was more luxurious, and the chandelier in the corridor was not cheap at first glance. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go. Li patted Wei Sanpao's shoulder again and walked out of the elevator first. The owner of the hotel lives in the best suite of the hotel. According to the news that Wei Sanpao had inquired a few days ago, the owner's origin is very mysterious. Basically, no one knows how he appeared in Haidong City. After taking over the hotel, he has rarely appeared. Every year, only when he is on a business trip, he will come to the hotel in his spare time to see the business of the hotel. After hearing this, Li Yi's mind emerged with 4 words: hands-off shopkeeper. The behavior of this hotel owner is clearly a hands-off shopkeeper, but this kind of person lives the most chic. Arriving at the door of suite number 1, Li Yi raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Although Li Yi's movements were very light, the corridor was very quiet at this time, so the crisp knocks on the door, it began to echo in the corridor. Wei Sanpao swallowed secretly, and just when he could almost hear his heartbeat, the door of the suite was opened. An elegant man in a well-tailored suit appeared in front of Li Yi and Wei Sanpao. The moment Li Yi saw this man, he was stunned. This face was a little too young, and on the surface, it looked almost the same age as Li Yi. Could this be the owner of the hotel? But the moment Li Yi saw this face, he frowned. He felt that he had definitely seen this face somewhere. This inexplicable but very familiar feeling made Li Yi very strange. Where did he see this young man? The young man had a casual smile on his face. After seeing Li Yi, he asked, Are you the one who wants to talk about business? Please come in, my father just went out. If you have anything, you can tell me first. By the way, my name is Haidong Rue, and this hotel is opened by my father. Haidong Rue. Hearing this name, Li Yi suddenly realized Li Yi is very familiar with Haidong Rue. Before Li Yi traveled back, Haidong Rue was one of the famous entrepreneurs in Longhua, and Haidong Rue is also one of Li Yi's partners, but he is not a native of Haidong City. This new friend, who can be regarded as an old friend, makes Li Yi look forward to the future. Hello, my name is Li Yi. Is this hotel owned by your father? Haidong Rue smiled and said, Yes, this hotel has a history of nearly 40 years. It was passed down from my great-grandfather's generation. Li Yi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Haidong Rue admired him very much when he saw him 30 years later. He said that he was really impressive for starting from scratch and being able to achieve today's achievements. It turned out that this kid had been rich for generations. This hotel has such a long history, which is really surprising. Li walked slowly into the room and observed the layout of the room. He was a little surprised. The decoration style of this room is very popular even after 30 years. It's no wonder. After all, the Yin family is so rich, it's normal to have such a style. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li. You said you were here to discuss business with my fathers? Can I ask what kind of business you want to discuss? Li heard this and put away the smile on his face and set his eyes on the refrigerator in the suite. Mr. Duan, what do you think of refrigerators? Haidong Rue raised his eyebrows. It seems that the business Li Yi mentioned should be related to refrigerators. So Haidong Rue smiled and replied, Now the country has ordered a ban on the import of refrigerators in order to accelerate the development of domestic productivity. We all know this, so I won't say more. Take the refrigerators used in our hotel as an example. Snowflake refrigerators are an old brand in Beijing. Although they are the dawn of our domestic refrigerators, they are expensive and they consume a lot of electricity and make a lot of noise. These are all obvious problems. But because imported refrigerators are not allowed, Snowflake is the best brand we can find. I wonder if you have any insights, Mr. Li? Li Yi smiled and said, Brother Yin's analysis really makes me admire him. I really came here for the refrigerator today. Oh, you want to sell us a refrigerator, but can you bypass the policy? Li Yi smiled and said, since Brother Duan knows that the country prohibits the import of refrigerators, he should know the positioning of refrigerators. Those below 360 liters are called refrigerators, and those above 360 liters are refrigeration machinery. Duan Dongrue nodded. This is well known to everyone. He didn't understand what Li Yi wanted to express. Li Yi glanced at Yin Dongrue and said again, I just asked someone to customize a batch of refrigerators. They are the LG brand of the Southern Dynasty. Brother Yin, have you heard of them? LG brand refrigerators? Hearing this, Yin Dongrue's eyes widened. Isn't it explicitly prohibited to import refrigerators? Is Li Yi really so capable that he can get an LG refrigerator? Mr. Li, how did you do it? Li Yi smiled and said, this is my trade secret, but I do have an LG refrigerator. I wonder if you are interested, Brother Yin? After Yin Dongrue heard Li Yi's words, he hesitated a little. To be honest, if Li Yi can really get an imported refrigerator, it will be great news. Maybe Li Yi doesn't know that Yin Dongrue's father is one of the owners of the Home Appliance Exhibition and Sales Center. Moreover, Yin Dongrue's home is in Yinbei City, and they have their own home appliance building in Yinbei City. This is why all the refrigerators in this hotel are snowflake refrigerators. After Yin Dongrue thought carefully, he finally nodded and said, okay, I don't know where the refrigerator you mentioned is, Mr. Li. Can I go and take a look first? When Li heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, of course there is no problem. All the refrigerators are now in the exhibition center. There are 10 units in total. I will take you to see them now. Yin Dongrue nodded, put on his coat, and followed Li Yi. However, Li didn't notice that Yin Dongrue's expression was a little strange. Exhibition center? Isn't it a joint venture between his father and a few friends? Li was able to get a refrigerator at the exhibition center. It seems that his information is a bit blocked. He didn't even know that a new batch of LG refrigerators had arrived. How could Yin Dongrue guess that the refrigerator Li Yi mentioned was actually a freezing machine? It's just that the size is a bit small. Wei Sanpao also followed Li Yi. He was trying his best to learn Li Yi's way of doing things. For Wei Sanpao, Li Yi is now more like his teacher than a brother. Having such a relaxed conversation with a wealthy man, Wei Sanpao had to say that Li Yi's aura was really strong. But what Wei Sanpao didn't know was that the reason why Li Yi could still remain calm in the face of these prominent people was because Li Yi's original identity was here. Before Li Yi traveled back through time, he was already a famous figure on the rich list of Dragon Kingdom. So even if he meets rich people, Li Yi will not feel that he is shorter than them. Mr. Li, is this the refrigerator you were talking about? Looking at the 10 refrigerators in front of him, Yin Dongrue just felt very satisfied. Obviously, these refrigerators are indeed from LG and have not disappeared. Yin Dongrue is not afraid that Li Yi will deceive him. Yin Dongrue's family buys and sells home appliances. If Li Yi deceives him, wouldn't it be a big joke? Brother Li, how many of these refrigerators do you have? Li Yi smiled and replied, I still have 200 units. It's no problem if I place additional orders. Yin Dongrue nodded immediately. The quantity was enough, but he didn't know the price. Brother Li, I won't lie to you anymore. This exhibition center is opened by my father. My family is in Yinbei City, and we are also in the home appliance business. As long as you can ensure that there are enough refrigerators, we can continue our long-term cooperation. Li Yi was slightly shocked when he heard Yin Dong's words. The owner of the hotel is actually the owner of the Home Appliance Exhibition Center? This is so surprising. But this is just right. Maybe this is my luck. Of course there is no problem. Then can we talk about the price? When Yin Dongrue heard Li Yi's words, he nodded with a smile and said, As for the price, of course it's negotiable. Brother Li, please tell me a price. Li thought for a while and said, 4,000 yuan per unit. How about it? Yin Dongrue frowned when he heard the price. 4,000 yuan per refrigerator is indeed not a high price. Because this is an LG refrigerator. If it were placed in the hands of his father, It could be sold for at least 7 to 8,000. There's a lot of profit to be made this way. But how could Dongruei be willing to do so without bargaining? 4,000 yuan is a bit too expensive. How about 3,080 yuan? After all, it is a big business, and you can still make 3,080 yuan. When Li Yi heard this, he did a quick calculation in his mind. If it was 3,800 yuan, then he could get 1,800 yuan for each refrigerator. If calculated this way, he would be able to make a net profit of 360,000 yuan at the beginning. Yuan. And this is only the first 200 units. If there is cooperation in the future, you can make more. Moreover, you don't have to give all the imported refrigerators to Dongruei. You can also sell them yourself. After making up his mind, Li nodded and said with a smile, "That's it. I wish us a happy cooperation." Dongruei smiled and shook hands with Li Yi, and the deal was finalized. And Dongruei said happily that he could hand over all the money for the 200 refrigerators to Li Yi in the afternoon. Li Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, he had already made a net profit of 360,000 yuan, and with a partner like Dongruei, he definitely didn't have to worry about sales. He has once again taken a big step towards acquiring a meat factory. That afternoon, after signing the supply contract, Dongruei handed over 50% of the 760,000 to Li Yi. Of course, it was not cash, but a bank card. Li did not know much about bank cards at that time because he had not been able to use bank cards at that time. However, since it was a business need, it was time for Li Yi to open a bank account. Then Li Yi rushed to the LG agent again to inform the other party that the meat processing plant was very satisfied with the quality of the products and could now sign a supply contract. In view of the fact that their product quality could fully meet the needs of the meat processing plant, the factory decided to add an order of 800 units, so this batch of orders totaled 1,000 units. In order to show sincerity, the meat processing plant was willing to pay 20% of the contract amount of this order as a deposit, but South Korea needed to deliver the goods within half a month. And LG's agent Lee Rusong was naturally very happy. 1,000 refrigeration machines? This is a contract worth 2 million. No matter where it is a big order. At that moment, he passed the news back to the LG manufacturer. The manufacturer responded quickly and gave a reply soon, taking over this batch of orders. As for the delivery time of half a month, it is not a problem for them. LG is not a small factory, and this production capacity is nothing to them. Half a month is enough. In fact, in terms of production alone, 1,000 refrigerators can be produced in 3 days at most, but it takes at least 3 days to ship from South Korea to Longwa by sea, plus getting on and off the ship, etc. Half a month is still quite rushed. But no matter what, South Korea will not give up such a large order. Let's talk about Dongruei again. When his father learned that Dongruei had negotiated a deal for overseas refrigerators, he was stunned at first, but when he saw the sample, he was overjoyed. Dongruei is still a bit young. After all, he cannot be compared with an old man like his father, so he does not see the key point in this. What Dongruei likes is LG's refrigerator, while what Dongruei's father likes is the young man who does business with Dongruei. The line of 360 liters is so stuck that this young man is truly capable. If they can cooperate with such a young man for a long time, maybe they can make greater breakthroughs in this field in the future. While Dongruei and his father Jianlin were thinking this way, Li was also thinking about this issue. The refrigerator business has gotten off to a good start. Not to mention, the first batch of goods has sales channels, which is a good start. But at this moment, Wei Sanpao decided to leave. Li Yi understood his mood, so he did not stop him and gave him 20,000 yuan. He wanted to see the prosperity of haidong, and it was a good thing to gain more knowledge. What is growth? This is it. Regardless of whether he can find his own way or not, this experience will be beneficial to his future development. What's more, he has the back of everything, so don't be afraid. After Wei Sanpao left, Li instantly became a loner, feeling somewhat lonely. At the same time, Li is also considering the next arrangements. Li Yi's ultimate goal when coming to Haidong this time is to open his own home appliance experience store in Jiangxing. Since it is a home appliance experience store, it must not only have refrigerators. So Li Yi's next goal is television. Televisions are mainly divided into picture tube televisions, which are the mainstream products in the current home appliance market. Picture tube TVs now use color picture tubes. It is precisely because of this that the term color TV appeared. Lee has basically determined the price of CRT TVs. The lowest price of CRT TVs is around $2,000, so ordinary families cannot afford them. With the conditions of the meat factory, even Wei Sanpeo's family would be a little short-circuited if they wanted to use this thing. And the purchase channel is also a troublesome thing. So Li thought of Yin Dongrue. Isn't their family in the home appliance business? Moreover, Li also inquired about the father and son. It is said that there is a Yin family home appliance building in the center of the busiest street in Yanbei City. If you go to Yin Dongrue to buy the goods yourself, it will definitely be much cheaper. Thinking of this, Lee suddenly had a plan in mind. But there's still one problem, and that's rear projection TVs. Rear projection TVs only became popular a few years later, and are currently only sold in Beijing. This kind of TV is quite expensive. Each one costs close to 15,000 yuan. In other words, it is simply not something that ordinary families can afford. Lee let out a long sigh, and now he can only focus on the air conditioner. To open such a home appliance experience store in Jiangnan City, everything should not be too expensive. An air conditioner costs more than 2,000 yuan. It is estimated that not many families can accept a TV. Generally speaking, the most practical thing is a refrigerator. However, there are many rich people in Jiangnan City, so as long as you open a store, you're not afraid that no one will come to buy it. After making up his mind, Li turned around and returned to the hotel. Of course, Yin Dongrue already knew that Li was also staying in the hotel. Because he signed a big deal and was praised by his father, he was so happy that he waived Li's room fee. Of course, Li is very willing. After all, life is not easy these days, and it is better to save a little bit. When we returned to the hotel, it was already evening. As soon as Li returned to his room, the landline phone in the room rang. Picking up the landline, he originally thought it was from the front desk of the hotel, but what Li didn't expect was that the voice on the other side of the phone was Duan Dongrue. "Brother Li, are you upstairs?" Li raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Is this because he has something to do with him? "Yeah, I just came back." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Duan Dongrue smiled when he heard Li Yi's words and said, "I heard that you often go to the home appliance store recently. Does Brother Li want to buy something?" A helpless smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Li Yi's mouth. It seemed that everyone knew everything about his visit to the home appliance exhibition center. But this is normal. After all, Yin Dongrue's father is the owner of the exhibition center. "Yes, I want to open a store in my hometown and tinker with home appliances. Don't I want to know the price?" Yin Dongrue suddenly realized what he said, and then his eyes lit up. "Open a store? You should look to yourself for this kind of thing. Isn't this a great opportunity? It seems that my home appliance business in Yanbei City has a chance to develop to the south." "Brother Li, where is your hometown?" Li was suddenly curious. Why did Yin Dongrue ask these questions? "Jiangcheng, what's wrong?" "Jiangcheng?" Hearing this, Yin Dongrue suddenly became even more excited. Although Jiangcheng's economic development is not slow, it is definitely not comparable to cities like Haidong City. In other words, similarly, the home appliance industry is not developed. Many updated home appliances can only be seen in Haidong City because the per capita income in Jiangcheng is generally low and people cannot afford expensive home appliances. This is the opportunity for the Yin family. If a batch of home appliances can be introduced to Jiangcheng, it will undoubtedly be very attractive to the citizens of Jiangcheng. Of course, the price cannot be set too high, but as long as we can gain a foothold in Jiangnan City, it will undoubtedly be very profitable. "Brother Li, I have an idea. How about this? Let's open a branch in Jiangcheng. When the time comes, the branch will be handed over to you to manage, and I will give you dividends. How about it?" Li Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. "This is a good idea. If I open a store, there are many things I need to prepare, and the two most important points are the source of goods and logistics. No matter what store I open, these 2 points are the most important. Apart from anything else, Li Yi's current capital is not enough to support an entire logistics line. But if Yin Dongrue cooperates with me, it will be completely different. Yin Dongrue's family background definitely has complete warehousing and logistics, so no matter from which aspect, cooperating with Yin Dongrue is the best choice. Brother Yin, where are you now? Let's talk. When Yin Dongrue heard Li Yi's words, he immediately understood that Li Yi was also moved, so he immediately replied, I'm on the top floor. You know you came last time. Li Yi immediately set off and left his suite. Yin Jianlin is very confident in his judgment of people. There are few people he cannot see through, and Li Yi is one of them. There must be a story about this young man, but none of this is important. The most important thing is that Yin Jianlin is attracted by the drive in Li Yi. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things are not particular about trivial matters. Although his son Yin Dongrue also makes Yin Jianlin very satisfied, he has some hesitation inherited from his mother. On the other hand, Li Yi, who is unfamiliar with Haidong City, can boldly come to sell to him directly after getting a batch of refrigerators. Yin Jianlin can be sure that Li Yi must have been prepared to be rejected before he came. This era lacks such young people. What you need to do business is this kind of shameless spirit. And the more shameless you are, the more likely you are to succeed in your business and make it bigger and stronger. For Yin Jianlin, this cooperation is actually invested in Li Yi. From the perspective of interests, opening up the market in Jiangxing is undoubtedly a gamble that can bring huge benefits to Yin Jianlin. If he wins this gamble, he can not only win Li Yi's trust, but also get rich benefits. But if he loses, he can stop the loss in time, and there will be no big impact. This is a businessman, and his calculations are very loud. But is Li Yi really the one who is calculated? The answer is of course no. Although Li Yi himself does not have any rich background, he can borrow the background of the Yin family in Yanbei City through this cooperation. This is called borrowing chickens to lay eggs. In fact, as long as Yin Jianlin nods, Li Yi's plan will be a perfect success. As long as the home appliance business is done well, it is entirely possible to earn a considerable amount of money in a short period of time, and then he can realize the plan of contracting the meat processing plant. He is confident that he can take over the meat processing plant. There are not many rich people in Jiangxing, but there are not a few. Not to mention the 10,000 yuan households, there are also many people with assets of tens of millions. But would these people spend money to acquire a meat processing plant that had just been restructured and left a mess? Of course not. Isn't this nonsense? No matter how rich you are, you can't spend it this way. After all, the current meat processing plant is a mess. But Li Yi dares. Because Li Yi has a bigger plan. The meat processing plant is just a springboard. Through this springboard, Li Yi is not far from achieving the goal of economic freedom. Li Yi and Yin Jianlin, the old and the young, stood up from the sofa, smiled and shook hands with each other, and then signed the contract and went to start preparing to deliver the goods. This business is considered a deal. Both of them think they have made money, but they don't know who is the one who made the most money. Dividing line? When Li Yi returned to his room, it was already an hour later. According to the cooperation plan finalized by the two, the Yin family will supply Li Yi with goods, and the price will be calculated according to the wholesale price of the Home Appliance Exhibition Center, and the payment can be settled after the home appliances are sold. Li was responsible for opening up sales channels in Jiangxing and setting up a new home appliance exhibition center, and the brand name had to be the Yin family's. It was equivalent to the Yin family providing the goods, Li providing the venue and manpower, and jointly establishing a company. Regarding the equity distribution, Li held 51% and the Yin family held 49%. As for the imported refrigerator business, Yin Jianlin said that it would be handed over to Li Yi and Yin Dongrue. After all, this was a business that they had negotiated. As a business elite, Li Yi certainly understood that this was a favor deal. At the same time, this was also Yin Jianlin training his son so that he could be independent as soon as possible. However, what surprised Li Yi the most was that before leaving, Duan Dongrue kept him and told him an exciting news. That is, the 10 LG refrigerators originally placed in the Home Appliance Exhibition Center were favored by a big boss in Haidong. The other party not only bought the 10 directly, but also ordered 1,000 in one go, saying that it was to give benefits to the company's employees. When this reason came out, even Yin Dongrue was shocked. However, those who don't make money are fools. Yin Dongrue immediately made the decision and signed the business. So, he had to make sure whether Li Yi could take this order. Including the previous 200 units, this is an order of 1,200 units, which ordinary people don't have the ability to do. Li naturally had no problem. Anyway, he had already added 800 orders, and he was only 200 units away from the 1,200 units, so it was not a big problem. At that moment, Li Yi and Yin Dongrue finalized the cooperation plan. Back to his room, Li Yi couldn't hide his excitement. A large order of 1,200 units. Li Yi could make about 2.2 million from this order alone. The most important thing is that Li Yi also successfully boarded the big ship of the Yin family. Li Yi believed that the Yin family had understood the core secret of the refrigerator. After all, this thing was irresponsible. With the ability of the Yin family, they could completely leave him alone, but Yin Dongrue didn't do so. It was obvious that they were taking care of him. In my previous life, I knew that the Yin family was well known for their righteousness in the circle, and it turned out to be worthy of their reputation. By boarding the Yin family's big ship, my plan could be carried out more smoothly. The next morning, Li got up and rushed directly to Li Rusong and placed another order for 500 refrigerators. In this way, the number of refrigerators ordered by Li Yi from LG reached 1,500. Among them, 1,200 were prepared for the Yin family, and Li Yi planned to transport the remaining 300 back to Jiangxing and sell them at the Jiangxing Jinlin Home Appliances Exhibition and Sales Center to be established. After doing all this, Li Yi immediately boarded the train home. On the same day, the first batch of goods from the Yin family had also been sent out from Yinbei City. On the way, an idea suddenly emerged in Li Yi's mind. He thought of the express delivery industry that would be connected in all directions 30 years later. Although the transportation in the 1990s was much more developed than in previous years, there were still many people who could not enjoy this convenient transportation. The reason was that not every household could afford a car. After buying large home appliances, you often need to find someone to transport them home, and after transporting them home, if there is a problem, there is no place to find it. Places like home appliance exhibition centers only care about selling, and they don't care about any problems that arise later. Li Yi's idea is that his home appliance experience store should use the operating method of 30 years later, 1-year warranty, 7-day return and exchange, and door-to-door delivery. Moreover, it is also possible to plan the express delivery industry in advance. When the time is ripe, it is still very profitable to directly establish your own express delivery company. This idea just emerged in Li Yi's mind, and it became uncontrollable. In an instant, Li felt a little eager to go home, and I've been away from home for 5 or 6 days. I wonder if Su Qingning can handle it. It must be very hard for one person to pick up the children from school and take care of the store. Li Yi sighed helplessly. There are advantages to being poor, and there are difficulties to being rich. Thinking about it before, when Li Yi had not started running around for his own plan, it was the most comfortable time. I can pick up my daughter from school every day and see Su Qingning every day. Although I am tired, I am very satisfied. Now I'm busy like a dog. This may be life. After wandering for a while, Li came back to his senses and thought about how to develop the home appliance business. Now that the goods have a channel, the most important thing now is to build his own home appliance city as soon as possible. Li has already considered the location of the home appliance city, which is on the first floor of Lianhua Plaza. Although the rent is a little more expensive, the flow of people is large. Secondly, if you want to open up the market as soon as possible, you must have characteristics. And Li Yi's killer is to establish a complete after-sales service network so that the people can directly feel the convenient and reliable service. Li Yi believes that with such thoughtful service and some corresponding marketing plans, the home appliance city will definitely be able to quickly open up the market. However, this will require a large number of manpower, especially technicians who repair home appliances. This kind of person must be able to find out the problems with home appliances and solve them immediately so as to ensure the satisfaction of customers who buy home appliances. The second is the people who transport home appliances. These people must be able to quickly deliver home appliances to customers' homes, and they must also understand how to simply install and use home appliances. As long as there are these two types of people as a guarantee, then your own home appliance experience store will be the most popular in the entire Jiangxing. But these two types of people are not easy to find. The second type of people who transport home appliances are easy to say. Xiao, Weizi, and Dachu are all competent. If they can't do it, they can find people from the meat processing factory. There are many workers who were laid off earlier in the factory. As long as you pay, this type of workers is still easy to find. But technicians are troublesome. This type of people is really hard to find. A technician who can solve various home appliance problems must first undergo professional training, and the technology must be very sophisticated. He cannot be a novice. The risk of a novice is still very high. The second is the number of people. If there is only one technician, then once a lot of home appliances are sold, it will definitely be too busy. It didn't take long for Li Yi to think of a way. Although this method is not so reasonable, it doesn't matter in order to make enough money to acquire the meat processing factory as soon as possible. A few hours later, the train arrived at the station and Li Yi returned to Jiangxing. But just as Li Yi came out of the train station, he saw a heart-wrenching scene at the station entrance. There were many people gathered between the entrance and the waiting room, and there were women shouting. Obviously, there was a conflict. Originally, this incident did not cause Li Yi, who was in a hurry to go home. After all, such things are too common in places like train stations, and they will be resolved when the police come. But when he saw one side of the conflict, he couldn't help but stop. The two sides of the conflict in the crowd were all women. One side was a woman wearing fashionable clothes and heavy makeup, while the other side was kneeling on the ground, and her clothes were ragged. It could only be barely seen that she was a woman, and she was holding a little girl in her arms. After listening for a few minutes, Li roughly understood what happened. The people kneeling on the ground were a mother and daughter. To be precise, it should be the mother holding her daughter. There was a broken bowl in front of them, obviously begging. The child in the mother's arms looked about 4 or 5 years old, obviously a little haggard and drowsy in the mother's arms. Li initially concluded that the little girl should have a fever. The heavily made-up woman who was arrogant and chattering was probably in a hurry. When she passed by here, she was tripped by the mother and daughter, causing the heel of the woman's high heels to break, so a conflict occurred. This kind of thing is really common in a place like a station. It stands to reason that it was because the woman was too anxious and didn't notice the mother and daughter. The two sides negotiated in a friendly manner, and the matter was over. But obviously, this heavily made-up woman is an unreasonable shrew. Seeing that the mother and daughter were ragged, she thought they were easy to bully and directly started to curse. "You are really uncultured. Do you have any manners? This is a train station. Do you know what a train station is? You are begging in front of the train station. The face of the whole Jiangxing has been lost by you." Li Yi frowned when he heard these words. Who is uncultured? This woman is smart. She knows how to use the tiger skin as a banner and use the face of the whole Jiangxing as a weapon to attack the mother and daughter. You are really a talent. But what surprised Li Yi the most was the mother's reaction. She was not panicked at all, but lonely. That's right. Li Yi had quietly come to the front of the mother and daughter, and he noticed the mother's eyes. The mother was pretty, but the dirt on her face covered up her originally good-looking face. Another thing that attracted Li Yi's eyes. The mother's eyes looked dim and on the verge of despair. It was very similar to Su Qingnan's eyes when her daughter was taken away by human traffickers. Li sighed softly again. How could he ignore such a thing? He walked slowly to the mother and daughter and squatted down. The mother reacted and moved back slightly, with a bit of vigilance in her eyes. Li Yi said with a smile, "Does the child have a fever?" The mother nodded but still didn't speak. Li took out 10 yuan bills from his backpack and said, "I can't help you much. Take this money and treat your child first. Keep the rest of the money as travel expenses to go home or find a decent job. Don't give up on yourself." Afterwards, regardless of the mother's surprised look, Li forced the money into her hands, stood up, and prepared to leave. The onlookers next to him were also pointing and talking, basically praising Li Yi's actions. At this time, the woman standing next to him said disdainfully, "How can such a person be short of money? It's obvious that he is a liar, and he is cheating stupid old hats like you. I really don't understand. How can there be such a person in the world, bringing children out to beg? It's all you hypocrites who spoil them." When Li Yi heard this, his back paused, and then turned around and slapped the woman in the face. "Shut up!" The woman was stunned. She didn't expect that this young man, who looked very honest, would actually hit someone directly. Li Yi's eyes became a little fierce at this moment. He looked at the woman and continued in a cold voice, "You can look down on her profession, but please don't insult a mother. Are you blind? Her child is now running a high fever. If she hadn't really reached a desperate situation, I believe she wouldn't kneel here and ask for help." Then Li Yi glanced at the woman a few times, and then said, "In addition, please look at your identity clearly. Look in the mirror when you look down on others. It's a joke that you dare to look down on others when you are a fake." The woman's eyes suddenly became a little panicked when she heard this. The onlookers applauded. Li didn't stay here for long, and then turned around and left the station. Jiangcheng, Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Store. The business of the clothing store has always been good. Although it is not as popular as when it first opened, the daily turnover of the flagship store can be maintained at about 20,000 yuan. Although compared with decades later, a store of more than 600 square meters has a daily turnover of only 20,000 yuan, which seems a bit bad. But you have to know that it is 1,991 now. 20,000 yuan is really not a small amount. Throwing away various expenses, the net profit is at least 7,000 yuan a day. This profit is equivalent to an ordinary worker working in a factory for 5 years. It is not an exaggeration for a master's degree to make huge profits. And because the reputation of Jiangnan Beauty has been spread, now not only the local people in Jiangcheng come here to patronize, but also the rich people in nearby counties and cities often come here to buy clothes. The clothing that has just become popular in coastal areas is very novel and attractive to them. After the clothing store got on track, the daily turnover tended to be stable, which made Su Qingnan feel very good. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was that since Li Yi left, she felt empty everywhere, as if she had lost interest in doing anything. At this time, Su Qingnan was sitting in the office chair in front of the cashier, lying lazily on the table, drowsy. The electric fan placed not far away was humming, which further highlighted the sultry summer. At this time, a sneaky figure walked in from the door of the clothing store. The person who walked in from the door of the clothing store was Li Yi. Li Yi did not go home. He knew that Su Qingnan must be in the store at this time, so he took a taxi directly here. Since it was already lunchtime, there were not many customers in the store. After seeing Li Yi, several beautiful shopping guides were about to say hello, but were stopped by Li Yi. Quietly coming to the cashier, looking at Su Qingnan, who was lying on the table in front of him with a tired face, Li Yi's face showed a smile. He did not choose to go forward to wake up Su Qingnan, but walked lightly to Su Qingnan's side, bent down and picked up Su Qingnan's slender legs, picked up Su Qingnan, and came to the lounge inside. Taking advantage of Su Qingnan's break, Li Yi opened the drawer and looked at the delivery orders during this period. Overall, it was very good, and the sales were relatively stable. From the delivery order, it can be seen that short-sleeve shirts, shorts, and windbreakers are the best sellers, followed by flight jackets, etc., which are absolutely popular products if described by the flowers of later generations. Roughly estimated, from the opening on the 25th to now, in less than 20 days, the total turnover of the flagship store has reached 780,000 yuan. To be honest, such turnover is better than Li Yi expected. And this is just one store. If the old city store is included, it will be even higher. Then, Li Yi picked out the products that have become popular products according to the delivery order and recorded them. This will be the basis for future orders. And those that are not easy to sell should also be picked out. When ordering in the future, this kind of style should be ordered less or not at all. Unknowingly, more than half an hour passed, and just when Li Yi felt his stomach growling, he suddenly noticed a noise behind him. Looking back, I found that it was Su Qingnan who walked out of the bedroom while yawning. The moment she saw Li Yi, Su Qingnan's eyes widened. Then she made a move that made Li Yi laugh and cry. Su Qingnan stretched out her white hands and rubbed her eyes. Obviously, Su Qingnan thought she was dreaming. Before Li Yi left, he didn't say when he would come back. Su Qingnan thought it would take at least 10 days or half a month, right? When she was watching the store at noon, Su Qingnan felt as if someone picked her up and put her on the bed, but she didn't care. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, she found herself in bed. She was startled at first, and then she came out to check the situation. Unexpectedly, she found that her man was back. After Su Qingnan confirmed again and again that she was not dreaming, she rushed up immediately. Li also stood up from the chair with a smile on his face and reached out to hug Su Qingnan, who rushed over. "Sister, do you miss me?" Su Qingnan's face was slightly flushed with shame, and she didn't say anything, but she also stretched out her hand to hold Li Yi's waist. This action has already explained everything. "You won't leave this time you come back, right?" Li Yi heard Su Qingnan's words, smiled and nodded, and said, "In the next period of time, the focus of work will be in Jiangcheng, and I shouldn't leave." Su Qingnan was relieved. For some reason, she has gradually become fascinated by the days with Li Yi by her side. Li Yi could hear the reluctance and worry in his wife's heart, and his heart was warm. In fact, Li knew from the beginning that the relationship between him and Su Qingnan was different from others. It's not just because Su Qingnan is older than him, but more importantly, the relationship between them did not start with love but family affection. Originally, before getting married, Su Qingnan was not very clear about her feelings. She just regarded him as a younger brother. The reason why she said she wanted to marry him was that she didn't want her parents to worry, and secondly, she wanted her parents to continue to take care of Li Yi. Of course, there is also the grace of the Li family for raising her over the years. Compared to the love between husband and wife, this kind of feeling is much stronger. So no matter how unbearable Li Yi is, Su Qingnan is always tolerant of him. It was not until Su Qingnan committed suicide that Li Yi understood the relationship between them and his own heart. It was for this reason that Li Yi, who was reborn, cherished everything around him. Feeling the body temperature of Su Qingnan beside him, Li Yi slowly closed his eyes and began to enjoy the leisure of this afternoon. Not long after, Su Qingnan asked curiously, "Where is Sanpao? Why don't I see him?" Li Yi remembered that the letter that Wei Sanpao asked him to bring to Wei Kangon was still here. So he stood up and said, "Laosan plans to stay in Haidong City for a while. Before leaving, he gave me a letter and asked me to bring it to Uncle Wei for him." "What do you mean? Did you bully Laosan?" "No, am I that kind of person? It's that brat who wants to see the outside world. Is he okay in a strange city alone?" "Don't worry. I've asked my friends in Haidong to take care of him, and he'll be back in a while." "Okay then." At this time, Li said again, "Sister, I have to go to Uncle Wei's house now, and the store will be handed over to you." Su Qingnan nodded immediately after hearing this, indicating that Li Yi should hurry up and get down to business. Li picked up the letter from the desk, pushed open the door of the clothing store yard, and walked out. On the way, Li bought some fruits. After all, Wei Kangon was his elder. It was a bit inappropriate to visit an elder with empty hands. Wei Kangon's home was also in the family compound of the meat processing factory, not far from Li Yi's home. He walked into the corridor with ease. Before knocking on the door, Li Yi carefully looked at his clothes. Although he looked a little dusty, he was barely passable. After a little tidying up, Li stretched out his hand and knocked on the thick anti-theft door of Wei Sanpao's house. Not long after, the anti-theft door was opened. The person standing at the door was Wei Sanpao's father, Wei Kangon. It was the weekend, the factory was resting, and Wei Kangon was naturally at home. The moment he saw Li Yi, Wei Kangon raised his eyebrows, then looked behind Li Yi, but did not find the figure of his son. Wei Kangon had a premonition, but still said in a low voice, "Xiaoyi, come in quickly. You are back from Haidong City." "Yes, I'm back. Where's my rascal? Why is he hiding from me even though he is back home?" Wei Kangon said. Li sighed and said, "Uncle Wei, the third child, said that he wanted to try his luck in Haidong City, so he probably won't be back in a short time, Before leaving, he asked me to bring you a letter. I just got off the train and sent it to you." After listening to Li Yi's words, Wei Qinggan didn't say anything, and his face didn't change much. He just nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Sit anywhere." Li Yi smiled and said, "Okay, Uncle Wei, this is the fruit I brought for you and your aunt." Wei Qinggan heard this, smiled and took it, turned around and went to the kitchen, and when he came out again, he poured Li Yi a cup of tea. "Come on, Xiaoyi. Why are you still standing? Sit down. Tell me about you. You came to see Uncle Wei and brought fruit. Are you being too formal? During this period, that brat in my family has caused you a lot of trouble, right? It's hard for you. I didn't discipline that kid well. It's good for him to run around with you and see the world." Although Wei Qinggan's tone seemed very relaxed, Li could clearly see that Wei Qinggan's eyes were a little red, probably because he had shed tears. Of course, Li would not expose it, but he secretly sighed in his heart that Wei Qinggan's love for Wei Sanpao perfectly interpreted what fatherly love is like a mountain. "Look at what you said, Uncle Wei. The third child has helped me a lot." Then Li Yi continued, "It's thanks to you that you lent me the third child during this period. Otherwise, how could I accomplish anything by myself?" When Wei Qinggan heard this, a gratified smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, "You're a good talker. Don't I know what kind of character my little bastard is?" Li just smiled and didn't say anything on this topic. He just asked about the recent situation in the factory. After a while of greeting, he stood up and said goodbye. After Li Yi refused Wei Qinggan's request to stay, Wei Qinggan came to the dining table and picked up the letter written by Wei Sanpao. "Stinky boy, even your father doesn't care about you. What's the point of just writing a letter back?" Although he said so, Wei Qinggan still opened the handwritten letter from his son. This letter was written carefully by Wei Sanpao in pencil, probably because Wei Sanpao's education level was not high, so the content of the letter was also very simple. "Dad, Mom, my son plans to stay in Haidong City for a while. Brother E and I came to Haidong City and really broadened our horizons. It turns out that there are many rich people here. The hotel where Brother E took me to stay is very luxurious. In Brother Yi's words, it is high-end. I also saw Brother E talking about business with others. Brother E is really good at doing business. I didn't dare to interrupt when I stood beside him. I feel that I am with Brother E, just like at home, as if I am a burden. But who am I, Wei Sanpao? Of course I will not be willing to be a burden. So my son plans to make a living in Haidong City. Dad, Mom, you don't have to miss me too much. My son can take care of himself. Maybe when I go back, I can bring you a daughter-in-law." The content of this letter is very small, but Wei Qinggan read it for a full hour. From childhood to adulthood, Wei Sanpao has eaten a lot of Wei Qinggan's bamboo shoots and fried meat feasts. Wei Sanpao was not a quiet child since kindergarten, until he met Li Yi, which fully revealed his active and naughty nature. Wei Sanpao followed Li Yi all the way to high school, and then Li Yi dropped out. Wei Sanpao thought he could not get into college, so he dropped out and stopped studying. Li Fengyan found Wei Qinggan and wanted to find a job for his son in the meat processing factory. Wei Sanpao got the news and naturally found his father. He followed Li Yi's footsteps and entered the factory. The relationship between the two brothers was very good. After the human traffickers were arrested, Li Yi suddenly changed a lot. Li Yi became much more mature and better, and he never touched eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling again. Instead, he began to be sensible and started to run around for the livelihood of his family, and successfully changed the family's plight. Even the brothers who followed Li Yi embarked on the road to wealth because of Li Yi's various strategies. Although it has not reached the level of overnight wealth, it has basically improved the family environment of the brothers. Wei Qinggan also saw this. Why did Li Yi suddenly change so much? Wei Qinggan didn't know, and in the end he could only explain everything with an old saying: "A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold." Although Wei Qinggan was very pleased that his son no longer made trouble, he was also a little worried. Since Li Yi changed, Wei Sanpao has become much quieter. This time, the reason why Wei Sanpao chose to go out and fight on his own was probably stimulated by Li Yi. For Wei Qinggan, this is certainly a good thing, because Wei Sanpao is also quietly changing. However, the reason why Wei Qinggan still feels a little uncomfortable is that his son's departure makes him a little reluctant. Similarly, there's also a little worry. However, young people have to go out and see the world after all. Leaving Wei Sanpao in Jiangnan City will only ruin his future. Although Wei Qinggan's eyes are still red, a smile slowly emerges at the corners of his mouth. Wei Qinggan leaned back on the recliner and looked at the two swallows, one big and one small, on the windowsill outside. He exhaled softly. "Brat, take care of yourself." After leaving Wei's house, Li Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, his mission was accomplished. However, thinking that he would not see Wei Sanpao for a long time, Li Yi was still a little sad. After all, there were no high-end smart mobile devices such as mobile phones in this era, so communication between people was not very convenient. Mobile phones were something that only rich people could have. For Li Yi, this kind of thing was not very meaningful. In a few years, when Xiaolingtong became popular, the communication environment would improve. Li Yi returned to the clothing store, but unexpectedly found that the clothing store was very lively. Not only were there many customers, but several brothers were also there. When they saw Li Yi coming, they all surrounded him. "Brother Yi, you are back? Why didn't you tell us?" "Yes, Brother Yi, did you gain anything from this trip to Haidong City?" "Brother, why didn't I see the third brother? Where did he go?" After hearing the questions from his brothers, Li Yi picked up a bottle of soda from the table, and then took them to the steps outside the store, and then said with a little helplessness, "Your third brother went to fight for his dream." "Ah!" Li Yi smiled and said, "I guess you won't see him for a long time in the future." Then Li Yi told us about Wei Sanpao staying in Haidong. After listening to Li Yi's words, Xiaowu, Weizi, Dachu, and others looked at each other and fell into silence. They didn't expect that Wei Sanpao would choose such a path. In their eyes, Wei Sanpao has always been very righteous and generous, but he was determined to fight in other places. If you didn't hear it with your own ears, you really couldn't believe it. After a long silence, Dachu was the first to ask, "Brother Yi, what exactly is this dream you were talking about?" "Yes, Brother Yi. Why are so many people working hard for their dreams?" Li Yi heard this, smiled and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, and said, "Dachu, remember, even if you live in the gutter, you have the right to look up at the stars." As soon as this sentence was spoken, Li Yi seemed to see a gleam of light in Dachu's eyes. "Brother Yi, did you say this?" "Yes, Brother Yi, this sentence is so literary." Li Yi smiled and shook his head, and explained, "The original text of this sentence is that although we all live in the gutter, there are still people looking up at the stars." It was said by a foreigner. The general meaning is that although the era we live in is very dark, we still have to pursue our dreams firmly. Dachu heard this and suddenly realized it. "Okay, a batch of home appliances will arrive in a few days. We have to rent all the areas on the first floor of the mall and turn it into our own electrical appliance city. You guys should deal with the things on hand in the next few days and start working on the electrical appliance city tomorrow." Electrical appliance city? Dachu heard this and asked curiously, "Brother Yi, do you really want to build an electrical appliance city?" "Well, the plan has been made. I will go to rent a house in the afternoon." Li Yi said, "Okay, brothers will listen to you." Dividing line. In the next few days, Li Yi was busy with the electrical appliance city. First of all, renting a storefront. The electrical appliance city cannot choose those remote places, but must be in those large shopping malls with large traffic. One reason is the problem of customer flow, and more importantly, it is necessary to show one's own strength. In this era, the most important thing for ordinary people to buy large electrical appliances is the strength of the merchant. After all, when the three guarantees law is not very perfect, after-sale service has always been a big problem. In this case, ordinary people can only choose those large shopping malls. Li Yi once again chose Lianhua Plaza, which not only has a good traffic flow, but also has suitable stores. Moreover, with the previous cooperation foundation, the property owner of the mall also gave considerable discounts on rent. This time, Li chose an area of more than 800 square meters on the first floor of the mall. Although the annual rent is as high as 100,000 yuan, Li believes that this location is worth the price. He knows that just 10 years later in the millennium, the rent of any 80 square meter store here has reached 100,000 yuan. At present, 800 square meters for 100,000 yuan is simply a bargain. After the store is rented, it is easy to decorate and move the business license. Lao Lu's construction team went directly to the site, and Li went to handle the business license in person. Then he formed a marketing team and an after-sales team. The marketing team was easy to solve. Li directly transferred the beautiful shopping guide Lu Tingting from the clothing store, and then recruited more than a dozen beauties and trained them strictly. In fact, there is no technical content in selling home appliances. As long as you memorize the performance and advantages of the product and then understand some marketing routines, you can be competent. Li believes that these people trained by himself will not have much problem. On the contrary, the after-sales team is a troublesome matter. First, delivery requires a lot of manpower, and secondly, it also requires some workers who know how to install and repair. Li first asked Li Fengyan to contact more than 20 hard-working workers from the laid-off workers of the meat processing plant to form a delivery team. Then, he hired a master who knew how to repair home appliances at a high salary and found him a few young apprentices, so that the earliest after-sales team of the home appliance city was established. In just 1 week, the Jiangqing store of Jinlin Home Appliances Exhibition and Sales Center was officially listed. Now we are waiting for the goods to arrive and then open for business. Although everything is going on in an orderly manner, both Li Yi and Su Qingnan are quite stressed. During this period of time, Li was constantly spending money on this store. From renting a store to building a team, there was nothing in the store, so Li just poured in more than 200,000 yuan. What's more important is that the total number of people in the home appliance city alone now exceeds 45. The average monthly salary is 150 yuan. Not counting commission, a monthly salary of 7,000 yuan is required. Including rent, water, electricity, and other expenses, it is conservatively estimated to be around 20,000 yuan. Even if the clothing store makes money, such huge expenses still make them feel unbearable. What's more, purchasing goods also requires funds. Although the Yin family agreed to provide the first batch of goods, they were only allowed to postpone the payment. Not that no payment was required. Moreover, the Yin family also proposed a 3-month trial operation period. If the results are not good, they may withdraw their investment at any time. Therefore, even a reborn person like Li Yi, who has a good understanding of the general trend, feels a bit of pressure. On July 22nd, after waiting for nearly a week, the first batch of goods from the Yin family finally arrived. When the goods arrived, Li Yi was eating at home and suddenly heard someone knocking on the door outside. Li pushed the door open and took a look and found that it was Chu standing outside the door. Chu looked breathless, holding the door frame, and said, "Brother E, home appliances have arrived, and people are waiting for you to sign for them in person." Li Yi was overjoyed when he heard this, and then, without saying a word, he took his coat, told Su Qingyao, and walked out of the house. Home appliances are not ordinary objects. If Li Yi himself is not present, people will certainly not agree. If these valuables are lost, the transporter will have no way to explain. When the two arrived at the door of the clothing store, Li saw a truck parked in front of the yard outside the warehouse. And on the carriage of the truck, there was a strange mark, and Li Yi immediately understood that this must be the mark of the Yin family home appliance company. Arriving at the yard, a driver in work clothes and a hat looked Li Yi up and down and asked, "Our chairman has said that Mr. Li Yi's signature is required. Otherwise, the goods cannot be delivered to you." Li Yi smiled and stepped forward and said, "I am Li Yi. Yin Dongrui asked you to come?" The driver was relieved when he heard Li Yi's words, nodded, and said with a smile, "Sorry, Mr. Li, our company has a rule that you have to sign for us. Otherwise, we can't explain it when we go back." Li Yi also smiled and nodded, stepped forward and signed happily, saying, "It should be, open the door of the car, let the brothers put all the things in the warehouse." The driver saw that Li Yi, a big boss who could do business with the small chairman, was so polite to him and immediately replied, "Okay." Then, while the driver was talking, he waved his hand, and the drivers on the trucks behind also jumped down and began to help Lee move the appliances. Lee lowered his head to check the freight list in his hand. The Yee family was very sincere. There were 20 TV sets, 20 air conditioners, and 40 washing machines, and they were little swan. People in this era have a particularity, that is, 3 turns and 1 ring. 3 turns refer to watches, bicycles, sewing machines, and 1 ring refers to radios. But these were things in the early days. The most popular things now are color TVs, air conditioners, refrigerators, etc. Although it was only the first batch of goods, the purchase price of these things was not cheap. After moving all these items into the warehouse, let alone several drivers, even a big physique like Wazy Dachu was out of breath. After all, refrigerators and washing machines in this era have a characteristic which is big, bulky, and heavy. Standard large objects must be moved to the place without any damage by several people working together. Now the store has been decorated, the goods have arrived, everything is ready, and Dongfeng is not lacking. The opening of the business will be put on the agenda. However, the most important thing for a home appliance experience store is not the 2 words home appliances, but the experience. The meaning of the experience store is to allow customers to feel humanized service, and this is Li Yi's trump card. There are many home appliance stores in Jiangsheng, so the business of the home appliance industry is not easy to do. However, these people do not have Li Yi's business acumen and experience. The only problem Li Yi faces now is how to publicize the business methods of his home appliance experience store. The method of distributing flyers everywhere is not impossible, but it has been used once when opening a clothing store. If it is taken out again, no matter how you look at it, it is not enough. Then, Li thought of another way. Before crossing back, there was a way of publicity, which was to play GG in the car. Driving a car around Jiangsheng City for 2 laps and posting GG on the body of the car, plus a horn, playing the news about the opening of his home appliance experience store in a loop. Maybe you can get a good effect. Then, Li was in trouble again. Although the method is good, where can I find a car? Go buy one? Stop talking nonsense. I still have to use the remaining money to buy a meat processing plant. And I don't have a driving license, so I have to get a license after buying a car. Li sighed, sat on the cool ground at the door of the warehouse, and began to think of a solution. At this time, the driver responsible for delivery came forward to say goodbye to Li and was about to leave. At this time, Li suddenly remembered something. Then Li immediately stood up and stopped the drivers. "Everyone, don't leave in a hurry. Stay and have a meal." The drivers looked at each other, a little confused. But this person is a partner of his boss, so it's not polite to refuse directly. "Well, is there something wrong with the goods?" Li smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shared them with several drivers, and said with a smile, "Of course not. The goods are intact. Don't get me wrong. I just want you to do a small favor." Several drivers heard what Li said and immediately said, "Well, Boss Li, if you have any questions, just tell us directly. We will do our best to help." Li smiled and said, "It's nothing big. I just want you to help me promote my store." "Promotion?" The leading driver repeated Li Yi's words in confusion, and then asked curiously, "How can we help you promote? We are just drivers." Li pulled the driver into the yard and said with a smile, "That's not what I mean, it's just like this." Li whispered a few words in the driver's ear, and the driver suddenly realized it. Then he looked at Li with a look of astonishment. This little boss is really smart. How can he think of such a method? Although there have been similar promotional methods in other places before, this is the first time I've heard of such a novel method. Little boss, how did you come up with these methods? This is the first time I've heard of them. Li shrugged helplessly. How can he explain this? You can't say that people 30 years later came up with it, right? When the time comes, you just need to take 2 days to help me promote it. Don't worry. I won't let you work in vain. I will naturally give you a satisfactory reward. The driver smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, then we will find a place to stay and wait for your news." Li smiled and nodded, and then watched the drivers drive away in the truck. As for the promotion method that Li thought of, it was also inspired by the truck. The truck has a large space. The main thing is that it is convenient to post posters outside the truck, and it is eye-catching enough. The most important thing is that although Lee does not have a driving license, these truck drivers do. In this way, Lee does not have to drive himself, and these truck drivers can take care of it. What Lee has to do is to concentrate on tidying up the space in the warehouse and prepare for opening. What Lee did not notice was that a person standing not far away, looking at the home appliances in front of him, had a hint of ambiguous light in his eyes. Early the next morning, at the entrance of the warehouse, Su Qingnan looked at the scene in the warehouse with an ugly face, feeling angry in his heart. The warehouse was stolen. Xiaowu discovered a problem when he came here to transport goods this morning, and immediately reported the situation to Su Qingnan. Su Qingnan did not dare to neglect, and immediately came from the store to check the situation, and at the same time asked someone to find Li. Then everyone began to count the goods and found that there was no missing piece of clothing, except for a TV. Su Qingnan was panicked now. A TV costs thousands of dollars. The home appliance experience store has not yet opened. How could something like this happen? What should we do? Li was shocked when he learned the news. But there was no panic. It was just a TV. The loss of 1,000 yuan was not too much for Li now, and he could afford it. What surprised Li was that this kind of thing could happen to him. When I arrived at the warehouse, I found Su Qingnan sitting on the steps at the door with a look of despair. Li was suddenly worried. Was there something wrong with Su Qingnan? Sister, why are you sitting here? Because you lost a TV. The moment Su Qingnan saw Li, he secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "That's what you brought back from Yinbei City. I should have changed the lock to a better one yesterday." Li sighed helplessly. It turned out that Su Qingnan was unhappy because of this matter. Li knelt down in front of Su Qingnan, reached out and pinched Su Qingnan's cheek, and said with a smile, "Sister, it's just a TV. We haven't opened it yet, so we have plenty of time to get it back. Believe me, it's only a matter of time before we catch this thief." After Su Qingnan received Li's comfort, his mood obviously calmed down a lot. After calming down for a while, he asked in a low voice, "Can I really get it back?" "Able. But now we have no clues except footprints." Li shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't worry. You don't have to worry about these problems. Just leave them to me." After comforting Su Qingnan, Li turned around and came to the front of the warehouse, his face becoming gloomy. What Su Qingnan said is right. The only clue at present is the footprints, and this person should have come to steal things in the early morning. It's even possible that it was stolen shortly after they left. But what is very strange is that this person can obviously take more things, and there is even a small amount of cash in the office next to him. I left a lot of cash in a clothing store and moved a heavy TV instead. What kind of operation was this? Li sighed. This matter is really a headache. There are two roads before Li now. One is to call the police. Based on the relationship between Li and the current director of the Public Security Bureau, Li Wenshan, it is very simple to catch this suspect, and Li Wenshan will definitely give his full help. But what Li is more worried about is whether the person who stole the TV is someone he knows. If this is really the case, then Li will be very embarrassed no matter how he handles it. Then, Li started checking in the yard. Soon, a series of strange footprints caught Li's attention. Looking at the series of footprints in front of him, Li frowned. Why do these footprints look so strange? I don't know why. This series of footprints is very clear, but it is obviously too small. Judging by the size, they should be size 39 shoes. Could it be that the person who came to steal something was a female thief? But looking at the depth of this footprint, this person's weight is a bit. Although Li is not a police officer, he has a friend who is a police officer. They met before they traveled back in time. When the two were chatting, Li asked a question. Is it possible to determine whether a person is male or female and his height and weight through footprints? Li's police officer friend at the time once said that as long as the conditions are sufficient, it is of course possible, because a person's height and weight, as well as the size of his feet, are all related to a certain extent. Although the predictions will be biased, most of the guesses will be very accurate. For example, For a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds, there is absolutely no way that his feet are too small, because that would not be in line with physical development. Li didn't recall it until he saw the series of footprints in front of him. Li observed these footprints for a while without saying a word, but he really couldn't figure out why. You can't see this thing at all? How did the police do it? Also, being able to tell the shoe size through footprints is already a very great thing. Sighing silently, Li suddenly thought about it, and thought of a way. He stood up, came to the side of the footprints, and stood up. Next to the footprints, a pair of Li Yi's own footprints were left. Then Li squatted down again and looked carefully. Wei Zi and others standing next to Li Yi were confused. What is Li Yi doing? Why are you looking at the footprints and then going up to take a print yourself? Li discovered something was wrong at this time. He weighs more than 140 kilograms and is nearly 1.8 meters tall. So the footprints left behind look deeper, but the 39-yard footprints are actually deeper than Li Yi's. No matter how stupid Li Yi is, he can still see the problem. It seems that the person who came to steal things has some brains. He also knows that once he comes and steals something, he will definitely leave footprints after it rains. So he wears a smaller shoe size. But shoe size can be changed, but weight cannot be changed. Li Yi initially judged that this person was definitely taller than himself, and he was definitely a man. The most obvious of these two footprints is the difference in weight. Wei Zi squatted aside, and after watching Li Yi's movements, he suddenly realized something. Brother Yi, you are so smart. But how do you know that this footprint must be left by the person who stole the thing? This footprint is too small. While talking, Wei Zi made a gesture with his foot, which was much larger than the footprint. When Li Yi saw this, he rolled his eyes helplessly, reached out and patted Wei Zi on the back of the head, and said with a smile, "This footprint is obviously left by someone who stole things, but it is a fake footprint." De Chu and Xiao Wu, who were standing behind Li Yi, were even more confused when they heard Li Yi's words. Since it was left by that bastard who stole things, why did it become fake again? What is true and what is false? I said, Brother Yi, stop being so pretentious. Which of these is true and which is false? Li Yi heard Xiao Wu's words and said with a smile, "Listen to me, this person is obviously a stranger, not from our store. He doesn't know that all the cash in the clothing store is on the desk of the store. He must have seen the delivery truck that came during the day, and then saw us moving electricity onto the ground. But there were so many of us at that time, and it was daytime, so it was too conspicuous. So he didn't dare to come out and steal it directly. So he waited until night." After hearing Li Yi's speculation, Xiao Wu, Wei Zi, De Chu, and Su Qingnan nodded involuntarily. Li Yi's words do make sense, but who is this person? Li Yi saw a few people seeming to suddenly realize it. A smile appeared on his face and continued, "This person has wasted so much effort and only took away a TV set. The loss is only 1,000 yuan. I believe we didn't call the police, and he guessed that we were on guard and probably wouldn't come again. It's only 1,000 yuan. The cash in our desk drawer now is more than 1,000 yuan. This loss is nothing. When the home appliance experience store opens, we will get more profits. Let's forget about it. Bar. Okay, don't worry about it anymore. Hurry up and keep an eye on the poster, GG. There are so many drivers waiting for you." Li clapped his hands and signaled Xiao Wu and others to disperse quickly and go about their business. Xiao Wu and others looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Now that Li Yi has spoken, it seems that this thief has really taken advantage of him. However, there is nothing we can do about this. We can't let this kind of thing affect the opening of the home appliance experience store, right? That would be a huge loss. Seeing Xiao Wu and others leaving in a hurry, Li Yi's eyes slowly narrowed. What he just said was actually setting a trap. As for whether Xiao Wu and others have any problems, it depends on Li Yi's next plan. Just as Xiao Wu and others disappeared at the corner of the street, Su Qingnan's voice came from behind Li Yi. "If you really don't call the police, then this TV." Li Yi heard Su Qingnan's question and said with a smile, "Sister," I said, "leave this matter to me. Just don't worry. I will definitely find out the real thief." Su Qingnan had no choice but to nod. Since Li Yi had said so, it would be inappropriate for him to ask further. For the next time, Li Yi acted like a fine person, not at all like he had just lost a TV. On the other hand, Su Qingnan, who was sitting in front of the desk in the clothing store, had a frown on his face. Seeing Li Yi's relaxed look, she became even more depressed. Wasn't it agreed that Li Yi would solve the TV problem? Why does the cool breeze start to blow while sitting in the yard? However, most of the reason why Su Qingnan was depressed was because of the TV, not Li Yi's attitude. Su Qingnan also knew that Li Yi was basically not idle during this period. He was running around all day, so Su Qingnan was actually relieved when he saw Li Yi lying on the recliner. She knew that Li Yi was no longer the same character as before, so Li Yi must have had a plan for this matter, right? Thinking of this, Su Qingnan's mood suddenly became much more relaxed. Of course, Li Yi doesn't know Su Qingnan's psychological activities. He's just thinking about a problem now. Who took this TV? Judging from the other party's familiarity with the warehouse area, it is likely that an insider committed the crime. There are not many people who know the situation in the warehouse area, namely Xiao Wu, De Chu, Wei Zi, De Long, Liang, and others. This group of brothers used to hang out with Wei Sanpao, but now they have all been recruited into the store by Li Yi, including more than 10 people. However, Li is only familiar with Xiao Wu and De Chu, and he doesn't know much about the others. Judging from the current situation, it should be done by insiders. The reason is very simple. The person who came to steal the TV had a very clear goal, which was to enter the warehouse. If it hadn't been during the day, how could the people at the scene be impartial and find the warehouse containing many valuable home appliances as soon as they came in? Moreover, this footprint obviously came over the wall and walked straight towards the warehouse. Obviously, the other party's goal is very clear, and there is no sign of searching. Although this man was smart, he obviously did not expect that Li Yi was smarter than him. Since it was done by one of our own, of course we can't call the police. Li Yi is not a virgin bitch, but many of these little brothers have helped him catch human traffickers and are his benefactors. Even if someone is really dirty, Li Yi can't send the person to prison. After all, it is a period of severe crackdown. Once he goes in, it will take 10 years at least for the price of a TV. As the ancients said, it is better to open up than to block. Since this brother has chosen to make a mistake, Li Yi will always pull him out of the quagmire. Having just saved a Wei Sanpao, Li doesn't want another Wei Sanpao to appear next to him. Catching the thief is just a sideshow, and Li Yi's main task at the moment is still publicity. The store has been decorated and the goods are in place. Now it's just a matter of publicity. Fortunately, the plan has been worked out, and it's just about to be implemented. In the yard of the warehouse area, several driver masters gathered together under the leadership of Xiao Wu. Li looked at the driver masters and said with a smile on his face, "Guys, please trouble me. I will tell you what you need to do now, and then when you are done, I will give you a big red envelope. Wait a minute. I need you to start along Xiangyang Avenue, walk along Haixin Road, and then do this. Remember, the speakers must be turned up as loud as possible during this period. You must complete all the routes I just mentioned. By the way, don't forget to put up the posters." Several drivers looked at each other and nodded to express their understanding. Although the return to Yinbei City was delayed by 1 day, Li paid for all their accommodation, which left them speechless. Moreover, breakfast and dinner were all paid for by Li. The driver in the lead immediately said, "Boss Li, you are reliable." Li didn't know what these driver masters said about him, but even if he knew, he would just shake his head and smile. In Li's view, these are the most basic credit issues. If you leave people to work for you and you don't even solve the problem of food and accommodation for them, how can you make a big difference? Of course, not everyone thinks so. There are always some black-hearted businessmen who exploit employees. Before Li traveled back through time, he had seen many similar things. Xiaowu and others helped the driver to put up all the posters, and then the driver set off in the truck. There were a total of 5 medium-sized trucks, which left the entrance of the clothing store in a mighty manner, looking very impressive. The content on the poster is very simple. It is the first home appliance experience store in Jiangcheng. After selling the home appliance, a warranty package will be provided for installation, and exchanges can be accepted. And if you are not satisfied 3 days after buying it, You can take it to the store for exchange, and it can also be delivered to remote areas. The general GG word has this meaning. The emergence of these GG words will have an unimaginable impact on Jiangxing's home appliance industry. However, before opening, there is still a problem that needs to be solved by Li Yi personally. Dividing line? As the capital city of Jiangnan province, Jiangxing also has many home appliance stores. Similarly, there are also many masters with home appliance repair skills. These people are usually aware of problems with various home appliances and can deal with them in time. And what Li Yi needs now is exactly this kind of person. Although he had found a master and a few apprentices before, Li Yi knew that this number was still not enough. So he decided to wield a small hoe and dig into other people's corners. Li Yi remembered that his father Li Fengyan once said that he had an old comrade in arms who used to work in the army as a circuit engineer and was very capable. After retiring from the army, he engaged in home appliance repair and had very good skills. Currently, this person works in a chemical factory. He occasionally takes on various private jobs and lives on a meager salary. He lives a tight life. Li Yi decided to dig this master surnamed Chun and let him serve as the technical director of the after-sales team. He did it as soon as he said it, but this matter could not be done by Li Yi alone, so he asked his father to do it. After buying a lot of fruits and various snacks in the store outside, Li Yi came to his father's house. Because he and Su Qingnian were too busy during this period, and Su Qingyao was preparing to apply for volunteers, she needed a quiet environment, so Li Yue had always been taken care of by her grandparents. Outside the door, Li Yi rang the doorbell. Li Fengyan glanced through the peephole of the security door and found that it was his son who came back, so he opened the door immediately. Qingnian didn't come back with you? Your mother and I were just talking about it. Let Qingnian take Qingyao home for dinner in the evening. Li Yi smiled and replied, Dad, Qingnian has been helping me look after the store these days. I'm a little busy these days. After I finish this battle, let's get together as a family. After Li Yi walked into the room, he saw his daughter sitting on the sofa, holding a red apple in her hand and eating it happily. Wei Wei, do you miss your dad? Li Yue saw Li Yi and put down the apple in her hand and rushed up. Dad, Wei Wei misses you. When are we going home? Li Yi smiled and patted his daughter's head, saying, When Mom and Dad are done with their work, we can pick Wei Wei up. Can you accompany Grandpa and Grandma for Mom and Dad for the next few days? Li Yue nodded very obediently. Li Yi was also very happy. No matter what messed up his mind, it didn't matter after seeing his daughter. After playing with his daughter for a while, Li Yi remembered something important and stood up and walked to his father's side. It can be seen that his father has changed a lot during this period. The first is the spirit. Although Li Fengyan used to hold a high position in the factory, he was obviously a little depressed. The root of the problem lies in Li Yi. At that time, he made the whole family worry. He got into trouble here today and beat up someone else's family tomorrow. His monthly salary was not small, but most of it was used to apologize to others. At the end of the year, if he could eat a full meal every day, everything would be fine, not to mention saving money. It was because of this reason that Li Fengyan's pressure doubled. He smoked when he was worried, and smoked when he was worried, and finally got lung cancer. But now the situation is completely different. Since Li Yi caught the human trafficker, he can be said to have changed into a different person. He basically stopped eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and smoking, and now he has started his own business, which is thriving. The monthly income can not only fully support the family life but also save a lot. More importantly, since Li Yi asked him to smoke less last time, Li Fengyan really quit smoking. During this period of time, he seemed to be 10 years younger. Looking at his son sitting in front of him, Li Fengyan was getting more and more satisfied. At this time, Li Yi asked, Dad, I remember you said that you have a comrade in arms who has the skill of repairing home appliances and is now taking private jobs. Li Fengyan was stunned for a moment, and his hand holding the enamel cup paused, obviously not expecting Li Yi to ask this question. But then, Li Fengyan replied, You're talking about Chen Feng, right? He works in a chemical factory, but it seems that he was laid off some time ago. What happened? Li Yi heard this and said with a smile, Aren't you encountering some problems? I am now preparing to open a home appliance experience store. Home appliance experience store? Ah, It's selling home appliances. Oh, the name is weird. I thought it was something else. Li Fengyan said, Dad, I was thinking that if there is any problem with the home appliances I sold, the customers come to me. I can't say I can't fix it, right? Then Li Yi continued, My Uncle Chun has this skill, so I thought it would be better to let Uncle Chun come to my store and be a master. I will pay him a salary every month. What do you think? Li Fengyan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This method is good. There are 7 or 8 of his comrades in Jiangnan City, which is not a small number. After Chen Feng retired, he was the worst. The rest of them wanted to help, but Chen Feng was also stubborn and refused to accept their help. So after that, all of Li Fengyan's comrades in arms have been worried about Chen Feng's livelihood. Now that he is laid off, life must be difficult. If his son can really recruit him to the store, Li Fengyan thinks this is also a good thing. If you really want to recruit your Uncle Chen, I can't show up. That guy is so stubborn. It will definitely not work if I go. What should I do? I know he is working as a temporary worker in an electrical appliance store. You can go to him directly. I think he will agree. Okay, I'll go right away. Dividing line? According to the address his father wrote to him, Li Yi quickly found Chen Feng's home. Chen Feng's home is located in the bungalow area, in a courtyard that looks very old and dilapidated. This courtyard was built in the 1980s, but after the economic development of Jiangnan City, basically not many people live there. Even if there are, they're all poor people with a family background similar to Chen Feng. It can be seen that Li Yi's family conditions were actually quite good before. Following the guidance of the address, Li Yi came to a brick house at the innermost part of the yard and gently knocked on the iron door that looked a bit old. The iron sheet was actually wrapped in wood, so there was a strange sound when knocking on it, but at least it could let the people in the room know that someone was knocking on the door. After knocking for the first time, there was no response from inside. Li Yi frowned slightly and then knocked on the iron door again. This time there was finally movement in the room. That was the sound of someone getting out of bed and putting on shoes. After a burst of rustling noises, the iron door was finally slowly opened. Li looked closely and saw a pale woman who looked very weak. It seemed that this was Chen Feng's wife who had been bedridden for many years. Chen Feng's wife should have tuberculosis. Although this disease was not considered a difficult symptom in the 1990s, it was basically impossible to completely cure it according to Chen Feng's current family conditions. Although Chen Feng goes out early and comes back late every day, the money he earns can barely support his family. It is precisely because of this reason that Chen Feng's wife has always refused to go to the hospital for treatment. Young man, who are you looking for? Li immediately said, Hello, Annie. I'm here to find Uncle Chen Feng. Is he here? Chen Feng's wife coughed lightly and then said, He is here. We will pay you back the money we owe as soon as possible. Can we give you a few more days? When Li Yi heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Chen Feng's wife would think of him as someone who came to collect debts. Annie, listen to me. I am Li Fengyan's son. Do you know Li Fengyan? Then Li Yi continued to explain. My father is Uncle Chen Feng's comrade in arms. My name is Li Yi. Hearing this, Chen Feng's wife was relieved and smiled. I know. It turns out that you are the child of the old Li family. Come in quickly. The room is not big. Sorry. Li Yi smiled and followed the aunt into Chen Feng's home. The bungalow is not big. The white paint on the wall has fallen off, showing the traces left by the years. There are various newspapers on the wall, which have been slightly yellowed and look like they have been there for a while. Li Yi carefully observed the various furnishings in the room. It is not difficult to judge that the life of Chen Feng's family of 3 is more difficult than imagined. Just after Li Yi entered the bungalow, a man covered in stains came out of the room inside. When Li Yi saw this man coming out, he immediately looked him up and down. The man's face was stained with oil, and it looked like he was repairing something behind the scenes. Red. Although I'm not sure, I guess it is the Chen Feng I'm looking for. Uncle Chen, hello, my name is Li Yi. When Chen Feng heard Li Yi's words, he stretched out his sleeve and wiped the sweat on his face with the only clean side, and said with a smile, I know. That boy from Lao Li's family. Come on, sit down. Uncle get you some water. When Li Yi heard this, he immediately took a step forward and said with a smile, It's okay. I just sat down for a while. and came to see you and Aunt. I also have something else I want to ask you for help with. Chun Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He had heard before that this kid was no longer a thing, and he made Li Fengyin very angry. But now it seems that this kid is not as bad as outsiders say. At least he is very sensible in terms of politeness, and he definitely doesn't look like a street gangster. Okay, what do you want me to do for you? I'm not an outsider, so I'll help you as much as I can. Li breathed a sigh of relief, then put on a sad face and said, Uncle Chun, to be honest, I am planning to open a home appliance experience store recently. But as you know, small problems may arise from time to time with things like home appliances. I don't know anything about these things. I'm just afraid that customers will come to me after I sell them. So, I want to find a skilled technician who can repair home appliances, but there are not many such people in Jiangxing. I've been looking for almost half a month, but I only found one, and the maintenance team still can't get it. I heard that you have good skills. Shouldn't I come right away? When Chun Feng heard this, he frowned and said, So, you mean, you want me to help you repair your home appliances? Hearing Chun Feng's words, Li nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, Uncle Chun, that's what I mean. Chun Feng suddenly became a little hesitant when he heard Li Yi's words, but after a moment, he nodded and said, Okay, Uncle helped you with this. What a fix? TV or air conditioner? When Li Yi heard what Chun Feng said, he immediately realized that Chun Feng thought that Li Yi came to him because he wanted him to repair the damaged home appliances. Li Yi smiled and explained, Uncle Chun, you may not understand what I mean. I want you to work directly in my shop. My store is not opened yet, but when it does, you will be the master in the store. When there is a problem with the electrical appliances sold, I will trouble you to repair it. Of course, I won't let your help go in vain. I will give you a basic salary of 200 yuan per month. If there is any work to repair electrical appliances, I will add a commission. Hearing this, Chun Feng completely understood what Li Yi meant. It turns out that Li Yi wanted to let himself work in his shop. Chun Feng felt something was not right, but he couldn't explain it yet, so he planned to refuse. Li Yi instantly saw Chun Feng's intention to refuse, so he immediately said, Uncle Chun, please don't refuse, just treat it as a favor. I really can't find anyone. Obviously, what Li Yi said was a bit exaggerated, but how could Chun Feng know the twists and turns? I thought what Li Yi said was true, so I threw all my doubts behind my head, nodded and said, Okay, Uncle, I will help you with this. But the salary of 200 yuan is a bit high. Are you considering it? Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Chun Feng's words, he smiled again and said, It's okay, Uncle Chun. How much money can I make from selling one home appliance? Not to mention anything else, a TV alone costs about 1,000 yuan. 200 yuan a month is really not much. I think it is too little for you. Chun Feng suddenly smiled helplessly, patted Li Yi on the shoulder, and said, Okay, tell me, when will I go to your shop to start working? Li Yi was about to answer when he heard this, but then he thought of something. So he smiled and said, Uncle Chun, don't worry about this. Before you go to work in my shop, I have one more thing to deal with. Recently, things are not going well in the store. A TV was lost in the warehouse yesterday. When Chun Feng heard this, his face immediately turned gloomy. Do you know who stole it? Did you call the police? Li shook his head and said, Not yet. It's not what Uncle said about you. You young people are doing things carelessly. Why don't you take good care of such an important place as the warehouse? Li was scolded inexplicably and felt a little dumbfounded. However, I was vaguely touched in my heart. It seemed that my father's comrade in arms was really kind to me. Always think about yourself. This, Uncle Chun, it is indeed my problem. The main reason is that I didn't expect that there would be a thief. Then Li continued, I predict that thieves will visit the store again tonight. So I want to ask you to do me another favor. When Chun Feng heard this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves. Help you catch him? Okay. This matter will be taken care of by my uncle. Although he is old, it is not a problem to knock down a thief. Back then, in the company, my uncle was the first in every competition. Li Yi twitched his lips helplessly. Chun Feng's temper was so similar to that of his father. But even if what Chun Feng said was right, he could still knock down a thief now. But could he really let him go? Just kidding. Chun Feng is of the same generation as his father. He is over 50 years old this year, and his physical function has declined anyway. If he helps him catch a thief, and something happens, he will not be able to explain to his father at all. Uncle Chun, calm down first. I don't know who took the TV yet. Then Li continued, we will wait for him at night. Let's ambush in the warehouse first. When the time comes, you can help me watch outside. I will go in and see. If he wants to run, please help me stop him. Hearing this, Chun Feng nodded immediately, looked Li up and down, and then nodded. Li didn't know why Chun Feng looked at him and didn't take it to heart. And the reason why Chun Feng looked at Li was to see if Li, with his body, could catch the person who stole the TV. If Li knew the real reason, he would probably be depressed for a while. Time soon came to night. In the 1990s, people didn't have many entertainment projects, so basically everyone went to bed at 8 or 9 o'clock. Red, on July nights in Jiangcheng, although there are occasionally a few rays of cool breeze blowing through, it still makes people feel hot. Accompanied by the chirping of cicadas and the chirping of grasshoppers, the night gradually deepened. Li squatted in the warehouse for nearly half an hour. The place where Chun Feng squatted was the original doorman's position of the packaging factory. Although the doorman was almost demolished now, Li still came here to sleep here occasionally, so there were still bedding and other things in it. Although Chun Feng was sitting on the desk in the concierge and seemed to be resting, in fact he had already been on high alert. After all, he was a soldier before and was very vigilant. Li frowned. According to time, the thief should be here too? It's past 9 o'clock in the evening now. Doesn't he still have to visit in the early morning? It rained last time, but tonight is a perfect day for action. Just when Li had doubts about his plan, there was movement from the wall. Li had no time to be happy and immediately hid his figure behind the refrigerator. This refrigerator is the LG refrigerator customized by Li from Haidong City. Even if Li stands behind the refrigerator, only half of his head can be exposed, so it is perfect to use it to cover up his figure. As the footsteps approached, Li became more and more curious about who the thief was. If this thief was not one of Xiao Wu, Wei Zi, and Chu, he would definitely have entered the warehouse first to steal the appliances. But if the thief is one of the three people, then he should go directly to the office and get the money from the desk drawer. Li leaned tightly against the back of the refrigerator and held his breath. How he wished the thief would come straight to the warehouse. If he is not his brother, that would be the best. But contrary to expectations, the footsteps paused in front of the warehouse, but continued to move forward. Now Li is basically certain that this thief is one of the three Xiao Wu. It didn't take long, and soon there was a flurry of business. Li expected that this person must be picking the lock, and it sounded like he was very skilled in it because not long after, there was a crisp click sound from the lock outside the door. Li sighed softly, left from behind the refrigerator, and then slowly came to the door of the warehouse. Through the window of the warehouse, Li saw that Chun Feng had also walked out of the concierge. The two people looked at each other in the bright moonlight, left their hiding place together, and walked toward the office. With the help of the moonlight, Li could vaguely see a vague figure rummaging for something behind the desk. Li sighed again and took out the flashlight from his waist. Chun Feng also made the same move. The moment the two people turned on the flashlights at the same time, the figure in the clothing store paused and then slowly stood up straight. Put down what you have in your hands. Turn around slowly. Put your hands where I can see them. The figure seemed to be silent for a moment, and then slowly turned around. The moment he turned around, he seemed to be blinded by the light of the flashlight, and raised his hand to block it slightly. Li looked at the unexpected face in front of him, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Because this face is a bit unfamiliar to Li, it is obviously not the TV set stolen by his brother. Tell me, who are you, and how did you target this place? Just after saying this, Li suddenly remembered who this person was. Li remembered that among the traffickers who wanted to abduct his daughter, one trafficker escaped. Later, the police posted a wanted reward, and Li even went to see the portrait at that time. The person in front of me looks exactly like the portrait. Obviously, this is the original trafficker. This person who stole the TV and then came to steal money from a clothing store, This person who made Su Qingyan blame herself very much, and the person who almost prevented the home appliance experience store from opening normally, turned out to be this person. What a coincidence! Li looked at the human trafficker standing in front of him. His eyes gradually darkened. The trafficker had a sneer on his face. Although he was discovered, for some reason, the smile on his face still looked so unbeatable. I didn't expect you to come up with a way to wait and wait. I underestimated you. No wonder you destroyed our nest in the first place. As he spoke, the trafficker suddenly threw a knife. Li quickly ducked sideways, but the trafficker took advantage of this opportunity and immediately rushed towards the door. It was night now, and the dim lights on the street could only serve as lighting. So once the trafficker runs away, it will be lost and no trace will be found again. Of course, Li would not let such a thing happen. So he turned around and wanted to stop this person. But at this moment, Chen Feng, who had been waiting at the door, suddenly rushed out from the side, hugged the trafficker from the waist, and then threw him to the ground with a hug. Li breathed a sigh of relief, and then rushed forward to control the trafficker. Chen Feng stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said with a smile, "Has this kid stolen things before? It sounds like you two know each other." Li spat at the human trafficker who was struggling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back, and said, "Bah, who wants to know him? This bastard is a human trafficker. He almost kidnapped my daughter last time. I even wanted to kill him." Chen Feng couldn't help frowning when he heard Li Yi's words. It seems that this human trafficker is obviously here for revenge. Chen Feng also has a daughter, so he can understand Li Yi's mood, and his eyes when looking at the human trafficker also become unfriendly. What should we do now? How to deal with this human trafficker? Hearing this, Li looked at the human trafficker lying on the ground and whispered, "Of course, it's handed over to the police. Public affairs are handled impartially." The human trafficker lying on the ground panicked when he heard this. Handed over to the police? Wouldn't it be the end of him? Just based on the things he had done before, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment at the very beginning. However, Li did not give the trafficker a chance to react. He directly picked him up from the ground and asked Chen Feng to report the case to the police station not far away. When the trafficker heard this, he was obviously panicked. He obviously didn't expect that these two people wanted to send him directly to the Public Security Bureau. That's okay. He knew what crime he had committed. Theft is a trivial matter, but other things are not trivial. Once sent to the Public Security Bureau, it is likely to be the death penalty. But the current question is, what should I do if I can't fight and run, and I can't run? To be honest, Chen Feng, who was ambushing at the door, just now really scared the trafficker. The trafficker found that he had no power to fight back in front of this charcoal-looking guy. Those who can come out to do this industry must at least have some strength. This is a must. Otherwise, there is no way to snatch the child away under the eyes of adults. But the heightened head, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s, gave him the feeling that this was simply a thick city wall. In addition, Chen Feng was indeed ruthless, so he was hit by the trafficker so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. The pain in his body slowly disappeared until now. "Lu Wu, I'm warning you, don't try to play tricks on me," Li Yi warned. Chen Feng also said in a deep voice, "If you cooperate, it's okay. If you don't cooperate, I will let you know now why the flowers are so red." Hearing what Li Yi and Chen Feng said, Lu Wu shrank subconsciously, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Li, how about this? I'll give you some money, and you let me go." "Money? How about $1,000? Then Lu Wu continued, "As long as you let me go, there will be no enmity between us, and I won't kidnap your children. If you let me go for 1,000 yuan, you won't lose on this deal." Li Yi twitched his lips when he heard this, and even Chen Feng did the same. "Are you kidding? $1,000? Li Yi's clothing store in Lianhua Mall has a daily turnover of tens of thousands. Use this to bribe Li Yi? Is there such a funny joke in the world?" Li Yi sneered and said, "It seems that during this period, all your body is worth 1,000 yuan. If I guess correctly, I got this 1,000 yuan from selling my TV, right?" Lu Wu's face gradually turned gloomy and he whispered, "What do you want?" Li Yi's face also darkened, and he said solemnly, I'm going to send you to justice. Whatever happens, from now on, if you say one more word to me, I will let you go into the police station sideways." Lu Wu's face gradually turned from gloomy to pale, and it was clear that he could not escape this time. He didn't expect that Li Yi had such a big hatred for him. Chen Feng on the side felt extremely happy when he heard Li Yi's words. This is how we should deal with such human traffickers. Human traffickers are truly the most damned people in the world, bar none. Chen Feng once had a comrade who came home after serving in the army, only to find that his wife and children were missing. After asking the local police, I found out that my child had been abducted and my wife had committed suicide. This comrade suddenly collapsed. After a few days of respite, I began to search for traces of my child across the country. That was 3 years ago. To this day, I still ride my motorcycle and search across the country. It is said that I have just found the place in Shuzhong, and I don't know what happened to it. Of course, Chen Feng also wanted to help, but was rejected by his comrade. The comrade's original words were, "This is how it will be for my whole life. After I find the child, I just want to see if he is doing well. Then let him know that his mother is gone. Just live well by yourself. And I have nothing to worry about his father. You're different, Fengzi. You still have a family. You have to stay with your wife and children." The last time I received a letter was 6 months ago. It was said that there were some clues about the child's traces, so he went to Shuzhong. But Shuzhong is so big that finding a child who is just 5 years old is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, Li Yi frowned slightly. It seems that Chen Feng's impression of human traffickers is similar to his own. So the two people were walking with Lu Wu, and Li Yi asked, "Uncle Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Feng came back to his senses after hearing this, sighed, and then told Li Yi about his comrades. After he finished speaking, he glared at Lu Wu fiercely. Lu Wu suddenly screamed inwardly that something was wrong. It was completely over now. Unexpectedly, these two people had a lot of hatred against the human traffickers. This is really the end of the world. After listening to Chen Feng's words, Li Yi was thoughtful. It didn't take long, and the three people quickly arrived at the Public Security Bureau. Lu Wu was desperate, so he didn't mean to play any tricks. He just lowered his head and walked into the door of the police station. When the police on duty saw these three people, they immediately became vigilant. "What's the matter?" Li Yi pushed Lu Wu forward and said, "Hello, comrade. My name is Li Yi, a worker at the former meat factory. This guy is the trafficker who escaped a month ago. His name is Lu Wu. Your Public Security Bureau should have records. I caught him." Hearing this, the policeman immediately understood, and then said with a smile, "So that's it. Thank you for your hard work. Come and sit inside." After the police heard Li Yi's explanation and saw Lu Wu's face, they immediately recognized that this was indeed the wanted criminal. And he is a Class A wanted criminal. This level of wanted criminals are on the list, and most of them have committed murders. For such people, the entire police station is on high alert, so once they are arrested, it will be a great achievement. We won't sit down, and we will leave the person to you. But he stole a TV from me. Do you think you can handle this matter? The TV can't be stolen in vain. Li Yi's current net worth can be ignored for 1 or 2 small TVs. But having money doesn't mean you can ignore any money, and receiving stolen goods is illegal, so we can't let criminals go unpunished. The police smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will compensate you for your losses after we finish the interrogation." Li nodded, and then left the police station with Chen Feng. After walking out of the police station, looking at the dark sky outside, Li let out a long sigh. Chen Feng looked at Li Yi's expression and couldn't help asking curiously, "Why do I feel that you're not angry at all?" Li Yi heard what Chen Feng said, smiled and said, "Why are you angry? That guy stole your TV." "Uncle, to me, a TV is nothing. At first, I was worried that it was my brothers who stole things, but now it is confirmed that it was not them. Is there anything that can make me happier than this?" Hearing this, Chen Feng looked at Li Yi with a strange look. This kid would rather lose things and pay money than want his brother to steal. Now he finally understood why Li Yi didn't call the police before. Putting aside the right and wrong, this kid is a man of loyalty. Such a person is worth following. When Li Yi returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Qingnan had fallen asleep in the bedroom, and Su Qingyao was also sleeping in her room, reading. What Li Yi didn't expect was that his daughter, Li Yue, heard the sound of Li Yi opening the door and actually opened the bedroom door and walked out. Li Yue rubbed her eyes and said vaguely, "Dad, why are you back now?" Li Yi smiled and rubbed his daughter's head and whispered, "Shoo, be quiet. Don't disturb Mom's sleep." "Dad, what are you doing so late? Wei Wei misses you." Dad went to catch the bad guys. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Did you catch them?" "I caught them and sent the bad guys to the police station." Hearing this, Li Yue immediately raised her thumbs and said in a baby voice, "I know that Dad is the best." In the daughter's heart, her father is always the most powerful person in the world. In his previous life, Li Yi always felt that he owed his daughter too much and did not become the hero in her life. In this life, he must live as her hero. The next day, on the first floor of Lianhua Plaza, Li Yi, wearing a simple outfit, slowly came to the door of the home appliance city. Because it rained in the second half of the night last night, the weather was a bit cold, and Li put on a thin pilot jacket. As soon as he walked to the door of the home appliance city, Li found that Weizi Dachu, Xiaowu, and others had been waiting at the door. It was just like when the clothing store just opened, except that Wei Sanpao was missing, which was a bit deserted. Thinking of Wei Sanpao, Li couldn't help but sigh slowly. I wonder how the boy is now? However, Li believed that Wei Sanpao would definitely not let him down. Although the boy was young, he had ideas and drive. More importantly, he was kind, optimistic, and loyal. As long as someone led him in front, his future achievements would be limitless. "Brother Yi, have you had breakfast?" Li smiled and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, saying, "Yes, I have. I know what you were worried about. The guy who stole our TV has been caught." Hearing this, the three people squatting on the ground looked at each other and stood up instantly. "Brother Yi, who did it?" "Brother Yi, where is that guy now? I must kick him a few times." "Brother Yi, what about the TV? Have you found it?" Li Yi heard this and said with a smile, "Wait a minute. Let's go into the store and talk." After taking out the key from his waist and opening the two-way glass door of the store, Li Yi continued, "Last night, Uncle Chun and I met. Uncle Chun will be here soon. I will introduce him to you then. Uncle Chun will be a family member with us in the future. Uncle Chun and I, no matter how we think about it, it's not right. That kid came and only took away a TV. He must have been eyeing our warehouse for a long time. It is very likely that this kid will come a second time. After all, we didn't call the police. This kid probably thinks that we want to make a big deal out of a small matter. So we came to the warehouse early and squatted." Li simply told everyone what happened, and the three people suddenly realized it. It turns out that the guy who stole the TV was actually a fish that slipped through the net among the human traffickers. Thinking of that guy, everyone couldn't help but shudder. That guy is not an ordinary human trafficker, but also an A-level wanted criminal, the kind who has killed people. And after the interrogation of the police, that guy has been hanging around the meat processing plant for some time, actually waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against Li Yi. Fortunately, after that incident, Li Yi became more vigilant and reminded Su Qingnan and his mother Zhang Yuehong many times that Wei Wei should not be left alone. Otherwise, it is possible that this guy would succeed. When Li Yi thought that someone had been hiding in the dark, waiting to retaliate against him and his family, he was also scared. Fortunately, this time through a TV, he finally hooked this bastard out. Otherwise, he might have caused him some trouble. Okay, now that everything is settled, let's get down to business. Our home appliance experience store is about to open, and you'll be busy. Okay, brother Yi. In the next few days, Li Yi has been busy with the home appliance experience store. After all, this store is related to whether Li Yi can make money to acquire the meat processing plant. So Li Yi is very concerned about it. Not only is he in charge of the store decoration, but also the publicity and the establishment of the after-sales team. August 1st, Army Day. After half a month of preparation, Li Yi's home appliance experience store finally completed the preliminary preparations and decided to open. After all, The home appliance city is not a clothing store, and there are too many things to be responsible for. Therefore, Li asked Xiaowu to be responsible for the allocation of goods, and he was responsible for all the in and out of the warehouse of home appliances. De Chu is mainly responsible for the transfer and sorting of lists. Of course, there is no need for transfer at present, but in the later period, with the cooperation of Xiaowu, the two of them are almost responsible for the supply of home appliances in more than 10 surrounding cities, so the responsibility is not small. Weizi's job is relatively simple. Li plans to let Weizi organize maintenance and after-sales service work, and let Qinfeng teach Weizi how to repair home appliances. With the cooperation of these two people, the after-sales service line can also be supported. Although there is only one store on the first floor of Lianhua Plaza at present, Li believes that there will definitely be more than one in the future. And there has been news from Indong Rue. His father has stated that if the sales of this store in Jiangnan province reach a certain level, then the Yin family will pay to expand to several cities around Jiangcheng. Li believes that with the strength of the Yin family in the electrical industry, coupled with their own business methods, they will definitely be able to complete the dimensionality reduction attack on the electrical industry in Jiangnan province in a very short time. After all, looking at several provincial capitals in the south, which home appliance company can provide one-stop after-sale services such as home delivery, home appliance repair, quality inspection, etc. In terms of seizing the initiative, no one can do better than Li. Not only that, Li also attaches great importance to publicity. He knew the power of publicity. If marketing methods were used well, cabbage could be sold at the price of gold. Think about the health products in the previous life. Many of them were actually just some sugar water, but after packaging and publicity, they could be sold at sky-high prices. What's more, Li Yi's home appliance city is still a real good product, so there is no reason why it can't be promoted. And with Li Yi's arrangement, a large number of home appliances were soon transported to the new store on the first floor of Lianhua Shopping Mall. Everything is ready, just waiting for the opening. On the opening day, the entire first floor of Lianhua Mall was decorated with lights and was very lively. Because it had just rained, the air became a little humid, and under the sunlight, it gradually began to warm up. In the store, Li felt a little hot and took off his coat immediately. At this time, all the shopping guides in the store were already on duty, waiting for the opening. Before the time was up, Li introduced the prices and basic performance of the home appliances sold today to them, and also taught them some sales routines one by one. At 9 o'clock, after the simple opening ceremony, Li Yi's home appliance experience store was officially open to the public. Because the pre-opening publicity was very in place, many people came to the opening today. As soon as the opening ceremony ended, the first customer walked into the store. Li stood up and saw that the person who came was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and holding a briefcase in his hand. Li looked up and down for a few times and judged that this middle-aged man was not ordinary and should be the boss of a company. There was still half an hour before the new store opened. Before the prepared firecrackers were set off, someone had already arrived. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Li stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, is there anything you need?" The middle-aged man looked around and said with a smile, "I came to see the refrigerator. My secretary said that he heard that a new store had opened on the first floor. Isn't this why I came to see it? I've been using the refrigerator at home for a few years. I've been reluctant to change it. Today it broke down again. I can't delay it, so I have to change it." The middle-aged man's words were very clear, but Li could see that this middle-aged man was not that simple. To change the refrigerator, does the boss need to come out himself? Just let the secretary know, and the secretary can solve it. The new store he just opened will only be visited by the secretary. Is it worth it to come in person? Which of these big bosses is not busy? And the identity of this middle-aged man is definitely not simple. Li has already guessed it. Of course there is a refrigerator, LG brand, a new model just customized. Customized refrigerator? The middle-aged man seemed to be interested and asked, "LG? Are you sure? Where can I find imported refrigerators on the market now?" "Little brother, doing business requires integrity. You can't cheat me." Li smiled and said, "Brother, what you said is wrong. I am a conscientious businessman." Then Li continued, "The real one can't be fake, and the fake one can't be real. You You can tell if it is LG by looking at it. Li Yi took the middle-aged man to the middle of the store, where 10 refrigerators were placed. The middle-aged man was also stunned when he came to the front. Just looking at the appearance, you can see that these refrigerators are definitely high-end and classy. When Li Yi opened the refrigerator door, the middle-aged man immediately made a conclusion in his mind. What Li Yi said was right. These refrigerators were indeed produced by LG. However, isn't the country's control over imported refrigerators very strict now? How did Li Yi get them? Looking at the middle-aged man's puzzled eyes, Li Yi understood what he was thinking. However, these are all business secrets, so they cannot be easily told to outsiders. How is it? Brother, I didn't lie to you, did I? The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, Not bad. It's really an LG refrigerator. I want this one. Okay. At this time, the middle-aged man asked again, Little brother, where did you get this refrigerator? Can you tell me? Li Yi immediately restrained his smile and said, This is my business secret. I can only tell you that the sources of these refrigerators are all legal. The middle-aged man immediately realized that he was a little abrupt, so he smiled and said, Indeed, I am a little offensive. My name is Wang Gaohua, and I am glad to meet you. This is my business card. I heard that you can also provide door-to-door delivery and installation, right? Li Yi heard this, smiled and nodded, and said, That's right, Brother Wang. As long as you leave me an address, someone will naturally deliver the refrigerator to your home. Although Li Yi's face did not seem to change on the surface, he was very surprised in his heart. Wang Gaohua? Isn't the boss of Lianhua Plaza called this? How did he come to his store? Lianhua Plaza is a commercial shopping and entertainment plaza opened by Lianhua Group. It is mainly developed in the south. There are Lianhua plazas in big cities like Haidong City. Although Jiangcheng is not as good as Haidong City, it is Wang Gaohua's hometown. Wang Gaohua is still very concerned about the development of his hometown. So of course there must be Lianhua Plaza in his hometown, just to promote local economic development. Since the price of Jiangcheng is much lower than that of other cities, Wang Gaohua deliberately lowered the rent of all stores by 20%, so that Lianhua Plaza was losing money in the first year of its establishment. Li Yi naturally understood this, and it was for this reason that Li Yi chose Lianhua Plaza as the starting point of his business empire. You are the boss of Lianhua Group, Wang Gaohua? I have heard of your name for a long time. It is an honor to meet you on the first day of the opening of the new store. After saying these words, Li Yi took the initiative to extend his hand. Wang Gaohua raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting that Li Yi would recognize his identity. However, he still smiled and stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Li Yi tightly. Boss Li, you are polite. I am glad that there is a young man like you in Jiangcheng. The girls in the store didn't think anything of Wang Gaohua's name at first. But when Li Yi said Wang Gaohua's identity, the girls were shocked. Now they stand aside in a proper manner, as if they dare not even breathe. Li glanced at this scene and felt helpless. Although he is a big boss, he is not a monster. Why is he so serious? Li Yi also saw the performance of the employees and said with a hint of helplessness, Please forgive me. They are still young and have not seen much of the world. When Wang Gaohua heard Li Yi's words, he laughed and walked towards the girls. Follow Li Yi and work hard. This young man has a future. The girls nodded immediately. Even if Mr. Wang didn't say it, they would feel at ease to do it. After all, the salary here is much higher than that in other factories, and the boss doesn't make things difficult for the employees. In this era when laid-off workers are plentiful, there is no place more comfortable than Li Yi's place. Wang Gaohua did not stay for long. After all, he was the CEO of a group and had many things to deal with. After saying a few words, he planned to leave. In order to show his sincerity and respect, Li Yi sent him to the door. Li Yi, come to my house when you are free. My kid is idle every day and does not do any work. He is about the same age as you. I am anxious when I see him. Li Yi's eyes narrowed slowly. He was so familiar with Wang Gaohua's son. Wang Gaohua's son is called Wang Yu, who is one of the future figures. Later, he opened his own capital company in Longhua, which was also a little famous. Although he was a little playful when he was young, he will be a person who will keep pace with himself in the future. Such a person is destined to achieve great success because the starting point is high and the vision is different. Reading, Li Yi smiled and said, "You are too polite. It is a very quick process for a man to open his mind. He may suddenly realize it at any time. You don't need to worry." "Ah, you're still good at talking," Li Yi suddenly said. "Brother Wang, let me ask you, your coming here today is definitely not accidental?" "Ah, why do you say that?" Seeing the surprise flashing in Wang Gaohua's eyes, Li Yi knew that he guessed right, and immediately asked, "Is it Director Li Wenshan or Deputy Director Liang Guoxing?" Hearing this, Wang Gaohua's eyes were even more surprised. "This kid is really smart." Wang Gaohua smiled and said, "Indeed, they called me and asked me to come and support you." "How did you guess that?" Li Yi immediately explained. "How can a newly opened home appliance mall attract the attention of a person like you? If someone didn't specifically ask you to come and support me, I really can't find any other reason." Wang Gaohua heard this, patted Li Yi on the shoulder, and said warmly, "The young man is very smart. Okay, I'm an old man. I won't delay your business." Li Yi smiled and nodded, watching Wang Gaohua leave Lianhua Plaza. The arrival of this big Buddha really surprised Li Yi, but also moved Li Yi a little. Because it was thanks to the invitation of Li Wenshan and Liang Guoxing, Wang Gaohua was able to take the time to come and see it in person. But Li Yi was a little surprised. What was the reason that made the two department-level officials value him so much as a junior? Li Yi was shocked, and Wang Gaohua, who walked out, was also quite uneasy. The first impression of Li Yi was very good. He was modest, business-minded, and very good at seizing opportunities. In fact, Wang Gaohua noticed this young man when Li Yi opened the Jiangnan beauty clothing store. In fact, there is also Lianhua Plaza in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Naturally, Wang Gaohua also has some knowledge of trendy clothing such as pilot jackets, bat shirts, and step-on pants. However, according to his estimation, it will take at least 1 or 2 years for these clothes to appear in Jiangxing. But I didn't expect that just after returning from a business trip to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, I found these clothes that have just become popular in Guangzhou and Shenzhen in Lianhua Plaza in Jiangxing. After getting this news, Wang Gaohua was naturally very shocked. After a brief understanding, I learned that the owner of this clothing store was a young man named Li Yi. And this young man used to be a worker in the meat processing factory. I don't know why, by mistake, this kid actually ran to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to do business, and also talked about a business with Chen Donghua, the chairman of Donghua Clothing, and established a cooperative relationship. It was from this time that Wang Gaohua paid more attention to Li Yi. He wanted to see what this young man could do. It was not until today when he came to the store and saw the LG refrigerator that Wang Gaohua had a clue in his mind. Where these refrigerators came from, Wang Gaohua actually knew some inside information. As the leader of the home appliance industry, the Yin family was naturally very clear to Wang Gaohua. But the young master of the Yin family, who was quite scheming, could cooperate with Li Yi, which showed that Li Yi was indeed very capable. Yin Dongrui's ability was well known in the circle. If the other party was not capable, would he cooperate with him? Young people who could make some achievements in their early 20s had unlimited future prospects and achievements. Sitting in his car, Wang Gaohua looked in the direction of Li Yi's store, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then Wang Gaohua said to the secretary sitting in the co-pilot, "Send the news that I came to the Jiangnan Home Appliance Experience store today to increase the popularity of that kid." The secretary nodded to show that he understood. Li naturally didn't know what happened later, and he couldn't care about it at this time. As the opening ceremony ended, a large number of customers poured into the experience store. After seeing the products sold in the store, they were all excited, especially when they learned that Li Yi's store not only provided delivery, but also installation, 7 days of no-reason return, 1-year warranty, and 10% discount for ordering today. As soon as these preferential conditions came out, the enthusiasm of customers to buy was instantly ignited. For a time, the people queuing in front of the cashier almost pushed out of the store, which made the owners of other stores envious. Dividing line. At noon, Su Qingnan and Su Qingyao brought Li Yue to Lianhua Plaza. Li Yue saw that the store was full of balloons of various colors, and her little eyes were immediately excited, and she shouted that she wanted to play with balloons. Su Qingyao naturally would not refuse her little niece, and immediately picked a few from the door, which made the little girl very happy. Li Yi saw Su Qingnan and others and immediately came to greet them. "Sister, why are you here now? The opening ceremony is over." Su Qingnan smiled and replied, "I just got the news that Qingyao's college entrance examination scores are out. We want to check it out, so we came a little late." Hearing Su Qingnan's words, Li Yi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a few points. "I almost forgot that it was time to check the results." Li Yi turned his head to look at Su Qingyao, who was full of joy, and he could guess that Su Qingyao must have done well in the exam. After all, he had leaked the test questions to Su Qingyao before the exam. "How are your grades?" Su Qingyao was very excited when she heard this. "Brother, those questions you asked me to do are all the original questions of the exam. If I don't do well in the exam again, how can I have the face to come back to see you?" "Stop talking nonsense. How many points did you get?" "I got 585 points. How about that?" 585? Li finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this score. According to Li Yi's memory, in 1991, that is, this year, the first-tier line of Jiangqing was 539 points. According to Su Qingyao's grades, she can definitely be admitted easily. And if you find some connections, it is not difficult to enter a key university. Li Yi actually has a choice in his mind. That is Jiangqing University, abbreviated as Jiangda. This school has just been established for less than 10 years. It was originally the Jiangnan Business College, a second-tier school, but because the country now attaches great importance to business development, it has been upgraded to a first-tier university. In the future, it will be a 211 plus 985. As long as you can graduate successfully from this school, your life will be smooth sailing. And when Su Qingyao graduates, Li Yi will definitely have made his own company bigger. By then, it will be a natural thing for Su Qingyao to work in his company. It will be perfect. Thinking of this, Li Yi leaned over to Su Qingyao's ear and whispered, "Well done. I will give you another 5,000 yuan bonus later. Don't let your sister know. Otherwise, she will keep nagging me." Su Qingyao nodded happily, and then took Li Yue to the store to play. Firecrackers were about to be set off, and Li Yi asked Su Qingyao to take her daughter upstairs to watch in case Li Yue fell down. Li Yi had just settled Su Qingyao and his wife and daughter when he suddenly saw several people walking towards the store in the distance. Red? The two leaders were dressed very simply, with half-sleeves, loose trousers, and a belt. They looked very casual, but their momentum was not weak. But when Li Yi saw their faces clearly, he was shocked. There is no other reason, because the visitors turned out to be Li Wenshan and Liang Guoxing. Originally, Li Yi thought that since these two big guys invited Wang Gaohua to come to support them, he would not come. Unexpectedly, these two people appeared at the scene very low-key. Li walked over quickly and said with a smile, "How come you two have time to come to my place? You are so brilliant." Li Wenshan smiled and said, "Shaoli, look at what you said. Can I not come?" No, it's not too late for me to be happy that you guys can come. Ah, you just helped us again and caught that fish that slipped through the net. I have to say thank you no matter what." Li Yi smiled and said, "Yes, this is what I should do." Taking Li Wenshan and Liang Guoxing to the office in the home appliance city, Li Yi personally poured tea for these two bosses who were stomping their feet to cause an earthquake in Jiangqing. Later, Li Yi said with a smile, "I have to thank you two for helping me invite Brother Wang to this big Buddha. Maybe Brother Wang and I can still cooperate in the future." Li Wenshan smiled and picked up the teacup and took a sip, then turned to Liang Guoxing and said, "Look, I told you a long time ago. Li can definitely guess it. You still don't believe it." Liang Guoxing curled his lips and said, Okay, you old fox. I'll just send you the tea set later." Li Yi immediately reacted when he heard this. Are these two people making a bet? Seeing Li Yi, who was confused, Li Wenshan smiled and explained, "There is no other meaning. After the two of us found Wang Gaohua, we made a small bet on a whim." "Oh, how did you two bet?" Li Yi said with a smile. It's very simple. If you can guess that it was the two of us who asked Lao Wang to come, then Lao Liang will give me the tea set he has treasured for more than 3 years. What if I can't guess it? If you can't guess, then I will give my tiguanyin to Lao Liang. Li Yi suddenly realized it, and then a smile appeared on his face. It seems that Deputy Director Liang is a little unlucky. Liang Guoxing shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, Don't say anything. You must treat me, Lao Li, at noon today. Treat me to a nice meal. When Li Wenshan heard this, he immediately nodded and said, That's exactly what I mean. Li Yi immediately said, You two have arrived at my land. How can I treat you to a treat? I will be the host for tonight's dinner. Thank you both for coming, Liang Guoxing said with a smile. Forgot about you as a big capitalist. Then let's fight against the local tyrants and divide the land today. Ha ha. I came to see you today, Shaoli, for 2 things. But Li Wenshan changed the topic. I forgot about the real thing. Actually, I came here today to do 3 things. The first is that your new store has just opened, and we 2 old guys are here to support you. The second thing is to thank you for catching the wanted criminal Lu Wu. There is a bonus of 3,000 yuan and a banner, which I have to deliver to you personally. Thirdly, the new Public Security Bureau office building has just been built in the new city. It requires air conditioning. Shaoli, you just opened a home appliance store. I don't want the money to go to outsiders, so I came here. Let's discuss this with you. Li Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. Does the Public Security Bureau need to install air conditioning? This is a big deal. There are 2 types of air conditioners in Li Yi's store. One is low-priced, low-power air conditioners suitable for home use. The price of this type of air conditioner is around 1,800 yuan. The second type is the business type, which is relatively high-end and has a longer lifespan. As the saying goes, cheap goods are not good. Although this sentence may be a bit generalized, it is the truth. After all, you get what you pay for, and a good refrigerator can last a long time. The price of this kind of refrigerator is not too expensive. 3,000 yuan per unit is not too high, but not too low either. Ha, that's great. Thank you for taking care of me. You gave us a good start, Li said happily. Li Wenshan smiled and said, You can't just think that we are working for the public and demand money from death. I'm looking for you to get benefits. Don't worry, I'll give you the lowest price in the city. No, it's the lowest price in the province. We also give you a 3-year warranty. If there is any problem, we will be responsible for free repairs. Well, please tell me what price ranges of air conditioners you have here. Li Wenshan said again. Li immediately briefly introduced the situation of air conditioners to Li Wenshan and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of various air conditioners. Then, Li Wenshan immediately made a decision and said, Just install one for 3,000 yuan for us. However, there are a lot of orders, and we need them urgently. The bosses have been urging us. How many do you need in total? We have 5 floors in total, and there are about 12 rooms on each floor. That's 60 air conditioners. Is that okay? 60 air conditioners? Li Yi calculated that according to the Yin family's delivery speed, if notified now, the goods will definitely arrive in 2 days, including the installation time. 4 days is enough. Director Li, it should take 5 days from delivery to installation and commissioning. 5 days is also Li Yi's compromise. After all, if there is any accident, there is no way to guarantee that it will be completed within 4 days. Unexpectedly, Li Wenshan's eyes lit up when he heard this. 5 days? So fast? Shaoli, you really impressed me. Before coming here, Li Wenshan had been to other home appliance stores. When they heard the number of 60 air conditioners, they were stunned. And even if they could accept it, the price of those air conditioners made Li Wenshan frown. Looking at Li Yi's side, whether it is price, installation speed, or quality, they are all superior. In addition, Li Yi proposed a 3-year warranty service, which made Li Wenshan even more satisfied, and he immediately decided to settle it. Li Yi just opened his business and received a large order, which was a good start, which made Li Yi secretly excited. Li Wenshan and Liang Guoxing left. In the end, they did not accept Li Yi's request to have dinner. After all, they had to pay attention to the impact. However, The influence of the two of them coming to support him continues to ferment. This time, the two chief bureau chiefs brought many familiar people with them. Although those people did not enter the office, they all knew that the two chief bureau chiefs were here to cheer people up. Soon, the news spread like wildfire that the director of the Public Security Bureau and the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau went to the newly opened home appliance city to have tea. Many people are very curious. What is the background of this newly opened store? Can these two people sit in the shop and drink tea? Later, news came out that shocked Jiangxing again. That is, the chairman of Lianhua Group actually came to the store before it opened and bought a refrigerator. Many entrepreneurs who wanted to climb up the ladder immediately found out the address of this home appliance store and came to check the situation and make a good fortune. In fact, what they want is not home appliances, but everyone wants to establish some relationships with Li Wenshan, Liang Guoxing, and others through Li Yi. Soon, the store's home appliances were almost out of stock. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the samples displayed in the store were already empty. It seemed that the already huge store turned out to be empty. You must know that these samples were taken away by customers who were willing to pick up the goods themselves. Most of the customers placed the order, paid the payment, and then waited for Li Yi to send someone to deliver the goods, so the actual shipment volume was far higher than imagined. Need more. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after a busy day, just when Li Yi was about to let the clerks get off work early, a customer came into the store again. The visitor turned out to be Ji Qinghe. This surprised Li Yi very much. Now that the college entrance examination has just finished at school, Ji Qinghe has naturally been on vacation. He didn't expect to meet her here. Su Qingyao also looked very happy when she saw Ji Qinghe. Because of family reasons, Su Qingyao was very taciturn in the class. At that time, Li was still eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling every day, so the lives of the sisters Su Qingyao and Su Qingnan were very sad. Naturally, Su Qingyao would not be in a good mood. As Su Qingyao's class teacher, Ji Qinghe noticed something was wrong. So from that time on, Ji Qinghe cared about Su Qingyao very much, both in study and life. Even before Li Yi returned from time travel, the family didn't have much money to eat. In order to let her sister eat more, Su Qingyao often went to school without breakfast. As a result, Ji Qinghe discovered it, and Ji Qinghe often brought breakfast to Su Qingyao. It was these meticulous cares that made Su Qingyao very grateful to Ji Qinghe. Ji Qinghe learned at school that the college entrance examination results were out. So he checked Su Qingyao's results and found that Su Qingyao had scored more than 580 points. He was shocked and happy for Su Qingyao. After all, this is the student he brought out. Being able to see Su Qingyao pass the key exam, there is nothing more worthy of celebration than this. Originally, she planned to come to congratulate Su Qingyao in person, but when she arrived at Li Yi's house, she was told by her mother Zhang Yuehong that her brothers and sisters were busy at the new store in Lianhua Mall. So Ji Qinghe came over. This time, Ji Qinghe came to express his congratulations to Su Qingyao. On the other hand, he wanted to ask Su Qingyao if she had any ideas about filling out the volunteer application that was about to begin. Nowadays, many families are not open-minded and even think that going to school is of no use at all, and it is better to stay at home and farm. Ji Qinghe was very worried that Su Qingyao would also face such a problem. So he wanted to come and see for himself and wanted Su Qingyao to go to a good university. Teacher Ji, why didn't you tell me in advance when you were coming? You would be missing the mark, Ji Qinghe said with a smile. Mr. Li's new store is opened, so naturally, I want to congratulate him. But I don't lack anything at home, but there is something wrong with the air conditioner. I heard that you can repair it here? If I don't buy the air conditioner, can it be repaired? Li naturally understood what Ji Qinghe meant and immediately said with a smile, No problem. I may want to consider others, but if you have this need, Teacher Ji, we will naturally meet it. You can leave an address later, and I will ask Uncle Chun to take a look. As for the fee, there is no need for it. After all, Qingyao can achieve such a score without your guidance. Ji Qinghe nodded with a smile and said, Okay, but I have one more thing to do this time. Li Yi heard this and said, Is it a problem with Qingyao's application? Hearing this, Ji Qinghe took out a thin booklet from his bag, handed it to Li Yi, and said, This is some university information I compiled for Qing Yao to read more. Li Yi took it with both hands, and then said with a smile, "Thank you first, Teacher Ji, but I already have some ideas about volunteering." Hearing Li Yi's words, Ji Qinghe was obviously very surprised, so he asked curiously, "Can I hear what Mr. Li thinks?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Of course, I want Qing Yao to apply for Jiangqing University and major in business administration. I wonder what Teacher Ji thinks. Business management?" Ji Qinghe's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the name of this major. "Yes, I neglected this major before. In fact, the number of people who can enter university is too small, which leads to the fact that many children from many families have to enter society after high school. A small number of children who can enter university campuses will not choose the major of business administration because the economic development is not very developed, and the future employment rate of this major is very worrying. This is a problem that parents are worried about. But in fact, after the popularization of the policy of opening up to the outside world in recent years, the economic development level of the entire Longwa has shown an upward trend as a whole. More and more state-owned and private enterprises have begun to emerge like mushrooms after rain, and the shortage of economic talents is inevitable. If Su Qingyao chooses this major, she will become a very sought-after talent after graduation in 4 years. For example, large enterprises such as Lianhua Group are eager to recruit talents, which is unimaginable for ordinary people. It is precisely for this reason that this major will be very popular in the future. Ji Qinghe looked at Li Yi with a different look. Obviously, Li Yi has a very flexible mind, and he has a very thorough understanding of the trend of business development. It must be said that Su Qingyao is very lucky to have such a relative. I didn't expect Mr. Li to have such insights. Then, I am very relieved about Qing Yao's future. Do you think this major is okay? Li Yi asked with a smile. Well, I have a classmate at Jiangda. If Mr. Li trusts me, Qing Yao's admission is not a problem. Li Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Then I have to trouble Teacher Ji. I thank you on behalf of Qing Yao." Ji Qinghe shook hands with Li Yi with a smile, and then prepared to leave, but was stopped by Su Qingyao, who had been standing beside him. Su Qingyao smiled and said, "Teacher Ji, please have dinner with us later. My brother is going to have dinner with 2 seniors, and my sister wants to treat you to a simple meal." Although Ji Qinghe wanted to refuse, he couldn't stand Su Qingyao's repeated invitations, and finally, he had to agree. Then, Li closed the shop, and the group went straight to Shanqing Lao Hot Pot not far away. Su Qingyao herself had no opinion on filling out the college entrance examination application. In her opinion, Li obviously knew which school was most suitable for her better than she did. After all, it was impossible for one's family to cheat one's family, right? Therefore, this hot pot meal was very harmonious. Su Qingyao was a little surprised why the 2 seniors didn't come. After Li Yi explained the reason, Su Qingyao suddenly realized it. When she learned the identities of the 2, she was also a little unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the 2 seniors who looked so amiable on the surface were actually the director of the Public Security Bureau and the deputy director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. They are really old cadres. You can't judge a person by his appearance. During the meal, Li Yi and Ji Qinghe also discussed in detail the issue of Su Qingyao's application for the business administration major. This issue cannot be sloppy. After all, it is related to Su Qingyao's future life direction. In Li Yi's opinion, Su Qingyao should not only study this major, but also take the postgraduate entrance examination. Masters and doctors in this era will be academic qualifications that cannot be exchanged for real money in the future. If he really passes the postgraduate or doctoral examination, it will be of great benefit to Su Qingyao's future life. Ji Qinghe naturally agreed with this. She herself is a master's degree graduate, so she naturally knows the value of it. This meal can be said to be a great pleasure for both the host and the guest. Ji Qinghe's evaluation of Li Yi's ideological awareness has improved again. I didn't expect that although Li Yi failed to go to college and even didn't finish high school, he has such a keen eye. If Li Yi knew Ji Qinghe's thoughts, he would probably just smile. Although he didn't go to college, there were at least 800 college students working under him in his previous life, including doctors and masters. Dividing line? Haidong City, LG Group branch. What happened to the turnover this quarter? Why is it decreasing in the entire Haidong City? Can your marketing department give me a suitable solution? Don't think that shouting slogans every day will solve the problem. Looking at the angry president standing in front of the huge conference room, none of the more than 100 people sitting below dared to speak. In fact, the sales of the entire quarter have remained sluggish for a long time. LG Group was founded in 1974. For nearly 20 years, its main business has always been electronic products, and it is quite powerful in the home appliance industry. This company in Haidong City, Longhua, is the only branch of LG in Longhua. The performance was good in the past few years, but this year, due to some policy reasons, the sales are very bleak. In addition to policy reasons, more importantly, LG has too many competitors at the moment, such as Haier, Siemens, etc., all of which are very powerful. Compared with these competitors, LG has a certain advantage in refrigerators, but refrigerators are not allowed to be imported. So LG's current situation is very embarrassing. Just when the president was getting angry, an employee raised his hand. The president looked at the employee and signaled that he could speak freely. In fact, the president was just pretending. He also knew how difficult it was to open up the market. After the employee got the president's signal, he whispered, "President, you were looking at the local sales in Haidong City last quarter. Maybe there is a turnaround now." Turning point? Yes, just this month, we just received an order. At present, the customized volume of refrigerators alone has reached 10,000 units. It is expected that our refrigerator sales in the second half of the year will reach 100,000 levels, and the profit will be more than 50 million. When the president heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Is there such a thing? In fact, the LG store that Li found at that time was directly in contact with the parent company. It was also connected to the factory of the parent company, so the branch company was not aware of it. Which city? Hearing the words of this employee, the president's eyes immediately lit up. There's a way. Although his performance in Haidong City was not very good, now he smelled the market. Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng, the capital of Jiangnan province? Yes, a new electrical appliance mall just opened in Jiangcheng a few days ago. In just a few days, its refrigerator sales reached 1,000 units. Their boss has ordered 10,000 refrigerators from our headquarters. Sales of 1,000 units in a few days, an average of more than 150 units a day. This sales volume is indeed amazing. The president sat in his chair, thought for a while, and immediately said, "Arrange some people for me to go to Jiangcheng. Let's talk about cooperation with the owner of this store." "Are you going there in person?" the employee asked hurriedly. "Yes." "Go and contact the other party. Remember, keep a low profile. If possible, set up a store like this in Haidong City." "Yes." "Also investigate how he circumvented the policy and got the refrigerator to Jiangcheng." The marketing manager sitting next to the president nodded and said, "I will go to Jiangcheng to investigate as soon as possible." The president also nodded and said, "Also check the sales of all home appliances in Jiangcheng City for me. Maybe we can try to open up the market in Jiangcheng City." That afternoon, 5 employees of the marketing department, including a marketing manager, boarded the train to Jiangcheng. Li had no idea about this. He was now considering where to open a branch of the home appliance city. Of course, he could open a branch in Jiangcheng, but the new store had just started, and the effect would not be very obvious. There was also the risk of losing money. Li was not afraid to do risky things. As Su Qingnan said before, with the current situation of the Li family, they could afford to make money but not lose money. Besides, there was no need to rush in this situation. In this case, the only choice left was the small county town nearby. Jiangcheng was the provincial capital after all. There were dozens of county towns around Jiangcheng. Although the economy of these county towns was not developed, it did not mean that these county towns had no market. There were many wealthy people who made their fortunes in the county towns of this era. They did not like the crowded and complicated big cities, so they simply returned to their hometowns and opened small shops and shopping malls. The existence of these people not only revitalized the economy, but also provided employment. Therefore, the senior officials of Longhua were very happy to see such a scene. They relaxed many policies for these people and gave them certain support. And these people are exactly Li Yi's target. According to his own memories and the map in his hand, Li Yi carefully analyzed the surrounding counties and finally set his sights on a place called Haidong County. As the county closest to Jiangcheng, Haidong County naturally has inherent advantages, and Haidong County also has a reputation as a hometown of local tyrants. Because at the beginning of the 20th century, many wealthy families appeared in Haidong County. The descendants of these people have a good foundation of ancestral family business, and often have more entrepreneurial opportunities than others, which is unmatched by other counties. Moreover, Haidong County has beautiful scenery and a very developed tourism industry. After some analysis, Li Yi decided to open the first branch here. The location selection of the branch in Haidong County is a very serious matter. Li Yi knew that the famous Lishan Scenic Area in Haidong County was later rated as a 5A scenic area by the country. There are many hotels, inns, restaurants, etc. around it. What are these places lacking? Of course, it is home appliances. Refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, and televisions can all have very broad development prospects in this place. Moreover, the development of farmhouses in Haidong County is also good now. Many rich people like this kind of field life. Therefore, in the eyes of many other businesses, the small county town that was originally useless is actually very wealthy for every household. However, there were no high-tech devices such as mobile phones and computers during this period, and no one was willing to spend money to play GG on TV, so the reputation of Haidong County did not reach the point where everyone knew it. And this is where Li Yi's advantage lies. Because although Li Yi has no way to make Haidong County a well-known county town, he can let home appliances enter the county town. After making up his mind, Li Yi decided to go to Haidong County and open a branch there. This time, Li Yi decided to go alone. Wei Sanpao was not there, Xiaowu and others were busy every day, and Su Qing had to take care of the clothing store and the home appliance city at the same time, and he was too busy. Naturally, Li Yi had to go alone. Haidong County is not far from Jiangcheng, which is about 50 kilometers away. It can be reached quickly by bus. Feeling the unique fresh air of the small county, Li Yi's mood seemed to be relieved a lot. As soon as he got off the car, Li Yi noticed a hotel. The name of the hotel is very simple. It is called the Passenger Hotel. While rejecting the people who solicited customers, Li Yi began to look at the scenery of the county. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the water on 1 side, it is indeed a good place. No wonder it was rated as a 5A scenic spot. Moreover, the Lishan Scenic Area in the north is a place that even gods would admire. Unfortunately, not many people in this era could afford cameras, so it was not until after the millennium that this town gradually appeared in the sight of all Longwa people. But it's good that I have seized the opportunity after all. After all, this is also a tourist area in the future. Li stopped a 1 yuan car on the side of the road and sat in the co-pilot seat. The 1 yuan car can be regarded as an early taxi. There is also a name called Mian Deep because these cars are all vans. Until more than 10 years later, such cars still appeared in some county towns. In fact, all vans are very cheap and convenient, but later due to the emergence of taxis, this type of vehicle was slowly eliminated. Young man, is this your first time in Haidong? Where are you going? Li glanced at the map in the car, pointed in the direction of Lishan Scenic Area, and said, "Let's go to the scenic area. I've heard that this place has good feng shui." The driver nodded and said with a smile, "Young man, you have good vision. We in Haidong rely on Lishan Scenic Area for our livelihood." While the two were talking, the driver had already stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the scenic area. While enjoying the scenery along the way in the car, Li suddenly asked, "Master, do you have any home appliance mall or something like that?" The driver sighed and replied, "Young man, I can tell you are from Jiangcheng, right? In our small county, everyone can eat and wear warm clothes, and everything is pretty good. There are not even a few large-scale shopping malls. Even if you make a lot of money, you have to go to the city more than 50 kilometers away to buy things, which is simply killing you. Some people have made money and moved to the county town, saying that it is inconvenient to live here. There is a family who runs a hotel. They hired people to look after the store here and moved to Jiangcheng. Now they live a chic life. When Li Yi heard the driver's words, his eyes lit up. There is not even a decent shopping mall? Isn't this a business opportunity? It seems that not only branches of home appliance malls can be located here, but even clothing stores can, and maybe you can make a lot of money in this place. Apart from other things, tourists who can travel freely these days are basically all rich people. These people have never had any concept of money, and it is precisely for this reason that the bosses around the scenic area are richer than each other. The van slowly stopped at the entrance of the scenic area. After Li Yi handed the driver the taxi fare, he opened the door and got out of the car. Just standing at the entrance of the scenic area, Li Yi immediately found a store. This store looks like an ordinary small store, but when Li Yi's eyes were on the store shelves, he was stunned. My goodness, the mineral water here costs 1.5 yuan a bottle. Just seeing such a bottle of mineral water, Li Yi mistakenly thought that he had returned to 30 years later. This joke is not ordinary. It seems that the economic foundation of this place is much richer than Li Yi expected. Li Yi coughed lightly, and then walked along the long trail into the scenic area. Li Yi's goal was to take a tour around the scenic area, look at the distribution of surrounding inns, guest houses, and restaurants, and then select a suitable location to open a branch of the home appliance city and clothing store. After walking along the path of the scenic area, Li had a clear idea in his mind. In this whole scenic area, there are 2 hotels, 2 guest houses, 3 guest houses, and 5 restaurants. Among them, the 2 hotels with the highest specifications have been opened in this county for some years. It is precisely because of this reason that the home appliances in the hotels are obviously a bit old. Other hotels and guest houses are in a similar situation. There are even no refrigerators or TVs in the hotels, which surprised Li Yi. In Li Yi's opinion, the owner of this hotel should be very business-minded. After all, other guest houses and hotels have color TVs. Only in this way can the price be set higher. It is the easiest to make money near tourist areas. This is an eternal truth. Li naturally knows it in his mind. For the location of the home appliance city branch, Li took a fancy to a 2-story building that had been desolate for a long time. In front of the door of the building, there was a yellowed paper with the words rental or transfer and a number on it, which looked like a string of contact information. Li wrote down the contact information and suddenly saw the second half of the page. There was an address on it, which should be the residential address of the owner of the small building. Li also wrote down this address and planned to go directly to talk to the owner of the building. Number 38, Lagu Street. This should be it. Li raised his head and looked at the small courtyard in front of him, with a puzzled expression on his face. It stands to reason that a 2-story building near the scenic area should be very popular, right? Why does the owner of this small building live in a small courtyard that looks quite shabby? There must be a story here. Li walked forward slowly and knocked gently on the wooden door of the courtyard. There was a rustling sound from the courtyard, and then Li heard the sound of the door bolt being opened. Then the wooden door was opened a crack, and then a little boy who looked 5 or 6 years old poked his head out from behind and looked at Li very vigilantly. Li raised his eyebrows, not expecting that the person who opened the door was a child. Afterwards, Li directly took out a rent transfer GG torn from the second-floor building and asked with a smile, "Little friend, is your house for rent?" To Li Yi's surprise, the child quickly retracted his head and closed the door tightly. Li touched his nose helplessly. He didn't expect to be rejected. This was a bit embarrassing. But then, Li adjusted his mentality and knocked on the door of the yard again. The address on the GG should be correct. That is, there is a problem with this family. A few minutes after Li knocked on the door again, the wooden door was opened again. But this time, the person standing behind the wooden door was a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. The woman had a pretty face and a tall figure, but it was difficult to hide the haggardness on her face. Behind this woman, the little boy poked his head out and looked at Li with a very unfriendly look. Li was a little confused. What was going on? I'm not that fierce, right? However, Li still smiled and said, "Hello. I came here because I saw a GG for rent and transfer. May I ask if this 2-story building at number 16 Tianqing Street, Lishan Scenic Area, is yours?" The young woman showed an apologetic smile on her face, then pulled the little boy out from behind her and said with a smile, "Yes, it's ours. The child is ignorant. Please forgive me." "It doesn't matter," Li said immediately. "Do you want to rent a house or buy it?" Just as Li was about to speak, the little boy said again, "You can't give him the house. Dad and Mom will come back." Li was embarrassed when he heard it. "This child, isn't it this young woman's?" The woman turned around and whispered, "Huzi, you listen. If you don't deal with the house, how can your aunt have money to support you to go to school?" "I don't want to go to school," the boy said stubbornly. "You must go to school. That's what your mother said." When the little boy heard the word mother, his mouth pouted and tears welled up in his big eyes, but he still said stubbornly, "This is the house left by my parents. I don't want to give it to others." The woman was also very helpless, but she still smiled and said to Li, "I'm really sorry. If you don't mind, please come in and talk." Li nodded naturally, and then asked curiously, "Isn't this your son?" The woman shook her head and replied, "This is my sister's child. My sister's family, at the beginning of this year." Li suddenly understood a little, and then said, "From what you said just now, the child hasn't gone to school yet?" The woman nodded and said, "My name is Zhang Jing. I'm a local. You can just call me by my name. I just graduated from college and returned home, and this happened. My salary is very low, so I had to miss the time to let Huzi go to school, because my family is really—" Li nodded thoughtfully. In 1986, Longhua officially began to implement the compulsory education policy, but there was a big problem. That is, there were no schools in many places. In this county, some primary schools were still private, and the tuition was very expensive. Zhang Jing, a newly graduated college student, how could she afford to send her children to school? The two of them quickly came to a small table in the yard. Zhang Jing took out the few tea leaves in the house and boiled a pot of water. But Huzi ran into the room by himself, as if he was sulking. Zhang Jing sighed and whispered, "I plan to set the price of this two-story building at 500 yuan a month. If I buy it, it will be about 100,000 yuan. 500 yuan a month sounds expensive, but where is this place? This is a tourist area, just like the hotel that Li just investigated. What is the price? More than 100 yuan a night. So in comparison, this price is really not expensive. The sales of Li's home appliance city in one day can directly rent this house for half a year. And even if he bought it, 100,000 yuan, Li could buy it now." But Li was a little curious. Why has no one rented such a low-priced house? The price is indeed very reasonable. But I have a small question. Why has no one rented this house until now? Then Li said again, "The price of 500 yuan a month sounds very low, and the business of tourist attractions is so hot, it's unreasonable." Zhang Jing pursed her lips after hearing this, and after hesitating for a while, she spoke. Because the merchants nearby are saying that I killed my sister's family in order to get this house." From Zhang Jing's tone that sounded very calm, Li saw a picture. A young girl who had just walked out of the university campus with a 5 or 6-year-old child had to endure the abuse and insults of neighbors every day and work hard to earn money and save money so that her sister's children could go to school. Such stories are not uncommon in this era. In fact, Li has heard many such rumors. Because in this era, throwing dirty water on others does not cost anything, and the cold violence before the internet age is even more terrible. Since it has happened, Li will naturally not sit idly by. Li has always remembered a sentence. If you encounter injustice, if you don't stand up to stop it, then you are also one of the accomplices. So Li decided to help this broken family. "Where do you work now?" Hearing Li's words, Zhang Jing was a little confused, but she still said, "I'm washing dishes in the hotel." Li smiled and said, "I want to buy this two-story building. 100,000 yuan is very reasonable, so I won't bargain. In addition, I am from Jiangcheng. I bought this building mainly because I want to open a branch of a clothing store and a branch of a home appliance city, so I need manpower. How about you being the store manager? One more thing, I can make arrangements for Huzi to go to school and let him go to Jiangcheng's primary school. Boarding system." Hearing this, Zhang Jing suddenly widened her eyes. Unexpectedly, Li would say such a thing. Zhang Jing never thought that when she was almost desperate for life, someone like Li Yi would appear and bring her a glimmer of hope. Looking at Zhang Jing's eyes gradually turning red, Li Yi just smiled slightly and then took out a stack of money. Putting the money on the table, Li Yi said with a smile, "Here is 5,000 yuan, which is regarded as a deposit for the house. You can write me a receipt later, and I will return to Jiangxing as soon as possible to pull the goods over. It's time to tidy up the two-story building, and we can open it directly. I will bring the remaining money to you when I come here next time. Regarding Huzi's enrollment problem, I will definitely have an answer by September at the latest. Household registration and other issues are just minor issues." Hearing this, Zhang Jing could no longer describe her current mood in words. She just kept saying thank you to Li Yi. Li Yi waved his hand, drank the tea, and left the small courtyard. For Li Yi, these things are just a few simple words. With his current ability, all he has to pay to help this poor family is some money and a few words. It is within his power, and it is not troublesome. Just like what the famous star Hua Tsai said in his previous life. Teach others what you learn, and give others what you earn. Perhaps the essence contained in this sentence is common prosperity? Li Yi smiled and shook his head, walking towards the bus station. As for selling home appliances to hotels and scenic spots, don't worry. Let's wait until the branch is implemented. These people will definitely deliver it to their doorsteps themselves. Just when Li Yi was choosing a branch address in Haidong County, the manager of the marketing department of LG Group also arrived in Jiangxing with several employees. Jiangxing's reputation in the south is naturally not as loud as haidong cities, and it is the first time for many employees to hear about Jiangxing, which is normal. The general manager's name is Shuechuan. He was transferred from LG headquarters and is very experienced. But the 4 employees following him were all complete novices and didn't know where to start. Shuechuan took a look at the scenery around Jiangxing railway station, then grabbed a local and asked with a smile, "Hello, may I ask how to get to Lianhua Plaza?" "Lianhua Plaza?" The old man who was stopped pointed in a direction, and then asked curiously, "Young man, are you from outside the country?" Shuechuan nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, uncle. Thank you for giving us the directions. By the way, I heard that there is a home appliance city in Lianhua Plaza, which is quite popular recently." When the old man heard this, he suddenly became interested and said with a smile, "Yes, young man, I just bought a new refrigerator at home. I bought it at Jiangnan Home Appliances Experience Store. Don't mention it. That foreign brand refrigerator is really easy to use. Not only does it make a lot less noise, but it also doesn't waste electricity." Hearing this, Shuechuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that there is indeed a market in Jiangxing. Shuechuan became more and more curious. What kind of person was this owner of a home appliance store? At this time, Li walked out of the bus station not far from the train station. "I received a call this morning from Xiaowu. It was said that an air conditioner was being transported and the truck collided with a car. Although the problem has been solved and the car was driving in the wrong direction, it was all the fault, but there was a problem with the air conditioner and Chinfeng was repairing it." Li was more concerned about the safety of the truck driver, but Xiaowu said there was no big problem. He was just in the hospital and his injuries were being checked. It was nothing serious, just a scratch. Li didn't notice that at the train station not far away, several people were walking towards Lianhua Plaza. Li just took a taxi and rushed towards the hospital. When Li just arrived at the hospital, Shuechuan and others had already arrived on the first floor of Lianhua Plaza and found Li Yi's home appliance experience store. However, they were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they stood outside the door and waited. Shuechuan wanted to see the flow of people in the appliance city first. It's easy to say if you don't look at it, but at first glance, the employees in the marketing department were shocked. There were dozens of customers in the home appliance store alone, and they stood at the door for nearly 5 minutes in total. What's more important is that during this period, people kept coming to the cashier to pay. In a very short period of time, 3 orders were closed in succession. Although I don't know what items are being sold, I can tell that this store's business is really booming. Let's go and see what kind of talent the owner of this electric city is. While talking, Shuechuan had already walked into this home appliance store. When I walked to the entrance of the home appliance mall, I saw 2 very pretty little beauties wearing uniform bat shirts, leggings, and flat sneakers. After seeing their group, They said welcome at the same time. Shuechuan couldn't help but nod it. Apart from anything else, the service attitude of this store is here. Even if the transaction fails, at least he can be in a good mood. Moreover, using girls as greeters is indeed a good use of resources and talents. This is a very good idea. This made Shuechuan couldn't help but think of several stores owned by the company. They were all big men or middle-aged people who were very greasy. There was no way they could compare with this fair little girl in their store. Since Li Yi is away for something right now, Wei Zi is in charge of looking after the store. Dacha followed Chun Feng to tinker with the air conditioner. Xiao was also in the hospital observing the driver's injury, and they were all very busy. Su Qingnan had a look at the clothing store upstairs, so naturally he didn't have time. Sitting at the desk, Wei Zi yawned, but soon noticed the new customers in the store. Seeing that the man standing at the front was looking up and down at the electrical appliances in the store, Wei Zi immediately walked over and asked about the situation. Seeing that this person was unusual, Wei Zi immediately stepped forward and greeted him personally. "Hello. Do you want to buy a refrigerator? The refrigerators we have here are all from LG, foreign brands, which are very rare nowadays." Shuechuan shook his head with a smile, turned his attention to Wei Zi, and asked with a smile, "I'm not here to buy a refrigerator. I'm here to see your boss." "Boss? What do you want from me, boss?" Nothing happened. I just wanted to ask him if he is interested in cooperating." "Cooperate?" Wei Zi looked this man up and down, and his eyes suddenly lit up. While Wei Zi was looking at the man in front of him, Shuechuan was also looking at him. Although Shuechuan's clothes were not very expensive, he did not look like a simple man. With a formal suit and a gleaming look in his eyes, Wei Zi had seen some wealthy bosses even if he had never been in business. Shuechuan could tell at first glance that Wei Zi was definitely not a boss. This was an intuition. "Excuse me, where is your boss now?" When Wei Zi heard this, he smiled and replied, "The boss is out now." "What's the matter? If you want to cooperate with us, please talk to me first." Shuechuan smiled helplessly and said, "We are from LG Group. This matter is very important, so we still hope that your boss can be present. And if this cooperation can be successful in the end, I believe it will be of great long-term benefit to us." When Wei Zi heard that these people were from LG, he immediately straightened his face. Is it the big company that manufactures home appliances? What are these people doing here? However, he still couldn't make the decision on such a major matter, so he had to wait for Brother E to come back and deal with it. And it didn't look like they were joking, so he had to wait and see what Brother E meant. "Then you sit here and wait. I'll call the boss now." Then, Wei Zi came to the front of the landline and dialed a number. Li Yi, who was in the hospital, suddenly heard the pager in his pocket. Originally, Li didn't want to buy a pager. After all, mobile phones will appear in people's vision in a few years, and everything will become convenient. However, as more branches there are, more things will happen. In order to facilitate communication between each other, Li Yi paid out of his own pocket and equipped each of his brothers with a Motorola pager. Su Qingnan and Su Qingyao, and even the old couple Li Fengyan, all used this new thing. But every time Li Yi received a message from the pager, he had to decide that mobile phones were still easy to use. Glancing at the information on the pager, Li Yi went straight to the public telephone booth outside the hospital and picked up the phone. Soon, the call was dialed. "Hello? Wei Zi, what's up?" Wei Zi's voice came from the other side of the old-fashioned telephone receiver. "Brother E, someone is here to discuss cooperation with you. He's sitting in the store now." "Cooperation? Oh," Li Yi asked immediately. "It is said that it is someone from LG." Li Yi was stunned when he heard this. LG's people? He and LG Group have no intersection yet, right? And all his refrigerators were ordered from LG headquarters abroad, so there is no conflict of interest with the branch company, right? However, the phone bill is very expensive, so Li didn't waste much time, just replied, "I know, I'll go back right away." Then, Li hung up the phone. There is nothing wrong with the driver, but transportation has become a problem at present. What Li lacks most now is trucks and truck drivers, and they must be experienced and able to run long and short distances. Such drivers are treasures wherever they are. The second is the technician responsible for repairing air conditioners. At present, there are only Chin Feng and Lao Li, which is a bit strenuous. Moreover, it is not the time for problems to occur yet. Once they are particularly busy, they can't handle it at all. How big is the whole Jiangqing? It is really difficult for two people to ride a 28-bar truck to run around every day. So Li Yi decided to hire some truck drivers for a long time first, and then equipped Chen Feng with a motorcycle. Chen Feng was a car driver in the army, so he naturally had a driver's license. As long as Chen Feng's speed is improved and the speed of maintenance is accelerated, the evaluation of the home appliance city will naturally improve. Doing business is all about reputation. With a good reputation, making money is not a side job. Li Yi explained to Xiao Wu and paid the medical expenses for the driver by the way, and then turned and left the hospital. The driver only needs to recuperate for 2 days, and he can be discharged from the hospital if there is no problem with the examination. For the time being, let Xiao Wu help in the hospital, and Li Yi turned and rushed to Lianhua Plaza. There are only 2 months left before the meat processing plant is restructured. In these 2 months, Li must have enough funds to acquire the meat processing plant. If he fails, he will die. So for Li now, any opportunity is very valuable. If he can reach a cooperation with LG Group, it will be much more convenient than selling home appliances to make money. With this thought, Li quickened his pace. When Li arrived at Lianhua Plaza, he found that there were 4 or 5 people sitting in the home appliance city, each holding a teacup in his hand. But there were only 2 people sitting down. One was Weizi, and the other was a man who looked very strange. This person should be from LG Group. Li did not doubt their identities. The employees from these large enterprises had a formatted style of doing things, so it was not difficult to distinguish them. Li walked into the store with a smile on his face and asked immediately, "Hello, everyone. I am the owner of this store." Shuechuan was chatting with Weizi. He really wanted to know how Li came up with the idea of importing refrigerators, but how could Weizi know this? The only one who really knew what happened was Wei Sanpao, but Wei Sanpao was still not here. Hearing the voice from behind, Shuechuan quickly stood up and saw a very young man standing behind him with a smile on his face. This young man left a very deep impression on Shuechuan, because although his eyes were a little tired, they were full of confidence. It seems that this shop indeed belongs to this young man. You are Li, right? I've admired your name for a long time. My surname is Xue, and my name is Shuechuan, the legendary Chuan. Seeing Shuechuan stretching out his arm to himself, Li Yi raised his hand to shake hands with Shuechuan, and then asked with a smile, "Hello, how did you find this place?" Shuechuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "There is an employee in our company who is responsible for investigating the market. He found that our LG refrigerators are very popular in this city that we have not paid any attention to, so we are curious. Came to investigate. Can I ask, aren't large-scale imports of foreign refrigerators allowed now? How on earth did you do it?" Li shrugged. This question was very sensitive, so he chose to refuse to answer. "With all due respect, Mr. Xue, this is my business secret, and I have to rely on this to make a living." Shuechuan could only shrug his shoulders and said, "Okay, Mr. Li, then I will do the next best thing, and let's discuss cooperation issues." Shuechuan's words made Li Yi raise his eyebrows. So far, Li Yi has finalized a cooperative relationship with 2 big figures. The first one is Chen Donghua, the boss of Donghua Clothing. The second one is the young master of the Yin family, Yin Dongrui. It may be possible that Wang Gaohua, the boss of Lianhua Group, may also cooperate with him, but there is currently no horoscope, so Li Yi is not in a hurry. When discussing cooperation with the 2 previous people, Li Yi gave up some benefits. After all, the business is just starting out. If you can sign a cooperation with such a company, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial to your future development. But facing the arrival of LG, Li Yi's mood was completely different. First of all, LG is a foreign brand, although Li Yi doesn't have a good impression of that country. But looking at this era, the quality of the things produced by others lies here. I have to admit that LG's electrical appliances in the 1990s were indeed at the ceiling level. However, Li Yi's current situation is that if he does not cooperate with LG, he will not lose anything and will still make his own money. It just depends on whether what LG gives you is qualified enough to impress you. A smile appeared on Li Yi's face, and then he put on a somewhat embarrassed expression and said immediately, "Mr. Xue, first of all, I thank you very much for coming. I naturally know LG's electrical appliances very well. There's nothing to say. But the problem is that I am now developing my own home appliance city. LG seems to have nothing to do with me, right? Your company's headquarters is overseas, and its branch is also in Haidong City. There seems to be no need for cooperation between us, right? Shuechuan smiled bitterly. This boss is indeed a genius. Judging from the meaning behind his words, it seems that he is guarding against LG, fearing that LG will seize his market. When they were in the store just now, Shuechuan and Wei Zi learn a lot, including the business model of the home appliance city proposed by Li Yi. After listening to Li Yi's series of business models, Shuechuan felt that it was an eye-opener. I didn't expect that there are so many twists and turns when buying a home appliance. It seems that Li Yi does have business acumen. If such people can be brought into the company, then do we still have to worry about the company's turnover? However, it is better to deal with the issue of cooperation first. Shuechuan smiled and said, then let's open the skylight and speak frankly. Our president very much hopes that we can reach a cooperative relationship with you. And one thing is that we will be responsible for providing transportation of goods, including transportation vehicles and drivers. As long as we can build our reputation as LG in Jiangxing City, then the income distribution issue will be easy to discuss. Li frowned when he heard this. Unexpectedly, this person from LG immediately grasped his weakness. It seems that their shortcomings in cargo transportation have been discovered by them. In fact, Shuechuan didn't know about this originally. He only asked occasionally when chatting with Xiao Wu. Shuechuan's original words were, if you buy home appliances in your home appliance store, they have to be delivered to your door. How many trucks and drivers do you have? Wei Zi didn't know this, so he simply told the truth. There were only 2 cars and 2 drivers. Shuechuan immediately understood. It turned out that the transportation of goods was just a prototype, but fortunately, it was directly used as a condition for negotiation. Li Yi sighed helplessly, and then said, our drivers and trucks do have shortcomings, but these are not problems that cannot be solved. The most important question now is, if we really cooperate, what can I get? Shuechuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Li Yi wanted to relent, and then said with a smile, how about doing business together, investing together, and sharing the profits 40 to 60? We are responsible for providing goods and transportation channels, and are also responsible for training maintenance technicians. We will get 60%. Do you think it is okay? Li shrugged his shoulders and said, if you were talking about Haidong City, then I have no objection. But this is my hometown. This is Jiangxing. So I want to take 70%. If you object, then I have to talk to higher. Although my business model does not have any patents, you know very well that I am the one who is truly capable of opening up the market. When Shuechuan heard this, he became silent. He knew that Li Yi was right. This business model was indeed exclusive to Li Yi. And since Li Yi can come up with this method, there will definitely be more methods. The most important thing is that Li Yi was able to get an LG refrigerator. If LG's refrigerator can appear on the market in Haidong City, it will set off a wave. The benefits of this are simply immeasurable. Which one is more important and which one is less important? Shuechuan can still tell the difference. The most important thing is that Li Yi said that he was going to discuss cooperation with higher. It would be best if he was trying to scare people. But if not, then the rise of higher in the southern inland region will become inevitable in the future. If that time comes, it will be too late to regret, and everyone in the LG branch will have to drink the northwest wind. Although Shuechuan thought a little far, these are all things that are very likely to happen. The marketing employees behind Shuechuan looked at each other in confusion when they saw the manager's appearance. This is the first time I have seen the boss in such a difficult situation. Is it really that important to cooperate with this Li Yi? In fact, there is a reason why the president of LG asked Shuechuan to lead the team. Shuechuan's control over the market has reached a peak, and he himself was the annual sales champion of LG Group last year. Such a talent is a treasure in any company. In fact, it is the same in Li Yi's eyes. Shuechuan has no intention of being arrogant from beginning to end. He also did not look down on Li Yi because he was just the boss of a small home appliance city. Instead, he gave Li Yi considerable respect. This is exactly what makes Li Yi very comfortable, which is why Li Yi can sit down and talk about cooperation with him calmly. If someone else who looks down on others came, Li Yi would have asked him to get out long ago. Who doesn't have a temper? As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. That's the reason. After a few minutes of silence, Xue Chuan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Xue Chuan is also a very courageous person. He looked up at Li Yi and said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's do as you said. In Jiangcheng, we take 30%, and in Haidong City, you take 30%. When Li Yi heard Xue Chuan's words, his evaluation of this person in his heart was raised again. This kid should also be a person of some status in LG. Although Li Yi did not know Xue Chuan's true identity, he was very sure of this in his heart. If such a person started as an ordinary employee instead of a department manager, LG might as well go bankrupt. Mr. Xue, I have to say that you have impressed me a lot. Okay, then we will do as you said, and we will settle the cooperation." Then Li Yi continued, "I will help you develop the market in Jiangcheng, and you can also apply my marketing model to compete in Haidong City. As for the refrigerator problem, don't worry. As long as the cooperation agreement is signed, I will tell you how to circumvent the policy." Xue Chuan was relieved when he heard Li Yi's words. Obviously, he could finally give an explanation to the branch company. Although Li Yi's request was a bit ruthless, with a full 70% of the profits, how big is Jiangcheng? Even if each household has one home appliance, how much money can be earned? But how big is Haidong City? It's not on the same level at all. Little did Li Yi know that he thought so too. But Li Yi's strategy is obviously better. The number of people in Jiangcheng is naturally not as many as Haidong City, and the per capita income is even more incomparable to Haidong City. But there is one thing who said that Li Yi can only open a store in Jiangcheng. There is naturally only one head office, but there can be countless branches. Even if the conditions are sufficient and the funds allow, Li Yi can let every county or neighboring city around Jiangcheng open a home appliance city branch. This is something that Xue Chuan could not have expected anyway. Although Li Yi can only get 30% of the profits in Haidong City has a large population base. Moreover, the per capita income in Haidong City is around 100 to 200 yuan per month, and most people have higher consumption power. The two sides are not on the same level at all. It is hard to say who is taking advantage. However, this is secondary. What Li Yi values most is the trucks and technicians of LG Group. What the home appliance city lacks most now is these people, and these people don't have to spend money to hire them. They are all paid by LG Group, which is equivalent to letting Li Yi take advantage for nothing. After confirming the cooperation, Li Yi continued to smile and said, "Then let's continue to discuss the details. For example, how many cars and drivers can I be equipped with?" Then Li Yi said again, "There are also maintenance personnel. How many technicians can be given at most?" Seeing Li Yi's appearance, he looked like a profiteer, and Xue Chuan couldn't help but feel a little depressed. What's going on? According to the situation, shouldn't this matter be profitable on his side? Not only can he open the market with refrigerators, but he can also get 70% of the profits of Haidong City. All he has to pay is some sources of goods, transportation personnel, and technical maintenance personnel. But looking at Li Yi's reaction, he doesn't look like he is at a disadvantage. Instead, he seems to think he has made a profit. Li Yi did not give Xue Chuan a chance to raise doubts, but smiled and said, "The trucks I need here are roughly..." Dividing line? Soon, it was evening, and Xue Chuan and others had a sumptuous dinner at Li Yi's invitation, and then got on the train back to Haidong City. Before leaving, Xue Chuan said that the trucks and technicians would be in place within a week. Li Yi naturally didn't say anything. A week was already very fast. More importantly, through the agreement between the two parties, all products produced by LG in the future will be provided to Li Yi's home appliance experience store at the most favorable price. Take the refrigerator as an example. Li Yi bought it from Li Rusong, and the price of each unit was 1,800 yuan, while the LG branch reduced the price to 1,600 yuan, which was 200 yuan cheaper. 1 or 2 units may not show the effect, but what about 500 units, 5,000 units, or even 10,000 units? However, for the LG branch, the benefits they get are also obvious. Due to the rise of brands such as Haier, Siemens, and Little Swan, they have not had a good time in the past 2 years. If they can open up the market in Jiangnan province through cooperation with Li Yi, it will inevitably greatly improve their living environment. Therefore, this cooperation can be described as a real win-win situation. With the help of Injia and LG, Li Yi's home appliance experience store not only has a richer category, but also allows consumers to see Li Yi's strength, and the trust is gradually increasing, which will be reflected in sales. The most important thing at the moment is to get the Haidong branch up as soon as possible, quickly occupy the market, and then recover funds. That afternoon, a truckload of home appliances was transported to the Haidong branch. Also going with him was Lao Lu, the head of Li Yi's royal decoration team. According to Li Yi's requirements, the Haidong branch was decorated in 3 days. Don't think that 3 days is too short. In fact, the home appliance experience store is different from other stores, and there are not so many details. For general home appliance cities, it is enough to design the signboard at the door. The simpler the interior decoration, the better. After all, people come to buy home appliances, not to see your decoration. What's more, the second floor of the building is not old, and it can be renovated a little. And Li Yi has already designed it. The 2-story building is divided into 2 parts. One part is used as a branch of Jiangnan beauty clothing store, and the second floor is used as a home appliance city. Since we are going to open a branch, let's open it together. First of all, the area here is large enough, and it is a bit wasteful to use it all as a home appliance city for the time being. It just so happens that the clothing store also needs to expand, so why not do it together? Moreover, this is also a place with good customer flow. Clothing stores can not only transfer money from locals, but also earn money from tourists, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The main target of the home appliance city is the surrounding merchants, hotels, etc., and this group of people alone is enough for Li Yi to make a lot of money. Let me ask, if a person has enough income, then in a very hot summer, will he choose a buzzing electric fan or a comfortable air conditioner? The answer is obvious. No one goes back to choose an electric fan. Why not use a good one if you have the conditions? Li grasped this mentality and dared to open a branch in such a small county. He also believed that if the Haidong branch was done well, he would never be disappointed. That night, Li called all the people to the home appliance city. He planned to hold a meeting for all employees, according to Li Yi's requirements, except for the driver Lao Wu, who was lying in the hospital, and Wei Sanpao, who was studying outside. All the others had to come one by one and were not allowed to ask for leave. After the notice of the meeting was issued, the employees came one after another. Su Qingnan was the fastest to come because he was in the clothing store. Following Su Qingnan were Su Qingyao and Li Yuwei. Li Yuwei's kindergarten was on vacation, so Su Qingyao was responsible for taking care of her during this period. Since the college entrance examination, Su Qingyao did not go out to play. She went straight into the clothing store, taking care of children and selling clothes. She has become a small shopkeeper. In fact, Li was still distressed because Su Qingyao basically did not have much time to play. She was busy with his family every day. Before Li came back, it was like this, and after he came back, it was still like this. However, this period of time is too tense. It is about to be the time for the meat processing plant to be restructured. By then, not only Li Yi has ideas about the meat processing plant, but also many wealthy entrepreneurs are coveting this former state-owned enterprise. It is precisely because of this that Li Yi will save money so desperately. Then, Weizi, Dachu, and others came one after another. Then came the shopping guides of several stores. At 6:30, everyone was all there. Looking at the people in front of him, Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It has only been 2 months since his rebirth. Not only did he change his daughter's fate and sent Lu Tongfu and his son to prison, but he also gathered so many people around him unknowingly. At present, in addition to Weizi, Dachu, Xiaowu, Dalong, and other core members, the store has newly recruited home appliance repair masters Lao Li, Chen Feng, and 6 apprentices, in addition to 18 shopping guides, plus 2 drivers, a total of nearly 30 people. Although it is nothing compared to those big companies, in Li Yi's opinion, the team has already taken shape. It is said that if you burn your boats, The Qin Pass will eventually belong to Chu, and if you sleep on firewood and taste gall, 3,000 you soldiers can swallow Wu. I have the courage to burn my boats, the perseverance to sleep on firewood and taste gall, and the ability to plan and win thousands of miles away. So the future is promising. Seeing that everyone was present, Li Yi smiled and said, I called everyone here to tell you a good news. Just today, we have just signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the LG Group branch in Haidong City. Hearing Li Yi's words, except for Wei Zi who has been beside him, everyone's expressions are different and their demeanor is different. Everyone did not seem so happy, but more surprised and puzzled. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. For them, Li is just a small store or a small workshop, not those big companies. So, in everyone's opinion, all they have to do is to make money by purchasing and shipping. What LG company? What strategic cooperation? It has nothing to do with it. Su Qingnan asked in confusion. What kind of group is this? Is it famous? Why haven't I heard of it? Li smiled and explained. Sister, the Korean brand is not very famous. The refrigerators that we are selling very well now are the products of their company. Oh, it turns out to be a Korean product. I thought it was made in China. Li continued. LG's cooperation with us is just a starting point, because next, I plan to set up a second home appliance city in Haidong County, which is a branch of Jiangnan Home Appliance City. Establish a branch? So fast? This store has only been open for a few days? Wei Zi, Dechu, and Xiao Wu looked at each other, and even Su Qingnan frowned. Xiao Yi, are you a little too anxious? Li Yi heard Su Qingnan's words and said with a smile, Yes, it is indeed a little anxious, but I am sure. Then Li Yi continued, and now we must speed up the progress. I have a small goal and urgently need to recover funds. What small goal? I won't tell you this for the time being. You will know it after a while. The meat processing plant's restructuring cannot be told for the time being. There is no news yet. Once it is leaked, it will be troublesome. I think, brother, you must have another good project now. Well, I agree with the Chu's judgment. Brother E. Hearing everyone's speculations, Li Yi smiled and did not answer, but motioned everyone to be quiet. After everyone quieted down, Li straightened his face and then said, In addition to what I just said, I called everyone here for another thing this time. That is, to clarify their respective positions. Hearing this, everyone perked up. Everyone is not stupid. Isn't clarifying the position a reward for meritorious officials? For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Yi. First of all our staff will be divided into two systems, one for the clothing store and the other for the home appliance city. From now on, Su Qingnan will serve as the general manager of Jiangnan Beauty Clothing Company, fully responsible for the operation of the clothing store. Xiao will serve as the deputy general manager of the clothing store and cooperate with my sister to handle the overall operation of the clothing store, and Zhu Lin will serve as the sales director, responsible for the training of sales consultants and product promotion and other businesses. Then Li Yi continued, I personally serve as the general manager of the home appliance city, and Dechu serves as the deputy general manager, coordinating with me and coordinating the overall business of the home appliance city. Dalong serves as the operations director and is responsible for the warehousing, shipping, distribution, and other businesses of home appliance city. Weizi serves as the security manager and is responsible for the security of the store's geisha warehouse to prevent the goods from being stolen before, and also to prevent people from making trouble. Uncle Chen serves as the after-sales manager and is responsible for the installation, maintenance, and all after-sales services of all electrical appliances in the appliance city. Li Tingting serves as the sales director of the home appliance city. She is responsible for the establishment of the home appliance city sales team, the training of sales consultants, and product promotion, etc. After reading out the personnel arrangements, Li Yi asked again, Does anyone have any objections to my arrangement? Su Qingnan immediately raised her hand and said, Xiaoyi, can I be the manager of a clothing store? You know that I haven't read a few books. Li Yi immediately said, Sister, you can definitely do it. Besides, I'm still here. Oh well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingyao said loudly, Brother, you are biased. Why is it that my sister is already a manager, and why don't I have any official position? Li smiled and said, I didn't expect that this girl like you is still a fan of officials, but you don't even think about it. You will be reporting to the university soon. What position will be assigned to you? No, I also want to be an official. I want it, Li said helplessly. Well, you can be my assistant. What does an assistant do? Secret technique. Help me negotiate business. Is there a salary? How much? Li did not answer her words, but said, since Yao Yao talked about salary, then I will regrade your salary. Our current salary is divided into 5 levels. The first level includes sales staff, the basic salary for drivers, delivery workers, home appliance maintenance personnel, etc. is 180 yuan per month, and bonuses and commissions are calculated separately. The second level is the management level, that is, department managers, directors, branch store managers, etc. The basic salary is tentatively set at 250 yuan per month, and 13 months of salary are paid every year. Bonuses are calculated separately. Each person is paid per month. There are also 15 days of paid leave. The third level is the senior management, that is, the general manager. The basic salary is tentatively set at 500 yuan per month. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference room suddenly burst into excitement. This kind of salary is definitely the only one in Jiangsheng. It is really too tempting. Even if you're a general worker, you can get a basic salary of more than 2,000 yuan a year. With bonuses and commissions, you may get 2,500 to 3,000 yuan. Looking at the entire Jiangsheng, that is definitely a high salary. And the management level is even higher, and they are treated like social elites. Brother, is my assistant level 1 or level 2? Su Qingyao asked hurriedly. You have no level. Why? Because you are the same as Wei Wei. You can get it at the cashier as much as you want. Huh? A small meeting determined the prototype of a company. The reason why Li wants to determine everyone's positions is to let everyone understand better what they should do and perform their duties, so that they can effectively exert their work efficiency. Xiao was appointed by Li as the deputy general manager of the clothing store. In fact, he also served as the manager of the Old City branch. He may also need to keep an eye on the Haidong branch, which has a heavy task. De Chu, the deputy general manager of the home appliance city, has no choice but to stay idle. He is responsible for keeping an eye on the activities of the LG group these days. In addition, the general manager and deputy manager always have to leave one to look after the store, right? So De Chu was very miserable and was kept in the store by Li, who was responsible for staying in the main store. In fact, De Chu was a little envious of Xiao Wu. This boy was so good that he was assigned to be the manager of the scenic spot in Haidong County. That's a scenic spot. De Chu has never been to Haidong, even once. I didn't have the money to go there before. But now I'm not short of money, but I don't have the time. I have to say that fate has its way with people. Just after the meeting, Li said with a smile, I know everyone has been working hard recently, so in October, I plan to arrange a group activity and take everyone out to relax. As soon as Li finished speaking, a burst of cheers came from the store. Even Su Qingnan's face was filled with a smile, obviously very happy. More than a month ago, even eating at home was a problem. Unexpectedly, a month later, I could even think about where to go. All this is because of Li. After the meeting, everyone dispersed, and Li left Xiao Wu alone, saying that he wanted to discuss something with him. Xiao Wu was a little confused. It was the first time in his life that he was assigned to such a big official position. He was the deputy general manager. In Xiao Wu's eyes, the squad leader in his childhood class was considered a big official. In fact, Xiao Wu knew that his abilities were limited, and he was able to get this position mostly because of Li, so he felt a little uneasy. Li could guess a lot by looking at Xiao Wu's appearance. Xiao Wu, what are you thinking about? Brother, I'm afraid I can't do it well. Li smiled and said, everyone sees your ability, not to mention other things, just settling accounts. Who among me, Dacha Weizi, and Dalong doesn't envy you? As for Weizi, you can let him play with these 10 fingers, but if you let him count, it will kill him. When Xiao Wu heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said, I just liked mathematics when I was in school. It's really nothing. Li smiled and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, put his hand on his shoulder, and whispered, after I went to Haidong County, I talked to a girl named Zhang Jing and asked her to help her. The house I bought was left by her sister. At the beginning of the year, her sister's family passed away, leaving behind a 5 or 6-year-old child. Zhang Jing had just graduated from technical secondary school and had to take care of the child. It was not easy. Your brother and I are not a good person, but I still help when I can with this kind of thing. Zhang Jing's neighbors have some opinions on their family. From now on, Zhang Jing will be our employee. Please help me more. Do you understand? Xiao Wu scratched his head and replied, Brother E, if you say you want to help, then we will help. But Brother E, you arranged her to be in our branch? Then what position does she have? Li Yi smiled and said, I found that you were still a fool. Zhang Jing is a good girl. Don't you want her to be your wife? What kind of position is there? If this thing can be done, of course, whatever your position is, she will be in that position. Xiao Wu immediately blushed and replied, That person is a high-achieving graduate from a technical secondary school. I just graduated from high school. Can you like me? Li shook his head helplessly and replied, Xiao Wu, knowledge is not something only college students have, and people are poor and have ambitions. Besides, are we still considered poor now? Of course not. Be more confident and show off the momentum that a branch manager should have. In Heian County, you are my spokesperson. If you don't do your best, then where will I put my face? When Xiao Wu heard this, he took a deep breath and said, Okay, Brother E, I understand. I will never embarrass you. Li Yi then showed a satisfied smile, and then continued. After this branch opens, most people from scenic hotels, and inns will come to the door. Just watch and talk. Don't lose money. Everything else is easy to talk about. Besides, if you feel unsure, call me at any time. Go back and explain to your parents tonight. Go to Heian tomorrow and take a look at the decoration of the store. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded again, then turned and left. Looking at Xiao Wu's leaving figure, a smile appeared on the corner of Li Yi's mouth. These brothers trusted him and were able to drop everything and follow him. So naturally, he couldn't treat them badly. Xiao Wu is an honest and reliable person, and Zhang Jing is also a smart girl who can be diligent and thrifty in running a household. Maybe there is something going on between these two people? Follow Li Yi. Not only will you make money, but you will also be able to solve problems. Li Yi turned around and returned to the door of the shop, which was about to close, and saw Su Qingnan's figure. Sister, what should we have for dinner? Su Qingnan smiled and said, Why are you greedier than my daughter? How about a hodgepodge? Li Yi immediately replied, Okay, I'll go buy some groceries later. The next morning, Xiao Wu took a truck carrying home appliances and arrived in Heian County. The driver was the one who came yesterday, so he naturally knew the location of the store. Brother Xiao Wu, oh no, I have to call you Manager Xiao Wu now. This is the house the boss bought. It's being renovated these days, so it's a little messy. Xiao Wu smiled helplessly and said, This name sounds so awkward. Just call me Xiao. Are all the goods delivered yesterday here? The driver nodded and said, They're all in the warehouse at the back. The boss said that he would build another warehouse here when he has time, but he hasn't found a suitable location yet. Xiao Wu nodded and jumped out of the car. Also following the driver and Xiao Wu to Heian County were several ordinary employees of the home appliance city, who all came to move the goods. For these people, although they were doing manual labor, the monthly salary of 180 yuan was really good, so they were willing to work with Li Yi. After putting all the home appliances in order, Xiao Wu turned around and came into the store. When Xiao Wu came to the first floor of the store, he found that there were already several decoration workers tinkering with Dubai on the wall. In fact, this 2-story building had already been renovated. But not all renovations were completed, because the 2nd-story building had just been completed in the middle of last year. Unexpectedly, at the beginning of this year, something happened to the family who bought the building. Therefore, the renovation can only be interrupted and preparations are made for transfer. First of all, Zhang Jing didn't have any money to decorate, so all her money was used to hold the funeral and take care of Hu Zi. Secondly, what happens after the renovation is completed? Zhang Jing also had no way to open a store by herself, so she could only transfer it. Xiao Wu looked at the decoration workers who were busy working and nodded. These workers were all found by Li Yi from Jiangsheng. Their craftsmanship is beyond praise, and their speeds are all top-notch. When Li found them, he told them that the sooner it was completed, the more money they would get, but they had to ensure the quality, otherwise there would be no money at all. These decoration workers are all veterans. Each of them has at least 10 years of experience, so they are naturally easy to come by. However, Xiao Wu discovered a strange figure among these workers. This figure is wearing the same work clothes as the decoration workers, but he is cleaning the room, and his back looks very slender. It's so slender that even carrying a bucket of water feels a bit strenuous. Xiao Wu frowned immediately. With such a small body, what can he do? Do you have to come here for decoration? This is the person Brother E is looking for. Is it really reliable? Xiao Wu was about to step forward to ask, but found that the slender figure carrying a bucket in front of him revealed a section of his white wrist. They are white and look a bit like a girl's hands. Then, Xiao Wu remembered what Li Yi had said to him before. There is a girl named Zhang Jing who has just graduated from technical secondary school and will be an employee of a home appliance store in the future. So Xiao Wu subconsciously shouted, "Zhang Jing." Sure enough, the figure paused immediately and then slowly turned around. What caught Xiao Wu's eyes was a very delicate and pretty face. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that such a beautiful girl could do such a rough job. And this girl is still a technical secondary school student. Xiao Wu's brain was suddenly a little exhausted. However, Xiao Wu was somewhat discerning and immediately stepped forward to take the bucket from Zhang Jing's hand and whispered, "Are you Zhang Jing? We will work together from now on. I'm the branch manager of the Haidong branch of Jiangnan Home Appliance City. Just call me Xiao Wu." Zhang Jing was also stunned for a moment, then bent down and said respectfully, "Hello, manager. My name is Zhang Jing. I just graduated." When Xiao Wu saw Zhang Jing bowing to him, he panicked. He was just a branch manager, so why should he be so respectful? "Don't be like this. We will be colleagues from now on." Then Xiao Wu continued, "By the way, Brother E asked me to tell you about my salary. From now on, you will be the sales director of the branch. Your level will be similar to mine, 250 yuan a month, and you will be paid 13 yuan a year. Month salary, plus bonus, and 13 days of vacation per year." The reason why Xiao Wu was able to say all these things was the result of memorizing them by rote. In fact, the position divisions and salary benefits set by Li Yi are all based on the basic positions of all companies in the world before traveling back. Although it is a bit troublesome, the victory lies in clear responsibilities. Sales is sales, transportation is transportation, and management is responsible for management. This model has the most scientific basis. When Zhang Jing heard these benefits, she was stunned for a moment. Was her salary so high? 250 yuan a month? So much money? And he could still be paid for 13 months a year. Is this boss doing charity? In fact, Li Yi is really doing charity. The reason why Zhang Jing was treated like this when she just entered the company was probably because of the situation at Zhang Jing's family. Li left Xiao Wu alone and told him about it instead of pointing it out at the meeting, just because he was afraid that others would think too much. Needless to say, his brothers, Wei Zi and De Chu, are trustworthy people. They never have any doubts about Li Yi's decision. But in the final analysis, people like Dalong and Li Tingting are just employees, that is, ordinary friends. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows if they will feel unbalanced after knowing these things? Li didn't know them well, so he didn't plan to take the risk. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Jing's dazed look in front of him and continued, "Go and change your clothes. You will be the sales director from now on. After we open the business, we will recruit some employees, and you will be responsible for managing sales issues from now on." This is what the general manager means. The general manager should be the kind person who came to buy the two-story building. Zhang Jing was sure of this. Apart from anything else, the general manager was indeed very kind to his family. So Zhang Jing naturally had no objections. After Xiao Wu saw Zhang Jing nodding, he continued to stare at the workers' decoration. The decoration time is only 3 to 5 days, so there are no big changes. As Li Yi said, the important thing in a home appliance city is not the decoration, but the home appliances, so Xiao Wu focused on the surrounding areas. Hotel, hotel. At noon that day, Xiao Wu received a call from Li Yi. Xiao Wu, how is the decoration going? Xiao Wu said with a smile. The workers are very efficient. We can open tomorrow. But Brother Yi, I'm a little worried now. Will our store open without business? Li said with a smile on the other side of the phone. This is not a problem. Listen to me. When you open the store, you do this. A few minutes later, Xiao Wu asked doubtfully, Brother Yi, will this method work? Can we really attract attention? Can those people in the hotel notice us? Li Yi said with a smile. Just do as I say. Let's do this. I will be there at that time. You can watch me operate, and it will be done. Xiao Wu had no choice but to nod his head to show that he understood. Zhang Jing was directing the workers to put the home appliances in place at this time and did not notice Xiao Wu's conversation with Li Yi at all. Time quickly came to the next day. After just a few days of preparation, this branch of the home appliance city finally looked like a branch. In fact, for Li Yi, this branch was just a springboard. Starting from here, he could see higher scenery. Making money is not just about working hard, but also about following the trend of the times so that money can come more easily. When Li Yi and others arrived in Heian County, it was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning.